Upon traversing into the realm of cultivation, Qin Shou did not transform into a prodigious child of destiny endowed with extraordinary roots. Rather, he found himself relegated to the status of a mere mortal, devoid of any capacity for cultivation. Left with no other choice, he resolved to live as an ordinary individual, and after years of relentless toil, he ascended to a position of great influence, becoming the esteemed Duke of the Daxia dynasty. However, instead of reaping the rewards of his labor, he was met with a cup of poison. Fortunately, at the brink of death, he awakened the multitude of offspring and fortune system, which promised strength through the birth of many children. In light of this revelation, he would not hold back. Chapter 1. Your Highness, may you embark on your journey. The Polaris Domain, the Northern Sky Continent, the imperial capital of the Daxia Empire, my city. Duke, there is no need for futile resistance. It is of no consequence. Within the Duke's residence, chaos reigned as bodies lay strewn across the ground, blood flowing like a river. Qin Shou, drenched in blood, wielded a sword with a cold gaze directed at the multitude of Daxia imperial guards before him. The last loyal guard who had stood in front of Qin Shou had just fallen, leaving him the sole survivor amidst the carnage of his retinue. Gazing upon the personal eunuch of Li Shi, Qin Shou's eyes were bloodshot, filled with a palpable hatred that seemed almost tangible. Wang Dafu, Li Shi, how very splendid. I, Qin Shou, have devoted myself to the Daxia Empire, yet what I receive in return is the accusation of conspiracy. Do you not fear inciting the soldiers' discontent or the scrutiny of the world? The soldiers' discontent and the world's scrutiny matter not. The emperor desires only your demise. Only with your death will he find peace. As for what transpires thereafter, that is not for the Duke to concern himself with. Wang Dafu coldly regarded Qin Shou, seemingly unaffected by his glare of hatred. Come, seize the Duke. Come forth. Does this Duke fear you? One by one, I shall slay you. Qin Shou bellowed, pointing his sword at the advancing soldiers, his voice infused with grief and despair. The soldiers, witnessing his fierce demeanor, were momentarily paralyzed by his imposing presence, none daring to advance. This was hardly surprising, for they faced the legendary war god of Daxia, and the soldiers harbored a deep-seated fear of the Duke, known for his formidable reputation. They could slay others without hesitation, yet the thought of taking the life of this infamous Duke filled them with trepidation. Observing this predicament, Qin Shou could not suppress his laughter, a sound tinged with self-mockery. Reflecting on his journey from a decade past, when he arrived in this world without a spiritual root, he was compelled to strive in the mundane realm. After years of struggle, he had fought countless battles, emerging victorious every time. The territory of Daxia had expanded significantly, thanks to his strategic prowess. However, the irony of his current fate was not lost on him. Ancestors, I, Qin Shou, have failed you by disregarding your teachings, he cried out in anguish, referring to the ancestors from the mysterious celestial body. Throughout the millennia, countless truths have unfolded before us, revealing that those who exceed their masters often meet a tragic end. Little did he anticipate that this principle remains relevant in our world. Such a useless individual. What can an ordinary man like him do? Seize him at once. Whoever retreats shall face death. Wang Dafu bellowed angrily upon witnessing his soldiers falter. Hearing his fierce command, the soldiers, driven by the instinct for survival, advanced reluctantly. Wang Dafu was indeed correct. Qin Shou was merely an ordinary man, posing no significant threat. In mere moments, the long sword in his hand was deftly knocked to the ground, and his arms were swiftly restrained. Upon seeing Qin Shou easily subdued, a relaxed smile spread across Wang Dafu's face as he approached Qin Shou and delivered a forceful strike to his shoulder, commanding, "Kneel before me." Qin Shou felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, nearly shattering him under the immense force, which rendered him unable to stand, causing him to fall to his knees. Bah! Qin Shou spat defiantly at the smug Wang Dafu. However, Wang Dafu effortlessly dodged the gesture. Who would have thought the illustrious Yi Bian Wang would one day kneel before me? Wang Dafu laughed triumphantly, declaring, "Bring forth the wine." As his words faded, a eunuch appeared, holding a tray that bore a wine jug. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shou knew the contents of that jug. "Your Highness, you should express gratitude to His Majesty," He wishes for you to remain intact, so you may not be denied the chance of reincarnation after death. Wang Dafu sneered, pinching Qin Shou's mouth with one hand while pouring the poisoned wine into his mouth with the other. Qin Shou did not resist. His entire being was under control, making struggle futile. Yet, he never anticipated that he would endure such humiliation from this eunuch before his demise, filling him with profound resentment. In merely half a minute, the entire jug of wine was poured down Qin Shou's throat. Noticing the intense hatred in Qin Shou's eyes, Wang Dafu's smile radiated even more brightly. Release him. Recognizing that the situation was now decisively in his favor, Wang Dafu ordered the two soldiers holding Qin Shou to let go. Wang Dafu, return and inform Li Shi that I shall not spare him, even in death. Qin Shou spat a mouthful of black blood as he staggered backward. Your Highness, rest assured, we shall convey your words to His Majesty, Wang Dafu replied, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Qin Shou. Qin Shou coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell backward. Oh, had I known it would come to this, why exert such effort? I would have preferred to marry a few wives and live happily as an ordinary man. In his final moments, Qin Shou could not help but feel that his endeavors had been in vain. Ding! Host has undergone a profound realization. The Duozizuo system has been activated. Life-threatening situation detected. System initiating forceful repair. The host's bodily restoration has been successfully completed, granting the host the prowess of a martial saint, with a duration of 30 minutes. Upon hearing the activation of the system, Qin Shou erupted into hearty laughter. With the system bestowing upon him the might of a martial saint, escaping from my city was no longer a mere fantasy. Observing that Qin Shou, who was on the brink of death from poisoning, suddenly regained his former vitality and sprang to his feet, both Wang Dafu and the soldiers gazed at him in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. You're not dead? And you possess martial arts? How is this possible? Have you been feigning all these years? Wang Dafu's tone was laced with astonishment. He could not fathom how Qin Shou had effortlessly consumed an entire pot of poison and yet not only survived but radiated a terrifying aura. Kill! Qin Shou did not respond to his inquiries. Instead, he charged directly at Wang Dafu, his formidable presence instantly sending the surrounding soldiers sprawling backward. The soldiers thrown into the air by his force spewed blood, landing silently on the ground. Witnessing Qin Shou's ferocity as he swiftly dispatched over a dozen soldiers ignited Wang Dafu's fury. Prince, what a cunning strategy. Had it not been for this pot of poison, who knows how long you would have concealed your true abilities. Ignoring Wang Dafu's incessant chatter, Qin Shou pressed onward toward the exit. He had merely 30 minutes. If he could break free and rendezvous with the Xuanwu army outside the city, he could avert this crisis. Should he fail to escape within 30 minutes, there awaited him but one fate, death. Thus, he advanced outside, delivering strikes from afar, sending these soldiers to the netherworld. If you wish to flee, let us see if my family consents. Wang Dafu watched in awe as Qin Shou soared through the air, charging toward him with fierce determination. Chapter 2. Annihilation without a trace. As Wang Dafu lunged at him, Qin Shou delivered a swift kick towards the weapon that had fallen from the soldier's grasp, sending it hurtling towards Wang Dafu at lightning speed. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from the weapon, Wang Dafu did not dare to be careless. He channeled his internal energy and struck the weapon's side with a powerful palm. Qin Shou had initially intended to create some distance between himself and Wang Dafu, but he was taken aback by Wang Dafu's formidable martial prowess, which allowed him to deflect the weapon and charge at Qin Shou once more. In an instant, the two were locked in combat. The soldiers who had surrounded the courtyard could not withstand the clash of these titans. They were struck down by the overwhelming force before they even had the chance to flee. The air was filled with cries of despair. Wang Dafu appeared utterly unconcerned for the lives of these soldiers, his imposing presence unabated. Qin Shou, on the other hand, felt no compassion for those who had come to kill him. Thus, it was the soldiers who bore the brunt of their fierce battle, collapsing one after another. Qin Shou declared, delivering a fatal blow that sent Wang Dafu flying, taking down a multitude of soldiers in the process, resulting in utter chaos. Wang Dafu was left in a state of shock, never having anticipated that Qin Shou would possess such strength, capable of sending him flying as if he were a mere child. Archers shoot. Wang Dafu, now amidst the soldiers, ordered them to unleash their arrows instead of engaging directly. The soldiers on the periphery, unharmed thus far, immediately released their bows, sending a hail of arrows raining down towards the center where Qin Shou stood. With unwavering resolve, Qin Shou gripped his blade and bellowed, causing the arrows aimed at him to reverse course and fly back with even greater velocity. The returning arrows struck the soldiers before they could react, piercing through their chests. Countless cries were silenced in an instant, and soon the courtyard, once teeming with soldiers, was left desolate, with only Qin Shou and Wang Dafu remaining. Wang Dafu, witnessing the scene, could hardly contain his astonishment. This was far too ferocious. The earlier arrogance he had felt was now a distant memory. This was no mere ordinary man rumored to be incapable of training, but a veritable deity of death. He had forgotten that Qin Shou was known as Yumian Wang, the king of the underworld. Though not a mad killer, the number of lives lost under his command likely surpassed 1,000,000. Wang Dafu, did you enjoy the moment when you ordered me to kneel? You must understand that some people cannot bear the weight of such grand gestures, and now you are destined to die, Qin Shou declared as he charged at Wang Dafu, confident that it would not take long to end his life. Wang Dafu, feeling bitter, realized the swift turn of fate that had transformed hunter into prey. Though he wished to flee, he understood that the more he ran, the quicker he would meet his end. Thus, he resolved to fight back. However, in mere moments, Qin Shou's blade struck him down into the earth, causing a torrent of blood to spill forth. As Wang Dafu attempted to rise, Qin Shou delivered a decisive kick to his back, sending him sprawling several meters away and rolling on the ground. In that moment, Wang Dafu was stripped of his earlier bravado. He now resembled a dying dog, desperately struggling for survival. Qin Shou approached him, looking down upon him. In his terror-filled gaze, Qin Shou plunged his blade deep into Wang Dafu's chest, cleaving him apart with brutal force. Having completed his grim task, Qin Shou discarded his blade upon the ground and cast a glance at the once resplendent Wang residence, now stained crimson with blood, before setting it ablaze. The inferno erupted with ferocity, and amidst the flames, a solitary figure retreated into the distance. 30 miles outside of Muyu City, within the Xuanwu army's encampment, Commander Zhou Jian gazed in alarm at the blood-soaked Qin Shou. "My lord, what has happened? Why are you covered in blood?" "It is nothing. Merely the result of slaying some people," Qin Shou replied calmly, knowing that his safety was assured now that he had reached the Xuanwu army's camp. "My lord, what on earth transpired? Why did you leave the city in such a state?" Zhou Jian pressed, astounded. "If not for the years I have served you, I would scarcely believe this scene. Li Shi accused me of plotting rebellion and ordered the massacre of the entire Wang residence. Had it not been for the intervention of a powerful ally, I would have long since met my demise. Tell me, could I possibly remain in Muyu City after this? What? How could this happen?" Zhou Jian's face drained of color, and he staggered back several steps. The magnitude of this revelation was beyond his comprehension. After a lengthy pause, Zhou Jian regained his composure. "My lord, you are not injured, are you? Should we summon the army physician to attend to you? I am unharmed. Li Shi likely believes me dead, so it is imperative that my existence remains concealed. If it becomes known, it would not only endanger you, but could also plunge the entire Xuanwu army into peril. My lord, given Li Shi's treachery, what shall we do next?" Zhou Jian realized that now, with Qin Shou present in his tent, he could no longer remain a bystander. He had two paths before him: either betray Qin Shou and align with the court, or maintain secrecy and stand by Qin Shou. He chose the latter without hesitation, for he had been nurtured by Qin Shou himself, transitioning from a mere foot soldier under his guidance. "Immediately send word to Bu Fan and the others, instructing them to bring their legions here. There is nothing in this world that I, as a king, fear to undertake. It is only a matter of desire. But first, prepare a tub of hot water for me. Being covered in blood is indeed uncomfortable." "Yes." Zhou Jian felt a surge of excitement, realizing they had finally reached this critical juncture, something he and his fellow confidants at Qin Shou had longed to discuss but had dared not voice. Now, Li Shi had unwittingly forced their hand, and he could not help but feel a flicker of gratitude towards him. The hot water was quickly prepared, and as Qin Shou immersed himself, the events of the night replayed in his mind like a surreal dream. He had faced a life-and-death crisis and activated the system. He had previously believed he lacked a golden opportunity, only to discover that the system had not activated due to a mismatch with his thoughts. Had I known this earlier, Qin Shou sighed, recognizing that it was not too late. However, to create a favorable environment for future endeavors, rebellion had to be his first choice. Chapter 3. The gathering of 5 armies 10 days later, 30 miles from Muyu City, in Ziyu Valley. The armies led by Chu Yang, with 100,000 Qinglong troops, Lu Bufan, with 100,000 Juke troops, Murong Wudi, commanding 100,000 Baihu troops, and Wan Qianjun, leading 100,000 Pula troops, totaling 400,000 soldiers, converged upon Ziyu Valley to unite with Zhou Jian and his 100,000 Xuanwu troops. Subordinate Zhou Jian, reporting. Subordinate Chu Yang, reporting. Subordinate Lu Bufan, reporting. Subordinate Murong Wudi, reporting. Subordinate Wan Qianjun, reporting. Together, the Xuanwu Army, Qinglong Army, Zhuke Army, Baihu Army, and Polu Army saluted the Grand Marshal. Greetings, Grand Marshal. As the 5 commanding generals concluded their addresses, the collective roar of 500,000 soldiers reverberated through the air, shaking the heavens and the earth. Even the birds were stunned by the overwhelming sound waves plummeting from the skies. Rise, my comrades. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Qin Shou surveyed the assembly of 500,000 elite troops with a heart full of pride. These were warriors he had personally trained. These generals were meticulously trained in the art of warfare by him, cultivated into unparalleled leaders, one in a myriad. Surely, you are all astonished as to why I have summoned you here. The reason is that this nation can no longer accommodate my existence. I have been rendered without a place to survive. I harbor no desire to oppose the Daxia, yet the emperor has become blinded and has harmed the loyal and righteous. Had it not been for my fortuitous fate, I would have perished 10 days ago. To speak frankly, I do not wish for death. We have fought valiantly for Daxia, acquiring vast territories, only to be met with slander, accused of rebellion, and offered nothing more than a cup of poisoned wine. They have even slaughtered innocent individuals unrelated to the royal house. Such heinous acts have stirred the wrath of both heaven and man. I seek not vengeance for myself, but for those innocents who have unjustly perished. Therefore, I have resolved that from this day forth, I shall rebel. Qin Shou's face flushed crimson as he bellowed with all his might, wishing to carry his voice far and wide. Upon hearing Qin Shou's fate of being offered poisoned wine, Chu Yang, Lu Bufan, Murong Wudi, and Wan Qianjuan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Once Qin Shou finished speaking, they echoed his cries, "Rebellion! Rebellion! Rebellion!" The 50,000 troops shouted thrice, their voices piercing the heavens, resonating clearly even 30 miles away in my city. All that could be heard were the words of rebellion. Nothing else was discernible. Yet, the magnitude of their proclamation was unmistakable. In an instant, trepidation surged through the hearts of all present. The king had only recently passed, and already there were whispers of insurrection. How could the residents of my city not be alarmed? Within the Grand Palace, Emperor Li Shi of Daxia and the officials of the capital turned pale upon hearing such declarations. Contemplating the mysteriously vanished Xuanwu army, Li Shi felt an ominous premonition, prompting him to hastily dispatch reinforcements, recalling 20,000 Imperial Guard stationed outside the city for precautionary measures. In Ziyu Valley, Qin Shou gestured for silence, and wine was presented to him. This first cup is a tribute to heaven. May the divine understand that our actions are not born of choice, but of necessity, for the greater good, to uphold righteousness. Having spoken, Qin Shou poured the wine onto the ground. To heaven, the 50,000 troops echoed in unison. The second cup is a tribute to the sacred earth. May the land stained with our blood become a paradise for our descendants. To the sacred earth. They shouted again in unison. Qin Shou poured the second cup onto the ground, his expression grave and filled with reverence. The third cup is a tribute to the unwavering brotherhood among us. I swear here, from this moment forth, we shall be brothers, sharing both fortune and adversity, with the heavens as our witness. Sharing fortune and adversity. Sharing fortune and adversity. Sharing fortune and adversity. After declaring this, Qin Shou smashed the cup to the ground, biting his finger to draw blood, marking 3 crimson lines upon his forehead. At this moment, the morale of the 50,000 troops soared to its zenith, and they too bit their fingers, marking 3 red lines upon their foreheads. Zhou Zhan, Chu Yang, Lu Bufan, Murong Wudi, and Wan Qianjun stood resolutely, their spirits like a raging storm, proclaiming, "We are your loyal soldiers." Qin Shou commanded, "Assemble the army, march forth to my city." With his sword pointed toward the city, He issued the order. Upon receiving the command, the 5 leaders organized the troops, and in an instant, dust billowed in Xiu Valley, the sound echoing like thunder. Meanwhile, the scouts of my city trembled upon learning that Qin Shou was alive and that the 5 great legions had converged upon Xiu Valley. It was a sight that would instill fear in anyone. Ultimately, a well-trained scout gritted his teeth and hurried back to deliver the news. Upon hearing this alarming report, the dignitaries gathered in the Daxia Palace turned ashen. Some, in sheer fright, collapsed onto the ground. While they might have had confidence in defending my city against a rebellion from others, how could they withstand an uprising led by the legendary Yizhi Bianjinwang? Moreover, wasn't Yizhi Bianjinwang supposed to be dead? What then was this revelation? All eyes turned toward Li Shi, whose complexion was equally pale. Nevertheless, he steadied himself and addressed the officials. This Bianjinwang is an impostor. The true Bianjinwang was slain by treacherous individuals, and his residence was set ablaze. These malevolent souls aimed to usurp his identity to perpetrate treason. Li Shi's heart raced, for none of his dispatched agents had returned, and even Wang Dafu was missing. Thus, he remained uncertain of Qin Shou's fate. However, his words did little to quell the doubts among the courtiers. After all, how could the Bianjinwang, in good health, fall victim to murder, and his residence be completely incinerated? Fear not, for my city boasts hundreds of thousands of troops. Defending the city is not an insurmountable task. If we can endure for just a few days, the loyal armies from various regions will soon arrive. Although we should not underestimate the 5 legions trained by Bianjinwang. They are not invincible. Upon hearing Li Shi's reassurances, the officials exhaled in relief, and one boldly stood to voice his grievances. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, leading 50,000 troops, advanced resolutely towards my city. His intention was clear. He sought to instill dread among the defenders of my city and strike a psychological blow against Li Shi and his officials. Familiar with the defenders, he pondered how the numerous peacekeeping troops, accustomed to the stability of the capital, could possibly withstand his seasoned army of 50,000 battle-hardened warriors. The 30-some miles were but a fleeting distance, and soon the army arrived at the gates of my city. Observing the imposing walls, Qin Shou chose not to attack immediately. Instead, he organized his troops, offering the defenders a chance to survive. Chapter 4. Rebellion to those above. I am the Yizhi Bianjinwang of Daxia. I believe you thought me dead, but I am very much alive. You are likely unaware that my residence was reduced to ashes. It was your emperor Li Shi who orchestrated this. He has defamed me, accusing me of plotting rebellion. And not only did he send the imperial guards to ravage my home, but I also narrowly escaped death at their hands. Riding atop a magnificent snow wolf, Qin Shou commanded an imposing presence, his words resonating not only with the defenders on the city walls, but also with the citizens within. As the guards beheld his arrival, trepidation gripped them, and his declarations further diminished their morale. I know many of you may find it hard to believe that your emperor would act thusly. I too was incredulous, having placed my trust in him, only to suffer such treatment. Thankfully, fate has spared me. Heaven has witnessed my unjust plight and has allowed me to live. I return now to reclaim what is rightfully mine. For over a decade, I have fought for Daxia, only to be met with a charge of treason. Is this what I deserve? Thus, I implore you, brothers above, abandon the shadows and return to the light. We're still one family. If you resist, there will be no mercy. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. The thunderous roar of 50,000 voices seemed capable of shattering the walls of my city. Facing such overwhelming force, the guards atop the city walls turned pale. They had enjoyed a prolonged period of peace and had lost their will to fight. Moreover, they were to confront the legendary Yizhi Bianjinwang, an undefeated god of war. Feared by all, what shall we do, General? Before them stood the king of the United Front, and behind him lay 500,000 of the most elite soldiers of the Daxia. Could I truly withstand this? Observing the soldiers beside him who were already paralyzed with fear, a deputy general turned to the equally pale-faced commander and inquired, "We must hold our ground, regardless of the outcome. We are soldiers, and though the king of the United Front has faced unjust treatment, he is now deemed a traitor. Therefore, everyone must steel themselves. The king is human, not a deity." Despite the commander's fervent exhortations, the soldiers' morale remained utterly depleted. After all, the formidable reputation that Qin Shou had amassed over the years was overwhelming. Facing such a figure, any spark of resistance seemed impossible. Outside the city, the 50,000 troops surged forward with an indomitable spirit, and they harbored little belief that they could successfully defend their position. Chuyang announced that, after 3 calls of surrender, they would commence their assault on the city. Qin Shou felt his throat grow hoarse and delegated the task to Chuyang, who, upon receiving the order, shouted loudly, "Listen, our marshal has declared that if you do not surrender after 3 calls, we shall attack the city." His words incited a stir among the defenders on the walls. Yet the commander's furious reprimands yielded little effect. The walls were too extensive for him to manage effectively. 3, 2, 1, fire. With a wave of Chuyang's command flag, a torrent of arrows descended upon the walls. The sheer volume of arrows blotted out the sky. The defenders scrambled for cover along the ramparts. But those who failed to escape were instantly turned into a mass of casualties, with tens of thousands falling to the deadly volley. Break down the city gate. Seeing the defenders suppressed by the arrows, Qin Shou gestured broadly, directing the siege team to force the gate open. The prepared siege crew, consisting of several hundred men, rushed toward the gate with a battering ram that required the embrace of 2 men to wield. With a resounding crash, the ram struck the gate, causing it to groan ominously. The immense impact sent tremors through the earth, and the soldiers behind the gate were either thrown back or killed instantly. After several relentless assaults, the gate finally splintered, allowing a flood of troops to surge through the breach. Within the Daxia Palace, an eerie silence gripped everyone. "Your Majesty, the one outside is indeed the king of the United Front, and he accuses you of slandering him as a rebel while dispatching the Imperial Guard to massacre the royal residence." Upon hearing the messenger's report, Li Shi's face turned ashen. How could this information have leaked? How did Qin Shou manage to escape? Meanwhile, some ministers gazed at Li Shi with disbelief. Finally grasping why the royal residence had been reduced to ashes, it was none other than the emperor's own doing. They'd been fervently supportive just moments ago, only to discover that their emperor was the very thief shouting to catch a thief. Yet, they understood Li Shi's motivations in seeking to diminish the glory and renown of the king of the United Front. However, couldn't he have executed his plans with greater finesse? Now, the man was alive, and he had indeed revolted. Some ministers were already calculating their own interests, doubting the ability of my city to withstand Qin Shou's onslaught. Before they could fully process the situation, another messenger burst in with alarming news. They have begun their siege. The enemy's assault is too fierce. Our defenders on the walls cannot retaliate. Hardly had this messenger departed when yet another rushed in. The southern gate has been breached, and the king of the United Front has led his army into the city. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's anger boiled over, and he spat blood from his mouth, exclaiming, "Your Majesty!" His reaction prompted concern among those present. Li Shi weakly commanded, "Order all defenders to retreat and secure the palace gates. We must hold the palace at all costs." With that, he closed his eyes and collapsed. On Qin Shou's side, he ordered the Zhuge army to guard the city outskirts as a precaution, while the other 4 legions accompanied him into the city. Upon entering, countless surrendering soldiers knelt before him, but Qin Shou paid them no heed and commanded his forces to advance toward the palace, hoping to breach it and conclude the conflict in one decisive strike. Arriving at the palace, he observed that Li Shi still intended to consolidate the outside soldiers to bolster the palace's defenses. Qin Shou could not help but exclaim in frustration at such folly. And seeing the Imperial Guard chaotically clustering at the palace gates, he issued a direct order to enter. In an instant, hundreds of thousands surged toward the palace like a tidal wave. The defenders on the walls attempted to repel the advancing enemy with arrows, but the distance was too short. Before they could unleash their first volley, the Xuanwu troops had already reached the gates. Blood flowed like a river at the entrance, and chaos erupted within, with those stationed at the gate unable to shut it. Witnessing this scene, the commander of the Imperial Guard sighed deeply and relinquished his command. He was profoundly disillusioned by Li Shi's foolish order to draw the outside troops into the palace at the last moment. Thus, as the defenders completed their first round of arrows, the palace gates were already breached. With the army pouring in, those who obstructed their path were ruthlessly slain. The Imperial Guard, having lost their command, hastily surrendered, dropping their weapons in surrender. Within half an hour, the entire palace was firmly under Qin Shou's control. Qin Shou surveyed the scene before him with a satisfied smile. Chapter 5. Your Majesty, let us depart Zhou Jian. You are to organize these surrendering troops outside and send word to Liu Bufan to lead the Zhuge Legion into my city to maintain order within. Those who disturb the populace or commit wrongdoing shall be executed without mercy. Standing upon the white jade steps of the Daxia Palace, Qin Shou issued his commands. Upon receiving the orders, Zhou Jian promptly descended to execute them. Murong Wudi, Wan Qianjun, Chuyang, you three shall accompany me into the palace. It is time to meet our emperor. Qin Shou remarked with a smile as he beheld the grand and resplendent Daxia Palace. To the death in following our great leader. The three exclaimed in unison. None of them had anticipated that the battle would unfold so effortlessly. The entire Daxia Palace and capital had fallen into their hands with such ease, scarcely facing any resistance. This was far too surreal. Of course, they understood that the ease of their victory was largely due to the overwhelming deterrent posed by Qin Shou, the king of the United Front, as well as the unpopularity of Li Shi's actions. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, they were victors, and from henceforth, Daxia would be the realm they revered and respected most, rather than the domain of the Li family. At that moment, within the Daxia Palace, everyone trembled in anticipation of their fate. Qin Shou, accompanied by Murong Wudi, Wan Qianjun, and Chuyang, entered the grand hall where the Daxia court convened. Ignoring the myriad of angry, fearful, and various other gazes directed at him, he remained unfazed. Ha! Esteemed ministers, I hope you have fared well. Qin Shou laughed heartily as he strode through the crowd, with Murong Wudi and the others closely guarding him. Qin Shou, how could you commit such monstrous acts? How can you live with yourself after the emperor's favor and the legacy of the previous emperors? Suddenly, a minister leapt forward, hurling vitriol at Qin Shou, his words laced with venom. Qin Shou gazed at him with a smile, recognizing him as a staunch supporter of Li Shi. Thus, he saw no reason to retain him. Come, seize this man and take him down for execution, so that he may first go to the former emperor of Daxia and lament the crimes of this commander. At the same time, send his family away. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, all the ministers in the hall could not help but gasp, for the title of Yumian Wang was indeed not given lightly. Qin Shou, may you meet a wretched end. The heavens will surely punish you. The minister, caught between two soldiers, appeared ashen, yet his tongue did not cease its tirade. However, it was not long before he fell silent, leaving Qin Shou quite satisfied. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "Is there anyone else willing to pledge loyalty to Li Shi? If so, step forward. The steps outside lack vibrancy and require more blood to stain them red." Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This truly was a remorseless fiend who could kill without a flicker of hesitation. Previously, the Yumian Wang had only dealt with enemies, and they had not felt such profound fear. Yet, the threat of annihilation loomed large, compelling even the most audacious to retreat into silence. How audacious, Qin Shou! Do you not fear the consequences of your rebellion? Though you command 500,000 troops, Daxia boasts millions. Should they come, you will find no refuge. At this moment, Li Shi appeared weak-kneed, trembling on the dragon throne, his speech faltering. How bold indeed! I have rendered great service to Daxia. After years of warfare, I have doubled its territory. I once believed that loyalty would shield me from peril. But what has my fidelity garnered? Your treachery, he continued. Since heaven does not wish for my demise, it signifies that I am in the right, and heaven has sent me to exact vengeance. Qin Shou beamed with confidence, for he felt victory was already within his grasp. Anger was unnecessary. As for the millions you speak of, let them come. It will be an opportune moment to eradicate them entirely and restore order. Li Shi was momentarily at a loss for words, stammering as he pointed at Qin Shou. What do you intend to do? Witnessing the cold glint in Qin Shou's eyes, he shrank back in terror. The ministers in the grand hall chose to avert their gazes, unwilling to witness the unfolding scene. Begone! This throne is not meant for you. Qin Shou approached and forcibly pulled Li Shi down from the dragon chair. The emperor of Daxia, drained by indulgence, found himself overpowered. Qin Shou found it perplexing. Had it not been said that the royal family of Daxia practiced the imperial extreme storm technique? Why then was he so weak? Unbeknownst to him, Li Shi was as incapable of cultivation as any ordinary man. His ascent to power was solely due to Wang Dafu's belief that he was easily manipulable. Furthermore, Once in power, Wang Dafu had eliminated all the skilled members of the Li clan through various means to secure Li Shi's reign. This was why, to this day, no experts from the royal family had emerged, a fact that Qin Shou and many ministers were oblivious to. Do not kill me, Qin Shou. I was wrong. I should not have treated you this way. It was all Wang Dafu's idea. He urged me to act against you, claiming you would threaten my throne in the future. At this moment, Li Shi unexpectedly knelt before Qin Shou, pleading for mercy. Your Majesty, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Blame your status as the Emperor of Daxia. Fear not, for I shall ensure your family and children accompany you on your journey. Qin Shou echoed Wang Dafu's earlier sentiments back to Li Shi. No, no, you cannot kill me. Li Shi cried out, panic-stricken as he saw Qin Shou approach with a sword in hand. He stumbled backward in terror, rolling down the steps. He cried out as he fell, scrambling to his feet and fleeing. Stripped of Wang Dafu's protection, Li Shi felt utterly helpless, like a child abandoned by parents. Meanwhile, his ministers closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the scene. Come back. Seeing Li Shi's frantic escape, Moron Wudi seized him and tossed him down the steps. Do not kill me. Please, spare me. Overcome by fear, Li Shi's words became incoherent. Qin Shou descended slowly, standing over Li Shi, looking down upon him without an ounce of compassion. The act of killing had become so frequent that he had grown numb to it, especially when directed at one deserving of such a fate. Do not kill me, Li Shi pleaded, covering his chest with trembling hands, curling into a ball. Yet, his pleas fell on deaf ears, culminating in a swift and dignified arrow through the heart. Chapter 6. Ascending to the Throne. The Divine Dragon Empire, a scream, pierced the air, but moments later, silence reigned. The ministers of Daxia gazed upon the lifeless form of Li Shi, silenced by dread. None daring to utter a word. Qin Shou was pleased. Anyone daring to speak out would find themselves bathed in blood. He descended from the dais and whispered a few words to Chu Yang, who understood and exited the hall. Before long, Zhou Jian and Lu Bufan entered together. Upon seeing the state of the hall, they felt a surge of elation. Commander, the surrendered troops in my city have been accounted for, and peace has been restored there. We have slain 88,000 enemy troops, and over 400,000 have surrendered. A few thousand scattered soldiers remain unpursued. Upon hearing Lu Bufan's report, Qin Shou nodded. Let them flee. As long as the city is stable, we must ensure no disturbances to the populace. Yes. Qin Shou turned his gaze to the official managing Daxia's finances. Master Hu, how much wealth remains in the treasury? Your Highness, due to your efforts in bringing back a considerable fortune from foreign lands, the treasury currently holds approximately 300 million gold coins and over 10 billion silver coins. Hu Xia, the finance official, responded promptly, knowing full well that this man before him was destined to be Daxia's future ruler. Very well. Disburse 20 million gold coins as rewards for the troops, and compensate the citizens who suffered losses during this time. You shall oversee this matter. Can you manage it? Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall not disappoint you. Hu Xia was overjoyed at Qin Shou's words. Opportunities to impress the new master of Daxia were rare. Moreover, since the funds were not his own, he felt no loss regardless of the amount dispensed. After all, should Daxia find itself impoverished in the future, it would be Qin Shou, the new master, who would bear the burden. Excellent. Qin Shou responded, then turned to Zhou Jian. Jian, see if any of the surrendered troops can be of use. Those who do not meet the standards should be sent home. Yes, Commander. 5 days passed swiftly, and after a period of calm, my city had returned to tranquility. Meanwhile, the various loyalist armies, upon learning of the stability in the capital, expressed their allegiance to Qin Shou. He accepted their loyalty, meeting each leader individually before commanding them to return to their original posts. In the Daxia Imperial Palace, the Minister of Rights, Gan Ming, stepped forward to address the assembly. Your Highness, I have something to convey. At this moment, Qin Shou, acting as regent, presided over state affairs, seated upon the dragon throne. Speak, Your Highness. As the saying goes, a nation cannot be without a ruler for even a day. Now that the bloodline of the Daxia royal family has ended, I dare to request that you ascend the throne and declare yourself emperor, in accordance with the will of heaven. Unthinkable. Daxia has stood for centuries. It is impossible for the royal lineage to vanish entirely. Perhaps a miracle may yet occur. Qin Shou feigned reluctance, hesitating to accept the proposal immediately. The ministers of the former Xia could not help but roll their eyes at Qin Shou's words. For was it not he who had ordered the execution of the last remnants of the imperial bloodline? Moreover, who would dare seek an heir from the royal family? As if they were eager to prolong their own lives? Prince, in the absence of a ruler, the Xia is bound to descend into chaos. We implore you to prioritize the safety of the realm and its people, and ascend the throne as emperor. With a chorus of voices urging him to claim the imperial title, all present knelt before Qin Shou, the loudest among them being Zhou Jian, Chu Yang, and 3 others. Some ministers, who had always held Qin Shou in high regard, joined in, while those loyal to the Li family could do nothing but acquiesce to the overwhelming tide of sentiment. Alas, Qin Shou had initially hoped to find a suitable successor for the Li family. However, after so many fruitless days, it became clear, as Minister Gan had stated, that a nation cannot endure a day without a ruler. Thus, compelled by the fervent pleas of the ministers and for the stability of the Xia and its citizens, he reluctantly consented to ascend the throne. No sooner had Qin Shou spoken than a throng of palace maidens surged in, hastily draping the dragon robe over him. Thus, he formally ascended the throne, bypassing all customary rituals. The ministers pay their respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Rise. Qin Shou, adorned in the dragon robe, gazed upon the multitude of ministers kneeling before him, his heart swelling with emotion. Though this moment had been meticulously orchestrated, he felt an exhilarating rush of fervor. Thank you, your majesty. The ministers stood, their hearts stirred by the sight of their new emperor. Now that I have ascended the throne and become the sovereign of the Xia, I wish to express a few thoughts. The name de Xia no longer befits the future development of our nation. Thus, I have decided to officially rename our country the Shenlong Empire, and this year shall be designated as the first year of Longsha, with my city transformed into the Forbidden City. Henceforth, the title of Xia shall be rendered obsolete, while all else remains unchanged for the time being. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. The name Shenlong Empire is most fitting for your unmatched grandeur and deserving of this vast land and its millions of subjects. Qin Shou smiled, then called out to the 5 individuals below, Zhou Jian, Chu Yang, Lu Bufan, Morong Wudi, and Wan Qianjun. We are here. The 5 responded in unison, fully aware that it was now their turn to reap the rewards. Zhou Jian was appointed as the Prince of Ding, Chu Yang as the Prince of Chu, Lu Bufan as the Prince of Qi, Morong Wudi as the Prince of Xian, and Wan Qianjun as the Prince of Kong. Qin Shou granted 5 princely titles without land, allowing them command over military matters while remaining unburdened by financial concerns, thus mitigating the risk of rebellion. Thank you, your majesty. The 5 were elated, their faces flushed with excitement. For ordinary individuals, receiving princely titles was the pinnacle of their aspirations. With their dreams now realized, how could they not feel exhilarated? Prince Ding shall remain in the capital, while Princes Chu, Qi, Kong, and Xian shall return to their respective military encampments forthwith. You must lead your troops immediately to prevent any foreign incursions during your absence. Should an enemy nation provoke us, I grant you the authority to strike without prior report. Understood. The 4 departed, having already confirmed these arrangements days prior, and all necessary rewards have been duly prepared, including the imperial seals. Subsequently, the other rewards were distributed, particularly for Qin Shou's 150,000 strong army, each soldier receiving a promotion, resulting in widespread jubilation. Soon after, Qin Shou's first audience as emperor concluded, leaving him with lingering satisfaction. And with his ascension, the name de Xia faded into history. In the following days, utilizing the formidable authority he had recently acquired, Qin Shou embarked on sweeping reforms to invigorate the decaying empire. During this period, no minister dared to challenge his authority, nor did anyone oppose the reforms. Thus, the changes were implemented without reservation, much to the delight of the common folk, as advancements in agriculture, commerce, and military affairs were instituted, alongside the nationwide establishment of martial arts academies to promote physical strength. A month later, the tumultuous Shenlong Empire was thoroughly stabilized. Neighboring nations, upon learning of the ascension of this formidable figure, felt both apprehensive and relieved. They feared that he might pursue an expansionist agenda, which would inevitably threaten their territories. Yet they were relieved that his imperial status would limit his opportunities for direct military engagement. Upon hearing of the newly established Shenlong Empire standing alone, Various nations began dispatching their most beautiful princesses to form marital alliances, accompanied by 50 maidens as part of the dowry. The intention behind such generous offerings was undoubtedly to ensconce Qin Shou in a world of comfort, gradually dulling his ambitions and diverting his gaze from their lands. Strikingly, the four great empires and numerous smaller principalities shared this sentiment. Meanwhile, domestic ministers were equally motivated, for a nation cannot endure a day without military presence or heirs. Presently, Qin Shou had neither a queen nor even a consort, which was unacceptable to the ministers. Hence, for the past month, the Minister of Rights had been diligently selecting suitable candidates for the emperor's harem. Your Majesty, you have ascended the throne for over a month, yet your harem remains empty, causing great unease among the ministers. I have identified 10 exquisite maidens from prestigious families, suitable to fill your harem. Upon hearing the Minister of Right's words, Qin Shou's heart soared with joy, for his system favored those with many offspring. Naturally, to have many children, one must take multiple wives. However, he feared that hastily establishing a harem immediately after his ascension might tarnish his image. Thus, he had restrained himself for over a month, only to discover that the minister had been discreetly seeking suitable ladies, and had found 10. Feigning hesitation, he replied, "Esteemed ministers, I am deeply moved by your thoughtful consideration. But would not 10 be too many? Your Majesty, that is hardly excessive. The late Emperor Li Shi maintained over 100 consorts. 10 would not only be appropriate, but rather insufficient. Moreover, which minister does not have at least 8 or 10 women in their household? As the Son of Heaven, you ought to expand the lineage of the Shenlong Empire for its stability." The Minister of Rights spoke persuasively, leaving Qin Shou with no choice but to acquiesce. Very well. Let them be admitted to the harem, granting them the status of consorts for now, while the matter of a queen shall be discussed later. Yes, the Minister of Rights, Ma Xiu, was elated at the emperor's approval. This maneuver not only garnered favor before the emperor, but also yielded significant benefits from the other families. That night, filled with excitement, Qin Shou entered his chambers, where a beauty awaited him. Reflecting on his years in this world, he could hardly contain his exhilaration at the prospect of shedding his youthful title. Upon entering, he beheld a woman clad in a flowing green gown, resembling a celestial being lost in thought. Upon hearing his footsteps, the lady quickly stood up with a bashful expression, her eyes akin to a flowing river in spring. Daring not to meet his gaze, "Your humble servant, Xia Wanrong, pays her respects to your Majesty." "No need for such formalities, my beloved consort." Qin Shou hastily approached, grasping the beauty's hand to assist her up. "Your Majesty, oh my dear heart." At this tender utterance, Qin Shou was struck to the core, feeling a wave of weakness wash over him, and he instinctively pulled the beauty into his embrace. Startled by his boldness, the beauty could not help but exclaim in a flurry. Yet, she soon submitted entirely, nestling against him, and inhaling her alluring fragrance. Qin Shou felt intoxicated. However, he refrained from immediate action, choosing instead to converse with Xia Wanrong. It turned out that Xia Wanrong hailed from the prominent Xia family of Xifang City in the central region, a family renowned for its numerous cultivators. Despite her striking beauty, Xia Wanrong possessed no talent for cultivation, rendering her rather unappreciated within her family, leading to her being sent to serve as a consort for the new emperor, Qin Shou. This decision also signified her family's acknowledgement of his imperial status. "My beloved, the night is deep. Let's take our rest. I implore your Majesty's compassion." Qin Shou felt a surge of warmth within him and promptly summoned a palace made to assist with his attire. Ding! The system detects that the host has, for the first time, overcome a life obstacle, rewarding the host with a golden kidney and the instant strike skill. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Shou was filled with exhilaration and quickly examined the functions of these two skills. Golden kidney, the strongest kidney in the world, significantly enhancing the host's regenerative capacity for vitality and bolstering combat abilities. As long as life persists, so too shall combat endure, maintaining the host in a state of readiness for battle while greatly reducing the consumption of personal essence. Instant strike enhances the success rate of the host's offspring, alleviating the frustration of repetitive failures. Having reviewed these skills, Qin Shou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Previously, he had worried about how a mere mortal could withstand such incessant consumption. After all, Ancient emperors, unless they were cultivators, seldom could endure the relentless grind of time. With the golden kidney, that concern was now alleviated. Furthermore, the instant strike skill significantly improved the success rate, relieving him of anxieties regarding conception difficulties. Empowered by these skills, Qin Shou transformed into a beast, boldly embarking on a path of unrestrained exploration, leaving the palace maids blushing and weak-kneed. Ding! The host is nurturing offspring. The system detects that both the host and spouse are mortals. The host can expend lifespan to enhance the offspring. 1. Consume 5 years of lifespan for a high probability of obtaining low-grade spiritual roots, with a slight chance of acquiring medium-grade spiritual roots and pseudo-spiritual roots. 2. Consume 10 years of lifespan for a high probability of obtaining medium-grade spiritual roots, with a slight chance of acquiring high-grade spiritual roots and low-grade spiritual roots. 3. Consume 20 years of lifespan for a high probability of obtaining high-grade spiritual roots, with a slight chance of acquiring exceptional spiritual roots and medium-grade spiritual roots. Upon seeing the system's prompt, Qin Shou was taken aback, astonished that the system possessed such functionality. Although this capability was formidable, it also threatened to shorten his lifespan, leaving Qin Shou in a quandary. Chapter 8. The birth of the first child, Your Majesty. What is the matter? Why have you stopped? Qin Shou, lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by Xia Wanrong's curious inquiry. It is nothing. Let us continue. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shou resolved to take the plunge. For as the saying goes, one must risk the wolf to save the child. The system indicated he had 80 years of lifespan remaining, and it was essential to establish a solid foundation for future security. Thus, he decisively chose the third option, leaving the fate of subsequent children to chance. He recognized that with his current limitations, he could not afford to expend his lifespan for each child. Otherwise, he might perish before the first child even had a chance to thrive. With successful experience behind him, Qin Shou enjoyed a period of great comfort, relishing the company of various beauties daily. Such was the joy of being an emperor. Your Majesty, the kingdom of Qin Shou has sent a princess along with 50 maidens, hoping for a marriage alliance with our Shenlong Empire. How shall we proceed? Early one morning, Qin Shou received this delightful news. Since the guests had already arrived, there was no reason to send them back. Very well, I consent. The princess and her maidens shall be accommodated in the Qin Shou Palace. Yes, Your Majesty. The Tianlong Empire has sent a princess along with 50 maidens, seeking a marriage alliance with our Shenlong Empire. How shall we proceed? Your Majesty. The Ruren Kingdom has sent a princess along with 50 maidens, hoping for a marriage alliance with our Shenlong Empire. What is your decision? Your Majesty. The Ghost Realm has sent a princess and 20 maidens seeking a marriage alliance with our Shenlong Empire. What is your decision? Your Majesty. The Mayatek Empire has sent a princess along with 50 maidens, wishing to form a marriage alliance with our Shenlong Empire. How shall we proceed? Listening to the continuous stream of countries offering princesses for marriage, Qin Shou felt his head spinning. Evidently, the foreign minister, Smart, had not yet finished his report, as there were still the Lei Kingdom, the Jialan Empire, the Huiyun Principality, and the Lily Kingdom sending princesses, since he had already consented to one. Refusing the subsequent offers would undoubtedly cause them embarrassment. Thus, Qin Shou gritted his teeth and permitted them all to stay, recognizing the necessity of maintaining stability within the Shenlong Empire. Currently, the Shenlong Empire required consolidation after its previously rapid expansion had left some foundations unstable. Therefore, with others extending an olive branch, he could not afford to slap their faces. The palace, which had felt somewhat empty after all the eunuchs were expelled, now buzzed with life due to the new arrivals. To ensure fairness, the dragon bed in Qin Shou's chambers grew increasingly spacious. There was no alternative. Without such measures, it would be impossible to satisfy everyone. 8 months later, within the imperial harem of the Shenlong Empire, Qin Shou paced anxiously outside, unable to remain still. His restlessness was warranted, as Xia Wanrong lay on the bed, drenched in sweat, gritting her teeth with all her might. Today marked the birth of his first child, a moment that would determine whether this child would bring a qualitative transformation to his life. With a resounding cry piercing the palace, Qin Shou's first child finally entered the world. Ding! Congratulations! The host has given birth to an exceptional descendant with a fire spiritual root. Obtaining low-grade water and wood dual spiritual roots, gaining 10 years of lifespan, and acquiring the cultivation technique, dual cultivation method. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Shou trembled with joy, realizing the truth of the system's promise. Indeed, childbirth could empower him, allowing him to cultivate in the future. Qin Shou swiftly opened a translucent panel. Name: Qin Shou. Identity: son of the Shenlong Empire. Talent: low-grade water spiritual root. Low-grade wood spiritual root. Realm: mortal. Cultivation method: dual cultivation method. Offspring: lifespan: 40. Gazing at how he had transitioned from having no spiritual roots to possessing low-grade water and wood dual spiritual roots, Qin Shou felt as though he were in a dream. It is known that those with spiritual roots are scarce in this world, and even fewer possess multiple roots. Having an additional spiritual root signifies another avenue for cultivation, greatly accelerating the pace compared to a single root. Of course, this presupposes that others' roots are the same grade. Now, not only could he grow stronger through procreation, but he could also enhance his abilities through dual cultivation. Such overwhelming happiness. He resolved that from now on, all the fairies would belong to him, and none would dare to covet them. Your Majesty, the child has been successfully born. It is a prince, and both mother and child are safe, the midwife announced while cradling the infant, but Qin Shou was lost in a euphoric daze and did not hear her. She thought nothing of it, attributing his silence to the excitement of having an heir, and repeated her words. This time, Qin Shou truly listened, quickly suppressing his elation as he took the child from her arms, bestowing generous rewards upon her. Joyous occasions uplift the spirit, and trivial matters of wealth paled in comparison. Overjoyed by his words, the midwife expressed her gratitude earnestly. As Qin Shou entered the chamber, he noticed that although Xia Wanrong's complexion was somewhat pale, her spirit was quite lively. Wanrong, look at how adorable our child is. His mouth and eyes are just like yours, he exclaimed, approaching her bedside. Unable to contain his excitement, observing Qin Shou's happiness, Xia Wanrong radiated joy as she requested, Your Majesty, may I hold our son? Naturally. Qin Shou obliged and handed the child to her. With a face full of maternal affection, Xia Wanrong said, Your Majesty, please bestow a name upon our son. Let me ponder for a moment, Qin Shou mused, stroking his chin. After a brief contemplation, he declared, Since this child is my firstborn and has arrived from a lineage of nobility, his future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Let us name him Qin Feihu. It carries a powerful resonance. Qin Feihu. Yes, that name is splendid. We shall call him Feihu. I hope our little tiger grows to be as formidable and fierce as his namesake. At that moment, Qin Feihu seemed to sense something, breaking into a grin. After some playful banter with their son, little Feihu suddenly began to wail, possibly due to hunger, prompting Xia Wanrong to quickly nurse him without hesitation. Even with Qin Shou present, as he had always assisted her prior to the child's birth. Qin Shou gazed at this heartwarming scene with a foolish grin, contemplating the 20 or so children yet to be born, eagerly anticipating the immense joy their arrival would bring him. Following the acquisition of the dual cultivation technique, he could hardly wait to experiment with the beautiful women sent from various countries, and the results were remarkably satisfactory. The technique not only granted him personal enhancement, but also altered the physical constitution of his partners, a delightful surprise indeed. 5 days later, Qin Shou welcomed his second child into the world. Chapter 9. Enhancement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the birth of a child with inferior golden spiritual roots, gaining 1 year of lifespan and a minor advancement in cultivation. In merely half a month, Qin Shou's progeny had already swelled to 10, with the first 10 concubines having all given birth. This wave of births had resulted in an overwhelming triumph for him. He named them Qin Yu, Qin Wei, Qin Shi, Qin Beichun, Qin Muin, Qin Shui, Qin Ing, Qin Zhang, and Qin Lingyun. Name: Qin Shou. Identity: son of the divine dragon empire. Talent: inferior water spiritual roots. Medium wood spiritual roots. Realm: Qi refinement stage 5. Cultivation method: dual cultivation technique. Descendants: 10. Lifespan: 60, although 3 of the children lacked spiritual roots. It was a commendable outcome, considering their parents were mortals. Without his intervention, the likelihood of birthing children with spiritual roots was exceedingly low. Nevertheless, surprises did arise. For instance, the youngest, Qin Lingyun, astonishingly possessed exceptional water spiritual roots. This was entirely due to her own fortune and the favor of providence. Thus, Qin Shou bestowed upon her the name Lingyun, and her birth elevated his previous inferior with spiritual roots to medium grade. In light of the children's arrival, Qin Shou contemplated bestowing gifts upon the women who bore his children, leading him to the treasury amassed by the ancestors of the former Daxia royal lineage. To his astonishment, he had previously neglected to visit this treasury, as the Divine Dragon Empire was not in want of wealth. However, upon entering, he was nearly struck speechless by the sight before him. The vault was filled to the brim with piles of gold coins and exquisite treasures, amounting to at least hundreds of millions of gold coins, a staggering fortune indeed. Traversing the coin-paved floor, he entered another chamber, which still brimmed with gold and various artifacts. Yet, a few bookshelves caught his eye. Upon inspection, he discovered they contained manuals for mortals seeking to cultivate, totaling no less than 100 volumes, though they held little interest for him. Then, in a corner, he spotted a chest, and upon opening it, he found it filled with items resembling jade, neither entirely stone nor entirely otherwise. Qin Shou felt a surge of realization and murmured, "Could these be the spiritual stones used by cultivators?" Sensing the pure spiritual energy emanating from the stones, he was certain they were indeed spiritual stones. Although he had never encountered spiritual stones before, he had heard mention of them countless times. Since he could not cultivate, the stones had previously held no value for him. Thus he had never paid them much attention. He was utterly unprepared for the discovery of such treasures within the treasury, for spiritual stones were coveted by cultivators and served as universal currency in the cultivation world. The Divine Dragon Empire possessed its own spiritual stone mines, but they were monopolized by various cultivation sections. Despite the empire managing billions of subjects, appearing immensely powerful, they paled in comparison to the cultivators. A mere minor sect could easily decimate the entire Forbidden City, highlighting the plight of ordinary mortals. This was also why cultivators were forbidden from meddling in the affairs of the mundane world. Otherwise, how could Qin Shou ever hope to compete? Even though Qin Shou was still in the Qi refinement stage, he could easily handle the former Wang Dafu, showcasing the stark contrast between cultivation and martial prowess. In the mundane realm, anyone with spiritual roots will be mercilessly plundered by these sects, leaving no talent within secular dynasties to combat them. Thus, Qin Shou was astounded by the presence of spiritual stones in the treasury. As he felt the abundant spiritual energy within a stone, he could not resist picking it up. Ding! Detectable absorbable item. Does the host wish to absorb it? System, what benefit would there be in absorbing these spiritual stones? Qin Shou asked in astonishment upon learning that the system could absorb spiritual stones. The host may choose to enhance cultivation or extend lifespan. The prospect of absorbing spiritual stones to prolong his life ignited a spark of excitement in Qin Shou. If he could continuously absorb them, could he not attain immortality? His eyes gleamed with newfound hope. With only 60 years of life remaining, he had previously relied solely on the rewards from fathering children to extend his lifespan. Now, the ability to absorb spiritual stones presented an exhilarating opportunity. The more spiritual stones he acquired, the longer his life would be, enabling him to enhance the spiritual roots of his descendants. The stronger their spiritual roots, the greater the rewards he would reap. It formed a perfect cycle, and such an advantageous prospect was simply irresistible. However, obtaining spiritual stones was an arduous task, akin to climbing to the heavens. System, which option do you recommend? Before making a decision, Qin Shou resolved to heed the system's advice, as it possessed far greater wisdom. Ding! The system recommends the host prioritize extending lifespan. The longer you live, the more opportunities will arise. The system's counsel seemed sound. For the past year, he had maintained a low profile, seemingly entirely immersed in the joys of procreation. He had delegated many state affairs to his ministers, requiring only their summaries and reports. Such an admirable emperor, it would seem, should not provoke thoughts of assassination from others. Moreover, with the borders stabilized and the nation flourishing this year, it is unlikely that foreign powers would contemplate an invasion of the Shenlong Digua. Consequently, this unassuming emperor probably does not attract the ire of formidable figures, akin to how Wang Dafu stealthily approached to eliminate him in the past. Furthermore, he is no longer the frail individual who could not fend off a chicken. Once the remaining children are born in a few months, he is quite likely to ascend to the foundational stage. In the realm of the mundane, reaching the foundational stage should render him nearly invincible, should it not? Upon reflecting on this, Qin Shou reached a resolution. System, convert all these spiritual stones into lifespan. Upon issuing his command, the once filled boxes of spiritual stones vanished in an instant, with the system continuously relaying the sound of lifespan enhancement. Yet, the quantity of spiritual stones proved insufficient, granting him merely 50 additional years. Tasting the sweetness of this newfound power, Qin Shou continued to rummage through the treasury, hoping to unearth more spiritual stones, though his efforts were met with disappointment. His lifespan now extended to 110 years, which is no small achievement, as it unveiled a shortcut to enhance longevity. After distributing the selected items among his women, he proceeded to the palace of Qian Shue, where he found her cradling Qin Lingyun and softly humming a tune. Upon noticing Qin Shou, she quickly stood up with Qin Lingyun in her arms, intending to pay her respects, but was halted by Qin Shou's gesture. "Your Majesty, what brings you to this humble abode?" she inquired. As the children had yet to undergo talent testing, Qian Shue remained unaware that the child in her arms possessed a superior spiritual root. Is this not our little Lingyun?" Qin Shou replied with a smile, withholding his true intentions at first. Although they were mere mortals, it was essential to maintain an element of surprise. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your concern," Qian Shue responded, her heart swelling with joy at Qin Shou's affection for their daughter. Initially, she had harbored worries about whether Qin Shou would cherish their daughter upon learning of her birth. But ultimately, those concerns proved to be unfounded. You are my woman, and Lingyun is my child. It is only natural to care," he reassured her. Qian Shue's cheeks flushed at his words, but more so, she felt a profound sense of happiness. They were ordinary individuals whose lives would eventually come to an end after a few decades or a century. Having a loving husband was indeed the greatest fortune. Qin Shou approached her, enveloping her in his embrace, and discreetly inserted a jade hairpin into her flowing locks. In the secret chamber of the imperial palace within the Forbidden City, Qin Shou had summoned his 5 great kings just days prior. At this moment, the 6 of them were seated around a table within the chamber. Wudi, Bufan, Chuyang, and Qianjuan. "When did you last depart from the capital?" Qin Shou inquired, as he had been preoccupied with the endeavor of procreation, neglecting to keep track of many matters. The 4 were astonished and pleased to see their emperor's spirit rejuvenated, his presence increasingly commanding, with glimmers of brilliance flickering in his eyes. After all, as long as Qin Shou enjoyed good health, it signified the stability of their own positions. "Your Majesty, the 4 of us last left 3 months ago," Chuyang replied with a smile. Observing their thriving states, Qin Shou had not actually slaughtered all of Li Shi's family. Instead, he had rewarded the adult women to these loyal subjects. Only those whom no one desired were met with execution. Evidently, such opportunities were scarce, as it was rumored that a certain general had taken a woman in her 60s, the former Empress Dowager, as his wife. It was likely that his interest lay not in her age, but in her past status, as having such a woman by his side would provide a sense of accomplishment. The underage maidens were placed in a secluded chamber of the palace for their protection. It was said that Chuyang had selected 2 of Li Shi's concubines. Yet with so many women in Li Shi's harem, over half remained untouched, merely kept within the palace. Thus, Qin Shou's rebellion against Li Shi proved a boon for them, as those who gained them were predominantly military generals, given their prior standing. 3 months. It feels as though an eternity has passed. It seems I have grown accustomed to your company, and now I find it somewhat unsettling to be apart, Qin Shou remarked warmly, eliciting knowing smiles from the others. The 4 expressed envy for Zhou Jian, who could remain in the capital alongside the emperor, witnessing him daily. However, in contrast, they enjoyed greater freedom, a trade-off of sorts. "We too miss your Majesty, but as long as we can contribute to the stability of your empire, we are willing to serve from any location," Murongwudi said sincerely. "With you all by my side, what do I have to be concerned about?" Qin Shou replied, then produced a few martial arts manuals he had discovered in the treasury. "Here are some ancient texts left by previous dynasties. See if any pique your interest." "Is this the Huang, Ji Jing Tao Ju? Your Majesty, is this not the secret technique reserved for the royal family of the previous dynasty?" Lu Bufan exclaimed upon picking up the manual. "Indeed, it is the Huang Ji Jing Tao Ju, a technique not meant for public dissemination by the Li clan. If any of you wish to practice it, feel free, as I cannot utilize it myself. Then I shall not be polite." Lu Bufan responded with delight upon receiving Qin Shou's permission. The other manuals Qin Shou presented were equally impressive, hence his decision to bring them forth. Your Majesty, did you summon us specifically to select these manuals? Wan Qianjuan inquired, engrossed in a copy of the Da Li Jing Gongjing. Not all. I have tasks for you to undertake. Stealthily, Qin Shou replied, prompting the others to adopt a serious demeanor. What would you have us do, Your Majesty? Are we to engage in warfare against other nations? After more than a year of peace, I find myself somewhat unaccustomed, Chu Yang remarked, causing the other four to eagerly prepare for action, leaving Qin Shou somewhat exasperated. These individuals had become overly accustomed to effortless victories, forgetting that war often brings rivers of blood and suffering primarily to the common folk. Moreover, Qin Shou believed that the current territory was already sufficiently vast. If expansion were necessary, it should be left to future generations. After they completed their tasks, would there be nothing left for their successors to do? I do not intend for you to engage in battle. I do not wish for war, at least not at this moment. The nation has just stabilized, and its power is gradually increasing. It is not the time for conflict. The five men felt a tinge of disappointment, yet they never questioned Qin Shou's decisions. Not in the past, nor in the present, and certainly not in the future. What I require of you is to discreetly search for any undiscovered spiritual stone mines. You are aware that for a nation to grow powerful, it must cultivate numerous skilled practitioners. To nurture such individuals, rare treasures and spiritual stone mines are indispensable. Your Majesty, are you suggesting? Zhou Jian gasped, overwhelmed by Qin Shou's audacious concept. You are overthinking, for I merely wish to cultivate some skilled individuals for the Empire. I have no intention of challenging the cultivation sections. To oppose them would be akin to striking a rock with an egg. Did Qin Shou have thoughts on the matter? Indeed, yet such notions could not be openly expressed, as the current court of the Shenlong Digua possessed no power to contend with the sections. Should the various sects become aware of his intentions, it is likely they would dispatch individuals to eliminate him. Thus, he vehemently denied Zhou Jian's conjecture. And upon witnessing his refutation, Zhou Jian and the others could not help but exhale in relief. While they possessed a degree of pride, they were not so audacious as to challenge the cultivators. Despite the formidable appearance of a vast army, the arrows they unleashed could be overwhelming. Yet, with a mere protective aura, it remained uncertain whether those arrows could penetrate such defenses. Naturally, this concern did not extend to those in the Qi refinement stage, for a sect is not solely comprised of practitioners at that level. Qi refinement merely represents the lowest tier of combat power within a sect. Therefore, it is imperative that you proceed in secrecy, ensuring that no information is leaked. I have faith that within the expansive territories of the Shenlong Empire, there are untapped spiritual stone veins yet to be discovered. Once these veins are located, you will establish a base under the pretext of training troops. You need not seek my guidance on this, as you are undoubtedly aware of the necessary actions. As for those that have been mined, they should not concern us, lest our intentions be revealed. The only individuals I can trust are the five of you, and thus this task must be entrusted solely to you. Upon concluding his words, Qin Shou observed the five individuals clasping their fists in salute, assuring him that they would commence their actions immediately, not wishing to disappoint him. It is crucial to devise a meticulous plan, ensuring that only trustworthy individuals are involved. This matter is of utmost importance and must not be treated lightly. We understand. Qin Shou regarded these loyal aides he had nurtured with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. After imparting further instructions, he allowed them to depart, watching their figures fade away, and sighed. He recognized the challenges ahead, yet a flicker of hope lingered in the possibility of fortuitous outcomes. Chapter 11. Mastery in the blink of an eye. 6 months had elapsed, and when Qin Shou's 21st child was born, he had yet to ascend to the foundation establishment stage. Not only had he not reached that level, but he had merely attained the 8th layer of Qi refinement, still a considerable distance from foundation establishment. This progress was solely the result of cultivating the dual cultivation technique. Otherwise, he might have struggled to break through to the 8th layer at all. The predicament arose from the lackluster talent of his 11 children, with only one possessing a low-grade spiritual root and merely 2 in total. Additionally, 2 were deemed pseudo-spiritual roots, offering no real advantage. The remainder were devoid of spiritual roots altogether, destined to practice only the mundane techniques available to ordinary individuals. Consequently, Qin Shou had derived minimal benefit from this situation. This was also the reason he did not permit the first batch of consorts to bear more offspring after their initial deliveries. Hence, Qin Shou was fervently eager to acquire a substantial amount of spiritual stones to extend his lifespan. However, half a year had passed without any news from Chu Yong and Lu Bufan. Although he understood the slim chances of success for their endeavors, he still clung to the faintest glimmer of hope. 3 more years slipped by, during which Qin Shou remained exceedingly prudent, refraining from allowing any of his women to bear children. His children, now 3 years old, were lively and mischievous. Feeling a sense of restlessness, Qin Shou decided to venture outside for a stroll. He quietly departed the Forbidden City, seeking solace in a secluded area on the outskirts to test the extent of his current prowess. Yet, as he stepped into a valley, he sensed a disturbance in the true energy emanating from ahead, undoubtedly the result of a confrontation between cultivators. Judging by the energy signatures, at least one of the combatants possessed a cultivation level above the golden core stage. Although he was tempted to retreat, curiosity ultimately compelled him to stealthily approach the source of the conflict, for encounters between cultivators were rare. Firilyu, you truly live up to your reputation as an elder of the Liulixian Palace. Despite being afflicted by my unique poison, you remain formidable, which is quite unexpected. A sinister voice echoed from the front, causing Qin Shou to feel a wave of discomfort. What astonished him further was the audacity of this individual to target an elder of the Liulixian Palace. Such boldness was extraordinary. The Liulixian Palace was one of the most powerful sects on the North Heaven continent. Provoking them was akin to courting death. Additionally, given that Elder Lu had risen to such a rank, her strength was likely at least at the nascent soul stage. Initially, Qin Shou had assumed the clash involved mere golden core practitioners. However, the reality exceeded his expectations. Now, he dared not advance any further. Acutely aware of his status as a mere foundation establishment cultivator, a nascent soul expert could extinguish his life with the ease of crushing an ant, and he could not afford to jeopardize his existence for mere entertainment. Loomingly, feeling the effects of the poison causing her complexion to flush, remained undeterred in her assault despite the sinister voice taunting her from across the way. To have thoughts of targeting this elder is but a foolish daydream. Today, I shall ensure your demise and rid the world of your malevolence. Oh, my dear heart, do refrain from angering yourself. The more agitated you become, the faster the poison will spread. If you wish to hasten your demise, why not we cease this conflict and journey to Wushan together? The malevolent figure, clad in contrasting black and white attire, appeared unfazed by Lu Mengli's offensive, continuing to mock her. Whether he was genuinely confident or merely attempting to provoke her, perhaps both, remained unclear. Desist in your arrogance. Even if this elder were to fall victim to your seductive poison, I shall ensure you meet a fate worse than death. Is that so? I stand right before you. Let us see how you intend to accomplish that. Observing the villainous expression on his face and the way his eyes roamed over her, Lu Mengli gritted her teeth in frustration, especially as she felt the poison within her body begin to spiral out of control. She recognized that this adversary was not one to be trifled with. Capturing her would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Thus, she resolved to eliminate him before the poison fully manifested, allowing her the time necessary to counteract its effects. With that thought in mind, Lu Mengli unleashed her full strength. The malevolent practitioner, confronted with her sudden onslaught, could not afford to be overly confident. Despite his nonchalant demeanor, he was acutely aware of the peril he faced. Having been relentlessly pursued by Lu Mengli across Yunhe Prefecture, he had sustained considerable injuries. Consequently, he had devised a scheme to ensnare Lu Mengli with the seductive poison, which had emboldened his arrogance. Now, witnessing her desperate assault, he was compelled to evade, scrambling to avoid her strikes. He understood that if he could survive this wave of her attacks, victory would ultimately be his. Lu Mengli, faced with his slippery evasions, found herself at a loss, gritting her teeth as she pressed on with her assault. However, it is evident that this approach is unsustainable, as she feels the seductive poison gradually eroding her nerves. Her body is on the verge of losing control. The sinister figure, witnessing her state, is elated. Lu Mengli's gaze is akin to flowing water, her complexion flushed, clearly teetering on the edge of oblivion. Yet, just as he revels in his triumph, he suddenly notices Lu Mengli glancing over her shoulder, uttering, "Kind fellow, please assist in vanquishing this wicked entity, and the Liuli Xian Palace shall reward you handsomely." The words leave the villain astounded, as he had sensed no one approaching from behind. If there truly was someone, it could only be due to their overwhelming strength. The gleeful expression on Lu Mingli's face convinces him of her sincerity. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, hiding behind a rock and eavesdropping, is taken aback, mistakenly believing Lu Mingli is referring to him, for he is the only one present. Now that Lu Mingli has discovered his presence, should he emerge to aid her? He is acutely aware of his own lack of strength. Stepping out would be tantamount to courting death. However, since he has already been uncovered, refraining from intervening seems equally perilous, as the villain, once he dispatches Lu Mingli, would undoubtedly eliminate him to keep his actions concealed. Just as he grapples with this dilemma, an unexpected turn of events causes his eyes to widen in disbelief. In Chapter 12, Abundant Harvests, Lu Mingli seizes the opportunity as the Wicked One is momentarily distracted, driving a flying sword straight through his chest. Realizing he has been outwitted, the villain, now with a gaping wound, points a trembling finger at Lu Mingli, exclaiming, You deceived me? And what of it? I despise you," he retorts before plummeting to the ground. At this moment, the poison within Lu Mingli has spread throughout her body. Her eyes glisten with tears, and her complexion is flushed. Yet, to verify the villain's demise, she thrusts her sword into him a few more times, ultimately beheading him. From a distance, Qin Shou watches in silence, wondering why she did not simply decapitate him at once. Was it merely to vent her frustration? At last, Lu Mingli feels a sense of relief. However, fearing that the bloodshed may attract other cultivators or beasts, she grips her sword and heads in another direction. Observing her departure, Qin Shou emerges from his hiding place and approaches the fallen villain, rifling through his belongings. He swiftly removes the storage ring from the villain's hand and tosses it into his system space. Once satisfied that he has thoroughly searched the body, he hurries after Lu Mingli. It would be a grave misfortune to let such an opportunity slip by without ensuring she bears him a child. Meanwhile, Lu Mingli feels as though she is engulfed in flames, discomfort coursing through her entire being. Fortunately, she soon discovers a cave and, relying on the last vestiges of her reason, enters. Just as she prepares to circulate her vital energy to dispel the poison within, she hears footsteps outside. Panic seizes her. Her previously rosy complexion pales, and as she attempts to grasp her sword, she realizes her body has grown too weak. Moments later, a man appears at the cave entrance. Upon seeing him, she understands that her innocence now hinges on the whims of fate. "Fairy, you must be suffering greatly. Allow me to alleviate your poison." As she feels herself enveloped in his embrace and hears his words, she knows her fate is sealed. At this moment, Qin Shou's heart is filled with elation. He had ventured out simply to clear his mind and test his abilities, never expecting such a substantial reward. Not only has he robbed a formidable wicked cultivator of his treasures, but he now holds the elder of the Liuli Xian Palace in his arms, free to act as he pleases. This elder, if she were to appear in the Zijin city or within his palace, would command his utmost respect. With no room for inappropriate thoughts, lest death be his fate. At this juncture, he refrains from speaking, for Lu Mingli has already made her move. In light of this, he resolves to be unyielding. As a man, he cannot allow a woman to suffer even the slightest harm. Ding. Host is procreating. Detected partner possesses a Tianling root. Host may consume lifespan to enhance offspring. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan for a high probability of offspring acquiring a premium spirit root, and a minuscule chance of acquiring a terrestrial spirit root or a medium-grade spirit root. 2. Consume 20 years of lifespan for a high probability of offspring acquiring a terrestrial spirit root, and a minuscule chance of acquiring a Tianling root or a premium spirit root. 3. Consume 50 years of lifespan for a high probability of offspring acquiring a Tianling root, and a minuscule chance of acquiring a pseudo-immortal spirit root or a terrestrial spirit root. 4. Consume 100 years of lifespan for guaranteed offspring to acquire a pseudo-immortal spirit root. Upon seeing the system's newly added tiers of terrestrial spirit root, Tianling root, and pseudo-immortal spirit root, Qin Shou cannot help but marvel at the undeniable truth. The stronger the mother's spirit root, the greater the potential of the offspring. To his astonishment, Lu Mengli possesses a Tianling root, while he himself is only of medium grade. The disparity is immense. Without this opportunity, he would not know how many years he would have to wait to encounter such a high-caliber fairy. Just as he prepares to select option 3, unexpectedly, Lu Mengli bites down on his shoulder, causing him to inhale sharply in pain. However, the system interprets his gasp as a choice. Ding! Host selects option 4, deducting 100 years from the host's lifespan, enhancing the host's offspring. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Qin Shou is left dumbfounded. Originally, he had only 107 years of life remaining, and now, with the deduction, he is left with a mere 7 years. Gazing at Lu Mengli, whose face is flushed and eyes sparkling with tears, he erupts in fury. He had intended to show her some compassion, but now he feels no remorse. 2 hours later, when Lu Mengli opens her eyes, her expression is filled with murderous intent. Yet upon realizing she is alone in the cave, she cannot restrain herself from slamming her palm on the ground in frustration. Just as she prepares to rise, her body weakens again, and her face flushes once more. Meanwhile, Qin Shou has returned to the palace, acutely aware that remaining could lead to unpredictable consequences from Lu Mengli. He does not harbor any illusions that her gratitude for alleviating her poison would protect him. Thus, he resolves to hide, unwilling to gamble with his life. At this moment, he examines the plundered items, shocked to find that this wicked cultivator is quite impoverished. The ring contains merely women's undergarments and a hodgepodge of dubious potions. Additionally, there are 2 cultivation manuals and several hundred spirit stones. Upon seeing the spirit stones, Qin Shou's eyes gleam with hope. With only 7 years of life remaining, he finds himself in a precarious situation. Thus, he hastens to convert all the spirit stones into lifespan through the system. Regrettably, these are merely low-grade spirit stones, granting him an additional 30 years, better than nothing. With the cultivation manuals in hand, he no longer needs to worry about his children's training. Previously, he had only one manual, the Shuangxiu Ju. It would be inappropriate to teach such a technique to toddlers, especially to girls. Moreover, he cannot bear the thought of sending his children to a sect. While children like Qin Feihu and Qin Lingyun, possessing exceptional spirit roots, might attract attention within a cultivation sect, those with inferior spirit roots would merely suffer as laborers. Therefore, it is far better for them to practice at home, avoiding the servitude of others. His child is destined for greatness. How could he be reduced to serving others like a beast of burden? This journey has proven immensely fruitful for Qin Shou, as not only has he advanced his strength through dual cultivation with Lu Mengli, but he has also acquired 2 volumes of techniques and an additional 30 years of life. This outing has truly been worth the risk, although perilous. He finds himself yearning for such dangers daily. Moreover, he has successfully ensured that Lu Mengli is with child. In 10 months, when this child born with a pseudo-immortal spiritual root arrives, the benefits he will reap are immeasurable. Contemplating this, a wicked smile crept upon Qin Shou's lips. Chapter 13. Gathering one day, while Qin Shou was attending to state affairs, a sudden uproar arose from outside the palace. Unable to contain his frown, he instructed a nearby palace maid, "Send someone to investigate the commotion. What is happening out there?" "Yes, your majesty." The maid complied and hurried off. "Moments later," she returned in haste. "Your majesty, today is the day when the Lu Li Xiangong and other sects come to the capital to assess the talents of children aged 4 to 8. Many commoners have brought their children to the central square for testing, which is why it is so noisy." "I see." Dismissed. Hearing the name, Lu Li Xiangong, Qin Shou's eyes involuntarily narrowed, as it had only been a month since his last encounter with Lu Mengli. Although she had not sought him out during this time, he did not feel entirely safe. A sense of unease was inevitable, and it was compounded by the distress of witnessing all the promising children being snatched away by these sections. Without exceptional talents, what could he use to contend with these powerful factions? Even with gifted individuals, the secular dynasty offers no decent techniques for cultivation, perpetuating a vicious cycle. For thousands of years, cultivators have remained exalted beings, while the common folk languish like ants. When in good spirits, they ignore you. When in bad spirits, they may kill you without a chance to resist. Though there are regulations preventing cultivators above the foundation establishment stage from interfering in the mortal realm, these rules are not absolute, and 1 or 2 deaths can occur unnoticed. Sighing, Qin Shou reflected on the long road ahead. Your Majesty, a disciple from Lu Li Xiangong is at the palace gates, requesting an audience. Is the visitor male or female? Qin Shou's eyelids twitched, silently praying that the visitor was not Lu Mengli. However, his concerns proved unnecessary. Had it been Lu Mengli, the guards would not have announced her arrival, but would have allowed her to enter directly. Your Majesty, it is a male disciple. I understand. Please invite him in. Qin Shou sighed in relief. As long as the visitor was not Lu Mengli, he would manage. Soon, a young man entered the hall, escorted by the guards. Qin Shou descended to greet him warmly. Zhang Ji from Lu Li Xiangong pays his respects to your Majesty. Qin Shou was taken aback by the politeness of this disciple, named Zhang Ji, and felt a surge of goodwill towards him. I appreciate your courtesy. I wonder if there is any matter requiring my assistance. Should there be, do not hesitate to speak. The Shenlong Empire will do its utmost to cooperate. Thank you for your kind offer, Your Majesty, but there is no need for your intervention. Zhang Ji is here on behalf of the elders to invite Your Majesty to witness the testing. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou felt as though his heart had been pierced. Just moments ago, he had lamented the loss of promising talents, and now he was being invited to observe the very event that would further deprive him of them. It felt like salt in a wound. Then I thank you, esteemed disciple. I shall accompany you at once. As he spoke, a sudden jolt surged through him. Might I inquire which elder from Lu Li Xiangong has come? Though Zhang Ji found the question odd, he readily answered, the elder here is named Li Fu. So it is Elder Li Fu. I have yet to meet him. It would be a rare fortune to do so. Qin Shou laughed heartily, attempting to divert Zhang Ji's attention and mask his own anxiety. Zhang Ji sensed something peculiar about Qin Shou's words, but thought little of it. To him, Qin Shou was merely a mortal ruler. Any schemes he might harbor would amount to nothing. Moreover, he believed no dynasty would dare confront Lu Li Xiangong. This confidence stemmed from their immense power, radiating from within. Shortly thereafter, accompanied by guards, Qin Shou and Zhang Ji boarded a carriage bound for the testing platform. Zhang Ji appeared to be around 20, his power comparable to Qin Shou's, suggesting a high level of innate talent. Upon arriving at the testing platform, they found the assessment had yet to commence. However, the vast square was already filled with people. Thanks to the city guards maintaining order, it did not appear chaotic. After all, who would dare disrupt the proceedings in the presence of Lu Li Xiangong's cultivators? Angering them would bear consequences too severe for anyone to endure. Elder Li Fu appeared youthful, yet he possessed an air of refinement, sporting a beard over a foot in length that added to his carefree demeanor. Behind him stood 5 disciples from Lu Li Xiangong, 3 males and 2 females, all of whom were above the foundation establishment stage. Qin Shou found this unsurprising. Every disciple accepted into Lu Li Xiangong had to possess exceptional talent. Other sects surrounded them, such as the formidable Wen Tiangu and Yu Su Jiao, along with lesser factions like Lu Yungu and Dan Tai Yuan. This gathering was an annual tradition where all parties participated in the testing. Naturally, the selection process favored those with greater strength. Lu Li Xiangong, being the most powerful, would choose first. The remaining candidates would then be selected by Wen Tiangu and Yu Su Jiao, followed by the lesser sections. While this process seemed unjust to smaller sects, in this harsh world, fairness is a luxury. To seek equity, one must grow stronger and vanquish their foes. This is the rule devised by the superpowers to ensure their continued dominance, explaining why Lu Li Xiangong has thrived for millennia. Yet, it was not to say that smaller sects had no opportunity to secure talented individuals. They merely needed to find them discreetly and nurture them away from prying eyes. However, the talent testing stones were not easily obtainable, reserved for the larger sects, or found at the talent testing platforms in major cities. The problem is that using the talent testing platform in a big city would inevitably attract attention, leaving no room for concealment. This interconnected web tightly constrains the lower strata, rendering any attempt at resurgence exceedingly challenging. Just as the Shenlong Empire aspires to rise again, without extraordinary opportunities or the accumulation of significant time, such aspirations remain nearly impossible. Qin Shou's presence did not create a significant stir, for he was merely the ruler of a mortal dynasty. The fact that he was invited to observe was already a mark of respect. Expecting them to treat Qin Shou with deference was utterly unrealistic. On the contrary, Qin Shou found himself in the position of needing to show them respect. Alas, a wise man knows when to yield, when one is outmatched, Remaining humble is not shameful. Thus, Qin Shou must embody the qualities of a sagacious leader. Chapter 14. The test. Now that everyone is present, let us begin. As the elder of Lu Li Xiangong, Li Fu naturally took the lead in making this announcement. Despite being the emperor of the Shenlong Empire, Qin Shou found himself seated at the farthest edge of the gathering. As Li Fu's words resonated, the members of the various sects offered no dissent. Swiftly entering the formal proceedings, one by one, the children whose names were called ascended the testing platform, reaching out to touch a mirror-like object, which promptly emitted a radiant glow. Liubi, no spiritualut. The declaration from the testing disciple rang out, pronouncing the verdict upon a child who had once brimmed with hope. Overwhelmed by despair, Liu Bai burst into tears, and one could only imagine the depths of his disappointment. Such scenes have been witnessed countless times before, eliciting no sympathy from the onlookers. With hundreds of billions inhabiting the continent, only a minuscule fraction possessed the coveted spiritual roots. Next, at Guangming Ding, a disheartened child exited, replaced by another filled with hopeful anticipation. Yet, the light in his eyes was swiftly extinguished, mirroring that of the previous child. Chu Jian, low-grade fire spiritual root. Gu Wei, no spiritual root. Mingda, no spiritual hoa. Hian Chao, no spiritual root. Wang Lian, medium-grade with spiritual root. As time slipped by, thousands were tested, with only 4 or 5 possessing spiritual roots. The highest among them was a girl named Wang Lian, and even her root was merely of medium grade. This outcome left all the sects somewhat disheartened, but the knowledge that tens of thousands still awaited testing somewhat alleviated their disappointment. The sheer number of participants stemmed from the fact that the Zijin city boasted a population exceeding 100 million. The few tens of thousands tested today represented only a fraction of the hundreds of thousands of children aged 4 to 8 within the city. Alas, this year's testing revealed a woefully low number of children with spiritual roots, with not a single high-grade root among them, let alone any supreme-grade roots. One could only hope that the forthcoming children would not disappoint, lest their efforts be in vain. Seated beside Qin Shou was an elder from the Wuji sect, whose name Qin Shou did not know. The Wuji sect, located in the northwest of the Shenlong Empire, was a third-tier sect, with the highest cultivation level reaching merely the transformation stage. His words were not directed at Qin Shou, but rather a solitary musing. Having never participated in such tests before, Qin Shou could not help but inquire, "Esteemed elder, were there many with spiritual roots in previous tests?" The elder, recognizing Qin Shou's sincere demeanor and his status as the ruler of the Shenlong Empire, despite his rise through rebellion, responded, "In this world, strength dictated reason. If one possessed power, their words held weight, irrespective of how they ascended to their position." Moreover, Qin Shou's reputation was well known even among the sects, which explained their invitation for him to observe the proceedings. With a sigh, the elder replied, "The talent test occurs every 4 years, with a 4-year age gap between tests. However, this is not a rigid rule. Sometimes it extends to 5 years or more. Although past tests did not yield an abundance of spiritual roots, they at least surpassed the numbers we see this year with stronger talents." "Ah, I see. Thank you for enlightening me, esteemed elder. Your Majesty need not be so polite. Alas, I hope the forthcoming participants will bring surprises. Yet, even if surprises arise, they likely won't benefit our Wuji sect, which is truly disheartening." It was evident that the smaller sects felt great sorrow over their inability to recruit talented disciples. Qin Shou, however, refrained from responding to his lament, aware that others might be eavesdropping on their conversation. Stealing a glance at Li Fu, seated centrally, Qin Shou noted a faint smirk upon his lips. Suspecting he had been listening in, the Wuji sect elder seemed to realize he had spoken too freely, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he turned his attention back to the testing platform, discreetly observing the reactions of others. Once he noticed Li Fu's lack of reaction, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Naturally, Li Fu dismissed such remarks. As a premier sect, Liu Li Xiangong faced challenges from other sections. If every sect were to concern themselves with the words of others, they would surely exhaust themselves. Vong Mai, high-grade ice spiritual root. Li Lei, high-grade fire spiritual root. With the revelation of 2 high-grade spiritual roots in quick succession, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Particularly, the parents of Wang Mei and Li Lei were flushed with exhilaration, trembling with joy. The 2 children, too, radiated delight, unable to contain their ecstatic smiles. Wang Mei's rare ice spiritual root promised an exceptionally bright future. Ice, lightning, and wind attributes were considered rare, possessing greater innate potential compared to the more common attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Despite being only high-grade roots, they were sufficient to grant access to the foremost sects for cultivation. Of course, being favored by Liuli Xiangong would be even more desirable, though the chances of that were slim. Wang Ai Shui, 5 spiritual roots. Meng Zi Yi, 5 spiritual roots. Li Shuejiu, 5 spiritual roots. As child after child ascended and descended the platform, the day quietly slipped away, with larger sects claiming the majority of those possessing spiritual roots. Today's testing concludes here. Those not tested may return tomorrow. Everyone may disperse. As the host's voice echoed, the crowd began to disperse. At this juncture, Qin Shou stood and addressed the gathering. I intend to host a banquet in the palace to honor all esteemed immortals. Might I inquire if any of you are available? I shall not attend, as I prefer tranquility and am unaccustomed to raucous places. I have prior commitments. Thank you, Your Majesty. I have arranged to confer with Elder Wang, so I must apologize. As Li Fu was the first to decline, others quickly followed suit. In their eyes, dining at the palace offered little more than coarse grains. For those accustomed to spiritual meat and elixirs, it held no allure. Not only was it unappealing, but it risked introducing undesirable impurities that could hinder their cultivation. Thus, their refusals to Qin Shou were entirely justified, and he bore no resentment. His invitation had merely been a formality. Had they accepted, it would have been even more burdensome. After all, who enjoys appearing subservient before others? As the crowd dispersed, Qin Shou prepared to return to the palace, eager to put this day behind him. Chapter 15. The Latecomer, Your Majesty, with the various cultivation sects selecting disciples, should we not allow our daughter to attempt the test? Ling Yun is already 3 years old. I wonder if she possesses any spiritual roots. I fear she may be an ordinary person like myself, destined to follow my path. That evening, within the chambers of Qianhuan Shui, Qin Shou was playfully holding their daughter, Qin Lingyun, when Qianhuan Shui broached the topic. Qin Shou had not anticipated her concern, yet upon reflection, it was understandable. Other women likely shared her apprehension that their daughters might be ordinary, destined for political marriages or reduced to mere tools. This is the lament of women born into illustrious families, particularly those within royal households. Their fates are entirely beyond their control, devoid of any strength to resist, unless they are born with the talent of spiritual roots. Just as many of Qin Shou's women have been sent to the palace as mere instruments, were not their destinies similarly dictated? Thus, their concerns were not unfounded. However, they were unaware that they were not akin to those who merely utilized their offspring as tools. He gently pinched Qin Lingyun's small face and affectionately reassured her, "Rest easy. My beloved consort, look at our daughter, so full of spirit. It is evident she is favored by the heavens with a natural talent for cultivation. Furthermore, she is merely 3 years old. There is no rush. Even if she lacks innate spiritual roots, I shall never compel her to undertake tasks she dislikes. Nor shall I use her as a means of exchanging benefits. How could I bear to harm my adorable daughter and bring her unhappiness? Do you not agree, dear daughter?" "Yes, father, you are the best to me. Linga loves you the most," Qin Lingyun exclaimed, leaning in to plant a kiss on Qin Shou's cheek, affirming her sincerity. Feeling the dampness on his face, Qin Shou could not help but chuckle, observing the exchange between father and daughter. Qian Huanyue could not suppress the glow of happiness on her face. After 3 years of companionship, she had come to understand Qin Shou's character and knew his words to be true. The following day, albeit reluctantly, Qin Shou accepted an invitation to witness the event. This continued on the 3rd and 4th days as well. For 10 consecutive days, all children brought by their parents for testing were evaluated. Over these 10 days, more than 60,000 children were assessed, yet only 3 possessed exceptional spiritual roots, which greatly disappointed Li Fu of the Liuli Xian Palace. He chose not to select any of them, leaving them for the other sections. This astonished Qin Shou, if even the Liuli Xian Palace disregarded those with exceptional roots. Must the criteria for entry be at least Earth-level roots? Such a notion was terrifying. Imagine a major sect comprised entirely of individuals with talents surpassing Earth level. Originally, he thought that Lu Mengli's heavenly roots would be regarded as above average in the Liuli Xian Palace, but given the current circumstances, it seemed even she would be considered ordinary there. If he could transform all the women in the Liuli Xian Palace into his own. Merely contemplating this made Qin Shou salivate with desire. Regrettably, dreaming was all he could do, as Lumangli was an unexpected stroke of fortune, an opportunity that was rare indeed. As the testing concluded, some rejoiced while many others despaired, with disappointment far outweighing joy. Those without cultivation talent were left with no choice but to enroll in the martial arts academy established by the empire, resigning themselves to a life as ordinary individuals. Just as various sect representatives prepared to depart with their selected candidates, a woman rushed in, accompanied by a child, urgently pleading, "Esteemed immortals, my child has yet to be tested. Please assist us in testing Xiaomi. She is already 8 years old, and if we miss this opportunity, there will be none left. I bow before you all. I beseech you." Li Fu regarded the kneeling woman and child with a furrowed brow. Talent assessments occurred every 4 years, and the schedule was well established. They should have been prepared. Moreover, 10 days had already passed. Why did they appear only after the testing had concluded? Esteemed immortals, it is not that we did not wish to come, but her father has always opposed it, confining us. We finally managed to escape and rushed here, only to find it too late. I implore you, consider the difficulties we faced and assist us in testing Xiaomi. Since your husband disapproves, why must you persist? Cultivation hinges on opportunity. Missing it signifies your child lacks the fate for it. Furthermore, the testing platform has been closed. Do you understand that reopening it requires a substantial amount of spirit stones? Of course, if you can provide the spirit stones yourselves, or if any sect is willing to cover the cost for your child, that is also a possibility. It ultimately depends on whether you possess them, and if any sect is willing to contribute. Elder Pan Yuhua of the Wintian Pavilion similarly frowned. Opening the talent testing platform required hundreds of high-quality spirit stones, a considerable sum. No one wished to gamble with such an amount on a child of unknown talent. Following Elder Pan's remarks, the woman fell silent, for they were but an ordinary family, having never encountered such spirit stones. She cast a hopeful glance towards the elders of all the sects, yet none seemed inclined to assist. This filled her with profound disappointment. They had escaped with great difficulty, only to arrive too late. Perhaps this was fate, destined to keep her child from the path of cultivation. Faced with the sorrowful expressions of the mother and daughter below, the representatives of the various sects paid them no mind, swiftly summoning their spirit vessels and departing with their chosen disciples. Once all had left, Qin Shou observed the mother and daughter lingering below and instructed a nearby guard, "Bring them to me." With Qin Shou's directive, the mother and child were soon brought before him. Upon seeing him, they hurriedly knelt and bowed. "The commoner gone family greets your majesty." Qin Shou disregarded her greeting, instead focusing on the girl. Under his gaze, the little girl displayed a hint of fear, instinctively retreating behind her mother. Yet in her pure eyes, curiosity flickered as she cautiously regarded the monarch. Gone Shi, equally anxious, felt her earlier sorrow resurface. She was uncertain of Qin Shou's intentions in summoning them. "Rise," Qin Shou said with a smile to the little girl before turning to Gone Shi. "I inquire of you, what is your daughter's name? And why does your husband refuse to allow her to be tested?" Although participation was voluntary, who among parents would not wish for their child to enter an immortal sect, thereby elevating their own status? Thus, Qin Shou was curious. Hearing his inquiry, Gone Shi promptly replied, "Your Majesty, my daughter's name is Jingmi. The reason her father does not wish for her to be tested is that Xiaomi is not his biological child, but rather one we found while working in the mountains. When we discovered her, she wore a longevity lock inscribed with the character Mi, which is why we named her so. As she is not of our blood, my husband regards her merely as a tool for future profit through marriage." "Very well, I understand. This child brings me great joy. Let her enter the palace to serve the princess." Qin Shou had little interest in hearing more. Such tales were common in his previous life on that mysterious planet. "Here are 50 gold coins. Consider it an advance on your daughter's wages for the next 6 months. You may leave her with us and return home. If your husband objects, let him come to me." Qin Shou produced a bag of gold coins and handed it to Gone Shi. She realized that since her daughter was destined for a life without cultivation, serving in the palace alongside the prince and princess was indeed a favorable alternative. At least their living conditions would improve. Moreover, being close to the prince, there was a possibility of her daughter marrying into the royal family in the future. Yet, she had not anticipated receiving such a generous sum of gold coins, merely for half a year's wages. Your Majesty, may I visit Xiaomi in the future? Qin Shou asked, her heart racing as she accepted the coins. Come as you wish, but do not be greedy. Otherwise, I shall become quite displeased. Qin Shou felt compelled to issue a warning. If she were to visit frequently, it would surely become bothersome. Qin Shou, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly in agreement, expressing that as long as they could come to visit, that would suffice. She then turned to Jingmi, saying, Me, from now on. You must live in the palace and be obedient, do you understand? Since His Majesty holds you in such high regard, he will surely ensure you do not suffer. Qin Shou, hearing this, felt somewhat speechless, pondering what it meant for the emperor to like her so much, as if he were some sort of beast. She was merely captivated by Jingmi's clear gaze and sensed that her origins were certainly extraordinary, exuding the aura of a destined heroine. Thus, she hoped to take a chance and see if she could acquire a hidden treasure. The little girl, though somewhat frightened due to her tender age of 8 and the fact that it was her first time away from her mother, had grown somewhat sensible, aware of her unpopularity at home. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, she quickly nodded and replied, I understand, mother. I will be very obedient. My dear daughter is so good. I will come to see you when I have time. Qin Shou said tearfully as she embraced Jingmi, revealing that unlike her husband, she did not withhold love simply because Jingmi was adopted. She was a woman worthy of respect, Qin Shou thought, observing the mother and daughter bidding farewell. Qin Shou refrained from interrupting and instead inquired of the system, can you determine whether this little girl possesses innate spiritual roots? I'm sorry. This system is a multi-child blessing system and has yet to develop such functionality. It is advised that the host focuses more on childbirth. As this is the path to greater strength, the system replied. I wish to bear children, but look at how few years of life I have left. Moreover, my women are all mortals, and without my intervention, the likelihood of them bearing children with spiritual roots is exceedingly low. And you, system, are so stingy. The rewards for giving birth to mortal offspring are far too meager. How am I supposed to proceed? Qin Shou complained to the system, which merely flickered with static before disappearing. With a sigh, Qin Shou shifted his gaze back to Jingmi, hoping she could bring him some surprises. All right, I shall prepare to return to the palace. You may head back now, Qin Shou stated as he stood and gestured to Qin Shou. Jingmi, come here quickly. I will take you to enjoy some delicious food. After casting a glance at Qin Shou, Jingmi received her encouragement. Go, and serve the princess and prince as well. Jingmi nodded, biting her lip reluctantly as she left Qin Shou's side and approached Qin Shou, who took her hand and, under the protection of the guards, returned to the palace. Upon their return, a crowd of concubines, upon seeing him holding the hand of a little girl, could not help but exclaim in surprise, Your Majesty, whose child is this? Could it be yours? Lan Fei, the princess of the Jiaolan Empire, could not resist teasing, as she was the most playful among Qin Shou's women and had the audacity to frequently jest at his expense. Even after becoming a mother, her nature had not changed significantly. The other concubines, hearing her words, nodded in agreement, considering it entirely normal for a man nearing 30 to have a daughter around 7 or 8 years old. The delay in recognition might simply be due to previous military campaigns that had left behind such a child. The concubines scrutinized Jingmi with curiosity, while his 20-odd children were even more intrigued, for suddenly having a new sibling several years their senior was a thrilling prospect. Observing the room full of puzzled expressions, Qin Shou quickly clarified Jingmi's identity. Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd felt a twinge of disappointment, as they had hoped for a more exciting tale to unfold. The following day, Qin Shou summoned all of his children, ensuring Jingmi was included. The purpose of gathering them was to impart the teachings of cultivation. Although some of the children might face setbacks, it was an inevitable part of their destinies. Under his guidance, the exceptionally gifted Qin Feihu and Qin Lingyun sensed the presence of spiritual energy within less than half an hour. And Qin Shou realized he had indeed made a fortunate wager, as Jingmi was even swifter than the two of them. This brought him immense joy, for not only did Jingmi possess spiritual roots, but they were of the highest caliber. A sense of elation filled Qin Shou's heart, akin to discovering a hidden treasure, though he understood that this was not a moment for frivolity. As the hours passed by nightfall, the children endowed with spiritual roots had begun to perceive and swiftly absorb the spiritual energy around them. This filled Qin Shou with pride, as they were all his offspring. His women, however, were astonished to learn that he could cultivate, having long perceived him as a mere mortal incapable of such feats. This sudden transformation caught them off guard. Yet soon, their astonishment was overshadowed by their children's performances. Those who discovered their children possessed spiritual roots felt overwhelming joy, while others who saw their sons weeping over their lack of such gifts were left disheartened. For Qin Shou, there was little he could do beyond offering comfort. For while he could bestow talent, it was contingent upon his own survival, leading him to accept that certain matters lay beyond his control. 2 months swiftly elapsed. Chapter 17. Liu Mengli's dilemma. Since the occurrence of that incident, Liu Mengli had been relentlessly searching for the whereabouts of the man who had violated her. Yet after more than a month, she had yielded no results. At that time, her memories were somewhat hazy. She could only vaguely recall a young man whose visage was unclear. The fruitless search not only bore no fruit, but also led her to discern some unusual changes within her body. She sensed that within her abdomen, a life was rapidly developing, filling her with profound dread. As an elder of the Liu Li Xiangong, and without a partner, the sudden prospect of pregnancy would surely invite ridicule from others. Thus, her first instinct was to attempt to eliminate the fetus within her. But she found herself unable to do so, and another month slipped by. During this time, she began to experience physical reactions, sensing the robust vitality of the life within her. Several times she resolved to eradicate it, only to hesitate at the last moment. "Child, forgive me. Do not blame your mother for her harshness. Blame your wretched father. You ought never to have come into this world," Liu Mengli whispered, caressing her abdomen gently. After countless internal struggles, Liu Mengli recalled her aspirations and ultimately steeled herself to eliminate the fetus. With her determination set, she wasted no time, channeling her true energy to begin the process of refinement. However, to her astonishment, despite numerous attempts, she found herself unable to affect the fetus in any way. Not only could she not refine it away, but it appeared to be absorbing her true energy. This bewildering outcome left her in disbelief, prompting her to halt the flow of her true energy and inspect the fetus, only to discover it had grown slightly stronger. Such a situation confounded her, as it was her first experience of pregnancy, and she had no prior knowledge. Yet, even without experience, surely a human fetus could not withstand refinement? Undeterred, she attempted once more, only to find the results unchanged. Now, thoroughly unsettled, she realized she truly lacked the ability to eradicate the fetus. Were you composed of? To possess such tenacity for life? Are you a divine punishment crafted to torment me? Why can I not rid myself of you? Liu Mengli gritted her silver teeth, her hand resting on her abdomen, feeling the rhythm of life pulsating within. Her brow furrowed in deep thought. Yet, she had resolutely decided against bringing the child into the world, and thus, she needed to devise a way to remove it. With that determination, she rose, exited her chamber, and soared towards a distant mountain peak. Before long, she arrived at the mouth of a cave halfway up the mountainside. Standing respectfully outside, she called out, "Shifu, disciple Liu Mengli seeks an audience." After a brief moment, the stone door slowly opened, and a voice beckoned from within. "Enter." "Thank you, Shifu." Upon receiving permission, Liu Mengli expressed her gratitude and stepped into the cave. Inside, the air was thick with spiritual energy, and a silver-haired woman sat gracefully upon a lotus pedestal, enveloped in a mystical aura. "Mengli, what brings you to seek your master's counsel?" The silver-haired woman spoke without opening her eyes. Liu Mengli took a seat on a cushion a few meters away and replied, "Shifu, I find myself perplexed and have come to seek your guidance. Speak freely. You have always been insightful. What troubles you?" Liu Mengli bit her lip before recounting her recent experiences, detailing the circumstances she had encountered. Upon finishing, Shi Xiuxuan opened her previously closed eyes, her consciousness probing into Liu Mengli's condition with clarity. Indeed, within Liu Mengli's womb lay a fetus that had begun to take form. Resting quietly, with a gentle motion, Shi Xiuxuan reached out, and immense power surged towards the unborn child. Yet, to her astonishment, even her formidable strength could not harm the fetus in the slightest. Though the fetus did not absorb spiritual energy, as Liu Mengli had claimed, it also remained unaffected by Shi Xiuxuan's energies. This bafflement was shared between them. They were unaware that this was a fetus orchestrated by a system, one that even a powerful cultivator in the tribulation phase could scarcely eliminate. Sherfu, have you ever encountered such a situation? Why is this child's vitality so tenacious? If it cannot be refined away, must I bear it? At this moment, Liu Minglia's shock reached an unparalleled peak. She had previously believed her inability to refine the fetus stemmed from her lack of power. However, witnessing her master's futile attempt left her utterly dumbfounded. With a sigh, Shi Xiuquan responded, "This is indeed my first encounter with such an anomaly, and I cannot fathom its nature. However, it is said that for cultivators, pregnancy is exceedingly rare, and yet you have conceived with but a single union. This child's resilience may be a divine arrangement. Given its potential, it is likely to possess extraordinary talents upon birth. Therefore, I advise you to carry this child to term." Hearing her master's counsel to bear the child, Liu Mingli felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. "But Sherfu, I have no partner. Would it not be inappropriate to bring this child into the world? Will others not criticize me for being shameless and bearing a child out of wedlock? We, as cultivators, need not be overly concerned with societal judgments. Furthermore, you may reside here until the child is born. When asked, you can simply say the child was found. I too am curious to see what extraordinary being you will produce." In acquiescence, Liu Mingli felt a weight lift from her heart, the guilt of contemplating the refinement of her own child dissipating. With her master's approval and protection, her previously anxious spirit found solace. However, each time she recalled being taken advantage of by a stranger, her anger flared anew. Not only had she lost her autonomy, but she was also burdened with the child of that man, who had vanished without a trace, leaving all the complications in her wake. Just the thought made her seethe, wishing she could pierce him through with a sword. Chapter 18. A joyous occasion far away, thousands of miles distant, Qin Shou remained oblivious to the fact that, had it not been for the child's fortuitous survival, he would have lost a child. He was on the verge of losing his greatest investment, and if he were to learn of this, he might very well be consumed by frustration. In recent days, he had been ensnared by the constant demands of his concubines, who were eager for children. The concubines without spiritual roots, upon witnessing the offspring of others with such gifts, naturally grew discontented and pressed Qin Shou to continue fathering children until one was born with a spiritual root. He had anticipated this outcome, recognizing the human tendency to compare and compete. If others could produce gifted children, so too should he. Thus, Qin Shou found himself exceedingly busy, immersed in revelry and celebration, obliged to appease the desires of his concubines. Yet, he had no intention of allowing them to conceive. Otherwise, he would not have waited 3 long years. "Your Majesty, the Crown Prince seeks an audience outside the palace and has matters of importance to report." Just as Qin Shou exited from an audience with Yilishabai, a palace maid approached him with news of Zhou Jian's request. Feeling somewhat fatigued, even with the enhancement of the golden kidney, the extended period of intense labor had drained him. "Let him in," Qin Shou instructed, seating himself and calling a maid to massage away his weariness. He closed his eyes and opened a panel of his attributes. Name: Qin Shou. Identity: Emperor of the Shunlong Empire. Talent: low-grade water spiritual root. Mid-grade wood spiritual root. Realm: mid-stage foundation establishment. Cultivation method: dual cultivation technique. Offspring: 23. Lifespan: 37. As Qin Shou beheld the number of his offspring nearing his remaining lifespan, waves of anxiety washed over him. Should he fail to procure spiritual stones, he would be left with no recourse but to rely on sheer numbers. With so many beautiful women in the palace, if each were to bear him a child, the scale would reach into the thousands. The mere thought of such an overwhelming number sent shivers down his spine. What is a stallion, if not this quintessential embodiment of one? Before long, Zhou Jian entered the study, observing Qin Shou meditating and refraining from interrupting him immediately. After a brief moment, Qin Shou opened his eyes, glancing at Zhou Jian. "Jian, I hear you have urgent news to share. What is it?" Zhou Jian gestured for the palace maids to leave, understanding that they might have confidential matters to discuss. The maids departed without delay. Once the sound of their footsteps faded, Zhou Jian stepped closer. "Your Majesty, Bufan has sent a secret letter." At the mention of this news, Qin Shou's spirits soared. The fatigue he felt moments before vanished. "Where's the letter? Bring it to me at once." His excitement was palpable. Any correspondence from Bufan signified matters of great significance, and the most pressing issue at hand was all too clear. Zhou Jian retrieved the letter from his sleeve and handed it to him. Qin Shou eagerly accepted it, swiftly breaking the seal to read its contents. It was through years of relentless searching that Liu Bufan finally discovered a vein of spiritual stones deep within Sanlong Mountain. At this moment, he left his deputy stationed at Jinshan Pass, while he personally led an army of 20,000 towards the location of the spiritual stone mine. Upon reading the letter, Qin Shou could not contain his excitement. He stood up and paced back and forth, repeatedly exclaiming his approval. "Your Majesty, what did Bufan mention in his letter that has stirred you so? Could it be that he has engaged in conflict with another nation again?" Zhou Jian, observing Qin Shou's fervor, felt a surge of curiosity, as if a pair of cat's claws were scratching at his insides. "Look for yourself." Qin Shou confidently handed him the letter. After Zhou Jian read its contents, he too was filled with exhilaration, his hands trembling and his voice quivering. Qin Shou understood his emotions well, but nonetheless, there were pressing matters to attend to. "Jian, relay a few words to the messenger. Ensure he maintains absolute confidentiality. Not a whisper of this can escape, or else those sects will undoubtedly seize it without hesitation. Furthermore, instruct the other princes to allocate an additional 10,000 troops to assist Bufan. Such tasks must be entrusted to those we can trust. We cannot rely on commoners for mining." "Understood, Your Majesty. Is there anything else you wish to command?" Zhou Jian diligently noted Qin Shou's instructions, inquiring once more. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Shou suddenly slapped his forehead and produced a storage ring. "This is a storage ring. Send it to Bufan as well." This ring, taken from the hands of a nefarious entity, would now serve its purpose. Utilizing the storage ring requires one to harness their primordial spirit, and it just so happens that worldly martial cultivators who reach a certain level can also cultivate their primordial spirit, albeit not to a formidable extent. Thus, there is no need to worry about Liu Bufan's ability to use the storage ring. Everything seemed to unfold as if preordained, remarkably flawless. "Your Majesty, with the acquisition of spiritual stones, our cultivation speed will significantly accelerate. This means the ranks of experts in the Shenlong Empire will swell, enhancing our strength. Just imagining a battlefield filled with elite soldiers from the Shenlong Empire stirs the blood. If such a day were to come, the unification of the northern Tian continent would not be but a mere dream." Observing Zhou Jian, whose excitement made him tremble and boldly declare ambitions of unification, Qin Shou recognized that such aspirations were unique to him. The northern Tian continent was many times larger than the mysterious planet he once inhabited, with a population vastly exceeding that of his former home. With such an extensive territory, even if conquered, governance would prove difficult. Ultimately, it would result in a situation where each region operates independently, rendering conquest somewhat meaningless. However, Qin Shou did not wish to dampen his enthusiasm. After all, having dreams is always commendable. Thus, he patted Zhou Jian on the shoulder. "Now is not the time for such thoughts. We must focus on ensuring this matter remains confidential, lest it all be in vain. Go and attend to your duties. Our empire's future may hinge on this." "Yes, I become overly ecstatic, Your Majesty. I will attend to it immediately." Zhou Jian bit his tongue to regain composure and promptly left. Once Zhou Jian departed, Qin Shou retreated to the underground chamber. After confirming that no sound could escape, he burst into raucous laughter, unabashedly reveling in his triumph. His laughter was boisterous and filled with pride. Chapter 19. Spending money hiding in the secret chamber, Qin Shou's exaggerated laughter nearly left him breathless, forcing him to cease. The moment the spiritual stones were mined, it would mark his rise to prominence. For now, he was merely in hiding, but once he soared, no one could impede him. Yet he realized this was not enough. Only through benefits could he ensure the loyalty of those below him. Thus, he immediately returned to the chamber and summoned Zhou Jian back. Zhou Jian, still bewildered from his earlier departure, returned to the palace where Qin Shou silently gestured for him to follow. Qin Shou led him to the treasury, and Zhou Jian was taken aback by the sight of the vault brimming with gold coins. "This wealth is inherited from the previous dynasty." Zhou Jian exclaimed, "How outrageous! I never imagined the Li family would covertly convert the nation's wealth into their private property. No wonder military supplies were so strained in the past. If it weren't for Your Majesty's strategic acumen in seizing a substantial amount of wealth, we might not even afford military expenditures. Such a royal family deserves to be eradicated." Zhou Jian expressed his indignation, for his words held truth. When Qin Shou first entered the military, the Great Xia was indeed impoverished. Military pay was frequently delayed, and without sufficient funds, defeats in battle became commonplace, presenting Qin Shou with opportunities to shine. As Qin Shou took command of an army, the Great Xia gradually tasted victory, leading to an unstoppable momentum. The stark contrast before and after his rise is what rendered his reputation so formidable, instilling fear in enemy nations. Before Qin Shou's emergence, the Great Xia was a target of scorn. After his rise, it transformed into a force to be reckoned with, a complete reversal of fate. Let bygones be bygones. Take this mound of gold coins and place them into the storage ring for Buffon to use for rewarding subordinates and for base construction. After all, to ensure swift and obedient horses, they must first be well fed. Qin Shou pointed to a sizable heap of coins, estimating it to be no less than 30 million. Zhou Jian hesitated. Your Majesty, is it not excessive to allocate such a large sum at once? We must not inflate their appetites, or else management may become troublesome. Fear not. There is an abundance of gold. The empire's tax revenues have been rising year after year, and the treasury is overflowing with funds. So we need not worry about expenditure. Moreover, most of this will be allocated for base construction, not for rewards. In that case, I shall proceed, Zhou Jian declared, activating the spatial ring to begin transferring the gold coins. It took him nearly half an hour to finish, a testament to the limitations of his spiritual perception. Had it been Qin Shou, the task would have been accomplished in mere moments. Your Majesty, do you have any further instructions? Zhou Jian inquired after completing the transfer, ensuring he would not be summoned back midway. No, this matter is of utmost importance. Delegate the affairs of the Zhuge army to your deputy, and you must personally journey to Canglong Mountain. Yes, I take my leave. Zhou Jian understood the gravity of Qin Shou's words. After all, this was a sum of tens of millions in gold. Who would not be tempted? Even if the person Liu Buffon dispatched was trustworthy, it was wiser for him to undertake the journey personally. After bidding Zhou Jian farewell once more, Qin Shou finally felt a sense of relief. In the Hall of Governance, he addressed Hu Xia, the Minister of Finance overseeing the Shenlong Empire's treasury. Minister Hu, how much surplus remains in the Empire's treasury? Hu Xia, upon hearing the query, cleared his throat, his rotund face assuming a sycophantic expression. Your Majesty, the treasury currently holds approximately over 1 billion gold coins, with silver coins estimated at over 3 billion. Qin Shou was taken aback by this revelation, for the figure was far beyond his expectations, nearly double what he had anticipated. Did I not order a reduction in agricultural and commercial taxes, and abolish numerous onerous levies? How can the treasury still possess such a substantial amount of silver? What is the estimated annual tax revenue? In response to your Majesty, although you have ordered the abolition of numerous miscellaneous taxes and simultaneously reduced agricultural and commercial taxes, the flourishing commercial development encouraged by our Shenlong Empire has resulted in an increase in commercial taxes rather than a decrease, despite the lowered tax rates. Last year alone, the commercial taxes collected amounted to over 1.5 billion gold coins, and that is only the portion submitted to the central government, excluding the local retained amounts. Upon noticing Qin Shou's furrowed brow, Hu Xia initially presumed he found the amount lacking. However, it appears he is overwhelmed by its excess, suspecting the Ministry of Revenue of covertly imposing additional tax categories. Retaining excessive funds is not beneficial. Money must circulate to generate greater value. Therefore, a financial allocation of 200 million gold coins is proposed to support the establishment of military academies in each province and county, ensuring every child has the opportunity to learn martial arts and strengthen their bodies. After articulating this, Qin Shou continued to frown and summoned the Ministers of Works and War. Upon their prompt arrival at the council hall, he instructed the Ministry of Works to assess areas in need of development and the Ministry of War to explore the research of superior weaponry, replacing outdated equipment as necessary. If funds are insufficient, they may request from Hu Xia. Should he refuse, he will face my displeasure. Hu Xia, upon hearing this, offered an awkward smile, repeatedly asserting his inability to comply. After dismissing the three men, Qin Shou returned to his palace, content. However, upon his return, he encountered a captivating figure, and at the sight of her, he instinctively wished to flee, lamenting his own carelessness in returning, fully aware that this group of enchanting beings could never be satiated. Your Majesty, we have awaited your return for so long. Why have you arrived only now? Hu Li pouted, clasping his arm with her delicate hands. As the princess of the Qin Shou kingdom, Hu Li undoubtedly ranks among the most beautiful in his harem, and her alluring figure would captivate any man. As the sovereign of a nation, I am naturally burdened with numerous affairs, unlike you little sprites who seem to have all the time in the world, Qin Shou thought, feeling a sense of tension at the nape of his neck, knowing that if he did not devise a plan, he would soon face dire consequences. Your Majesty, why has it been over 2 months, and my sisters and I have yet to feel any signs of movement? Hu Li gazed at Qin Shou with a resentful expression, seemingly blaming him for not being diligent enough. It is understandable that Hu Li, whose child Qin Shou lacks spiritual roots, is anxious. Perhaps the timing has not yet arrived. After all, matters of childbirth require auspicious timing, do they not? Who knows, in the near future, it may not be impossible for you all to be expecting. Qin Shou gently rubbed his nose, aware that the reason for their lack of pregnancy was his own reluctance to see them with child. I shall not accept this. I want a child now. If one attempt has failed, then we shall simply try again, Hu Li declared as she took action. Qin Shou felt a wave of frustration. Wasn't it typically the men who were impatient? Your Majesty, the Prince of Zhen Nan wishes to see you. Just as Qin Shou pondered an escape from Hu Li's grasp, the palace maid's words filled him with joy. The arrival of the Prince of Zhen Nan was indeed timely, liberating him from his predicament, deserving of a reward. My beloved, see how the Prince of Zhen Nan has traveled from afar to seek an audience. He must have matters of great importance to discuss, so I shall meet with him. As for the issue of children, let's not rush. We shall take our time. Qin Shou patted Hu Li's delicate hand, feigning regret while secretly reveling in his fortune, for such matters could grow tedious with excessive repetition. Hu Li pouted, clearly reluctant, and said, very well, Your Majesty, go quickly, but you must promise me that tonight you are mine. All right, I promise, Qin Shou replied, issuing a blank check, leaving the details of the evening to be determined later. The Prince of Jinan, Qi Xiangyu, was approximately 60 years old, originally a general of the Daxia kingdom. Upon Qin Shou's ascension, many border generals were ennobled, and Qi Xiangyu was among them, though they held the rank of second-class prince. Distinct from the first-class princes like Zhou Jian and Lu Bufan, who were granted greater privileges. Qin Shou summoned Qi Xiangyu to his study, and upon observing the imposing figure of the Prince of Zhennan, still exuding vigor despite his age, Qin Shou surmised that he must have caused quite a stir among the young maidens in his youth, for he was indeed handsome enough to be dubbed a siren slayer. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Qi Xiangyu entered the study, bowing respectfully. He held great admiration for Qin Shou, as the establishment of the new dynasty had elevated his status, leading to a life of greater ease and freedom from constraints, instilling a sense of liberation among all. Please, take a seat. What brings you back to the capital from your post at the border? Qin Shou reclined lazily in his chair, his demeanor lacking any imperial formality. Qi Xiangyu straightened himself, fixing his gaze upon Qin Shou, and after expressing his apologies, said, Your Majesty, I have come to report a matter of concern. What could be so pressing as to warrant your personal visit? Has the Maitaku Empire in the south stirred up trouble? Or has the Huiyuan Duchy or Baihe Duchy become restless? Qi Xiangyu shook his head in denial, stating that those nations were currently quiet, with no one wishing to instigate war. I have come to inform you of another matter. Recently, a prominent figure from the Huiyuan Duchy approached me, proposing that if we, the Shenlong Empire, were willing to send troops to assist him in overthrowing the current king of Huiyuan, he would willingly make our empire his vassal and pay us homage once he ascends the throne. Thus, I return to seek your opinion. Qin Shou, upon hearing this, felt no interest but still inquired, Who is this individual, and what is his reputation in Huiyuan? Is he unaware that the king of Huiyuan is my father-in-law? How does he dare to seek military aid from us? To be candid, your Majesty, this individual is King Fudua of the Huiyuan Duchy, and he is also the brother of the current king of Huiyuan. He is quite popular in Huiyuan, and he is well aware of your relationship, which is why he sought to gauge your sentiments through me. Qin Shou had not anticipated that his father-in-law's brother would harbor rebellious intentions. However, considering his father-in-law's capabilities, it was not surprising. Clearly, such a character was precisely what Qin Shou preferred to see in power, hence he unhesitatingly declined, saying, there is no need. The king of Huiyun is lacking in ambition and accomplishments, which is precisely what we desire. Although he promises to pay homage to our empire, it will be detrimental for us to have a capable individual ascend to the throne. Your Majesty speaks wisely. Should I, upon my return, discreetly inform the king of Huiyun about King Fudua's ambitions? Qi Xiangyu inquired, revealing the true purpose of his visit. There is no need for such intervention. Let them engage in their internal strife without our involvement. Furthermore, since King Fudua is bold enough to approach you, it is evident he is unafraid of you disclosing this matter. He may have already secured allies, as there are neighboring nations surrounding Huiyun. Should the king of Huiyun find himself in a precarious position and seek your assistance, you may offer help, but do not overextend yourself. It is best to maintain a balance. The Huiyun nation is bordered to the east and west by the Maitaku Empire, to the north by the Shenlong Empire, and to the south by the Baihe Kingdom. If Fudo Wang seeks assistance, the most probable ally would be the Baihe Wangwa Lily Kingdom. This is primarily because the Maitaku Empire, would likely be reluctant to engage in discord with the Shenlong Empire, for his sake. However, the Baihe Wangwa is in a different position, as it is separated from the Shenlong Digwa by the Huiyun Gua Fire Cloud Nation, making it feasible for them to send troops in support. Nevertheless, these matters hold little relevance to Qin Shou, who is wholly focused on enhancing his own strength. Regrettably, his system is not one of dynasty contention. Had the destruction of the Huiyun Guo promised such an increase in power, these minor nations would have long been trampled under the iron hoofs of the Shenlong Digwa. I understand what must be done, Your Majesty. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Qi Xiangyu had accomplished his mission and received clear directives, thus feeling an immediate alleviation of the pressure weighing upon him. It is rare for the Zhennan Wang, Prince of the South, to return to the capital. There is no need for haste. Since I have no pressing matters, why not join me for a game of chess and share an evening meal? Naturally, Qin Shou was reluctant to let this antidote depart so swiftly. Thus he concocted an excuse to retain Qi Xiangyu. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiangyu was more than willing, for returning from the distant southern lands was indeed a formidable endeavor. The opportunity to approach Emperor Qin Shou and cultivate their relationship was not something he would refuse. Thus, both individuals were able to fulfill their desires and proceeded to the palace's Imperial Garden Pavilion, beaming with smiles as they engaged in their match. Meanwhile, Qin Shou's actions incited deep resentment among the numerous concubines, particularly Hu Li, who had taken to lingering in Qin Shou's sleeping quarters. Upon learning that Qin Shou was playing chess with the Zhennan Wang, she was filled with a profound sense of grievance, harboring a growing dissatisfaction towards Qi Xiangyu. The Zhennan Wang. It can only be said that Qi Xiangyu unwittingly bore the brunt of Qin Shou's actions, as he was merely a passive participant while Qin Shou orchestrated the events. Unfortunately, he remained blissfully unaware, thoroughly enjoying the game of chess in the pavilion with Qin Shou. Chapter 21. The assassin in the blink of an eye. 3 months had elapsed, yet there had been no fruitful outcome from the mining operations at Songlong Mountain. Unable to remain idle, Qin Shou resolved to personally investigate the situation. He entrusted national affairs to Empress Xia Wanrong and Empress Du Yuexian, allowing them to alternate in governance, as there were no significant matters at hand. Furthermore, both had previously exhibited commendable performance in presiding over state affairs on his behalf. With this decision made, Qin Shou announced his intent during the morning assembly the following day, citing the need to assess the people's conditions. The courtiers did not express any vehement opposition, recognizing that the realm belonged to Qin Shou, who could govern as he saw fit. As long as the populace thrived and the two empresses were competent, there was no cause for concern. In the afternoon, Qin Shou set forth to Songlong Mountain, accompanied by 20,000 of the Menghujun Tiger Army. This new military force had been established following his ascension, with the original Daxiao Imperial Guard dismantled to form a formidable contingent of 100,000 troops. The Menghujun was under his direct command, unlike the Zhuke Jun, Vermilion Bird Army, and Baihu Jun, White Tiger Army, which were led by his trusted confidants. Songlong Mountain is situated in the northwest of the empire, a vast mountain range extending for thousands of miles. Half of it lies within the boundaries of the Shenlong Digwa, while the other half straddles the Tianlong Digwa, Sky Blue Empire, and the Jialan Digwa, Jialan Empire. The Zhuke Army, led by Lu Bufan, is stationed at the outer perimeter of Songlong Mountain in Zhuke City, which also serves as the headquarters of the Wenyanga sect. As the army advanced northward, Qin Shou's opulent carriage was drawn by two majestic Kengi Xiongshi, wild lions, while the soldiers rode on Shuinjialong, snowfield wolves, allowing for remarkable speed. Approaching evening, the army reached a flat area to rest. As Qin Shou emerged from his carriage, a sudden sense of danger enveloped him. Two figures descended from sky, one of whom, a woman wielding a long sword, charged directly towards him, her voice laced with animosity as she shouted, "Dog Emperor, meet your doom. Your Majesty, be cautious. There are assassins. Protect the Emperor. Stand back." Qin Shou bellowed, clearly aware that the two assailants were beyond the capabilities of his soldiers. To safeguard his own life, he had no choice but to reveal his true strength. The sudden appearance of the assassins threw the army into disarray. Even without his command, they were caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, the sword wielded by one of the attackers was poised before Qin Shou, and the face filled with hatred was alarmingly vivid before him. The soldiers of the Menghu Jun, from generals to foot soldiers, were paralyzed with fear, fully aware that their emperor was not skilled in martial arts. However, they were utterly astounded to witness their seemingly unskilled sovereign effortlessly pinning the swords of both assailants between his fingers, followed by a thunderous shout that sent the two attackers reeling backward. What is happening? Where am I? Am I dreaming? A flurry of questions raced through the minds of all present. Was this truly the emperor they knew? This was far too extraordinary. The two female assassins reacted similarly, shocked to see their swords caught between the fingers of a man rumored to lack martial prowess, leaving them no opportunity to withdraw. They were swiftly hurled away by a powerful shout, landing clumsily several paces from their original position. The soldiers of the Menghu Jun, witnessing their emperor unscathed and demonstrating such valor, were initially incredulous but quickly regained composure. They surrounded the fallen women, bows drawn, ready to unleash a hail of arrows at the slightest movement. "You are not the Dog Emperor. You are merely a decoy sent to lure us out," one of the women exclaimed, glaring at Qin Shou as he elegantly descended from his carriage. The soldiers, still dazed, found it difficult to discern the truth of her claims. After all, for over a decade, Qin Shou had maintained the persona of one who could not cultivate, a facade deeply ingrained in the minds of all. Except for his harem, Qin Shou effortlessly stepped down from the carriage, the soldiers parting to create a pathway for him. "Who are you to dare attempt an assassination under the clear light of day? You are not the Dog Emperor. You are an imposter. Tell me where the real Dog Emperor is, or do not blame us for unleashing a massacre today." The woman clad in pink spoke with a fierce demeanor, glaring at Qin Shou. "Haha, I am indeed the Dog Emperor you speak of, without a doubt," Qin Shou replied with a hearty laugh, curious about the identities of these two women. Yet, since they had come, he thought, why not have them bear his children? As they were both cultivators, their offspring would surely be exceptional. A wicked smile crept across Qin Shou's lips at this thought. Impossible. Who in the world does not know that the Dog Emperor cannot cultivate? If you do not confess, do not blame us for being ruthless. The woman in blue nodded in agreement with her sister. "Haha, if you wish to leave, you must first ask for my permission. Since you are here, you shall remain to bear my children." "It is not so easy to come and go as you please," Qin Shou declared, transforming into a great rock as he lunged toward the two women. Upon hearing such audacious words, the two women were incensed, their faces flushed with anger. What sort of person was this, daring to propose such a thing? Did he not have any other thoughts aside from fathering children? Yet, despite their fury, they could not afford to treat Qin Shou's assault lightly, for they had already experienced his formidable prowess. "You wretched beast, to think you would make such a demand. I see you are deluded. Not only will we not bear your children, we shall dismantle you limb by limb and cleanse this world of your vile soul." The two women boldly launched an assault on Qin Shou. "Haha, you are correct. I am indeed Qin Shou. The notion of you bearing my children is a mark of respect towards you. However, if you refuse, then you must defeat me." In his current state, as a mid-stage practitioner of the Foundation establishment realm, capturing two women who had yet to reach that stage would be a trivial task. Yet, due to his inexperience in combat, he refrained from immediately subduing them, choosing instead to use them as a means to hone his skills. The two women, gritting their teeth, exerted all their strength. Initially, their doubts arose upon witnessing Qin Shou's clumsy demeanor, which soon transformed into confidence as they recognized his lack of combat experience. Yet, the disparity in strength was too great. Even with Qin Shou's awkward movements, they found themselves unable to prevail against him. As Qin Shou's agility improved, they realized he was merely toying with them, dismissing them entirely. The woman in pink, her eyes wide with fury, lunged at a sensitive part of Qin Shou's body with her sword. Chapter 22. Capturing Qin Shou did not anticipate the woman's ferocity, nor her precise targeting. With no time to intervene, he unleashed a wall of true energy to block her blade. "You are a practitioner of the Foundation Establishment realm?" The woman in pink was clearly astonished, and her companion in blue was equally affected. Their expressions shifted to one of fear, for they understood that as Qi refinement stage cultivators, they stood no chance against someone of Qin Shou's caliber. The realization that a mere ordinary person could command a Foundation Establishment expert as a decoy left them baffled. How had he foreseen their assassination attempt? Were they merely unwitting participants in a plan originally aimed at another? Contemplating this, a wave of despair washed over them, while the two women were shocked. The soldiers of the Menghu army had been rendered numb by the revelation. This individual was indeed their sovereign, as Qin Shou had been their instructor for years. They were intimately familiar with his visage. Only now did they grasp that the monarch, long regarded as a martial failure, had been a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing for over a decade, eluding detection with masterful performance. Had it not been for the assassination attempt today, they would have remained oblivious to his true capabilities. Qin Shou chuckled, taken aback that they had discerned his ruse. "Since you have seen through it, why not surrender willingly and accompany me to bear children? You shameless beast." The two women rebuked, clearly incensed by his repeated taunts about procreation. The soldiers could not suppress their amusement. The emperor's prowess in fathering children was well acknowledged. In just 1 year, he had managed to have every concubine pregnant, a feat not easily achieved by any ordinary man. The timing of their pregnancies was remarkably synchronized, prompting admiration for his dedication to expanding the royal lineage. "Since you wish to play, I shall indulge you, but you are destined to bear this child. Be quiet. If you continue, we shall not hesitate to retaliate." The woman in blue, flushed with anger, thrust her sword at Qin Shou, intent on inflicting serious harm. Clearly, the incessant provocations were driving them to the brink of madness. Although they sought an opportunity to flee, the gap in strength rendered escape impossible. "Do not be angry. Anger is futile. Why not remain calm like me?" Qin Shou smiled, observing the two increasingly agitated assassins, reveling in the superiority that strength granted him. Thus, his yearning for power intensified, a desire to fortify himself to such an extent that he would willingly endure hardship. "Never. We would rather die than bear your child," the woman in pink exclaimed, her eyes wide. "Senior sister, you must escape. I will hold him back. I have dragged you into this mess. I will repay your kindness in my next life." "Do not say such things. How could I abandon you?" The senior sister replied resolutely. "From the moment I vowed to help you seek revenge, I have set aside my own life." Hearing their exchange, Qin Shou interjected, "Neither of you will perish. I will not allow it. Dream on. We will never help you bear children," the woman in blue declared, then drew her sword across her throat, resolved not to let her honor be tarnished. Yet, her plan was futile. Upon witnessing her determination, Qin Shou swiftly sealed her meridians. "Scoundrel, you have sealed my meridians. Release me. Be quiet. You are too noisy." Qin Shou lifted both women effortlessly and tossed them into the carriage, clapping his hands afterward. Despite their curses from within the carriage, he paid them no heed, dismissing their outbursts as the rage of the powerless. "Your Majesty, is it truly you?" The leader of the Menghu Army's 3rd Division, Xiang Wentian, swallowed hard, his disbelief evident. "Is there any doubt? If not me, then who?" Qin Shou replied tersely. Though he understood their astonishment, he knew he must maintain his authority. "I dare not question. I am guilty for doubting your Majesty." Looking at Xiang Wentian, who was kneeling and sweating profusely, Qin Shou's tone softened slightly. "Rise, you have committed no crime. Instruct your men to keep their mouths shut and treat this incident as though it never occurred. Understood?" "I understand." Xiang Wentian stood and promptly summoned several key generals to relay the emperor's orders to stabilize the troops and set up camp. The events from the appearance of the assassins to the current calm seemed lengthy, yet in reality, only a few minutes had passed. This brief span was insufficient for the soldiers to fully grasp the shocking truth. However, with the orders given, they buried the secret deep within. After all, if the emperor wished to keep it concealed, There must be a compelling reason behind it. If not for their lives, he could have continued to hide his strength. Given the emperor's benevolence, what was wrong with keeping a secret? With the military orders issued, everyone sprang into action, and within half an hour, the camp was set up. Meanwhile, the two women in the carriage seemed to have exhausted their curses, staring silently at each other, lost in thoughts. Qin Shou climbed into the carriage and felt a surge of delight upon seeing the two women sprawled within. "Scoundrel, do not touch me." He attempted to assist them in sitting up, but the fierce glares they directed at him made him withdraw his hand. "If you prefer to remain in this position, so be it." Qin Shou approached his throne and settled down, retrieving a cup of fruit juice which he savored in one delightful gulp. He needed some refreshment before exerting himself further. Chapter 23. Reaping what one sows. "Speak. Who are you, and why have you come to assassinate me?" After consuming the sweet and tangy juice, Qin Shou felt invigorated as he stepped closer to the two individuals before him, pinching their cheeks inquisitively. His actions elicited two piercing glares, sharp enough to send anyone fleeing, yet they were met with Qin Shou's unwavering presence. "How shameful! You, a cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, would rather serve that despicable emperor than uphold the dignity of our cultivation world. Release us at once, or our sect will come for your head." Qin Shou found himself at a loss for words. How could they be so certain he was the dog emperor they so despised? He had been referring to himself as I and myself all along, and he couldn't fathom their reasoning. Nevertheless, their evident hatred suggested a deep-seated enmity. The thought of them bearing his offspring was both cruel and oddly thrilling, which prompted an evil grin to form on his face as he spoke in a sinister tone. "Hee, by the time your sect arrives, we will have already consummated our union. Given your lowly strengths, you must have snuck out, right? Trying to intimidate me with your sect won't be that simple." His words struck a nerve, causing their faces to darken with despair, rendering them speechless. Both were disciples of the Qingfeng Jiao, a third-rate sect with few formidable practitioners. Moreover, they were not significant disciples and had traveled thousands of miles to reach this place. Their escape had been clandestine, and thus no one would come to rescue them. "Stop! Don't touch me!" Qin Shou, sensing their silence, grew bored and couldn't help but toy with them. Observing their terrified expressions, he chuckled. "Now, tell me your names, where you hail from, and why you sought to kill me, and I shall consider releasing you. You fiend, if you have grievances, direct them at me, but spare my senior sister." Witnessing her senior sister's humiliation at his hands, Li Xinyue felt a wave of guilt wash over her. Her senior sister should not have faced such tribulation, and it was her actions that had led to this predicament. Resolute, she decided to shoulder the consequences alone. Qin Shou obediently withdrew his hands, turning to Li Xinyue. "Very well, since you're so eager, let us start with you." At his words, even Li Xinyue, who had mentally prepared for the worst, paled at the sight of his malicious gaze. "Will you truly spare my sister and me?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Of course. I'm a man of my word." Qin Shou suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, refraining from further mischief. "My name is Li Xinyue, and my senior sister is Susu. We hail from Qingfeng Jiao. We sought to assassinate that dog Emperor Qin Shou because he killed my father, and I seek vengeance for him." With a look of deep-seated hatred directed at Qin Shou, Li Xinyue seemed to resent him for thwarting her plans. Qin Shou was taken aback to discover that Li Xinyue was indeed the daughter of Li Shi, a twist of fate. The Li family had ruled over the Daxia for centuries, and the royal lineage was vast, making it impossible to eradicate them entirely. Perhaps there were even experts from the Li clan within various sects, unaware of his existence, which explained their lack of confrontation. "Now that I have revealed our identities, will you release my sister and me? I have said I will release you, but not until you bear my children. You disgraceful wretch. You are untrustworthy, and retribution will find you." Li Xinyue seethed with anger, her fierce gaze seemingly capable of consuming Qin Shou. My dear, I am indeed a man of my word, but that is not the case at present." Qin Shou let out a sinister laugh. Do not touch me. You promised. Beast. Release my junior sister and face me instead." And Susu, witnessing Li Xinyue's humiliation, could no longer contain her rage towards Qin Shou. "Patience, your turn will come shortly." Qin Shou cackled, and soon the carriage emanated strange sounds. Fortunately, there was no one within dozens of meters to overhear the bizarre noises. 2 hours later, Qin Shou, satisfied, emerged from the experience, having transformed 2 maidens into women and welcomed 2 new lives into the world. Cradling one in each arm, he fell into a sweet slumber, awakening the next day to 2 pairs of resentful eyes. Upon seeing their glares, Qin Shou deemed it necessary to impose further punishment until they surrendered completely before he disembarked. "Your Majesty, are you hungry? Breakfast is ready." Xiang Wentian rushed over as soon as he saw Qin Shou emerge from the carriage. "No need. Have the army prepare for departure. Once I am ready, we shall set forth." As a foundation establishment master, Qin Shou could easily go a month without food, especially after consuming a significant amount of Yangji Ganlu, leaving him far from hungry. "The army is ready and awaits your command, Your Majesty." Xiang Wentian shot a suggestive glance at Qin Shou, the meaning clear. Qin Shou remained unperturbed. After all, he had already acted, so why should he care about others' opinions? "Your Majesty, were those 2 female assassins particularly thrilling?" Qin Shou cast a fierce glare at Xiang Wentian, questioning whether such matters were within his purview. "Hee." Xiang Wentian scratched his head, grinning foolishly. "Mind your own business and prepare for the army's departure," Qin Shou chided, kicking him aside, sending him sprawling 3 meters onto the grass. To Xiang Wentian's surprise, he had failed to anticipate the swift motion of the emperor, deepening his admiration for Qin Shou. Clambering up from the ground, he replied, "Yes, I will make the arrangements immediately." Ignoring him, Qin Shou climbed back onto the carriage, but instead of entering, he chose to sit atop it. Soon, the army began to move, transforming into a torrent as it surged northward along the official road. Chapter 24. Indulgence. "You wretch. Is my education not sufficient? Do you wish to test me further?" And Susu's face flushed crimson at Qin Shou's shameless words, unsure whether her anger or embarrassment prevailed. Yet, she glared at him with indignation, demanding, "Now that you've had your fun, will you not release our meridians? We wish to depart." "Hee. I did not expect you to resort to soft words." And Susu, "However, my objectives have been achieved. Releasing you is possible. But you must first call me husband for me to consider it." Qin Shou stroked his chin, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Do not push your luck. Wretch, you are shameless." With their faces mere centimeters from his, Qin Shou reveled in their flustered expressions. Upon witnessing the triumphant glint in his eyes, the 2 individuals instinctively resorted to biting and pinching him. However, their meridians were sealed, rendering their feeble attempts mere tickles to Qin Shou. "Is this all you can do? You cannot even fulfill such a simple request. Yet you expect me to let you go? Who is truly being excessive here?" As he felt their persistent grip on his shoulder, Qin Shou was compelled to employ alternative methods to elicit their release. Indeed, this approach proved effective, much to his satisfaction. When his hand reached a specific location, both individuals simultaneously softened, their mouths loosening naturally. "You wicked demon, why must you resort to such hands-on tactics? You often refer to yourself as do you truly believe yourself to be Qin Shou, the rebel?" Li Xinyue's face flushed with indignation, her fiery gaze piercing. Each time she heard Qin Shou utter the word, it inevitably reminded her of the sworn enemy who had slain her father. "That is where you err. One must remember that a killer will invariably be killed. Why did Qin Shou rebel? Was it not because your father sought to take his life first? Alas, your father failed in his attempt and was instead met with retribution. Qin Shou had fought valiantly for the Li family, only to be betrayed with a poisoned cup of wine from her father before he could enjoy the fruits of his labor. If you were in Qin Shou's position, would you not retaliate? You speak nonsense. How could my father commit such an act? It is clearly a fabrication of Qin Shou's own ambition, Li Xinyue retorted, her face a mask of fury, evidently disbelieving Qin Shou's words. Qin Shou comprehended her sentiments well. Once a person is blinded by hatred, accepting the truth becomes exceedingly difficult. This is a fact acknowledged by Li Shi before the ministers of the Great Xia. Should you doubt it, feel free to inquire further. You may also consult your mother. Enough. It serves no purpose to continue this discourse. You may leave now, Qin Shou proclaimed as he unsealed their meridians. Clearly taken aback by his sudden willingness to release them, the 2 were astonished that he genuinely intended to let them go. They refrained from any retaliatory actions, instead issuing threats, "You dog thief, wait. One day, our senior sisters will return to claim your life. That will depend on your abilities. However, once you depart, ensure you care for our children. They are innocent." Qin Shou dismissed their threats, unconcerned. Yet, Upon hearing his words, a flicker of shame and anger crossed their faces, as they resented Qin Shou's incessant mention of children. Even if they had children, they would never bear them. The notion of being made to bear children was a daydream. Unbeknownst to them, Qin Shou's offspring were not ordinary. Should they wish to avoid childbirth, they could simply have their wombs removed. The two shot him a fierce glare, seemingly determined to etch his visage into their memories, before hastily departing. The army outside was taken aback by their swift exit, and Xiang Wentian, filled with concern, called out to Qin Shou inside the carriage, "Your Majesty, are you well? The two assassins have escaped. I am fine. I intentionally let them go. Do not concern yourselves with it." Understood. Xiang Wentian felt reassured upon hearing Qin Shou's response, having primarily sought to ascertain his safety. As for the assassins, who could say they might not soon become the mothers of princes or princesses? Qin Shou harbored no worries about their departure, nor did he fear they would disrupt the palace. Had they possessed such capabilities, they would not have attempted an ambush along the way. They were merely at the Qi refining stage, akin to martial arts masters. Ordinary weapons and arrows could easily dispatch them, and their Qi was too weak to sustain prolonged exertion. The palace was heavily guarded. If they had the means, they would have made a commotion long ago. Meanwhile, on the road to Songlong Mountain, Lu Bufan had just completed the establishment of the base there. The delay was due to the careful utilization of materials extracted from the mining tunnels to avoid raising suspicions. Otherwise, a pile of excavated materials would make it evident they were digging. Furthermore, to prevent beast attacks, he constructed a formidable city wall soaring several dozen meters high and over 30 meters wide. My lord, if this fortress were positioned in a region adjacent to the Tianlan Empire, I dare say even 1,000,000 troops from the Tianlan Empire would struggle to breach it. At the highest point of the fortress, Lu Bufan stood alongside several generals, gazing down at the majestic structure. One general, unable to contain his emotions, remarked, "1,000,000? If I were in your position, my lord, stationed here, I would not even consider it unless I had 2,000,000 troops." Another general chimed in, echoing his sentiment. "You exaggerate. His Majesty often reminds us that warfare is a game of strategy and cunning, not merely brute force. Fortifications may be static, but humans are dynamic. Every stronghold has its vulnerabilities." Lu Bufan couldn't help but reflect on the recent beast attack incidents that had claimed the lives of several individuals. Despite his efforts to keep the troops vigilant, the beasts encountered were merely low tier. Should a formidable beast appear, the consequences would be dire. Hence, he had constructed the walls with such thickness and height. With the fortress now completed, he felt a sense of relief, allowing him to fully dedicate himself to the extraction of precious ores. Chapter 25. Tianke City. Zhang a contingent approached from the front. "Send someone to ascertain who they are." Reclining in the carriage, Qin Shou held a goblet of fine wine and instructed Xiang Wentian, "Amo, take your team to investigate who it is." Xiang Wentian, initially startled by Qin Shou's command, quickly composed himself, recalling Qin Shou's formidable strength, and proceeded to arrange for scouts to assess the situation. "Xiang Wentian, where are we now?" "Your Majesty, we have arrived at Tianke Prefecture, approximately 150 miles from Tianke City." Xiang Wentian swiftly replied, having prepared thoroughly for the journey. As a competent commander, one must be acutely aware of the surrounding circumstances and maintain control over the army's movements. Upon hearing Xiang Wentian's words, Qin Shou surmised that the approaching party was likely the lord of Tianke City. Shortly thereafter, Amo returned with news. "Your Majesty, the individuals approaching are Zhang Gui, the lord of Tianke City, accompanied by officials to welcome you." "Very well, I understand," Qin Shou lazily replied, then continued to instruct Xiang Wentian, "When we meet, inform them that I am resting to avoid unnecessary trouble. We shall discuss matters upon reaching Tianke City." Understood. Due to the rapid pace of their advance, the two parties soon encountered one another. As Zhang Gui and the officials prepared to pay their respects, Xiang Wentian intervened, relaying Qin Shou's instructions. Consequently, Zhang Gui and his entourage had no choice but to forego their formalities. The two groups then merged, proceeding together towards Tianke City. Qin Shou discreetly observed Zhang Gui from the carriage. The lord appeared to be in his 40s, with keen, bright eyes. What astonished Qin Shou further was that he, too, was a cultivator, and his prowess seemed formidable. This discovery indeed astonished Qin Shou, as he had not anticipated that his subordinate possessed such formidable prowess. What could Zhang Gui, who chose to live a life of mediocrity as the lord of the city, be thinking? Qin Shou felt a twinge of surprise, instinctively sensing that Zhang Gui's concealment of his true abilities hinted at a far more complex ambition. Soon, the group returned to Tianke City, a bustling metropolis with a population of 10 million. The city's lord undoubtedly wielded significant power, with an army of 80,000 at his command. Had Qin Shou rebelled, and Zhang Gui returned to quell the uprising, the former would likely have faced considerable difficulty. Fortunately, Zhang Gui had chosen not to intervene, which was indeed a narrow escape. Upon entering the imperial palace of Tianke City, Qin Shou instructed Xiang Wentian to gather information about Zhang Gui. During the journey, he had observed the smiling faces of the citizens, their health appearing robust. Clearly, life was treating them well. This indicated Zhang Gui's governance was exceptional, and Qin Shou felt greatly satisfied. In the palace, after a brief meeting with various ministers, he took Zhang Gui to a garden for a private conversation, providing an opportunity for Zhang Gui to report on his duties while also assessing his temperament and reactions. Your Majesty is too kind. The prosperity of Tianke City is a result of your strategic vision. I merely execute your directives, Zhang Gui replied, exhibiting a humility that bordered on subservience, as if he were a subordinate addressing a superior. This excessive modesty led Qin Shou to become somewhat suspicious, for Zhang Gui was evidently a practitioner of foundational cultivation, and such humility before an ordinary individual, like himself, was unusual. While Zhang Gui was a minister and Qin Shou an emperor, one would expect a man of Zhang Gui's strength to display at least a modicum of pride rather than such unassuming behavior. Qin Shou did not believe that Zhang Gui placed undue importance on his position as city lord. If Qin Shou were unaware of Zhang Gui's true capabilities, he might not have given it a second thought, but now he found himself pondering deeply. Qin Shou smiled nonchalantly and remarked, "My dear minister, your humility is commendable. However, one must recognize that while policies may be well-crafted at the top, they frequently become distorted at the local level due to the self-interest of officials. The fact that you have achieved such success reflects your remarkable abilities, and I am quite pleased." Zhang Gui felt a surge of astonishment upon hearing Qin Shou's words. Previously, when Qin Shou was merely a subject of the Daxia Empire, he had gained a reputation as a great philosopher whose words were filled with wisdom and depth. Experiencing this firsthand, Zhang Gui found it profoundly insightful. The phrase policies from above and countermeasures from below succinctly encapsulated the intricacies of bureaucratic maneuvering and the conflicts of interest that often arise. However, it was somewhat regrettable to think that Qin Shou was a mere mortal unable to cultivate. If he could, his intellect might have yielded new perspectives on the path of cultivation. In truth, Zhang Gui was overthinking. Qin Shou was not incapable of cultivation. Rather, he had little desire to contemplate it. His focus lay solely on procreation. More children with greater innate talents would enhance his power. And this was Qin Shou's current understanding of cultivation. His reluctance to delve deeper into such matters stemmed from the existence of a system that provided him with shortcuts, naturally leading him to avoid the convoluted intricacies of cultivation. The insights he shared regarding governance were learned from the ancestors on the mysterious planet, and he possessed no genuine wisdom or intellect. While Zhang Gui contemplated these thoughts internally, his demeanor remained unchanged, maintaining a humble posture. Your Majesty speaks truthfully. The situation arises from the self-serving nature of local officials. I have no personal aspirations in life, only the desire to serve the citizens faithfully. This unwavering commitment to implementing national policies has led to the current state of prosperity in Tianke City. Qin Shou regarded Zhang Gui with a hearty laugh, repeatedly expressing his approval before stating, "It seems you have a profound understanding of life, which is no small feat. Few can attain the kind of detachment you exhibit, and I hold your open-mindedness in high regard. If the officials within the empire could emulate your spirit, even with just a touch less self-interest, the lives of our citizens would undoubtedly improve." Qin Shou found it hard to believe that Zhang Gui, at such a young age, was truly devoid of desires. Content to be an ordinary man, such individuals were not entirely absent, but they were exceedingly rare, and he could hardly believe he had encountered one. Every person, beneath their exterior, harbored another layer of identity. For instance, He himself was still masquerading as an inept individual, while Zhang Gui clearly donned a facade as well. What lay hidden beneath this exterior and what his true intentions were remained a mystery to Qin Shou. Nonetheless, he recognized that Zhang Gui was indeed a competent city lord, piquing his curiosity further. Chapter 26. Progress. After a brief exchange with Zhang Gui, Qin Shou allowed him to take his leave. Mindful of their unfamiliarity and the dynamic of their roles as sovereign and minister, to forge a deep bond on their first meeting would be utterly self-indulgent, akin to performing a play solely for one's own amusement. Shortly after Zhang Gui departed, Xiang Wentian returned, and upon observing the expression on his face, Qin Shou surmised that he had failed to uncover anything of significance. He had not anticipated much, considering that Zhang Gui had meticulously curated his public persona. It was unlikely one could discern the truth so easily. Your Majesty, I am incompetent. I found nothing of value. Zhang Gui has been the lord of Tianke City for over 20 years and has not exhibited any particularly remarkable achievements, merely maintaining the status quo. However, he does disappear for several days each month, and no one knows where he goes or what he does. I learned this tidbit after generously bribing a low-ranking soldier from the lord's estate. Xiang Wentian proceeded to relay all the information he had gathered, leading Qin Shou to conclude that Zhang Gui was a solitary figure, without family or children, diligently fulfilling his duties as city lord for 2 decades. Understood. Let this matter rest for now. My intent in gathering information was merely to discern the character of this man, whether he is a commendable official or a negligent one. It appears he is quite satisfactory, a qualified city lord. Your Majesty is correct. I share the same sentiment, Xiang Wentian affirmed with a nod, his innocent demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Qin Shou. Had he known that Zhang Gui was a foundational cultivation expert, he might not have maintained such a favorable opinion. Nevertheless, Qin Shou chose not to expose Zhang Gui's true nature. As long as their interests did not conflict, it was inconsequential. Moreover, having someone like Zhang Gui overseeing Tianke City alleviated any concerns of turmoil. The following day, Qin Shou continued his journey northward, intent on minimizing delays. His stops at various cities were merely symbolic, lasting no more than half a day, and he refused to linger overnight unless compelled by circumstances. 10 days later, the army finally arrived at Zhuke City, situated at the foot of Tsanglong Mountain. As a significant northern stronghold, Zhuke City served as a critical link to the Tianlong Empire, though it was relatively small, with only a few million inhabitants. Upon arrival, Qin Shou hurriedly proceeded to the location of Lu Bufan and his companions. The dense forests of Tsanglong Mountain were teeming with demonic beasts. However, thanks to the safe passage established by Lu Bufan and his team, traversing the area was not overly challenging. As they journeyed onward, they frequently encountered adventurers along the way. Although Tsanglong Mountain was fraught with peril, it also presented immense opportunities. The flesh of the demon beasts was far more delectable than that of ordinary wild animals, prompting many adventurers to brave the dangers of Tsanglong Mountain in pursuit of gold coins. Moreover, the mountain was replete with countless rare treasures. Stumbling upon a precious spiritual herb could lead to overnight riches. Beside Qin Shou stood only a guide, with no other companions accompanying him. Observing the throngs of people streaming into Tsanglong Mountain, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Are there usually this many people entering the mountain?" The guide replied, "Yes. There are always people venturing in, though they come from all directions. Now that a path has been cleared by the army, most individuals are entering through here. Previously, the traffic was quite dispersed, so the exact numbers were unknown." The soldier leading Qin Shou had been instructed to address him as young master to conceal his identity. As Qin Shou traversed the broad path, he frowned. If such a wide road were to extend to the fortress, it would leave no secrets concealed. However, establishing a fortress would indeed remain hidden, even deep within the mountains. If it were too concealed, it might raise the suspicions of passing cultivators. Yet, if it were laid bare before the world, it could yield unexpected advantages. Regardless, the notion of keeping the secret hidden would be challenging unless some form of concealment array, akin to those found in novels, were employed. However, in his years in this world, Qin Shou had never heard anyone mention such arrays. This array was not to be confused with military formations used in warfare, but rather referred to the formations utilized by cultivators in novels. Given our pace, "How long until we arrive?" he asked. The soldier replied, "Not long, just 2 days." Qin Shou was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated the soldier to possess a sense of humor. 2 days did not seem brief at all. They had not mounted steeds. For although the path had been cleared of obstructions, such as branches and thorns, it was not yet a smooth thoroughfare. The soldier's limited strength allowed him only a slight increase in speed over an ordinary person. At their current pace, they would cover about 100 miles in a day, totaling over 200 miles in 2 days. This distance still lay within the periphery of Songlong Mountain and could be considered relatively safe. Hearing that the journey would take 2 days, Qin Shou could hardly contain his impatience. "Is there a road that leads directly to the fortress?" he inquired, contemplating whether he could set off alone if such a route existed, as he could reach the destination in half a day by himself. However, the soldier's response dashed his hopes. "No, this path extends only for a few dozen miles." The prince insisted on maintaining secrecy. "So all traces of the remaining route have been erased. Then you must be quite familiar with this path?" Qin Shou mused, surprised to find that his earlier assumptions had been entirely incorrect. He absent-mindedly rubbed his nose to alleviate his embarrassment. "Yes, I have traversed this route no less than 4 or 5 times, so I'm very familiar with it. I am responsible for relaying messages between Zhuke City and the fortress. The remaining paths are very concealed. Without a guide, it is challenging to locate that place." A sense of pride flickered across the soldier's face, and Qin Shou regarded him with newfound respect. After all, navigating between the 2 locations to deliver messages alone was undoubtedly perilous. A moment's inattention could result in becoming prey for a demon beast or wild animal. This indicated that the soldier's abilities must be commendable. Otherwise, he would not have been selected by Lu Bufan for such a critical task. Demon beasts possessed a degree of intelligence and could absorb spiritual energy, making them more cunning, powerful, and dangerous than ordinary beasts. Songlong Mountain housed countless formidable demon beasts, which was why even formidable cultivators at the transformation stage dared not tread lightly into its depths. Although the outskirts were somewhat safer, not everyone would dare to provoke the demon beasts. The soldier's ability to navigate this environment with ease indicated his exceptional skill. Upon hearing the soldier's words, Qin Shou reluctantly abandoned his plan to head directly to the fortress where Lu Bufan was stationed. Chapter 27. Trouble approaches. "Stop, you wretched brat." A youth sprinted ahead, pursued by a dozen burly men. The footsteps Qin Shou had heard earlier undoubtedly belonged to them. The fleeing boy was putting forth every effort, while his pursuers were equally relentless. The leader of the group, a man wielding a long knife, charged ahead, his anger palpable. When both parties caught sight of Qin Shou and the soldier, their eyes brightened. The man with the knife shouted, "Brother, please help me block him. The Crow gang will reward you handsomely." Before his words had fully dissipated, the fleeing youth chimed in cheerfully, "Big brother, you've finally arrived. Block them for me while I make my escape." With that, he dashed past Qin Shou and Ding Feng, leaving only a striking silhouette in his wake. Hearing the boy's words, the Crow gang members' expressions shifted in unison. They had initially intended to enlist Qin Shou and Ding Feng's help, only to realize that the two were allies of the boy. However, as they reached Qin Shou and Ding Feng, they halted, perceiving that the two had stepped aside and showed no intention of intervening, realizing they had been outwitted. Feng Hai, the leader of the Crow gang, cast an angry glance at Qin Shou and Ding Feng before barking, "Chase after him," and continued his pursuit. "What kind of fools are they?" Ding Feng scowled at the retreating figures of the Crow gang. "They dare to glare at you. Should I teach them a lesson? Is the Crow gang formidable?" "They seem rather impressive," Qin Shou replied. "Impressive? Certainly, but only to those who have never practiced cultivation. To me, they are no more significant than ants." Ding Feng shook his head. "I'm not sure. I haven't heard of them, but they probably aren't very well known. With millions in Zhuke City, there are likely dozens of such small gangs. Let us disregard them and continue our journey." Qin Shou acknowledged the truth in Ding Feng's words. Much like the Forbidden City, the city was home to countless factions and influences. Furthermore, as a soldier of the Zhuke army, Ding Feng's knowledge of the city's affairs was limited, considered a blessing for them. "If I see them again, I shall ensure they are left unrecognizable," Ding Feng muttered indignantly. Qin Shou found amusement in Ding Feng's words, not because he found Ding Feng humorous, but because he realized that there would be no need to wait for another encounter. Judging by the sound of footsteps, the gang was returning. They had come back seeking trouble, so he could only observe how Ding Feng would handle the situation. What? They dare to return? Ding Feng exclaimed, momentarily stunned before his expression morphed into excitement. Young master, wait and see how I deal with them. Indeed, Ding Feng was not disappointed. The members of the Crow gang, who had just departed, returned one by one, their fierce demeanor evident. Clearly, they had failed to apprehend their intended target and were now seeking to vent their frustrations on Qin Shou and Ding Feng, the two who had delayed them. Soon, a dozen or so individuals encircled Qin Shou and Ding Feng. The leader of the Crow gang, Feng Hai, brandished his knife and addressed Qin Shou, stating, "You possess quite the audacity. After offending our Crow gang, you remain here instead of fleeing, waiting for our return. Such arrogance must surely be linked to that brat from earlier. If you know what's good for you, lead us to him and hand over our treasure map. Otherwise, we shall make an example of you two. Useless fools, unable to catch their prey. They take their frustrations out on the innocent. If you wish to fight, I have longed to teach you a lesson. Had my young master not intervened earlier, you would already be on the ground, crying for mercy." Ding Feng, witnessing Feng Hai's bravado, could not help but twirl his spear, creating a dazzling display before pointing its tip directly at Feng Hai with an equally defiant expression. Feng Hai, incensed at the sight of Ding Feng's spear aimed at him, felt his fury rise. He had a dozen brothers beside him. Why should he fear? Did the opponent believe he could single-handedly challenge them all? Such arrogance was outrageous. Although the Crow gang was merely a small faction in Zhuke City, they were not to be trifled with by an inexperienced youth. He swung his knife at Ding Feng's spear, aiming to cleave it in two. But Ding Feng swiftly altered his stance, executing a large arc that left Feng Hai swinging at air. How does it feel? So weak yet so arrogant. I expected more prowess from you, Ding Feng taunted, relishing Feng Hai's flustered state. Enraged and humiliated, Feng Hai shouted, "You dare mock the leader of the Crow gang? No matter who comes, you shall not escape today. Brothers, attack. Eliminate them, then toss their remains to the mountains for the dogs." At Feng Hai's command, the members of the Crow gang brandished a variety of weapons and launched an assault on Ding Feng. He bellowed, "Young master, stand aside. I shall protect you. You rabble of the Crow gang, behold my spear." The two sides soon became embroiled in a fierce clash. Qin Shou, witnessing Ding Feng's confidence, refrained from intervening at first, choosing instead to observe the unfolding spectacle. Ding Feng wielded his spear with extraordinary skill, executing thrusts, sweeps, and slashes with unparalleled finesse, leaving no openings for the Crow gang members. The members of the Crow gang were indeed skilled. After all, only the capable dared to venture into Songlong Mountain to earn their keep. Feng Hai, with his imposing knife, displayed his prowess, even if he lacked some intelligence. It was no wonder he held his position as the leader of the Crow gang. The battle was intense, with both sides roaring in a bid to display their might. It must be noted that Ding Feng's strength was remarkable. He held his ground against 13 adversaries with equal ferocity. As they were evenly matched, neither side gained the upper hand, resulting in a stalemate. Qin Shou found the scene quite exhilarating, though he could have swiftly resolved the conflict. He was pleased to allow Ding Feng to shine. The altercation drew the attention of passers-by, gradually gathering an audience. Aren't those the members of the Crow gang? They can't even overpower one person. Their strength seems lacking, some onlookers remarked. They're merely a third-rate gang, lacking skills beyond bullying the weak. Krugong, never heard of them. And to see so many ganging up on one clearly shows their cowardice. And they still can't win. How embarrassing. The spectators exchanged banter, inciting Feng Hai and his gang to a boiling rage. Feng Hai shouted, "You insolent wretches dare speak ill of me? If you have the gall, stay and witness. Once I finish this brat, I will deal with you. Come on, who fears whom? I alone can take on 30 of your lot. Indeed, if you lack ability, don't act tough. You can't even handle one person, yet you boast." The audience continued their jeers, further reddening Feng Hai's face as he struggled to contain his fury, unable to tolerate their insolence. Feng Hai abandoned his pursuit of Ding Feng and charged at a nearby bystander. If he couldn't defeat Ding Feng, surely he could overpower these onlookers. "You dare challenge me? You picked the wrong fight." The diminutive bystander became Feng Hai's first target, as he appeared to be the most vulnerable. However, the small man was no pushover. His temper flared at being targeted, viewing it as an insult to his strength. Feng Hai relished the sight of his opponent's indignation, feeling a surge of satisfaction. The Crow Gang's attack on Ding Feng had faltered due to their lack of strength, and now, with Feng Hai diverting his attention to other targets, their situation grew even more precarious. In no time, Ding Feng dispatched the remaining assailants, sending them scurrying in fear, crying for mercy as they distanced themselves from this formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Feng Hai found himself in a predicament, believing he had chosen the weakest target only to discover that he faced a formidable adversary. He could neither conquer this individual nor retaliate, and thus became the subject of ridicule. Feng Hai's frustration grew as he realized that the reputation of the Crow Gang had been irreparably tarnished. From now on, any encounter with them would likely be met with scorn and derision. As this realization struck him, Feng Hai felt a wave of anger rising within. Moreover, he regretted his decision to seek vengeance on these two, which had only resulted in his humiliation. "You will pay for this," he seethed. The more he pondered, the more determined he became to restore his dignity. He wielded his knife mercilessly, delivering blow after blow. His reckless assault pressured the small man, who chose to evade rather than confront Feng Hai directly. Despite the mockery, Feng Hai's strength was undeniable. "Why do you hide? You were so arrogant earlier." Feng Hai shouted in frustration, unable to land a hit while the onlookers stood by, their faces pale with apprehension. "What are you doing standing there? Teach them a lesson." The members of the Crow Gang, hearing his command, felt a wave of dread. They could see clearly that these individuals were not to be trifled with. "They're already injured, so why provoke others? Isn't that courting death?" However, since Feng Hai has already given the command, failing to comply would lead to a similar fate upon returning. Thus, they had no choice but to muster the courage to proceed. Such actions undoubtedly displeased the others, who felt that the current group was even less competent than the previous individual. Consequently, when the members of the Crow Gang approached, they showed no mercy, ruthlessly overpowering them. In mere moments, several members of the Crow Gang lay lifeless on the ground, their ferocity clearly intimidating the rest, who dared not advance further and instead retreated in haste. Witnessing the situation becoming detached from their involvement, Qin Shou lost interest in spectating and turned to Ding Feng, saying, "This no longer concerns us. Let us depart. We must prioritize our journey." "Understood, my lord," Ding Feng replied, hastily following suit while also unable to suppress his grievances, exclaiming, "In my opinion, the leader of the Crow Gang must be out of his mind. He couldn't even handle me alone, yet he dares to provoke so many others. His abilities are lacking, yet he relishes in arrogance. One can only wonder what sheer luck has allowed him to survive until today. However, having angered so many, it seems unlikely he will escape from Songlong Mountain today." After venting his frustrations, Ding Feng continued, "I wonder what that young man stole from them. If he were here, I would certainly capture him for questioning. We are merely bystanders, yet we have been unjustly implicated." Qin Shou, hearing his incessant chatter, chose not to respond, recognizing that Ding Feng's complaints held some validity. He had not anticipated Ding Feng to be so loquacious. Initially, he had assumed him to be rather taciturn. "We have been in Songlong Mountain for quite some time, yet we have yet to encounter a single beast. Was it not said that there are numerous beasts within?" Qin Shou pondered, hoping to capture one for a taste. "My lord, we are still on the outskirts of Songlong Mountain. Any beasts here are merely the lowest tier, typically targeted by those who venture into the mountains to cultivate. Furthermore, this is the main road, making encounters with beasts exceedingly rare. Even if any remain, they have likely been hunted down by others long before we arrived." Ding Feng quickly explained, his curiosity piqued by Qin Shou's apparent interest in beasts, despite the fact that he believed the emperor to be an ordinary person. Naturally, he wished to avoid any encounters with beasts, for he was not alone. He had to protect Qin Shou, the emperor, although Qin Shou had insisted before their departure that he required no protection, asserting that he could fend for himself. Ding Feng knew that such a notion was improbable. He had initially hoped Qin Shou would bring more companions, but as the emperor had made his decision, Ding Feng, as a mere soldier, felt it inappropriate to voice any dissent. He could only strive to safeguard the emperor's safety, silently praying that no beasts would appear, not even wild ones. As they traversed Songlong Mountain, a figure suddenly emerged from a thicket. Ding Feng immediately assumed a defensive stance, and upon recognizing the individual, his anger surged. The person who had just emerged was the young man who had previously been chased by the Crow Gang, who had inadvertently used them. Calm down. I mean no harm." The young man, noticing Ding Feng's fierce demeanor, quickly attempted to explain. Well, well, I didn't expect you to return. You certainly have guts. I was planning to make you pay when we cross paths again, but here you are, coming right to me. Ding Feng, clearly infuriated by this encounter, harbored considerable resentment towards the young man. I sincerely apologize. I had no choice but to resort to that. I merely returned to express my gratitude for your assistance in delaying the Crow Gang. The young man introduced himself as Duan Xin, the nameless individual from Zhuke City, thanking them profusely for their help in allowing his escape. However, Qin Shou was not convinced of his sincerity and chose to ignore the pretense, impatiently urging, "Enough with the theatrics. What is your true intention?" Duan Xin, taken aback by Qin Shou's perceptiveness, feigned ignorance, stating, "I have no ulterior motives. My sole purpose is to express my gratitude for your assistance." Qin Shou scrutinized him, noticing his insincerity, and exchanged a glance with Ding Feng. "Ding Feng, didn't you say you wanted to vent your frustrations? Go teach him a lesson, and then send him on his way. I detest those who do not speak the truth." Ding Feng, elated by Qin Shou's directive, replied eagerly, "My lord, leave it to me. I will ensure this young man learns his lesson." With that, Ding Feng raised his spear and launched an attack on Duan Xin. The latter, caught off guard by the sudden aggression, dodged and weaved, knowing full well he was no match for Ding Feng, who had just battled the Crow Gang. "Let's talk this out. We can come to an understanding," he hurriedly pleaded. "Press harder, Ding Feng. Don't give him a chance to speak," Qin Shou commanded, relishing the situation. Wait. I'll tell the truth. Just stop." Duan Xin capitulated, realizing he had no hope of winning. "Can you ease up a bit? We have no enmity between us. Is this really necessary?" Duan Xin winced as a blow landed, expressing his distress while directing his ire towards Ding Feng. "Oomph. You thought you could deceive my lord? Who else deserves a beating if not you?" Ding Feng retorted, reveling in the moment, his movements swift as he pursued Duan Xin, who was now scrambling to evade the blows. "All right, I concede. Just stop before I truly get hurt." Duan Xin cried out, his appearance now thoroughly disheveled, covered in grass and dirt. "Stop, Ding Feng. I am curious to hear what he has to say." Qin Shou intervened, observing Duan Xin's struggle and his pleas for mercy, allowing Ding Feng to halt his assault. Though Ding Feng was reluctant to cease, he obeyed the command. "If not for my lord's intervention, I would have thoroughly dealt with you to relieve my frustrations," Ding Feng added, sheathing his spear while Duan Xin rolled his eyes, brushing off the debris from his clothing. Once he had cleared himself of the remnants of the confrontation, Duan Xin stepped closer to Qin Shou, maintaining a respectful distance. "Do you know why the Crow Gang was pursuing me?" "We do." "What of it?" Qin Shou replied. "I possess a treasure map. Observing your noble demeanor, it is evident you hail from a wealthy family, so I wish to propose a business transaction." At this point, Duan Xin revealed his true intentions without reservation. With eager anticipation, he gazed at Qin Shou, only to be met with a palpable disappointment as it seemed Qin Shou exhibited little interest. In truth, Qin Shou harbored a modicum of curiosity regarding the treasure map. However, in an effort to conceal his true sentiments, he feigned a demeanor of disinterest. Nevertheless, he inquired, "Might I ask your intentions regarding this business? Are you inclined to sell the treasure map to me? Or do you wish to collaborate and embark on a treasure hunt together?" "I shall refrain from treasure hunting. My primary desire is to sell the treasure map to you, my lord." Duan Xin chuckled, his cheeky demeanor provoking an urge to take action. "If it is a treasure map, why not seek the treasure yourself? I suspect it is nothing but a forgery." Upon observing his demeanor, Ding Feng felt a sense of unease, suspecting that they were being treated as fools, and thus he confronted him without hesitation. Duan Xin, hearing his words, raised his hands in surrender. "I too wish to go, but do I appear capable of seeking treasure with my meager strength? I might reach the site, but I would not return. Moreover, your prowess is commendable, so it stands to reason that your young master must be even more formidable. Thus, you can pursue the treasure without issue, and I assure you, the treasure map is indeed authentic. You possess some discernment." Ding Feng retorted, although inwardly he scoffed, for his young master could hardly be considered a practitioner of cultivation. He truly believes he is addressing a fool. "Do I appear to be so naive? Pray, my lord, consider this business proposition. I have heard whispers that this treasure map conceals the secret of an immortal's tomb. If one uncovers the treasure indicated on the map, they shall locate the resting place of the immortal." Upon noticing Qin Shou's continued indifference, Duanxin divulged another crucial piece of information. Qin Shou regarded his claims with disdain, pondering that had the map indeed pertained to an immortal's tomb, it would have long been auctioned at Lin Longa, rather than being offered to him. After all, an immortal's tomb would be the domain of those who had reached the tribulation stage of cultivation, and the wealth to be gained from such a tomb would far surpass any modest sale. It was evident that this individual regarded him as a simpleton. But did he truly appear so foolish? Chapter 30. Business. Given the immense value of this treasure map, you would be better off keeping it. I cannot afford it, Qin Shou remarked, continuing on his way. Ding Feng, witnessing his departure, turned to Duanxin and said, "Indeed, others may be gullible, but we are not." He then followed closely behind Qin Shou. Unwilling to let such a seemingly easy target slip away, Duanxin hastily trailed after them, exclaiming, "Please, do not leave. What I say is true. I'm not deceiving you." His desire to sell the item to Qin Shou rather than return to Zhu Cheng was rooted in the belief that he would fetch a higher price from the wealthier-looking Qin Shou, whereas a return to Zhu Cheng might render him vulnerable to exploitation. "Where did you acquire this treasure map? Such a precious item shouldn't be in your possession?" Qin Shou asked, furrowing his brow at the incessant chatter of Duanxin. "To be candid, my lord, this treasure map was originally pilfered from the Wu Yao gang. As for their source, I cannot say," Duanxin replied. "And how do you ascertain that this treasure map is linked to the immortal's tomb?" Duanxin was momentarily taken aback by Qin Shou's inquiry, his eyes darting about as he struggled to respond. Qin Shou deduced that the fellow was not being forthright and remarked, "Your inability to answer suggests you are fabricating tales. Show me the treasure map. Let's ascertain its worth and whether it merits purchase." "Surely, you do not intend to abscond with it?" Duanxin questioned warily, clearly apprehensive that Qin Shou might seize the map. Qin Shou cast a disinterested glance at him. Recognizing that an item discovered by the likes of the Wu Yao gang could hardly be of value, it might well be a forgery. However, before Qin Shou could express his thoughts, Ding Feng, unable to contain himself, glared at Duanxin and said, "What is your intention, Duan? Does my young master's status not warrant consideration? Would he deign to regard your dubious treasure map?" Ding Feng continued with disdain, "My young master, seeing your pitiable state and your inability to discern truth from falsehood, merely intended to enlighten you. Yet, you dare question his integrity? Do you wish to be reprimanded?" After this exchange, even Qin Shou felt a tinge of confusion. Was his character truly so lofty? Did he even possess character? He began to doubt his own self-perception. Duanxin opened his mouth, but words failed him in rebuttal, and he finally relented. One cannot know another's heart at first meeting. It is wise to exercise caution. Do not dare to retort. If you wish for my young master to grant you the opportunity to showcase your map, bring it forth immediately. If not, be gone and cease to intrude upon us. We have no time for your games. Ding Feng's unexpected aggression took Qin Shou by surprise. He had not anticipated such a violent inclination. Though he was unsure whether this was a defense mechanism or simply Ding Feng's nature, he recognized that such traits were indeed characteristic of a soldier. "Here, take a look, but do not deceive me." Duanxin, albeit reluctantly, produced a seemingly ancient piece of parchment from his garment and handed it to Qin Shou. To Qin Shou's astonishment, Duanxin fell for Ding Feng's approach. Had he been in Duanxin's position, he would have fled without a second thought. Yet, this individual was evidently swayed by such tactics, exemplifying the diversity of human ambition. Qin Shou examined the treasure map that Duanxin had presented. It seemed unremarkable, merely depicting terrain and routes, devoid of any other details. However, to his surprise, he sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy emanating from the map, suggesting that it might conceal deeper mysteries. He attempted to infuse it with some of his own qi and discovered that the map indeed possessed hidden depths. Ahem, this treasure map is indeed authentic, though it likely lacks any significant treasures. If you are inclined to sell, I shall offer you 100 gold coins. Qin Shou coughed lightly, withholding the revelation of his discovery from Duanxin. Upon hearing his offer, Duanxin immediately protested. "What? A mere 100 gold coins? Absolutely unacceptable. That is far too little. The price must increase." "What then do you believe this treasure map is worth?" Qin Shou inquired leisurely, eager to gauge Duanxin's acumen, though he surmised that he had not scrutinized the map closely. After all, he had been pursued ever since stealing it from Feng Hai, leaving him no time for thorough examination. As Qin Shou had anticipated, Duan Xin was utterly oblivious to the map's authenticity, let alone its value. He stammered, 100 gold coins is far too little. This is a treasure map, not just any trinket. What treasure is worth only 100 coins? 200 gold coins shall suffice, yes? I do not wish to deceive you. While this treasure map is indeed genuine, its value is uncertain. Who knows if the original owner merely tucked a bottle within, crafting this map as a prank? 200 gold coins could sustain you for a lifetime, ensuring you want for nothing. Should you refuse, take it back. I shall consider it a keepsake, for I have no time to seek such seemingly worthless treasures. Qin Shou returned the treasure map to Duan Xia, and as he stated, 200 gold coins were indeed a considerable sum for an ordinary person. It could be deemed a windfall, sufficient for an individual to live comfortably for a lifetime. Observing Qin Shou's serious demeanor, it was now Duan Xia who found himself in a quandary. Logically, the treasure map was stolen by him and rightfully did not belong to him. Thus, he should have felt content with the 200 gold coins. However, human greed knows no bounds. Having 200 ignites a desire for 400, and 400 begets the longing for 800. Noticing Duan Xian's hesitation, Qin Shou could not resist, but urged him, do you agree or not? If you consent, I shall hand you the gold immediately. If you refuse, take your treasure map and seek another buyer. I would even offer you an additional 100 coins if you come to me. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Duan Xian gritted his teeth and conceded, fine. 200 it is. Hand over the coins, and we shall part ways. Satisfied with Duan Xian's agreement, Qin Shou smiled inwardly. Realizing that managing a young man was indeed within his grasp, he retrieved a bag of gold coins from the system space and tossed it to Duan Xian, cautioning him. Hold it firmly. Do not let anyone snatch it away. Feeling the weight of the coins in his hands, Duan Xian beamed with satisfaction. Hastily stuffing a large bag of coins into his bosom and clasping his fist toward Qin Shou, exclaiming, young master, you are indeed generous. We shall part ways here. With that, he departed without a backward glance. Qin Shou, on the other hand, stored the treasure map in the system space, intending to study it in detail later, as it might yield unexpected rewards. However, it was not long before Duan Xian returned, his face etched with urgency, suggesting he had encountered trouble once again. Big brother, second brother, help me. Duan Xian ran while shouting, employing his usual tactics. His actions elicited a furious glare from Ding Feng, who was accompanied not only by Fong Hai and members of the Crow Gang, but also by 2 additional individuals. At this moment, the Crow Gang was reduced to only 5 or 6 members, the others evidently having met their demise. The 2 newcomers exuded an aura of true energy, indicating they were cultivators, disciples of a certain sect. Duan Xian quickly darted behind Qin Shou and Ding Feng, while Ding Feng's expression turned grave upon seeing Fong Hai and his companions. He had no fear of Fong Hai, but he was wary of the 2 who stood beside him. The 2 were around 30 years of age, wielding swords that added to their imposing presence. Recognizing their attire, Ding Feng identified them as disciples of the Mo Yuan sect, a relatively large faction in Zhenzhou, boasting hundreds of disciples. Though not as formidable as the Weniansh, they were still a significant power. You foolish boy, do you think you can find safety behind them? Now that the 2 gentlemen have arrived, you had better hand over the treasure map, or they will not spare you. Fong Hai jeered, reveling in his newfound confidence due to the support of these powerful allies. The 2 disciples, named Mo Fong and Mo Lien, looked upon Qin Shou and his companions with disdain, considering them insignificant, 2 mere martial practitioners. One barely at the martial master level, while the other was even weaker, merely at the martial apprentice stage. As for the so-called wasteful young master, he was not worth mentioning. Hand over the treasure map, or you shall perish. Mo Fong's voice was chilling, piercing like a dagger to the ears. Duan Xian, cowering behind, implored Qin Shou, what should we do? Perhaps you should give them the treasure map? I can forego the money and return it to you later. My life is paramount. Young master, you must leave first. They have summoned cultivators from the Mo Yuan sect, and I am no match for them. I will try to hold them off. Ding Feng said, his face grave, devoid of his previous levity. He positioned himself to shield Qin Shou, resigned to his fate. However, given his strength, he stood no chance against the 2 disciples of the Mo Yuan sect. Thinking you can escape without leaving the treasure map? None shall leave. Mo Lien's voice dripped with malice, sending shivers down spines. "Young master, flee!" Ding Feng shouted, his long spear trembling his grip as he focused intently on Mo Fong and Mo Lien, not daring to look away. To his astonishment, however, a strong hand suddenly clasped his shoulder. The grip was powerful and assertive, compelling him to turn and see the hand's owner. His surprise deepened upon recognizing it was Qin Shou. "Stand back. I will handle this." "But, young master," Ding Feng's voice was laced with confusion. How could a mere ordinary person dare to confront those who could effortlessly slay a martial master? At that moment, Ding Feng was overwhelmed with emotion, feeling that even if he were to perish, it would be worth it. Duan Xin too was taken aback, astonished by Qin Shou's boldness. "Step back," Qin Shou declared with authority, prompting Ding Feng to instinctively comply and step behind him, still in disbelief. "Huh, a powerless waste daring to play the hero. Do you wish to hasten your demise?" Feng Hai laughed heartily, perceiving Qin Shou's actions as the greatest farce he had ever witnessed. Meanwhile, Mo Fong and Mo Lien seethed with rage. How had they fallen to such a lowly state where an ordinary person dared to confront them? This was not a source of pride, but rather a blatant humiliation, and they swore to eliminate Qin Shou for this affront. "You insolent wretch, you are bold indeed. No one has ever dared to insult a disciple of the Mo Yuan sect in such a manner. You shall be the first, and thus you must die today." They vowed, their eyes burning with fury. Feng Hai, ever eager to curry favor with the Mo Yuan disciples, had hoped to leverage their power for his own benefit. It was merely coincidence that Mo Fong and Mo Lien were passing by. He had deceived them under the pretense of the treasure map to save himself and the Crow gang members. Initially, they intended to retaliate upon discovering the ruse. But Duan Xian's timely appearance had saved him from doom. Today, he had narrowly escaped death twice, and now he was determined to turn the tide, displaying fervor in his efforts. "Silence," Qin Shou uttered softly, yet the weight of his words was profound. Su Denli, Feng Hai, who had been ingratiating himself with Mo Fong and Mo Lien, let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying several meters away, spewing blood mid-air before collapsing into the underbrush, lifeless. All present were left in shock, unable to fathom how a mere utterance from Qin Shou could annihilate a formidable martial master in an instant. What kind of power was this? Was he not supposed to be a waste? Everyone was profoundly shocked, including Ma Fong and Mo Kane, even though they could have easily eliminated Feng Hai without him noticing. However, the individuals who managed to defeat Feng Hai were those whom they had deemed worthless and had not wished to spare a glance at. Ding Feng and Duan Xian stared wide-eyed, their mouths agape. Duan Xian was unaware that Qin Shou was incapable of cultivation, while Ding Feng had always known that Qin Shou was an irredeemable failure in this regard. Now, however, he was left bewildered. If this was a so-called failure in cultivation, then what did that make him? Everything had been misconstrued. At this moment, he finally understood why Qin Shou had been so confident in bringing only him to the fortress. It turned out he was merely a guide. He had thought himself a protector, bearing a heavy responsibility, only to discover that he was actually the one in need of protection. This sudden reversal of roles caught him completely off guard. Additionally, he had overlooked the fact that Qin Shou was able to use a spatial ring. Now reflecting on it, he realized how foolish he had been. Qin Shou's casual strike sent shockwaves throughout the venue. Chapter 32, The End of Cultivation. "I didn't expect you to be a cultivator, hiding your prowess so well that neither of us had a hint," Ma Fong exclaimed. "Very well, this will certainly make things more interesting. Since you dare to stand against us, it is clear you do not intend to hand over the treasure map easily. In that case, we shall take it by force." With Feng Hai dispatched by Qin Shou's single move, the remaining members of the Crow gang scattered like birds, and Ma Fong and Mo Kane paid them no mind. Their only concern was the treasure map, showing little interest in these insignificant creatures. Qin Shou gazed at Ma Fong and Mo Kane with an air of haughty disdain, his contempt radiating from his eyes. "I never claimed to be unable to cultivate. That was your own misguided assumption. Blame your own blindness. And with just the two of you, do you really think you can kill me? The day is still bright. Perhaps it is time for you to awaken from your delusions." Duan Xin, witnessing Qin Shou's commanding presence, could not help but remark to Ding Feng, "Is your young master always so arrogant?" "Naturally," Ding Feng replied. "Have you forgotten who my young master is? It is only fitting for someone of his stature to be a little audacious." Besides, my desire to strike you is simply because you deserve it. Ding Feng felt an inner thrill, yet inwardly he scoffed at Duan Xian's words. What do you know? I had no idea the young master could cultivate. Did you not see my own shocked expression? While his thoughts were one thing, what came out of his mouth was entirely different. Ma Feng and Mo Kane, infuriated by Qin Shou's scornful gaze, could barely contain their rage. Ma Feng shouted, unleashing a surge of true energy from his palm towards Qin Shou. Unfortunately, this attack was woefully feeble. With a mere flick of his sleeve, Qin Shou rendered it utterly ineffective. Pathetically weak, utterly devoid of any threat, he taunted, dismissing Ma Feng's assault with ease. Clearly, Ma Feng was incensed by Qin Shou's superior demeanor. Don't get too cocky, kid. That was merely a probe. The next attack will be far more formidable, he retorted, as the sword behind him flew forth, aiming at Qin Shou, who remained steadfast as Ma Feng charged forward. Mo Kane, seeing Ma Feng take action, did not hesitate to join in the fray. Their cautious approach indicated their awareness of the gravity of the situation. They were not to be underestimated. Unmoved by their aggressive onslaught, Qin Shou prepared himself, knowing that Ma Feng and Mo Kane were not to be compared with Li Xinyue and Nsusu. A long blade materialized in his hand, and with 2 swift slashes he effortlessly deflected their initial attacks. Though Ma Feng and Mo Kane had appeared grand in their previous strike, it was not a flying sword. At their current level, they could not yet wield such advanced techniques in combat. Even Qin Shou was not capable of such feats without being at least in the Jin dance stage. As Ma Feng and Mo Kane saw their swords cleaved, they quickly maneuvered to grasp their blades again, their astonishment at Qin Shou's possession of a spatial ring quickly shifting to joy and avarice. Understanding that Qin Shou's strength was likely comparable to their own, they exchanged a knowing glance, their lips curling into greedy smiles as they surged forward to attack. Their strategy was to deploy lethal moves, seeking to defeat Qin Shou swiftly to avoid any unforeseen complications. Should other experts arrive, it would complicate matters significantly. Securing Qin Shou's defeat would ensure their victory, rendering the other 2 irrelevant. Perish, lowly minions of a demonic sect, Qin Shou shouted, feeling the chilling aura emanating from the long swords in their hands, empowered by true energy. He charged forward, embracing the confrontation. Given their proximity, the 3 were entangled in a fierce clash in the blink of an eye. Ding Feng observed the melee transform into a dazzling spectacle of light, unable to discern the figures amidst the flashing, cold glimmers. Clenching his fists tightly, he tensed up, clearly concerned for Qin Shou's safety. In contrast, Qin Shou felt increasingly at ease amidst the battle with Ma Feng and Mo Kane. After an initial flurry of chaotic movements, he began to find his rhythm. Ma Feng and Mo Kane, however, grew increasingly alarmed as they failed to seize the opportunity presented by Qin Shou's initial disarray. You 2 pathetic fools. Do you really think you can kill me with such meager strength? Who bestowed upon you such audacity? Qin Shou's confidence surged, allowing him to redirect some of his energy towards verbal taunts. Ma Feng and Mo Kane, incensed by his merciless mockery, were left with no recourse but to retaliate verbally. Don't get too proud, kid. Remember, you are but 1 against 2. Even if your strength surpasses ours slightly, I doubt you can endure for long. Once we capture you, I will relish in torturing you to alleviate my grievances. Let's see how many of my attacks you can withstand, Qin Shou declared, intensifying his offensive, each slash of his blade more powerful than the last. Confronted by his escalating assault, Ma Feng and Mo Kane gritted their teeth, their swords becoming like venomous serpents, seeking to strike every unprotected inch of Qin Shou. The first to falter was Ma Feng. After enduring yet another of Qin Shou's overwhelming strikes, he was sent flying, spitting blood midair. Junior brother, are you all right? Mo Kane shouted in alarm as he witnessed Ma Feng's plight. I'm fine, senior brother. Hold on, I will summon reinforcements. Ma Feng replied, fleeing without a backward glance. His sudden retreat left Mo Kane momentarily stunned, and in his moment of hesitation, Qin Shou seized the opportunity to deliver a devastating blow. Although he managed to block with his sword at the last moment, it was far too hasty, and he was sent flying several meters by Qin Shou's strike, crashing into and breaking several trees before finally coming to a halt. After stopping, Mo Lien disregarded his injuries and quickly fled deeper into the dense forest. Qin Shou watched him leave without pursuing. After all, Allowing him to return and engage in infighting within the Mo Fong would make for a far more intriguing tale. Frankly, he was quite astonished by Mo Fong's actions. This fellow displayed no sense of morality whatsoever, abandoning his comrades to escape when the situation turned dire. Using his companions as scapegoats to secure his own chance of flight was undeniably terrifying. Chapter 33. Joining the team, Ding Feng and Duan Xian were clearly taken aback by the situation. These two brothers had their perceptions thoroughly challenged. "Young master, are you all right?" Ding Feng inquired, unable to suppress his concern despite seeing Qin Shou remain composed and unfazed. "Mifine. Let us not linger here," Qin Shou replied, moving forward, leaving Duan Xian to return at ease. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed that Duan Xian was still hesitating to leave. Qin Shou frowned and asked, "Why haven't you left yet? The danger has passed. Do you think the money is insufficient?" Not at all. I have nowhere to go and no one to rely on. Seeing how formidable you are, I intend to stick with you," Duan Xian replied with an ingratiating smile, revealing his ulterior motives. Qin Shou was taken aback that he had been latched on as so unexpectedly. Before he could express his thoughts, Ding Feng interjected with displeasure. "How can you have the audacity to ask us to provide for you after we just helped you out of danger? Your expectations are rather unrealistic. You lack the capability, so it's best you return home." "Who says I lack capability? While my strength may not match yours, I assure you I can run errands better than anyone," Duan Xian asserted proudly, then produced the gold coins Qin Shou had given him earlier and handed them back. "To demonstrate my sincerity, I'll return these coins to you." "Truly not keeping them?" Qin Shou was genuinely surprised by this unexpected gesture. Duan Xian nodded firmly. "I truly don't want them. I am resolute in my decision to follow you. It's not just a whim. Following me will be arduous, you know. Isn't it better to be free? With these gold coins, you could live comfortably and marry a wife. Isn't that a joyful prospect? I'm still young. I have no desire to settle down just yet. I know you're extraordinary, and following you will surely lead to success. I'm tired of staying in Zhuke City every day. Rest assured, as long as you permit me to follow you, I will obey your every command without question." Duan Xian expressed his determination, hoping to persuade Qin Shou to accept him. "Is that so? What if I ordered you to your demise?" Qin Shou's words clearly caught Duan Xian off guard, causing him to momentarily falter. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied, "That's impossible. Why would you send me to my death? You're not the type to torment others for amusement. What if I truly am that sort of person?" Qin Shou's expression grew fierce, and a bloodthirsty aura emanated from him. The murderous intent accumulated from years on the battlefield was palpable, leaving even Ding Feng feeling uneasy as he swallowed hard. Duan Xian's face changed dramatically. This was not the mere bloodlust of skilled fighters, but a genuine, chilling bloodthirst. To exude such an aura, one could only surmise that he had taken countless lives. At that moment, Duan Xian could not help but reconsider. After all, Qin Shou had slain many. Who could discern whether he was good or evil? He might indeed be a ruthless killer. Seeing Duan Xian intimidated, Qin Shou could not suppress a smirk of satisfaction. With Duan Xian frozen in place from fear, he continued onward, indifferent to his hesitation. If Duan Xian chose to follow, it would indicate his resolve and trust. If he wanted to stay, Qin Shou would not object. "Young master, your murderous aura is overwhelming." It has frightened him into hesitating, Ding Feng remarked, turning back to see Duan Xian still standing there, lost in thought, and couldn't he help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. "Do you think he will catch up?" "Pay him no mind. Lead the way ahead." "Understood." With Qin Shou revealing such formidable strength, Ding Feng felt unburdened and relaxed. Noticing that Qin Shou seemed unconcerned about whether Duan Xian would follow, he shifted his focus elsewhere. Meanwhile, Duan Xian wrestled with his thoughts. He understood that, given his strength, joining a powerful faction would be challenging, yet he yearned for a strong backing. The sudden display of Qin Shou's might captivated him, and having exchanged a few words with him, he desired to align himself with such a formidable figure. After all, if Qin Shou was this powerful, one could only imagine the strength of the forces behind him. However, the overwhelming bloodthirst he exhibited was daunting. Such individuals were indeed fearsome. Lost in contemplation, Duan Xian failed to notice that Qin Shou and Ding Feng had already vanished from sight. When he finally looked up, he found himself alone in an empty space. "Damn it, if I must face death, then so be it. If he truly intends to lead me to my demise, I can only blame my own folly. Duan Xen gritted his teeth and muttered before setting off in pursuit of Qin Shou and Ding Feng. However, after a lengthy chase, he found no trace of them, causing a sense of urgency to swell within him as he hastily changed direction to continue his pursuit. Fortunately, this time he chose the correct path. Upon spotting two familiar figures ahead, he called out, "Wait for me. Slow down." Hearing Duan Xian's voice, Qin Shou was not surprised, but showed no intention of stopping for him. As Duan Xian caught up to them, he asked, "Have you made up your mind?" "Yes. I've decided to follow you. Even if you order me to my death, I will not regret this choice. Please take back these coins from now on. I am your subordinate." With unwavering determination, Duan Xian offered the coins to Qin Shou once more. Qin Shou did not reach out to accept them, but replied, "These coins are your earnings from selling the treasure map. They do not conflict with your decision to follow me, so keep them for yourself. A few hundred coins are of no concern to me. However, let me make it clear. You may follow me, but you must obey my commands, or I will not hesitate to have you killed. Rest assured, though I may be a mere minor figure, I understand the principles of being human. Since I have decided to follow you, I will certainly comply with your orders." "Very well then, I accept your decision. Thank you, young master. I am at your service for any errands you require." Coming in and snatching a meal, truly shameless. Ding Feng muttered quietly upon hearing Duan Xian's words. To this, Duan Xen promptly greeted, "Hello, Ding Ye." Ding Feng merely rolled his eyes, but his expression softened considerably. Chapter 34. Disturbing the nest that evening. The trio casually sought refuge in a cave, nestled within the perilous expanse of Songlong Mountain, where both demonic beasts and wild animals abounded, as did the caverns excavated by intrepid adventurers. These shelters were specifically carved out to ward off the assaults of demonic creatures, though they were modest in size, merely spanning a few dozen square meters. In such a setting, no one would dare to aspire to a lavish lifestyle. Strangely enough, the flesh of these demonic beasts proved to be far more delectable than that of ordinary wildlife, succulent and fragrant. Just imagine the bliss of savoring such meat every day. As Duan Xian gnawed at a piece of demonic beast meat, he shared his idyllic dreams. Daily feasting on demonic flesh? The esteemed sex of cultivation would hardly entertain such notions. Nevertheless, he was not entirely mistaken. The meat was indeed exquisite. On the other side, Ding Feng, also indulging in meat, could not suppress a scoff at Duan Xian's words, retorting, "If that's the case, you'll be the one to catch the demonic beasts. Your efforts will determine whether our lives can be filled with happiness. Brother Ding, do not jest. You are well aware of my capabilities. Sending me to capture demonic beasts is akin to inviting death. You are far more skilled. It will be better suited for you." "Chicken." Ding Feng cast a disdainful glance at him, but chose to remain silent, focusing instead on the meat in his hands. The two engaged in playful banter, their repartee enlivening an otherwise dreary journey. The meat of the demonic beasts was already so delightful that the thought of spiritual beasts stirred within Qin Shou a sense of longing, making the meat he held seem less enticing. However, spiritual beasts possessed strength comparable to that of human cultivators at the nascent soul stage or above, and their intelligence had evolved to a level akin to that of humans. To consume them would be no simple task. Rather, it was fraught with peril. Amidst the cacophony of roars from wild creatures and the piercing cries of demonic beasts echoing through the forest, a chill coursed through the air. "Young master, would you care for more? Such a large demonic beast would be a pity to waste." "No more for me. You all enjoy. I might burst if I eat too much." Qin Shou shook his head. "You all continue. I shall step outside for some fresh air." "Young master, do not wander too far. The night outside is exceedingly dangerous. Countless eyes may be watching us from the shadows," Ding Feng cautioned, concerned for Qin Shou's safety, especially since it was his first venture into the depths of Songlong Mountain. Acknowledging with a hum, Qin Shou ventured to the cave entrance. However, upon reaching it, he was taken aback, inhaling sharply as he beheld countless eyes fixated on the cave's interior. The various hues emanating from these eyes in the darkness revealed that their owners were no ordinary beasts or demonic creatures. The congregation outside the entrance was likely drawn by the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat, yet the cave's narrow opening deterred them from entering recklessly. "Ding Feng, hand me a torch," Qin Shou called out without stepping outside. Although Ding Feng was puzzled by the request, he swiftly retrieved a torch and approached. Upon seeing the multitude of eyes outside, he too gasped in astonishment. He had visited this cave several times before, but had never witnessed such a scene of wild beasts lying in wait. "Young master, here is the torch." Ding Feng swallowed, the saliva pooling in his mouth, still infused with the flavor of meat, as he handed it to Qin Shou. Illuminating the area with the torch, Qin Shou inadvertently caused a stir among the beasts. With the light, he finally discerned the nature of the creatures outside. A terrifying array of monstrous beings gathered, including Qingye beast, bi-eyed lion, white spirit lizard, and gray Xian ape. Such a fearsome assembly. "Young master, we must retreat into the cave. There may be more lurking on either side of the entrance," Ding Feng declared, his voice trembling with shock and dread, each name he uttered amplifying his fear. He could scarcely imagine what fate awaited him had he been alone in this predicament, likely becoming a meal for these beasts. At that moment, a commotion arose among the demonic beasts, triggered by Duan Exin, who had approached with a sizable chunk of meat in hand. His view obstructed by Qin Shou and Ding Feng, he curiously inquired, "Young master, Brother Ding, what are you looking at? Why are you blocking the entrance? Did you not say you were going outside for fresh air?" "Duan Exin, step aside," Qin Shou instructed Ding Feng, then turned to Duan Exin, commanding, "Throw the meat you are holding outside." Ding Feng hastily retreated to create space. Curiosity piqued, Duan Exin leaned forward to see, only to recoil in fright at the sight of the multitude of demonic beasts. "Oh no, have we stumbled into their lair? Enough chatter. The young master instructed you to discard the meat. Do it quickly." Ding Feng shot him a disdainful glance, despite his own earlier fear. It did not preclude him from looking down on Duan Exin. "Right away. Do you think they are here to snatch our meat?" Duan Exin asked, tossing the meat into the air. However, just as it soared, a flash of white lightning zipped past, and the meat disappeared in an instant. The chaotic scene incited a cacophony of roars from the beasts outside, accompanied by the sound of countless creatures trampling through the underbrush. Ding Feng, go cut the remaining meat into several pieces and throw it all outside. Realizing the beasts were indeed attracted by the aroma of roasted meat, Qin Shou instructed Ding Feng to retrieve more. His intention was clear, to disrupt their balance and incite them to turn on one another. The earlier creature's speed had been astonishing. The slower beasts could only watch. However, if they tossed out several pieces, the situation would shift dramatically. Ding Feng understood the plan and, without hesitation, pulled Duan Exin back to slice the meat. Although throwing all the meat outside did not guarantee their safety, it would at least reduce the number of beasts lurking around the cave, alleviating some of the pressure they faced. Otherwise, they would likely spend the entire night in trepidation. Before long, the two had cut the remaining meat into 7 or 8 pieces and approached the cave entrance. Indeed, the beasts outside emitted another chorus of growls, their eyes fixated on the meat in Ding Feng's hands, drooling in anticipation. Chapter 35. Peril as Ding Feng and Duan Exin hurled the meat into the fray. Chaos erupted outside. A multitude of beasts, having waited patiently, surged forward, creating a tumult. However, the commotion soon subsided, as the lone piece of meat was insufficient to satiate the voracious appetites of these formidable creatures. Many had already been devoured by the swiftest among them, who had caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. With the last piece of meat thrown from Ding Feng's hand, the beasts showed no signs of retreating. The objective of inciting them to fight amongst themselves remained unfulfilled. "Young master, we have no more meat, and they have not dispersed. It seems we must build a fire at the cave entrance. However, if the fire is placed at the cave entrance, the smoke will blow inside, making it difficult to disperse, which would render us quite uncomfortable." Ding Feng looked at the drooling beast outside and said with a deeply furrowed brow, "Discomfort is one thing, but we cannot allow these creatures to rush in." Qin Shou frowned. Despite his formidable strength, he was not yet ready to face so many beasts in a desperate fight. This was no longer a fight. It was simply offering oneself up for slaughter. Of course, if they could hold the entrance and face them one by one, there might still be a chance. "You two, move the firewood over here. I will guard this spot." The beasts had not entered earlier because they had not tasted flesh. But now that they had, if they ventured away, it was quite possible that they would dare to enter the cave. The two understood the gravity of the situation and quickly sprang into action, and soon a fire blazed at the cave entrance. Fortunately, They had gathered plenty of dry wood during the day. Otherwise, they would have been in dire straits. Phew, finally sorted out. Duan Xin lay weakly on the hay inside the cave, his face pale and trembling with fear. Seeing him like this, Ding Feng could not help but say, "Didn't you just boast about eating beast flesh daily? Now they're serving themselves to you, and you're the one getting scared. Indeed, I relish beast meat, but I did not intend to offer myself to them. Look at your pale face. You are just as frightened as I am. Tonight, you two will take turns keeping watch, one for the first half, the other for the second. Conserve your strength." Qin Shou shot a disapproving glance at the pair, unsure if they had been enemies in a past life. "Understood, young master," Ding Feng replied, then turned to Duan Xin. "You take the first half, and I will take the second. If danger arises, call for me." He assigned Duan Xin to the first half because the latter part of the night is when one's spirit wanes the most. With Ding Feng's superior strength, he opted for the second half. Of course, he could have taken the entire night watch, but since Duan Xin had just joined them, he wanted to give him a chance to prove himself. It could be said that while Ding Feng enjoyed teasing Duan Xin, he was still quite considerate. Duan Xin had no objections to this arrangement, recognizing Ding Feng's good intentions and refraining from insisting that he could manage the entire night. He knew that even if he said so, Ding Feng would not agree, and it might even provoke his displeasure. Qin Shou did not concern himself with their division of labor. As long as someone executed the task, he was content. After speaking, he closed his eyes to rest. The next day arrived as expected, and thankfully, no unforeseen events transpired during the night. This was indeed a blessing. The beasts outside had dispersed, leaving countless traces behind. Goodness, if someone were to stumble upon this, they would surely weep. Duan Xin exclaimed as he gazed at the innumerable broken grass and branches on the ground, utterly astonished. Such a scene was unprecedented for someone who had only ventured a mere few dozen miles into Songlong Mountain. It was fortunate that he had not fainted from fear the previous night, so witnessing the aftermath naturally elicited his awe. Even Ding Feng, a seasoned veteran, could not help but feel a chill. One could only conclude that last night's events were indeed abnormal. Let us go, there's no point in lingering. By the way, Ding Feng, how far are we from the stronghold? Although Ding Feng had mentioned a 2-day journey, their accelerated pace made Qin Shou uncertain of their exact distance. He naturally hoped to reach the stronghold sooner rather than later, in this desolate wilderness. If they were to encounter another scene like last night's, it was uncertain whether they would be so fortunate again. Cross over this mountain, continue along the valley, and we will be approximately 50 miles away. Then let us hurry along and quicken our pace. It would be best to arrive by noon. As Qin Shou finished speaking, his brow furrowed in alarm. "Oh no, quickly back to the cave." Upon hearing his words, the two instantly paled and dashed back without hesitation. The trio had barely run a short distance when a tremendous roar echoed, and a beast, around 4 meters tall, resembling a hybrid of a tiger, lunged towards them. "You two go. I will hold it off." Qin Shou's expression turned grave as he shouted at the two, brandishing a knife to confront the beast's lethal claws. Although he could evade, he could not allow himself to do so. If he did, the creature would undoubtedly shred Ding Feng and Duan Xin with ease. The aura enveloping Qin Shou shattered against the beast's claws, and he was propelled backward by the overwhelming force. Yet, even as he was sent flying, the beast's charge was forced to a halt. After landing, the beast wasted no time, growling lowly before leaping at Qin Shou once more. This leap spanned over 20 meters, its massive eyes glinting with a fierce light, its imposing presence overshadowing everything. While still in midair, Qin Shou noticed the creature's renewed assault and quickly pushed off from a tree trunk, changing his position. The thick trunk snapped like a twig before the beast. "Young master, hurry!" Ding Feng and Duan Xin had reached the cave entrance, witnessing the beast rise unscathed after crashing through the massive tree. Their hearts racing in terror as they called out to Qin Shou. Clearly, the beast was enraged after failing to subdue Qin Shou twice, its roars growing more thunderous as it pursued him relentlessly, its claws and steel tail swiping at him. Thankfully, they were deep within a dense forest where towering trees provided shelter for Qin Shou to evade. If they had been on open grassland, even if Qin Shou tripled his speed, he would not have been able to outrun this creature. Its explosive power was too great, with each leap covering 20 to 30 meters. Beast ceased this madness. Suddenly, a thunderous voice descended from the sky, followed by a cataclysmic attack plummeting down. Chapter 36. Arrival with a furious shout. A destructive force descended from above, and the beast sensed the threat, letting out a roar as its power surged. With a deafening crash, the ground erupted under the impact of immense energy, sending debris flying in all directions. Although the beast dodged the attack, it was still overturned by the sheer force, rolling several times. Meanwhile, Qin Shou dashed to the cave entrance, gazing at the devastated area in disbelief. True prowess was indeed remarkable. With a mere gesture, one could wield earth-shattering power. Even from a distance of over 200 meters, they could still feel the tremendous shockwave. Countless trees were cleaved in half, as if the explosion had unleashed a devastating shockwave. Observing the figure suspended in midair, it was evident that its strength was at least at the late Golden Core stage. Remarkably, the beast had emerged unscathed from that strike, raising its head to unleash a series of roars at the figure above. Qin Shou could not help but concede that this creature possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. The middle-aged man hovering in the sky, seeing that the beast had evaded his attack yet did not flee, let out a cold snort and launched another strike. This time, the speed and energy were even greater than before, catching the beast off guard and delivering a painful blow. The beast was sent flying several dozen meters, crashing through numerous trees before finally coming to a stop, blood pouring from its mouth as it lay on the ground, struggling to rise but utterly powerless. Young people, the depths of Songlong Mountain are not a place for your leisure. If you wish to avoid an untimely demise, I suggest you return promptly. The middle-aged man said to Qin Shou and his companions as he observed the colossal beast had lost its will to resist. Without sparing a moment for thanks, he hastily retreated, evidently on urgent business. Is it truly resolved just like that? Duan Xin uttered in disbelief. Let's depart from his place. No one acknowledged his astonishment as Qin Shou strode purposefully toward the fallen beast. Upon seeing it incapacitated on the ground, he delivered several strikes. The creature, which had still been gasping moments before, ceased to breathe entirely under his assault. Without further ado, Qin Shou took its carcass, reasoning that its flesh would likely surpass the pork they had consumed the previous night. With two alarming experiences serving as their cautionary tales, the trio hastened toward their intended destination with remarkable speed, compressing what would typically be a few hours' journey into a mere 2. Before them rose an imposing fortress wall, towering at least 20 to 30 zhang high. Qin Shou could not help but marvel. It was indeed grander and loftier than the walls of the Forbidden City. However, the entrance was surprisingly narrow, measuring only 2 or 3 meters in width. Constructed from massive stones weighing thousands of jin, it would require dozens of individuals to open such a formidable gate. To signal the guard to top the wall, Ding Feng arrived at the base and whistled. As expected, at the sound of his whistle, 2 heads emerged from above. Upon spotting Qin Shou beside Ding Feng, one of the guards exclaimed, "Your Majesty?" He quickly rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't imagining things. After verifying that the sight remained unchanged, he hesitantly asked his companion, "Is that truly His Majesty next to Commander Ding?" "Indeed, it is His Majesty." "Quickly, lower the ladder. I shall inform the prince." Another guard, initially uncertain, recognized the truth upon hearing his comrade's query. Yes, do hurry. I will lower the ladder at once." He proceeded to gradually lower the flexible ladder, which was connected in segments and equipped with handrails, a convenient means of entering and exiting the fortress. "My lord, the gate is exceedingly heavy, and it will not be opened without necessity. It requires over 100 men to force it open, so I hope you'll bear with us." Ding Feng explained to Qin Shou, anxious that he might find the method of entering the city unsatisfactory. Qin Shou felt no displeasure. After all, respect is not merely demonstrated through grand entrances but through genuine regard. He wholeheartedly agreed with Lu Bufon's caution, for they were deep within Songlong Mountain, a place fraught with peril. If the gate were too flimsy and easily opened, it would be unable to withstand the assaults of monstrous beasts, posing a grave danger to those within. Thus, upon hearing Ding Feng's explanation, he shook his head with a smile, saying, "What does it matter? In times of war, one must scale walls. Now that we are not at war, a climb will leave no regrets." Ding Feng, upon hearing this, heaved a sigh of relief. His admiration for the emperor soared to new heights, recognizing a leader who was not only powerful and astute, but also unpretentious and empathetic toward his subordinates. Such a benevolent commander is indeed rare to find. Moreover, the remarkable advancements of the Shunlong Empire within a few short years are inextricably linked to this wise leader. His unwavering reverence for Qin Shou was so profound that he would have followed him to the ends of the earth without hesitation. At that moment, Duan Xin was in a state of utter confusion. He had not anticipated the existence of such a grand and sturdy fortress within the depths of Songlong Mountain. Moreover, it was evident that this fortification was newly constructed, prompting him to wonder what purpose it served in such a remote location. Their conversation only deepened his bewilderment, revealing that both men were soldiers of the Empire, and this young lord had previously commanded troops. No wonder he exuded such an aura of lethality. He had initially assumed him to be a villain. His mind was still in disarray, as he had inadvertently stumbled upon an organization and become a part of it. Before long, the ladder was positioned against the wall. Climbing such a height could be perilous for those lacking stamina, with a significant risk of falling midway. However, this posed no challenge for them. Duan Xin, you go first and check if the ladder is secure. Ding Feng instructed the still-dazed Duan Xin. All right. Although Duan Xin's thoughts were muddled, he complied and approached the ladder, grasping the handrail as he ascended. Ding Feng's caution was not unwarranted. Although everyone who arrived here was trustworthy, one can never be too careful. Wear and tear or looseness at certain points could pose a risk. Thus, vigilance was prudent. Qin Shou had no objections to this arrangement, as such heights were trivial for him. Before long, Duan Xin had reached the halfway point. Chapter 37. Lu Bufon's fury at that moment. Lu Bufon was commanding from 300 meters below. He was astonished to hear that Qin Shou had arrived and promptly assigned his duties to others before departing to greet him. Meanwhile, Qin Shou had reached the top of the wall, where a soldier promptly bowed and saluted. Soldier Wang Eriu of the Zhuge army greets your majesty. Duan Xin stood on the wall, curiously observing his surroundings, when he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground. He had just heard something remarkable. The soldier had addressed the young lord he had only met for a day as your majesty. Your majesty? Is that not a title reserved for the emperor? Could it be that his lord is the sovereign of the Shunlong Empire, the very one known as the Jade-Faced Yama, who instills terror in neighboring nations? This was utterly shocking. How audacious was this emperor to venture into the depths of Songlong Mountain with only one companion? Seemingly unafraid of inciting a crisis that could fracture the empire, Duan Xin sat on the ground, staring blankly at Qin Shou, his eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Shou noticed his astonishment, but chose to ignore it, instead inquiring of the soldier, "Where is Prince Qi?" "Your Majesty, the prince should be within the mine. However, someone has already gone to notify him, and he should arrive shortly," the soldier replied, both excited and earnest. His exhilaration stemmed from the fact that he could converse with the emperor at such close proximity, providing him with ample material for boasting in the future. At that moment, Ding Feng also ascended to the wall. Upon seeing Duan Xin seated on the ground, dazed and confused, a flicker of curiosity crossed his eyes. However, he too chose to disregard it and approached Qin Shou, saying, "Your Majesty, let us descend from the wall. The prince is typically in the mine, and it may take some time for him to emerge." "Not at all. I wish to admire the craftsmanship of this fortress that has been erected in such a short time," Qin Shou replied as he walked toward the opposite end of the wall. Ding Feng observed this scene without protest, instead giving Duan Xin, who remained in a daze, a gentle kick, admonishing, "What are you still doing? Do you think you can accompany his majesty in such a state? Quickly, get up and help retrieve the ladder. I shall explain to his majesty." "All right." Don Xin quickly sprang to his feet, feeling that Ding Feng's words were exceedingly accurate. His performance had indeed been abysmal, bordering on disgraceful. Ding Feng cast a glance at him before hastening to catch up with Qin Shou, sharing insights about the circumstances encountered during the construction here. Soon, several figures appeared within Qin Shou's line of sight. He observed as they rushed towards him, and the most outrageous of them, Lu Bufon, even leapt onto the rooftop before soaring directly onto the city wall. The wall, constructed along the mountainside, had a higher interior than exterior, with the rooftops only about 10 zhang away from the wall. For someone of his mastery, ascending was hardly extraordinary. However, the others lacked such prowess and could only obediently ascend via the stairs. "Shun Lu Bufon pays his respects to your majesty." Lu Bufon approached Qin Shou. a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes, for he had presumed that Qin Shou was accompanied by a grand army. Yet, upon reaching the city wall and seeing no sign of a large force outside, only an unfamiliar face, he initially thought this stranger might possess considerable skill, only to realize he was merely a novice. Enough, Buffon, let us dispense with such formalities, Qin Shou remarked, and soon the others arrived, including the commander of the Zhuge army and several other commanders brought over from different legions. As they prepared to bow, he swiftly interjected, "No need for formalities. You are all exempt." "Thank you, Your Majesty," they responded in unison. At this moment, Lu Buffon finally spoke up. "Your Majesty, why do we not see the escorting army? Has Your Majesty sent them back?" "Haha, there is no escorting army. I am accompanied solely by Commander Ding." Qin Shou chuckled at their bewildered expressions. Upon hearing this, Lu Buffon's countenance shifted dramatically, and he rebuked Ding Feng with palpable anger. "Ding Feng, how could you allow His Majesty to travel alone with you? Are you unaware of the dangers of Songlong Mountain? If anything were to happen to His Majesty, could you bear the consequences?" Ding Feng, upon receiving this reprimand, wore an expression of grievance, his lips moving as if to protest, yet no words escaped. "All right, do not blame him. He is merely a commander, and would he dare disobey my orders?" Qin Shou interjected, defending Ding Feng. Hearing this, Lu Buffon immediately adopted a serious tone. "Lu Yong and Zhang Kong are utterly incompetent. How could they permit His Majesty to undertake such a perilous action? Upon my return, I shall ensure they receive a proper reprimand. Furthermore, Your Majesty, such actions are indeed reckless." The Lu Yong and Zhang Kong mentioned by Lu Buffon were the Lord of Zhuge City and the general commanding the remaining Zhuge forces stationed there. In truth, he had overlooked one other individual, the general of the Menghu army escorting Qin Shou. Qin Shou, unperturbed by Lu Buffon's complaints, understood he had valid reasons for concern, primarily regarding his safety. Smiling at Lu Buffon's fiery demeanor, he offered words of reassurance. Hearing the comforting words, Lu Buffon's mood improved somewhat. After all, Qin Shou had safely arrived here, a fortunate outcome amidst the misfortune, and there was little use in harboring anger now that events had transpired. "Your Majesty, what brings you here so suddenly? This place is hardly safe. It is fraught with danger. Zhou Jian actually permitted your arrival? It seems he is not fulfilling his duties in the capital. This fellow, is he never done?" After lamenting the officials of Zhuge City, it was now Zhou Jian's turn to receive criticism. "I grew weary of staying in the capital, so I wish to take a look. You know my temperament. Do you think Jian could possibly stop me?" Qin Shou could not help but say, noticing Lu Buffon's somewhat awkward expression, before continuing, "This fortress is quite well constructed. I'm very satisfied. Your Majesty, it is dangerous here, and this is hardly the place for conversation. Let us descend to speak. Then let us proceed." With that, the group descended from the city wall. Meanwhile, Duan Xin had intended to follow but was abruptly halted by Ding Feng. "Where do you think you're going?" "Of course, I am following His Majesty." "Zuan Xin Zipli, so mewat bui. Have you lost your mind? Where's your usual quick wit when we exchange barbs?" "His Majesty, the Prince, and other generals are discussing matters that do not involve us. You would do well to stick with me. Otherwise, you may not know how you met your end." Upon hearing this, Duan Xin was suddenly brought back to reality. He had been in a daze, blindly following. Now admonished by Ding Feng, he felt a rush of relief and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Chapter 38. The act of pretense begins now. "Tell me, what is the current situation? Have there been any advancements?" Qin Shou's primary concern was naturally the extraction of the Spirit Stone mine, for it was pivotal to his potential ascension to greatness. Thus, he directly broached the subject, omitting any pleasantries. Lu Buffon and the others immediately grasped the purpose of Qin Shou's personal visit and were not taken aback by his inquiry. They promptly responded, "We have currently excavated to a depth of over 100 zhang. Based on our exploration, we estimate that it will require at least another 100 zhang to reach the Spirit Stone reserves. The rock here is exceedingly hard, making excavation laborious. Thus, we anticipate it may take a month or so to reach the target." Hearing that it would take such a lengthy duration, Qin Shou furrowed his brow. The mine was proving to be more challenging than he had anticipated. However, if it were easy to mine, it would not have fallen to them to discover it. "Is there no other means to expedite the process?" The others shook their heads, sighing. unless we enlist the help of those adept in cultivation, utilizing their spiritual weapons and formidable power to cleave through the rock. Otherwise, we can only continue to dig bit by bit. Lu Bufan proposed a solution, but it was evidently impractical at present. If there were powerful cultivators available, the mine would likely not belong to them. Qin Shou felt a wave of frustration. In this world, there was no concept of explosives, nor were there materials for synthesizing them, which would have greatly simplified matters. Now, unable to extract the resources, the presence of 50 to 60,000 troops here felt utterly pointless, a source of genuine worry for him. Take me to see it. Qin Shou expressed a desire to test whether he could cleave the stones within the mine with his own strength, for he was not without power himself. Since their sovereign had expressed a need, his subordinates naturally would not refuse, especially since the mine was quite secure. Before long, accompanied by Lu Bufan, Qin Shou entered the mine, the entrance concealed by a large building. Inside, a specially formulated illumination fuel burned brightly, producing minimal smoke. Over 100 zhong, equating to over 300 meters, the entrance sloped downwards. Furthermore, there were tracks laid out for transporting waste materials, which were reasonably designed. Due to the large workforce, leaving things as they were would be wasteful, so I instructed them to dig in 3 directions, hoping to discover one that might be easier to excavate. Observing the mine branching into 3 paths, Lu Bufan articulated his intention. Qin Shou nodded in understanding, and the two chose to enter the central passage. As this was the primary direction, continuing onward for several dozen meters, they encountered dozens of soldiers diligently working with their tools. Although they had been assigned to mine, the monthly wage of 10 gold coins left them with no objections. They were all loyal followers who had been indoctrinated by Qin Shou. The prospect of earning such gold each month made them eager to work, and they would gladly do so even for free. Of course, Qin Shou treated his own people exceptionally well. He would never allow them to labor without recompense. Upon seeing Qin Shou, the soldiers involuntarily halted their actions. Their eyes filled with disbelief. For these delightful individuals, Qin Shou could not help but offer a round of encouragement and praise. Approaching the excavation site, he picked up a tool and tested the stone. It was extraordinarily hard. No wonder progress was so slow. The force rebounding in his hands left his arms tingling. "Ha! Your Majesty, how do you feel? Is your arm tingling?" Lu Bufan chuckled. Having witnessed Qin Shou exerting himself so vigorously, he could only imagine the strain of the rebound. Even a master like himself felt a prolonged numbness in his arms after just a few strikes, let alone Qin Shou, an ordinary person. Seeing Lu Bufan's joyful expression, Qin Shou scoffed internally, thinking to himself, "Oh, how naive you are. You may be pleased now, but soon you shall witness the true jester here." With a feigned nonchalance, he remarked, "It's all right, nothing too extraordinary." Upon hearing his words, Lu Bufan chose not to expose him, assuming he was merely putting on a brave face. "Your Majesty, perhaps it is best to retreat for now. This stone requires a patient approach. Once we get past this section, it should improve significantly. Step back, for I shall reveal my true capabilities," declared Qin Shou, waving his hand at them. Although everyone viewed this as mere theatrics, who could deny the presence of a sovereign? All but Lu Bufan retreated several meters. Lu Bufan, curious to see what Qin Shou would do next, was taken aback when a blade suddenly appeared in Qin Shou's hand. His astonishment was not merely at the existence of a spatial ring, but at Qin Shou's ability to wield it. This implied that Qin Shou had been practicing cultivation and possessed strength beyond that of an ordinary master. "Could it be that you are truly His Majesty?" Lu Bufan questioned, his disbelief palpable. Having followed Qin Shou for 7 or 8 years, he had never known him to be a practitioner of the arts. Qin Shou had always maintained an image of being incapable of cultivation, and now, with such a revelation, it was no wonder Lu Bufan doubted his authenticity. It was not just him. Even the soldiers behind him wore expressions of astonishment. Qin Shou, noticing Lu Bufan's incredulity, wore a smug smile and retorted, "What nonsense! If I were not, would you still be here? The reason I have kept my abilities hidden is due to the peculiar nature of my cultivation technique, which requires many years of dedication to yield results. Before that, I was merely an ordinary person incapable of cultivation. If I lacked strength, do you think I would dare confront Ding Feng at Songlong Mountain? I am still young and do not wish to meet an untimely end." "Ah, I see now. It appears that your Majesty's cultivation method is indeed unusual, requiring such a long period for refinement. If I were to undertake it, I would likely go mad and abandon the effort, Liu Bufan mused, appearing enlightened. He believed in Qin Shou's words wholeheartedly, for this man had been his mentor, imparting countless lessons and guiding him to the pinnacle of his life. Simultaneously, he felt an immense joy and excitement. The more powerful Qin Shou became, the safer he and those closest to him would be. The stability of the Xinlong Empire hinged upon Qin Shou's safety. Moreover, the ability to cultivate not only ensured personal safety, but also extended one's lifespan, which was of colossal benefit to him. As long as Qin Shou remained, those who were closest to him would be secure. Now he understood why Qin Shou had been so eager to acquire spirit stones. It was due to a breakthrough in his cultivation. If this deduction was accurate, Qin Shou's practice diverged from theirs. They were engaged in mundane techniques, while Qin Shou likely practiced an immortal cultivation method. This realization rendered everything reasonable. Liu Bufan regarded Qin Shou with newfound admiration, his gaze filled with fervor. Chapter 39. A successful deception indeed. Qin Shou's subsequent actions validated Liu Bufan's assumptions. As he infused his qi into the long blade, it radiated a golden glow. This phenomenon was unique to practitioners of immortal arts, unattainable by mere mortals. Now, with a resounding shout, Qin Shou thrust the blade into the stubborn rock. The sound of cracking echoed as the blade penetrated as easily as cutting through tofu, its formidable force driving several meters into the stone. Seeing the effectiveness of his efforts, Qin Shou's confidence surged, and he quickly withdrew the blade to strike again. After several repetitions, he felt an emptiness within his body. Nonetheless, he had carved a tunnel over 10 meters long and approximately a meter wide. Your Majesty is impressive. This method greatly accelerates the excavation, Liu Bufan exclaimed, rushing forward to peer into the seemingly bottomless black void, marveling at the sight. The other soldiers gazed at Qin Shou with admiration, completely oblivious to the drool escaping their mouths. Qin Shou clapped his hands, satisfied with his spatial ring. All right, I shall leave this in your capable hands. This length should suffice for your work. Your Majesty has toiled greatly. Please return to rest while I oversee things here, Liu Bufan replied, rallying his comrades. Brothers, His Majesty has cleared this long passage for us. Now, it is our turn. Indeed, our turn. In an instant, everyone seized their tools and began to work vigorously. However, despite the apparent ease of excavation, it remained quite laborious. Liu Bufan recalled the principles of thermal expansion and contraction learned in school and decided to suggest an experiment. By the way, Bufan, could you gather everyone outside? Find some easily combustible dry grass and kindling to place in the tunnel, then set it ablaze. Prepare cold water. And once the rock is heated through, douse it with water. It will make the excavation significantly easier. Liu Bufan, puzzled, inquired, Your Majesty, what is the principle behind this? Will it truly work? This pertains to a profound concept known as thermal expansion and contraction. When you have the time, I will teach you. But rest assured, it will be effective. You will see for yourself. Thermal expansion and contraction. What a curious principle, Liu Bufan murmured to himself. Yet he did not halt the work of those present and followed Qin Shou out of the mine. With ample manpower outside, any additional excavation would be advantageous. After giving his instructions, Qin Shou chose not to linger. His qi was nearly depleted, and he required meditation to recuperate. Upon entering the room prepared for him, he requested not to be disturbed and entered a meditative state. Time and meditation passed swiftly, and when he awoke, he found the sun still shining. However, upon inquiring about the time, he discovered it was already the following day. Hearing of Qin Shou's awakening, Liu Bufan hurriedly rushed to his side, excitement evident on his face. Your Majesty, you have finally completed your cultivation. Your exuberance suggests that the method I taught you was effective. Indeed, it was immensely beneficial. You should have seen it. Those once iron hardstones became as fragile as sand after being heated and doused with water. A mere touch causes them to crumble into large chunks. Liu Bufan danced with delight, astonished by the effectiveness of Qin Shou's thermal expansion and contraction method. He silently regretted not having sought Qin Shou's wisdom sooner. Had he grasped this principle from the beginning, they might have already excavated a spirit stone mine. though the necessity for everyone to step outside during each heating process delayed progress. Overall, their efficiency had dramatically improved compared to their previous brute force efforts. Your Majesty, could it be that you are a celestial being possessing knowledge of all things? Initially, I presumed that I had absorbed a substantial amount of knowledge from Your Majesty. Yet I now realize that I have merely grasped a minuscule fraction. The skills you possess, I fear, are beyond my lifetime's reach. I, Lu Bufan, seated upon the stone bench to your left, am overwhelmed with admiration and reverence, having come to regard Qin Shou as my guiding faith. With a bemused expression, Qin Shou swiftly interjected, Enough. I am aware of my capabilities without your embellishments. Moreover, possessing adequate knowledge suffices. One cannot indulge in excess. For not all minds are as astute as mine. Your Majesty's insights resonate deeply within me, evoking a profound sense of enlightenment. Qin Shou, exasperated, found it perplexing that Lu Bufan, in his unreserved agreement, failed to perceive the self-aggrandizement in his words. By the way, I am pleased to inform you that my energy has been fully restored. Let us delve into another substantial excavation. Your Majesty, such exertion is unnecessary. With your teachings, our progress has already accelerated significantly, Lu Bufan urged, keenly aware that it was less dignified to have the sovereign engage in such labor. Surely, it is a remarkable spectacle for an emperor to abandon the affairs of the state in the capital to pursue mining. Yet should this become a daily endeavor, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule. Cease your prattling. I merely wish to inform you, not to seek your counsel. With that, Qin Shou stood and strode toward the mine, driven by an urgent need for spiritual stones, a necessity to bolster his strength. Time waits for no one, and this urgency was precisely why he had forsaken the pleasures of the capital to venture into the treacherous depths of Songlong Mountain. He understood well the principle that power is paramount, a lesson ingrained in him since childhood, and he had already suffered once. He was unwilling to endure such a loss again. None shall deter me, not even the mightiest of beings. Observing Qin Shou's resolute demeanor, Lu Bufan felt compelled to follow suit, albeit with a furrowed brow. He couldn't help but wonder how the other four brothers would react if they discovered that the emperor had come here to mine. They might very well chastise him. Before long, Qin Shou returned to yesterday's site, where the tunnel he had excavated had expanded into a passage approximately 5 meters wide and 2 meters high. Furthermore, it had been extended several meters deeper, a testament to Lu Bufan's diligent efforts to maintain continuous work, which delighted Qin Shou. Only by sustaining such zeal and urgency could they achieve their goals in the swiftest manner. Qin Shou replicated the same technique as before, and perhaps due to the heat generated, this endeavor proved far easier than the last. Day by day, he repeated this process, and before long, half a month had passed. Chapter 40. The season of harvest on the 15th day, Qin Shou stood atop the city wall, absorbing the magnificent scenery. Undoubtedly, the depths of these mountains serve as an excellent sanctuary for cultivation. It is no wonder that practitioners are drawn to such secluded havens. Your Majesty, the Prince of Qi requests your presence at the mine. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou vanished in an instant, leaving the soldier who had delivered the message in a state of bewilderment, scratching his head in confusion. Upon arriving at the mine, he observed Lu Bufan and the others animatedly discussing something, their excitement palpable as they gestured towards the depths of the cave. It appeared they had unearthed something of great value. What is it? Have you made a discovery? Qin Shou inquired, suppressing his own excitement and feigning calmness. The collective attention had been focused ahead, and it was only upon his arrival that they acknowledged him, the soldiers hastily parting to allow him passage to the front. Your Majesty, look at this, Lu Bufan exclaimed, pointing toward a cluster of crystalline stones, which were none other than the spiritual stones that Qin Shou had long coveted. The sight of such an abundance of spiritual stones nearly caused Qin Shou to salivate. Approaching the stones, he reached out to touch them, prompting the system's notification sound to chime. Moments later, a portion of the spiritual stone he had touched vanished, and the others, having witnessed Qin Shou's previous demonstrations, regarded this with nonchalance, assuming he had utilized some method to transfer it to his spatial ring. Gazing at the substantial spiritual stone he had absorbed, Qin Shou was filled with immense satisfaction, recognizing that the remaining stones were predominantly mid-grade, with the likelihood of high-grade and even supreme-grade stones present. Should this spiritual stone mine be fully exploited, it would not only benefit him, but would also have a monumental impact on the entire Shenlong Empire. Imagine a vast army composed of master-level experts. Even those at the Golden Core stage would find themselves in a quandary. While it may seem trivial to contend solely with Golden Core practitioners, it is crucial to remember that the majority of cultivators in the realm are beneath the nascent soul stage. With such an army at their disposal, which nation would dare to provoke the Shenlong Empire? Everyone has worked hard. To commemorate this moment, I decree a reward of 100 gold coins for each of you. I shall personally finance this as a token of gratitude for your contributions to the Empire. Furthermore, as we continue to extract more spiritual stones, each person will receive 2 stones monthly as a reward. Of course, those who prefer gold may exchange their stones instead. Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! Long live your majesty! The soldiers erupted in jubilant cheers, invigorated by Qin Shou's magnanimous gesture. His decision was made with consideration for all, recognizing that some individuals could not absorb the spiritual energy from stones. Thus, providing them with spiritual stones would be futile and could even attract unwanted attention, leading to potential calamity. Conversely, gold is a necessity in daily life, transcending status or occupation. Moreover, by offering spiritual stones as a reward, he aimed to ensure that everyone would benefit, intertwining their interests and motivating them to safeguard the secret while diligently working. Lu Bufan and the other leaders were equally exhilarated, as the extraction of spiritual stones would assuredly include their share, undoubtedly enhancing their cultivation speed. Who would not desire to elevate their strength? Bufan, have the workers expand the excavation area. Do not let the multitude outside go to waste. We must strive to include more individuals in the effort. Once the initial excitement subsided, Qin Shou promptly issued directives and guidance to Lu Bufan. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I had intended to do so. The previous constraints prevented us from expanding the working area. Lu Bufan respected his orders completely, and his thoughts aligned with Qin Shou's. Acknowledging that the 50,000-strong army had not come here for leisure, but rather on a clandestine mission. I trust you implicitly. Your meticulousness and dependability are precisely why I appointed you for this task. Qin Shou patted his shoulder to convey his confidence. Having conveyed his thoughts, Qin Shou departed, leaving the remainder of the time to others. For the next month, Qin Shou basked in happiness as the excavation area stabilized, yielding thousands of spiritual stones daily. During this period, he spent his time fervently cultivating. Name, Qin Shou. Identity, son of the Divine Dragon Empire. Aptitude, inferior water spiritual root. Medium wood spiritual root. Realm, mid-foundation establishment. Technique, dual cultivation method. Offspring, 23. Lifespan, 500 years. Qin Shou gazed at the origin of his lifespan, which had transformed from 37 years to the current 500 years, and he felt a wave of joy. This was achieved despite his limited daily capacity. Had he been allowed to absorb without restrictions, he might have already surpassed 1,000 years. He had refrained from using the amassed spiritual stones to enhance his cultivation, as such a vast number would only elevate him to the late foundation establishment stage. Instead, he preferred to extend his lifespan, enabling him to bear children, which could potentially reward him with breakthroughs into the Gold Core stage, along with additional rewards. Thus, Qin Shou was acutely aware of the path he should choose. And what awaited him now was the prospect of returning to father-children. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but think of Lu Mengli, who was already 4 months pregnant, with half a year remaining until the birth. He envisioned the bountiful rewards that awaited him. Lu Mengli, oh Lu Mengli, you must take care of yourself. Do not meddle in trivial affairs. You must safeguard our child. Qin Shou murmured softly, as it was indeed her meddling that had led to their union. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Lu Mengli was lost in thought in her master's cultivation cave, her belly growing larger by the day. And she had returned to her own dwelling for quite some time. She was even afraid to appear before others, spending her days in the cave and occasionally stepping out for fresh air. Whenever she felt movement from the child within her, she would grit her teeth in frustration. Mere months ago, she had been a carefree beauty. Who could have anticipated that a single act of chivalry would lead to her being schemed against? Now, she returned not as a simple maiden, but as a pregnant woman, and she had no idea who the father of her child was. To claim she felt no resentment or regret would be a lie. As for Lu Mengli's situation, Qin Shou remained entirely oblivious, and even if he were aware, he would choose to feign ignorance. At least until his power surpassed hers, he dared not let her know. Chapter 41. A grand scene time swiftly passed. And a month later, as Qin Shou emerged from his chamber, Lu Bufan approached him. "Your Majesty, someone from Zhuge City has arrived," stating that individuals from the capital have come to urge a return. Qin Shou furrowed his brow and replied, "Has anything occurred in the capital?" "No," Lu Bufan reassured him. "According to the words of the two princesses, your prolonged absence has caused unease among the people. They request your swift return to stabilize public sentiment." It had indeed been 3 months, and Qin Shou felt a pang of reluctance. This place was his granary, after all. However, after accumulating energy for 2 months, it was time to convert it into strength. Hearing that he was receptive to advice, Lu Bufan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly flattered. "It is indeed for the best that your Majesty thinks this way. I will keep watch here. There should be no significant issues." It was not that Lu Bufan believed Qin Shou would hinder him, but rather that as the Son of Heaven, Qin Shou's return to stabilize the realm was of utmost importance to him. With Qin Shou's presence, the safety level of the area undoubtedly increased severalfold. If given a choice, he would prefer Qin Shou to remain indefinitely. That day, Qin Shou departed the fortress alone, without any entourage, in order to expedite his journey. The efficacy of his solitary travel was evident. Within half a day, he had returned to Zhuge City, rendezvousing with the Menghu army before leaving the city again. 5 days later, 10 miles outside the Forbidden City, countless people had gathered. These individuals comprised the civil and military officials of the Divine Dragon Empire, along with numerous citizens. And several thousand troops were present to maintain order. Their assembly was to welcome back Qin Shou, the ruler of the Divine Dragon Empire. As clouds of dust billowed on the horizon, everyone knew that the man had returned, and anticipation surged among the crowd. Soon, a tidal wave of soldiers appeared before them, and upon seeing their king return, they erupted into roars of excitement. The earth trembled beneath the force of their cheers, stirring up clouds of dust, and the citizens, having never witnessed such a spectacle, were overwhelmed with fervor, joining in the chorus. The roaring echoed like thunder. Those aware were exhilarated, while those unaware feared an enemy assault. The Menghu army, accompanying Qin Shou, could not help but respond with their own roars in acknowledgement of the cheers. As Qin Shou's magnificent carriage came to a halt, he emerged, and the volume of cheers reached a crescendo. Standing atop the carriage, he raised his arm and proclaimed, "My subjects, I have returned. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" The thrice-repeated cry was a testament to the people's support for their sovereign. "We have seen your Majesty." Once the citizens' cheers subsided, the officials began to pay their respects, and the sight moved them deeply. They had never witnessed such a scene in their lifetimes. This emperor was truly beloved by his people. Everyone was certain that as long as this emperor existed, no rebellion could ever succeed in the Divine Dragon Empire. In that moment, their hearts swelled with loyalty, and no one dared to harbor any treasonous thoughts. "All rise. I thank you for your efforts during my absence from the capital," Qin Shou remarked, observing the flushed faces of the officials and offering them a word of gratitude. Upon hearing his praise, the officials felt as though they had consumed honey, their hearts warm and their faces beaming with innocent joy. To serve the empire is our unwavering resolve. Although they laughed like children, they still uttered those words. The sincerity of their sentiments was palpable, and the timing of their sentiment could not have been more opportune. "Very well, let's return home," Qin Shou concluded, stepping back into the carriage, and the wide road naturally parted to create a passage. Among the excited citizens, 2 women stood in shock. "Sister, is that beast truly my enemy?" Li Xinyue gazed incredulously at the imposing Qin Shou atop the carriage, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Junior sister," and Susu felt a wave of sadness swell within her. Embracing Li Xinyue, unsure of how to console her, their sorrow stemmed from the revelation that they were both pregnant since that fateful encounter. The very man who had so frequently urged them to bear children was indeed the one they had vowed to kill. After Qin Shou had spared them, they returned to the Forbidden City, seeking an opportunity to assassinate him. However, 2 months had passed, and their target had yet to reveal himself to the public. Initially, they refused to believe that Qin Shou was their intended target, but now the truth was laid bare before them, leaving them with no choice but to confront this harsh reality. This revelation was particularly devastating for Li Xinyue. Although they had learned that Qin Shou's claims were factual, that her father had initially sought to eliminate him but had failed, only to be killed in return, regardless of the circumstances. Her father had been slain by Qin Shou. She is now carrying the child of her father's murderer. Though this circumstance is forced upon her, it brings her immeasurable sorrow. Why must it be this way? Why is fate so cruel to me? Li Xinyue wept profusely, burying her face in Nsusu's embrace, overwhelmed by her grief. What could Nsusu do in the face of such a harsh reality? All she could do was hold Li Xinyue gently, patting her back soothingly. Sister, let us leave. We can find a secluded place to reside, never to emerge again. Would that be acceptable? Li Xinyue said to Nsusu, watching as Qin Shou's carriage gradually receded into the distance. Very well. Let us depart and seek refuge in a tranquil place. With that, the two of them moved farther away. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, oblivious to Li Xinyue and Nsusu's presence in the crowd, was lost in thoughts of the joyful scenes to come with his gifted descendants. The carriage, welcomed by the populace, moved at a leisurely pace as there was no urgency to rush after returning to the capital. Upon his return to the palace, he was greeted by a throng of over 20 children, their eager eyes resembling those of hungry wolves. Father, embrace me. They all rushed toward him, leaving him in a fluster. After managing to hug each child in turn, he also embraced the women present. He understood that upon his return, he would be consumed with responsibilities once more. However, with ample resources at his disposal, he could easily fulfill their desires. The family gathered in Qin Shou's quarters, reluctant to part ways, clearly missing him during his absence of over 2 months. Chapter 42. A windfall upon returning to the capital. The palace was suffused with the scent of spring, and Qin Shou realized that the season had arrived. He felt akin to a lion king on the vast plains, ready to pounce wherever there was demand. Days had passed since his return, yet he had not attended to any pressing matters. Instead, he busied himself with planting seeds, hoping for a bountiful harvest in a few months. Feihu, how has your strength developed? In the palace, Qin Shou summoned all the children, ensuring that even those who could only cultivate martial skills were included. After all, with no hope for spiritual cultivation, some martial training was still beneficial. Though they were all his offspring, none were as incapacitated as he had once been. He had called them together to urge them in their training. For though he would grow strong, he was merely one man. Eventually, the children would mature and leave their parents to explore the world. It was imperative that they possess the skills to safeguard their own well-being in such ventures, which is why he did not relent in his expectations. Even though they were just 3 years old, he hoped never to hear news of one of his children being killed or dying for any reason. As the eldest among them, Qin Feihu was the first to be questioned. Father, I have reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement. Am I not impressive? Qin Feihu beamed with pride, anticipating praise. Indeed, Feihu, you are remarkable. Achieving a breakthrough to the 2nd level in such a short time is commendable. Father, I too have reached the 2nd level. Why do you not commend me? Came a sweet voice, tinged with a hint of grievance. The speaker was none other than Qin Lingyun, the most gifted among Qin Shou's children. Hearing her, Qin Shou laughed heartily. Linger, you are indeed exceptional, and all of you are wonderful children of his father. Noticing some crestfallen expressions among the others, he hastily praised them all, knowing that children were easily soothed and soon had smiles on their faces again. After ensuring all the children were in high spirits, Qin Shou turned his gaze to Jingmi, who had been quiet. Observing her soft eyes and hesitance to speak, he couldn't help but chuckle. Jingmi, what level have you achieved? Upon hearing Qin Shou's inquiry, her previously sad expression brightened instantly, her eyes sparkling with joy. With a cheerful tone, she replied, Your Majesty, I have reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Qin Shou was moved by her words, reflecting on how great talent affords significant advantages. And he promptly showered her with praise, causing her to beam with delight, her cheeks flushed with happiness. Clearly, children revel in being complimented. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. During this time, Lu Bufan personally delivered 2 shipments of spiritual stones. Qin Shou did not keep them to himself, but secretly rewarded some of his trusted confidants with a portion of the stones. Of course, his harem and children were guaranteed their share. Everything progressed methodically in secrecy, and one night, Qin Shou was engaged in a game of clearing waterways with his newly appointed concubine. She was the ninth concubine he had taken in half a year, and given his ample energy, he welcomed the addition of more concubines. Furthermore, with resources at hand, he did not demand that they possess spiritual roots. Beauty and kindness sufficed. Just as he opened the water gate, a system alert suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a pseudo-immortal with thunder spiritual roots. The host is rewarded with an additional 50 years of life, the upgrade of spiritual roots to high grade, 10 years of cultivation, and 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones, along with the supreme technique demon extermination method. With the system notification, Qin Shou's cultivation instantly surged to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, and he comprehended the demon extermination method in its entirety. This unexpected bounty left him momentarily stunned, akin to winning a $5 million lottery. The rewards far exceeded his expectations. The mere upgrade of all spiritual roots to high grade was enough to astound him, not to mention the 100,000 top-tier spiritual stones. Currently, Songlong Mountain had produced over 100,000 mid-tier spiritual stones, yet not a single high-tier stone had emerged, and even high-grade stones were scarce, numbering merely in the thousands. This clearly illustrated the rarity of high-tier spiritual stones, and yet the system had granted him a staggering 100,000 all at once. Such an abundance of spiritual stones would allow him to indulge for an extended period, necessitating the acquisition of more concubines, indeed, a great many concubines. My emperor, are you fatigued? If so, let us rest, said the concubine, whose heart had just been filled with Qin Shou's affection. Noticing him lying still, she gently exhaled, displaying remarkable understanding. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shou immediately stirred, declaring, I am not weary. I feel quite invigorated. My beloved, let us continue. All right, she shyly replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Qin Shou had initially intended to express his gratitude to Lu Mengli for bearing him a child of exceptional talent, for it was through her that he had experienced a meteoric rise in strength and no longer had to fret about the state of his finances. However, upon hearing the concubine's words, he felt compelled to assert his image, determined to show her that he, Qin Shou, was a man of unwavering resolve. Without hesitation, he reignited the engine, the rhythmic sound echoing through the chamber. Meanwhile, in the Liuli Xian Palace, atop Wanhua Peak within the Bue Cave, Lu Mengli cradled her newly born son, her face alight with joy, unable to tear her gaze away for even a moment. Though she had once contemplated eliminating the child, her plans had failed, and now, having given birth, she found herself utterly enamored. At this moment, her master, Shi Xiuxian, entered the room. Lu Mengli then shifted her gaze from the child in her arms to Shi Xiuxian and inquired, Master, have you borrowed the Liuli stone from the sect leader? Indeed, I have, Shi Xiuxian affirmed. The Liuli stone is a significant magical artifact of the Liuli Xian Palace. While it possesses no other functions, it is uniquely capable of assessing one's spiritual roots. The method of accepting disciples at Liuli Xian Palace is not limited to the spiritual root examinations held every 4 years in major cities. There's also a grand disciple acceptance ceremony held every 3 years. This approach allows those who miss their testing opportunity to receive another chance, ensuring that talented individuals who, for various reasons, could not attend the major city tests do not miss out. The grand ceremony requires the very Liuli stone Lu Mengli mentioned. Shi Xiuxian approached Lu Mengli and presented the Liuli stone. As Lu Mengli gazed at the seemingly ordinary stone, her heart raced with anxiety. For this stone might soon determine her child's destiny. Do not be anxious. Even before forming, he exhibits such resilience. Surely he is extraordinary. Look at the gentle glow emanating from him. This is a hallmark of exceptional talent. Shi Xiuxian reassured her, noticing her tension. Truth be told, she was equally eager to discover the child's potential. If he were indeed a prodigious talent, he must be diligently nurtured to become a pillar of the Liuli Xian Palace in the future. Suppressing her nervousness, Lu Mengli placed the child's hand upon the Liuli stone. Instantly, the stone flickered with lightning, erupting in a radiant red light that enveloped it entirely. Lu Mengli was astounded, her mouth agape in disbelief. Her heart soared with exhilaration as she realized her child was no ordinary mortal devoid of spiritual roots. Rather, he was a genius with exceptional talent. A pseudo-immortal level of lightning spiritual root. Excellent, splendid. What a remarkable child, Mengli. You have given birth to an extraordinary being. Sure, Xiaoshuan could hardly contain her excitement. The pseudo-immortal spiritual root is a rare talent, particularly so with the most elusive lightning affinity. Thankfully, it had not been refined away. Otherwise, it would have been a lifelong regret. Lumingli looked at her innocent child and couldn't help but smile with joy. She had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. Meanwhile, Qin Shou had just broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm, a newfound confidence swelling within him, an unprecedented experience that left him utterly captivated. The next day, within the imperial palace, Qin Yi, hiding in Qin Shou's embrace, gazed fearfully at the colossal beast carcass Qin Shou had just retrieved and asked, "Father, what kind of monstrous creature is this? Why is it so enormous?" The other children were equally unsettled, though a few braver souls had already jumped onto the creature's soft fur, playing joyfully. Hearing Qin Yi's question, Qin Shou pinched her little nose and replied, "This is a formidable beast. Is it more powerful than father?" Qin Yi asked with wide, innocent eyes filled with curiosity, her fearful expression betraying her admiration. "Naturally, it is not as powerful as your father. Otherwise, how could I have slain it and brought it here for you to roast and enjoy?" The vast courtyard was soon crowded with onlookers, all breathtakingly beautiful women, who gazed at the enormous carcass, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure, even from a lifeless body. "Empress, have the kitchen prepare dishes from this beast's meat so that you may also savor its flavor," Qin Shou instructed Xia Wanrong before departing with Qin Yi. Another month passed, and on this day, while Qin Shou was attending to state affairs in the Hall of Governance, a figure floated through the grand entrance. It was a woman, seemingly in her 40s, not particularly striking in appearance. Her ability to appear unnoticed in the Hall of Governance indicated her formidable strength. With a fierce glare, she demanded, "Are you Qin Shou?" From her gaze and tone, Qin Shou sensed that she bore ill intentions. He wondered how he had offended this woman and whether she sought revenge like Li Xinyue had. The thought made him feel a surge of excitement. Although this woman was older and lacked beauty, the ability to bear children, especially exceptional ones, was commendable. His eyes scrutinized her, noting that aside from her looks, she possessed many admirable qualities. Ming Xianglan furrowed her brow under Qin Shou's gaze, feeling an intense anger rise within her. "Truly shameless beast," she exclaimed, her voice dripping with contempt. "This is my palace. You intrude without permission and dare to scold me for my actions? How absurd." Qin Shou smirked inwardly. "Shameless beast? You speak correctly. Once you become the mother of my child, you will understand how accurate your words are. What manner of person are you? Trespassing in the palace with such intentions? If you do not clarify your purpose, you may find it difficult to leave here," he declared. "I come and go as I please, and I shall not relent until you are dead. My two disciples, Li Xinyue and Insusu, are with child because of you, and I have come to seek justice for them," she proclaimed. "So you are the master of those two girls?" Qin Shou remarked, astonished as he noted the fury in her eyes, which seemed to promise vengeance. He had not expected those two to adopt the strategy of involving their guardians. Had it been in the past, he might have felt compelled to retreat, but now he was confident in overcoming this formidable woman. "Now that you know my identity, you can rest easy in your demise," Ming Xianglan declared, preparing to strike. "Wait," Qin Shou called out. "Do you have any last words? I shall not listen to your excuses. You can only atone for your sins with your life today." Despite her harsh words, she showed no immediate intent to attack. Qin Shou chuckled inwardly, recognizing that women often say one thing while feeling another. Although he found amusement in her contradiction, he maintained a righteous demeanor. "You are mistaken. I do not seek to excuse myself. I take full responsibility for my actions and will not evade my obligations. The reason I stop you is to avoid collateral damage during our confrontation. If you have the courage, follow me." Hearing his grandiose words, Ming Xianglan could not suppress her disdain. What right did someone who forced others to bear children have to adopt such a stance? Yet, she acknowledged the truth in his statement and replied with a haughty air, "Do you fear me? I'm not certain if you are afraid, but you will be once we meet." Qin Shou felt a surge of pride at the thought. He wondered if this woman was someone else's companion, but it mattered not. She had come seeking trouble with him. Those who dare to strike him must be prepared to face the consequences of failure. For those who fell to Qin Shou, there was but one outcome, becoming the mother of his child. Qin Shou led Ming Xianglan to an underground chamber, a decision made with caution, ensuring that in the event of an unexpected turn, he could utilize the treasures acquired from the dark path for a reversal. It is evident that Qin Shou had anticipated every possible outcome, although Ming Xianglan was uncertain of his intentions. Having heard from Insusu that Qin Shou was merely at the foundation establishment stage, she, a formidable golden core expert, felt no fear in facing him. Without hesitation, she entered the chamber with Qin Shou, and the door promptly closed behind them. Chapter 44. Frenzy, you have no excuses left, so prepare to meet your end. Upon entering the chamber, Ming Xianglan wasted no time, launching an immediate attack on Qin Shou. Clearly, she did not wish to squander time and aimed to eliminate him swiftly. Qin Shou raised his hand to deflect her assault, revealing that she underestimated his true strength, as her power was only comparable to the late Foundation establishment stage. This level of force posed no threat to him, allowing Qin Shou to effortlessly neutralize her initial strike. Ming Xianglan was taken aback by how easily Qin Shou had dispelled her attack, which was far from the capabilities expected of a Foundation establishment practitioner. Nonetheless, she did not dwell on it, as those around her, including Li Xinyue, were also unaware of Qin Shou's true prowess, merely labeling him as a Foundation establishment cultivator. Thus, his current performance remained within her expectations, albeit with a hint of surprise as she remarked, "I did not expect this mere mortal emperor to possess some strength. But it is still insufficient. If this is all you have, then next year on this day will mark your demise. If you truly believe that, you may find yourself in great peril." Qin Shou observed Ming Xianglan's pretense and was at a loss for words. As a gentleman, he graciously offered her a friendly warning. "How brazen! I am curious to see what abilities you possess." After a tentative exchange of blows, they paused to converse before truly commencing their duel. Qin Shou was more than willing to indulge her in this charade, finding amusement in the prospect of dismantling her pride and arrogance later. "How can your strength be so formidable?" Initially confident, Ming Xianglan's certainty wavered as she engaged in battle, discovering that Qin Shou's strength was as boundless as the ocean. She began to feel genuine astonishment. The power she was employing had already surpassed what a Foundation establishment cultivator could withstand, yet Qin Shou remained unperturbed. Was this the level of resistance attainable by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? Your question is somewhat misguided. If you can be this strong, why cannot I? Ming Xianglan's indignation flared as she felt a slight touch. She concluded that Qin Shou was, without a doubt, a shameless beast, daring to take liberties in this sacred space, which she had never allowed anyone else to invade. The audacity of being so openly touched by a man ignited her fury. "What is the matter? Why do you look as if you wish to devour me?" Qin Shou reveled in her ire, finding joy in her heated expression. Although Ming Xianglan may not have matched the beauty or age of his women, her status as a golden core practitioner held undeniable allure. The offspring of such a woman could yield unexpected marvels. While he could dictate the lower limits of their potential, the upper limits were left to fate. Hence, it seemed plausible that stronger women bore children with superior spiritual roots, having been refined by the essence of spiritual energy. Whether this was indeed true remained uncertain to Qin Shou, but it was his perspective. Seeing Qin Shou's nonchalance regarding his actions infuriated Ming Xianglan, who wished to dismember him on the spot. Yet, unable to find a means to retaliate, she could only grit her teeth and mutter a curse. "Shameless. You have wronged me. In combat, some friction is inevitable. If you wish to avoid being touched, you might as well concede or employ your flying sword against me." Qin Shou provided a reasonable justification for his audacious actions, while also presenting Ming Xianglan with a clear path. Her face darkened instantly. Wielding a flying sword required a significant expenditure of true energy. If she could freely use her sword, there would be no need for her to engage in close combat with Qin Shou. "May I inquire, fair maiden, does your strength reach its limit? If this is all you can muster, you might indeed find yourself in grave danger today." Qin Shou's smile only served to stoke Ming Xianglan's ire. She now felt a sense of unease, realizing that Qin Shou's intentions in bringing her to this chamber were far from benign. Her earlier confidence had clouded her judgment, causing her to underestimate his schemes. Regret and anger swelled within her, particularly towards Li Xinyue and Insusu, who had misled her into believing that Qin Shou was merely at the Foundation establishment level. Despite her inner turmoil, she attempted to maintain her composure, declaring, "Do not become too self-satisfied. Your strength is hardly impressive. While it may be challenging for me to kill you, It will not be so easy for you to kill me either. Not at all. Who said I intend to kill you? I was merely hoping you would bear me a robust son. Beast, prépare tout dit. How can such shamelessness exist in this world? Ming Xianglan's fury ignited upon hearing his words. Was this truly something a human could utter? The audacity of suggesting she'd bear him children left her aghast, finally comprehending the sentiments of her two disciples. Moreover, her appearance, though average, was not something she had expected to attract the attention of Qin Shou. To bear him children would be a fate worse than death. With that resolve, she unleashed a relentless assault with her sword, striking at Qin Shou with a flurry of long, piercing sword strikes, leaving him no opportunity to breathe. As he evaded her sword energy, Qin Shou remarked, "Is it truly such a grave matter to suggest you bear me a child? Consider it. You are still in your prime, with decades ahead of you. If your strength continues to grow, you may live even longer. What a dull existence it would be to live so long without companionship. Thus, I am only looking out for your well-being by suggesting you have a child to keep you company. You vile creature, silence. Even in death, I shall not bear you a child. Today, it is either you or I who shall perish. Only one of us will leave this place alive." Ming Xianglan, consumed by rage, her eyes blazing and chest heaving, felt each of Qin Shou's words strike her like daggers, an affront to her dignity. Such language and actions were unbecoming of a ruler. The absurdity of it all was staggering. What would the citizens of the Shenlong Empire think if they knew their sovereign behaved in such a manner? Yet she seemed to have forgotten her purpose for being there, vengeance for her two disciples who had suffered at Qin Shou's hands. "Fair maiden, are you weary? Silence. You will cease your incessant babbling." Upon hearing Qin Shou's suggestive words, Ming Xianglan completely lost her composure. Chapter 45. Heavenly Fragrance, I merely inquired out of concern for your well-being. Why must you react so drastically? Qin Shou uttered the gentlest of words while wielding the most ferocious blade. As Ming Xianglan fought desperately against him, he too was compelled to exert himself. There are many women in the world, yet life is singular. Qin Shou discerned the gravity of this distinction with clarity. Thus, the knife in his hand was no mere ornament, but a genuine weapon of lethality. Ming Xianglan bit her lip, ignoring Qin Shou's words, for she understood that the more she engaged with him, the more he would revel in his triumph. Therefore, she focused all her attention on how to defeat him. Though she had lived for decades, most of her time had been spent in cultivation. Her control over her emotions could not possibly compare to Qin Shou, who had navigated the tumultuous currents of the mundane world for years, encountering all manner of demons and beasts. Thus, in response to a few of Qin Shou's provocations, she was rendered extraordinarily furious, for she had never before been subjected to such humiliation. She had not yet attained the state of seeing through all things. But this sudden awakening significantly enhanced her composure. Seeing her silence, Qin Shou spoke a few more words before losing interest, a sense of ennui washing over him. Minutes later, he seized Ming Xianglan, looking down at her with a smug expression. "How does it feel? I warned you of the danger you face today, yet you refuse to heed my words. Now you have lost. Do you have any grievances?" Ming Xianglan shot him a resentful glance. "Kill me then. I am outmatched. This time, I concede defeat." "Kill you? No, no, no. I promised that you would bear my children, and I shall not break that vow. Your two precious disciples are already mine. Adding you to the fold is insignificant. Besides, you shall be sisters henceforth, perhaps even inspiring a delightful tale. Do not indulge in daydreams. Even if you possess my body, you shall never capture my heart. To bear your children? I see your desires are but foolish fantasies. At worst, I shall return and slay them both, then end my own life." Ming Xianglan's tone suddenly turned calm, and seeing the fierce glint in her eyes, Qin Shou realized she was indeed capable of following through on her threats. Now, it was his turn to feel uneasy. Killing Ming Xianglan would be effortless. But would that not fulfill her wishes? Yet, if he let her go, she might truly kill Li Xinyue and Ensusu. Both were nearing the end of their pregnancies, with their children set to be born imminently. If Ming Xianglan were to murder them now, would not his children perish within the womb? However, a bright idea struck him. If he simply confined Ming Xianglan here, preventing her return, that would solve the problem. Moreover, sealing her meridians would ensure she could not escape. As for whether she might choose to take her own life, he could leave that to her. But did she not claim that possessing his people would not suffice without capturing his heart? Qin Shou was resolute in his disbelief. As he approached her with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, Ming Xianglan's previously composed demeanor began to waver. What are you planning? What do you think? If we are to have children, we must engage in the requisite activities. Qin Shou's face bore an impish smile. At his age, he had yet to experience such a thing. Although Ming Xianglan appeared to be in her 30s, her true age was certainly much greater. You are shameless. I am the master of Xin Yue and Susu. Do you not fear the wrath of heaven for such transgressions? Humph. Now you acknowledge your role as their master. Did you not consider them before plotting to kill me? Did you not think of the children in their wombs? Is this not a touch hypocritical? Qin Shou's furious demeanor instilled a sense of fear in Ming Xianglan, a natural dread that the weak feel towards the strong. Previously, she had considered herself the strong one, dismissing Qin Shou. Now that their roles were reversed, she could not help but feel a flicker of trepidation. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet no words came forth. She had lost, and in losing, there were no arguments to be made. Any reasoning was rendered hollow. Struggling to find words now, are we? I know what you wish to say. Might makes right. If I were to perish at your hands, you could justifiably condemn and insult me. But now that I have triumphed and you have lost, you have no recourse. Even if you had something to say, I would feign deafness. You are now in my grasp, and I shall decide your fate. Do not lecture me on morality. You are not their blood relative, merely a title holder. Qin Shou grasped her chin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. He showed no semblance of pity or softness. Had he been the one to lose, he was certain she would have shown him no mercy. As Ming Xianglan felt his grip, their gazes locked, and the humiliation of the moment ignited her fury. Are you not afraid I will return to kill them both? Release me, and I shall retract my previous words. Upon witnessing her capitulation, Qin Shou burst into laughter. But you claimed you needed to return to slay them. What if you cannot return? You! Ming Xianglan's chest heaved in anger upon hearing his words. She had already humbled herself, yet Qin Shou remained resolute, intent on keeping her imprisoned. Given her formidable status as a Golden Core master, her frustration was understandable. She was once proud and aloof. What must I do to earn my release? With her chin in his grasp, her words were somewhat garbled. I have spoken. Bear my child, and I shall set you free. As Ming Xianglan opened her mouth to protest, Qin Shou had already taken action. Leaning in to silence her words, a jolt coursed through her body, filled with despair and rage. Yet she was powerless to resist. An hour later, Qin Shou emerged from the chamber, satisfaction etched upon his face. Though Ming Xianglan was not particularly striking, her figure was undeniably compelling, evoking a sense of infatuation even in a seasoned veteran like Qin Shou. The seeds had been sown. He awaited the harvest. Upon exiting the palace, Qin Shou raced forth, leaving the forbidden city behind and arriving at a small village 30 miles away. According to Ming Xianglan, Li Xinyue and Susu resided in this village. Initially, they had intended to live in seclusion, but upon discovering their pregnancies, they realized that such a lifestyle would leave them without sustenance. Thus, they were compelled to abandon their original plans and settle in this village, where Ming Xianglan eventually found them. Excuse me, good lady, does your village have any young women by the names of Li or An? At the village entrance, an elderly woman was feeding chickens, and Qin Shou adopted a remarkably polite demeanor. His current disposition was so dissimilar to the man who had just confronted Ming Xianglan that no one would draw a connection between the two. Under the relentless pressure of Qin Shou's potent intentions, Ming Xianglan had no choice but to surrender her information. Young man, who are you? Our village has no such girls. The elderly woman glanced at him. Her impression of him greatly improved upon noting his handsome features and courteous manner. Good lady, please think carefully. Both are 8 or 9 months pregnant. I hail from the capital. I am their husband. The child is soon to be born, and only now have I inquired about their whereabouts. My intention in seeking them out is to take them back home. I assure you, I am not a villain. Young man, the elder lady knows you are not a bad person. Pray, describe their appearance, and I shall keep an eye out for them. Qin Shou did not expect this seemingly ordinary elder lady to possess such keen vigilance. Thus, he had no choice but to recount the features of Li Xinyue and Susu. The elder lady surveyed Qin Shou closely, and before she could utter a word, a young girl rushed over. Mother, it's terrible. That girl who arrived just a few months ago is about to give birth. You must hurry and check on her. What? She's giving birth already? Exclaimed the elder lady, hastily setting her belongings aside and running in another direction. Qin Shou swiftly sensed the location of Li Xinyue and Susu and promptly dashed into the room. His sudden appearance startled Susu, who was anxiously standing by the window. However, upon recognizing him, she felt relieved, for Li Xinyue was in labor, and any ill-intentioned person could have caused significant trouble. Yet, she was still quite surprised and asked, "What brings you here?" "I came to see you both as your child is about to be born. I intended to take you back for a period of rest, but alas, I arrived a moment too late," Qin Shou replied, moving to Li Xinyue's bedside and taking her hand. "How do you feel, Xinyue?" Li Xinyue glanced at him in silence, her face etched with pain. Although she was a cultivator, her strength was still limited, and the pain she felt bore no relation to one's power. "You must leave. It is inauspicious for a man to be here while a woman is giving birth." And Susu urgently pulled him up and pushed him toward the door. Qin Shou complied, and just as he was pushed out, the elder lady appeared at the doorway. "Young man, do not linger at the entrance. Your wife is in labor. Quickly fetch some hot water." "Of course, elder lady, I shall do so. Please take care of my wife." Qin Shou responded and hurried to the kitchen to start a fire for boiling water. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the birth of an offspring with a superior water spiritual root. The host is rewarded with an additional 10 years of lifespan and 1 year of cultivation. Half an hour later, with the system's notification, Qin Shou realized he had welcomed another child into the world. Although the reward for this birth was modest, he was thoroughly content, considering he had not intervened in any capacity. To have a child with a superior spiritual root was indeed fortunate, as one must not hoard all the benefits for oneself. Once everything was settled, though Qin Shou longed to re-enter and check on Li Xinyue and the newborn, he was deterred by her fierce gaze. Thus, he found himself standing outside, exposed to the elements. "Are they truly your wives? You appear well off, yet why have you allowed them to wander alone? Why not retrieve them sooner?" inquired Wang Dama's daughter, Yang Xiaohua, observing the joy on Qin Shou's face. "The circumstances are quite convoluted. I made a mistake that angered them, prompting their departure. In my own frustration, I did not prevent them nor send anyone to find them. By the time I sought assistance, they had vanished. Today, I finally received word that they were in your village, so I came looking for them. Surely you Haven Tea been courting other women, leading your sisters to leave in a huff. It seems that wealthy young men lack virtue. Having women at home is not enough. They must indulge in revelry elsewhere." Witnessing her indignant expression, Qin Shou could not suppress a chuckle. However, his laughter only provoked her ire as she questioned, "What is so amusing? Am I mistaken?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Qin Shou quickly masked a smile and replied earnestly, "Indeed, you are correct. However, your words pertain to others, not me. Would you deem someone as upright and virtuous as I to indulge in such behavior? Not merely appear. You certainly are that kind of person. All wealthy young men are the same," she retorted, flipping her braid and departing. Qin Shou found her reaction perplexing, as if she had been wronged by a wealthy young man, harboring a deep-seated resentment. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, approaching the house where Li Xinyue resided, inhaling deeply. "Ah, this is the place. The essence of new life emanates from here. It has been ages since I savored such tender and delectable flesh. To think I would encounter it right after my retreat." Qin Shou's anger flared upon hearing this. How dare he disregard my existence, and worse still, contemplate devouring my child? "You scoundrel, who are you?" Qin Shou rebuked. The figure, a man who resembled a rogue, turned in surprise at Qin Shou's words, a look of astonishment crossing his face. "Young man, how do you know my name? Do you perhaps know me? I know no one like you. Did you not just declare your intention to consume my child? Your audacity is astounding. Indeed, I had no idea this child was yours. No wonder you guard this place. You, a mere mortal, are fortunate to have birthed such a fine child. Yet soon, he will become my meal. A stroke of fortune he has earned in 8 lifetimes, the rogue declared. Inside, Li Xinyue listened to the exchange, her expression one of worry as she clutched the newborn tightly, fearing he might be taken from her. And Susu sat beside her, offering comfort, both grateful that Qin Shou had come today. Otherwise, in their current state, they would have been helpless against any assailant. Reflecting on this, Li Xinyue's resentment toward Qin Shou lessened as she gazed at the peacefully sleeping child, a profound connection blossoming within her. Simultaneously, a sense of tranquility enveloped her. Chapter 47. 1,000 troops swept away, you shall pay for this. Qin Shou glared at the rogue, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could scarcely fathom that such malevolent cultivators existed in the world. Taking lives is one thing, but preying upon children with spiritual roots is utterly unconscionable. I can see the murderous intent in your eyes. You wish to kill me. Yet, how can a mere mortal harbor such animosity? Surely you have taken many lives. The rogue taunted. But even so, you shall not be the one to end me. As he spoke, the rogue launched a powerful palm strike toward Qin Shou, a blow so potent that even a typical martial arts master would meet their demise under its weight. Confident in his prowess, the rogue did not even glance back at Qin Shou, believing this strike would seal his fate. Just as he was about to enter the room, he suddenly felt a chill creeping up his spine, his hair standing on end. Without a moment's hesitation, he dodged, only to discover that Qin Shou had neutralized his attack and was now countering with his own. You're still alive? The rogue was astounded as he recognized Qin Shou as the one who had countered his assault. How is it that you possess such strength? My capabilities are of no concern to you. Do you fancy yourself the Jade Emperor? Qin Shou retorted, pursuing the rogue with relentless attacks. The rogue, startled by the ferocity of Qin Shou's onslaught, put aside his initial disdain, yet could not help but inquire, who is the Jade Emperor? Your father or your master? That would be your ancestor. Qin Shou, upon hearing his seemingly scornful words, felt a moment of speechlessness. Regretting his previous statement, he quickly added, No, you are unworthy to be a descendant of the Jade Emperor. You are fit only to be the progeny of a dog. You have successfully enraged me, and today, I shall not only devour your offspring, but will also sever your limbs to feed the dogs. The dog Taoist, humiliated by Qin Shou's words, grew increasingly furious. Thus, he escalated his attacks, compelling Qin Shou to gradually lead him away from the village to avoid harming innocents. Fortunately, the villagers displayed commendable wisdom, retreating from the fray instead of rushing to witness the commotion. It must be said that, while the dog Taoist was undeniably malevolent, he possessed formidable strength, surpassing even Ming Xianglan by several degrees. Qin Shou felt fortunate that his electric motor had compelled Ming Xianglan to concede, revealing the whereabouts of Li Xinyue and Nsusu. He also felt relieved to have arrived in time. Otherwise, his newborn child might have been consumed by this dog Taoist. Come now, if you possess courage, do not evade. Let me end your life swiftly. The dog Taoist pursued Qin Shou for several miles, yet each of his assaults was deftly countered, leaving him exceedingly vexed. Without subduing Qin Shou, he knew he could not claim the child. Emerging from his secluded training, he had finally encountered a child who piqued his interest, and he was reluctant to relinquish this opportunity easily. You wild dog spawn, even being called a wild dog is an insult to canines. You are less than a swine or hound. Perhaps beast would be a more fitting term. At this moment, Qin Shou abandoned any pretense of hand-to-hand combat. Now, in the wilderness, he felt liberated and brandished his great blade, executing a powerful strike. The 80-meter-long blade, Aura, descended ferociously upon the dog Taoist, like a force of nature, drawing the very air into swirling vortices in its wake. Seeing this, the dog Taoist swiftly planted his feet, stretched the iron chain taut, and raised his hands high. With a resounding hum, Qin Shou's blade Aura dissipated, though the dog Taoist's legs sank a foot deep into the earth. Behold my sweeping force! Qin Shou shouted as he witnessed his powerful strike being neutralized. Upon hearing this, the dog Taoist sprang into the air. Yet, as he ascended, he realized that Qin Shou's sweeping force was a ruse, and he was still subject to that mighty strike. Even from 2 yards away, he sensed the cold, killing intent imbued within the descending blade Aura. Anger flared within him, and he could not help but bellow, "You deceitful wretch! What trickery! This technique was imparted to me by Senior Nye. It is how I was taught," Qin Shou retorted. "If you cannot discern the profundity of such a sophisticated move, it merely attests to your lack of insight." Hearing his roar, Qin Shou could not suppress a laugh. Despite his growing ire, the dog Taoist had no choice but to plummet rapidly to the ground. Yet, before he could land, the blade Aura reached above him. With another resounding thud, the dog Taoist managed to deflect Qin Shou's strike with the iron chain in his hands, though this time he was not so fortunate. This blow sent him crashing to the ground, clearly suffering significant damage. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Shou, seeing the dog Taoist downed, knew he could not afford to let him recover. He intended to relentlessly pursue and batter him, leaving no room for the minor injuries he had sustained to fester into significant wounds. Prepare to perish, as today I shall avenge the children you have devoured. Qin Shou executed a low slash and, moving with blinding speed, approached the dog Taoist. In an instant, he was upon him. The dog Taoist, having just regained his footing, saw Qin Shou before him and transformed his iron chain into formidable iron rods, deflecting Qin Shou's relentless strikes. Upon hearing Qin Shou's declaration of revenge, he could not help but burst into laughter. Revenge? You are indeed clever. I must admit I underestimated you. I did not foresee you as such a cunning and devious individual, masquerading as an unrefined mortal while wielding misleading techniques. However, should you wish to avenge the children I have devoured, your current strength is insufficient. Though the dog Taoist's words were defiant, he felt a pang of bitterness within. Earlier, he had been deceived by Qin Shou's sweeping force. Although he had ultimately countered it, he had sustained minor injuries that had nearly disrupted his vital energy. Fortunately, as a seasoned fighter, he had encountered numerous life-and-death struggles and had learned to quickly adjust to such discomfort. Yet, having made a critical error, he now found himself on the defensive against Qin Shou's onslaught, unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. Qin Shou felt a sense of familiarity with the dog Taoist's words, as if he had uttered them himself or heard them from another, though he could not recall. This time, however, he remembered clearly and could not help but laugh heartily. It is unfortunate that you are a dog and not a cockroach. Had you been a cockroach, I might have believed your words. Those who uttered similar claims before me either perished or were thoroughly subdued. Yet, I suspect you shall have no chance to be subdued. Your only path leads to death. You speak boldly. I was stirring the winds and clouds long before your birth. To kill me requires more than mere words. The dog Taoist, unperturbed by Qin Shou's reference to a cockroach, understood it to signify a creature with remarkable resilience. He felt no anger. After all, he had declared himself a dog, and why should he care about the insults of others? If he were to concern himself with such matters, he would not be the dog Taoist. In an instant, the iron chain in his grasp transformed into luminous ropes. As Qin Shou launched another strike, the chains swiftly ensnared his blade. This was the opportunity he had awaited, having observed that Qin Shou always paused momentarily when retracting his weapon. He did not know why, but this proved to be a fortuitous moment for him. After confirming several times, he finally seized the chance and successfully ensnared Qin Shou's weapon within the iron chain. This surge of confidence illuminated his path to retaliate. Chapter 48. The Kill Ha. Young one, now that your weapon is ensnared by my iron chain, how shall you proceed? The dog Taoist chuckled triumphantly, witnessing Qin Shou's futile attempts to reclaim his blade. Qin Shou, surprised that the dog Taoist had discerned his secret and truly managed to secure his weapon, made several efforts to retrieve it. Ultimately, realizing he could not wrest it from the dog Taoist's grasp, he relinquished the blade altogether. This unexpected move astonished the dog Taoist, for the lethality of an unarmed individual was vastly diminished. The ease with which Qin Shou had abandoned his weapon left him utterly astounded. Young one, are you conceding defeat? Concede defeat? A mere broken blade. If you desire it, then take it. To defeat you does not necessarily require weapons, but rather strength, Qin Shou declared, swiftly forming a stance with his hands, gathering a formidable force between them. This overwhelming power compelled even the dog Taoist, who had initially intended to mock Qin Shou, to swallow his words, for he sensed the threat of death emanating from the energy coalescing in Qin Shou's grasp. The first form of the extermination of demons technique, exterminate the heart, Qin Shou shouted, unleashing the gathered energy towards the dog Taoist, the silver light streaking forth like lightning. The dog Taoist, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly enveloped himself in a barrier of true energy, while the iron chains in his hands glimmered like stars, swirling in a defensive dance. However, he underestimated the might of the extermination of demons technique, although he successfully mitigated a portion of the impact. When the silver light collided with his barrier, it shattered effortlessly, sending him hurtling through the air. Seeing his adversary being flung away, Qin Shou inhaled deeply, causing the fallen blade to return to his hand in an instant, and he seized the opportunity to launch a rapid counterattack. A sweeping strike. The dog Taoist, still suspended in midair, turned pale upon hearing those familiar words. Having just been struck by Qin Shou's immense power, he found himself unable to adjust his position. If Qin Shou's blade were to strike him, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. A profound sense of dread enveloped him as he beheld the descending blade energy, akin to the grim reaper beckoning him. I cannot die. I refuse to accept this. The dog Taoist roared in despair. He then hurled the iron chain to the ground, one end embedding itself forcefully into the earth. Utilizing this momentum, he propelled himself downward, rolling to the side upon impact. In that fleeting moment, Qin Shou's blade struck the very spot where he had landed, sending debris flying and creating a deep fissure in the ground. Although he narrowly avoided the fatal blow, the residual blade energy propelled him once more. Fortunately, he clung tightly to his iron chain, allowing him to regain his balance swiftly. Just as he exhaled a sigh of relief, a shadow loomed before him. He hastily attempted to retract the chain, only to find the other end ensnared by Qin Shou. Then he saw Qin Shou's blade descending towards his arm, forcing him to relinquish his grip, followed by a sharp pain in his chest. In the next instant, he was brutally kicked away by Qin Shou, crashing to the ground and skidding several meters. The relentless onslaught finally overwhelmed him, and blood erupted from his mouth. How is it, old dog? Do you still believe you can kill me? Qin Shou taunted, observing the pale-faced, bloody dog Taoist with a sense of triumph. Coughing violently, the dog Taoist spat another mouthful of blood and retorted, gazing at the smug Qin Shou. Not necessarily. I, the old dog, have traversed the martial world for many years. Do you think I lack means to preserve my life? You are still too young. Farewell. With a triumphant proclamation, the dog Taoist vanished in an instant. The second form of the extermination of demons technique, blood summoning. Qin Shou spat out a drop of warm blood, which flew to the spot where the dog Taoist had left a trail, merging seamlessly. Moments later, a smile crept across Qin Shou's face. This blood-summoning technique was astonishingly effective, enabling him to trace his enemy's whereabouts. Of course, this relied on the enemy leaving behind blood, and, at that moment, the dog Taoist had left a significant amount. Qin Shou was astonished that this technique allowed him to traverse 5 or 6 li in an instant. It must be said that the dog Taoist possessed a measure of skill, as such instantaneous travel was typically reserved for those of the integration stage. In truth, this was not a true instantaneous movement. The dog Taoist's disheveled fall to the ground revealed the severe toll it had taken on him. Yet in a bid for survival, he was compelled to employ this final desperate measure. Stumbling to his feet, the dog Taoist sprinted away, fully aware of the terrifying power inherent in the golden core stage. A mere scan of the surroundings could reveal a radius of several hundred meters. While Qin Shou could not pinpoint his exact location, the dog Taoist dared not let his guard down. What if Qin Shou were to guess correctly? Thus, despite his injuries, he gritted his teeth and hastened his escape from the perilous vicinity. The farther he fled, the safer he would be, as long as he survived this day. He could recuperate over the coming months and return to being the lively old dog once more. Curse that little brat. You wait for me. Once I recover, I will seek vengeance. I must have my revenge, lest I lose face in this world. If I cannot defeat you, can I not conquer your women and children? The dog Taoist muttered to himself, unable to suppress a strange laugh. He spoke softly, believing no one could hear him. Unfortunately for him, fate was unkind. And someone did hear. Old dog, is what you said true? I admire your style, but regrettably, your time is up. A voice approached, and upon recognizing it, the dog Taoist stumbled. Aware that escape was futile, he ceased his flight, and Qin Shou's figure gradually came into focus, causing his pupils to constrict. Qin Shou landed gracefully before the dog Taoist, a roguish grin on his face, and remarked, Old dog, it seems your skills in evasion leave much to be desired. Do you possess any further tricks up your sleeve? If so, now is the time to employ them, for you may not have another chance. How did you find me? Old dog? The dog Taoist was engulfed in disbelief, unable to fathom how Qin Shou, merely at the golden core stage, had tracked him down. He had employed a secret technique to teleport 5 or 6 li, leaving no trace or scent behind. How could his opponent have discovered him? Was his luck truly so abysmal? Was the heavens conspiring against him? The dog Taoist was plagued by confusion, believing it was sheer coincidence that Qin Shou had located him. Is it difficult to find you? Allow me to be candid. Even if you were to attempt this 100 times, I would still be able to locate you. Impossible. You were merely fortunate. It seems today the heavens have decreed my demise. I must have neglected to check the omens before venturing out. If that is the case, you need not lift a finger. I, the old dog, have lived a glorious life and shall leave with great flair." With that, the dog Taoist struck his chest, causing blood to surge forth, and soon after, he collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open in shock. Qin Shou was taken aback by the dog Taoist's defiance, choosing to end his own life rather than allow Qin Shou the satisfaction of victory. Alas, he had encountered someone ruthless. "Although you have perished, to prevent your corpse from polluting the environment, allow me to ensure you remain unrecognizable in death." With that, Qin Shou unleashed a powerful strike, reducing the dog Taoist's body to ashes. His intention was not born of kindness, but rather a precautionary measure. The methods of cultivators are manifold. Who knows if this villain had intended to deceive him into believing he was dead? Such a cunning individual warranted thorough obliteration. Observing the now barren ground, Qin Shou felt a profound sense of relief. He dusted off his hands and headed towards the village. The moment his silhouette appeared at the entrance of the courtyard, the previously anxious and Susu's face blossomed into a smile. Chapter 49. The prey Qin Shou returned to the small village and, after bestowing a generous reward upon Aunt Wang, brought the newly delivered Li Xin Yue and the yet-to-be-born and Susu back to the imperial palace. It was far too perilous for the child to be left abandoned outside. Neither of them possessed the strength or background of Lu Mengli. Though his name was Qin Shou, he was indeed a responsible and admirable man. Half a month later, and Susu's child was born smoothly. Although possessing only a low-grade spiritual root, it was still a root nonetheless. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had gone by, a span sufficient for considerable change. Name: Qin Shou. Identity: son of the Divine Dragon Empire. Talent: superior water spiritual root. Supérieur route spirituelle route réalme. Let stage yuanin cultivation technique. Dual cultivation technique. Démon extermination technique. 9 events illusory divine technique. 4 step stealing event technique. True explanation of alchemy. Offspring: 185. Lifespan: 5,000 years. Over the course of these 2 years, Qin Shou, through father and children, successfully elevated his own strength to the late stage of yuanying. He stood but a step away from the transformation stage, after which he would attain the status of a formidable figure. In the city of Zhuke, Qin Shou returned after a 2-year absence, this time alone. Naturally, his purpose for visiting was to seek rare herbs and treasures in Songlong Mountain for alchemical endeavors. Upon exiting Zhuke City, a captivating fairy suddenly caught his eye, her ethereal presence striking him as he had not encountered a woman of such grace in quite some time. Upon seeing her, Qin Shou's old habit resurfaced. "Fairy, where are you headed?" The woman merely cast him a cold glance, remaining silent as she continued on her way. Undeterred by her rejection, Qin Shou quickened his pace to catch up with her, intrigued by the notion that she might be heading to Songlong Mountain. "Your destination is none of your concern. Be careful lest you provoke me." This time, the woman did not remain silent, but issued a warning to Qin Shou. Clearly, she was a proud and solitary individual, and her aloof demeanor was certainly misguided. Thus, Qin Shou resolved to correct her misjudgment. "Dear fairy, why must you be this way? Entering Songlong Mountain alone poses significant danger. How about we travel together? Although my strength is limited, I can offer you a shoulder to lean on when needed." A flash of cold light darted past, prompting Qin Shou to swiftly evade. In the wake of his movement, a scar marred the ground, evidently the result of the woman's previous strike. Others on the path took heed and chose to distance themselves from the two, fearing they might suffer unwarranted repercussions should the woman unleash her wrath. Qin Shou had not anticipated the woman's ferocity and the cold-heartedness with which she engaged, striking without a word. "If you continue to disturb me, the next time I will not be so lenient." She shot him a piercing look, reiterating her stern warning. However, emboldened by his own capabilities, Qin Shou dismissed her threats. Having grown weary of a life of indulgence, the prospect of a challenge intrigued him. He approached her once more. "Your prowess is indeed remarkable. Such strength must surely stem from a prestigious lineage. Yet, no matter how powerful one may be, moments of solitude and emptiness still linger. Fairy, don't leave." Before Qin Shou could finish, she soared into the air, evidently exasperated by his advances. Nevertheless, he pursued her relentlessly. Were he truly inclined, he could easily bridge the gap between them. Yet he chose to follow her at a measured pace, relishing the sensation of her being unable to rid herself of him. Before long, Qin Shou found himself trailing behind her into the depths of Songlong Mountain. While the mountain remained unchanged, Qin Shou had undergone a profound transformation. Once a mere insignificant figure, he now stood as a formidable presence of the late Yuanying stage. The woman, having flown several miles, was astonished to find herself unable to shake off Qin Shou. Despite her rapid pace, he remained steadfastly at her heels, evidently concealing his true strength, masquerading as an ordinary individual to deceive her. Realizing she could not escape him, she finally halted, her gaze sharp as a blade. "What do you want, friend? What is your purpose in following me?" Qin Shou, pleased to see her willing to engage in conversation, responded with a smile. "My intentions are quite simple. I wish to know which sect you hail from and propose a union. I have no interest in such matters, and I kindly ask you to cease following me. If you seek a partner, look elsewhere, for I have no desire to entertain such thoughts. If you persist, I will not hesitate to take action." Upon hearing his proposal, the frost on Murong Xian's countenance deepened. Given her lack of knowledge regarding Qin Shou's strength, she maintained a semblance of politeness. As a prodigy of the Wentian Pavilion, she was solely focused on attaining higher realms, devoid of any interest in worldly affections or the pursuit of a partner. Thus, Qin Shou's intentions struck at her most impenetrable barrier, failing to elicit any ripples of emotion. "Ah, dear fairy, you are indeed amusing. Initially, I sought your consent, hoping for a mutually agreeable arrangement. However, since you are unwilling, I must inform you that I have decided upon you. You seek death." Murong Xian's anger flared at his audacity. Though she had been courteous previously, his impertinence had pushed her to her limits. The moment he brazenly uttered such words, she could no longer contain her fury, launching an unrestrained attack upon him. It was evident that Qin Shou's words had incensed her profoundly. "Fairy, should I best you? Will you consider becoming my partner? If you agree, I am prepared to offer 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones as a betrothal gift." Qin Shou had no intention of retaliating. He merely held his ground in defense. Murong Xian was momentarily taken aback by his generous offer of 1,000 high-grade spiritual stones, a considerable sum indeed. "What say you? If you agree to be mine, the 1,000 spiritual stones shall be yours. Take your words elsewhere. Do you think high-grade spiritual stones are easily acquired? Additionally, I have no interest in your stones. I am not lacking in resources." Murong Xian, vexed, realized that no matter her efforts, she could not pose a threat to Qin Shou. She understood that his superiority in strength was the cause of her predicament, and fortunately, he had not resorted to coercive tactics. Otherwise, she would have nowhere to flee. Chapter 50. Compromise regardless of your answer. I have made my decision. Qin Shou's demeanor abruptly turned domineering, and with no desire to prolong the encounter, he suddenly unleashed his formidable power, swiftly enveloping Murong Xian in his embrace. Murong Xian, caught off guard, did not resist at all and was effortlessly embraced by him. "Let go of me," she exclaimed, struggling fiercely as she found herself firmly held in Qin Shou's grasp. At that moment, she was no longer the proud daughter of the Asking Heaven Pavilion, but rather a helpless little girl ensnared by a stranger, unable to break free. "I have said that I will release you if you agree to be my woman. Not only will I let you go, but I will also provide you with wonderful things. Where else could you find such a deal?" Qin Shou's words seemed to suggest that it was she who was gaining an immense advantage, leaving her utterly outraged. Who was this person? Although he appeared young, his strength surpassed hers significantly, and he should logically be a core disciple of a prominent sect. Such individuals typically valued decorum, yet Qin Shou exhibited none, behaving like a rogue within the cultivation world. How could one force another to become their partner? I have stated clearly that in this lifetime, I'm solely focused on cultivation and have no intention of seeking a Tao companion. Considering we are both cultivators, please release me. There are countless women in the world. Why are you fixated on me? With her hands firmly locked by Qin Shou, she found herself pressed against him. This proximity filled her with immense discomfort and humiliation, causing her to wish she could faint from shame, her hatred for Qin Shou reaching its peak. The animosity in her gaze felt as if it could pierce through him. She could never have imagined that merely wishing to return to her sect would lead to such a predicament. Moreover, the distance to her sect was merely a few hundred miles. It was a short span where such an incident could occur. Had she known, she would have continued on her way without engaging in any debate with Qin Shou. Upon hearing her words, Qin Shou smugly replied, "You may not want to find a Tao partner, but I do, and I've set my sights on you. Isn't this fortuitous? You are still unmarried, and encountering me is surely fate. Your previous reluctance was only because you had not met a man as exceptional as I. You are utterly unreasonable. Do you not fear the repercussions from your sex elders when they learn your actions? If my master were to find out, you would surely meet a dire fate. Do not frighten me. I'm very afraid, terrified of what I might do. When the time comes, do not blame me for the consequences." Qin Shou feigned fear, yet he remained unfazed. As long as he did not reveal his identity, how could her master locate him? The world is vast. He could not possibly be searched for in every corner. What must I do for you to agree to release me? With no way to counter Qin Shou, she found herself at a loss. Unable to overpower him, she was dealing with an utterly shameless rogue. Attempting to leverage her sect as a threat not only failed but backfired, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. She could only wish for a powerful ally to suddenly appear and rescue her. However, such occurrences were rarely so convenient. "I have made my request clear. Agree to be my woman, and I will release you." Such a simple demand, and you cannot fulfill it. Do you wish for me to propose something even more demanding? Hearing his words, she was infuriated, gritting her teeth. Was this demand truly simple? Did he not understand that choosing a Tao companion is one of the most significant decisions in a woman's life? Will you agree or not? If not, I may resort to more forceful measures. Qin Shou observed her unwilling demeanor and issued a slight threat, finding her angry expression exceedingly endearing. Reflecting on it, he realized he had once been an innocent, kind-hearted youth, now evolved into the very image he had once despised. All due to a world that allowed no space for innocence. To thrive, one must possess formidable strength, and the source of his power lay in women. Thus, any woman he desired was to be acquired by any means necessary, even through force if required. As she pondered how to escape her predicament, she felt Qin Shou's mischievous hand and immediately turned pale, hastily declaring, "I agree, but you must not touch me without my permission." Agreed. Qin Shou promptly withdrew his hand from its mischief. A few minutes later, with her face flushed and filled with anger, she glared at him and exclaimed, "Did you not promise me that you would not touch me without my permission? You have no sense of honor. How can you expect me to trust you to marry me? I have not touched you. You saw I was merely speaking." Qin Shou replied innocently, his shamelessness leaving her with no grounds for rebuttal. She could only turn her head in annoyance to avoid any further unwelcome advances from him. "Tell me your name and the name of your sect, and I will let you go." Qin Shou smiled, turning her head back towards him with one hand. With no other choice, she revealed her name and background, and true to his word, Qin Shou released her. The moment she was freed, she immediately distanced herself from him. "Look at you. If I truly wish to do something, do you think you could evade me? Why distance yourself so far? Come closer and take my hand. I might break my promise." Faced with Qin Shou's blatant threat, she longed to strike him down, but alas, she was no match for him. Thus, under his imposing gaze, she bit her lip and reluctantly moved closer, grasping one of his hands, with a face full of grievances that would evoke pity in anyone else. Unfortunately, Qin Shou was not swayed. He understood that unless he subdued this woman's heart, she may well turn back and deny their agreement. Seeing her compliance, Qin Shou felt satisfied and smiled. "Hand over your spatial ring to me." Upon hearing his request, her face darkened with anger, believing he would not spare even her possessions. Nevertheless, she removed her spatial ring, closing her eyes as she handed it to him. Feeling like a helpless pawn, she cursed Qin Shou inwardly. Though Qin Shou was unjustly accused, he did not mind. Instead, he placed 1,000 top-grade spirit stones in her spatial ring and donned it on her finger himself. Observing her bewildered expression, he triumphantly declared, "Your betrothal gifts are now within your spatial ring. From this moment on, you are my woman." Realizing her misunderstanding, she was taken aback, not expecting Qin Shou to truly follow through with his words. Scanning her spatial ring with her divine sense, she discovered it indeed contained numerous top-grade spirit stones. Faced with such a reality, she found herself at a loss for words. To label Qin Shou as despicable would be an understatement, yet she did not anticipate his generosity. She had only agreed out of necessity, yet he had delivered on his promise without hesitation. If she were to renege now, the loss would be immense. How was it possible for such a naive person to so easily believe her words? Murongxin's heart was in turmoil. Chapter 51. Old enemies, where are you taking me? I want to return to my sect. Can't you go on your own? With her hand firmly held by Qin Shou, she was given no chance to escape. As they ventured deeper into Songlong Mountain, she could not help but plead. That simply won't do. More company brings more joy. You wouldn't want to leave me to face the dangers of Songlong Mountain alone, would you? I would be delighted if you perished within. I have never encountered someone so shameless. Murong Xian could not help but scoff internally at Qin Shou's words, having profoundly experienced his narcissistic tendencies. While other distinguished individuals expressed their admiration for her with grace and poise, Qin Shou was merely a brazen rogue, utterly lacking in decorum. Unfortunately, she found herself unable to escape, compelled to follow wherever he led. Qin Shou, having not achieved his objective, was not inclined to release her easily. Allowing her to depart would render all his previous efforts futile. He was not one to relinquish his pursuits halfway without attaining his goals. Madame Xian, as you inquire about the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion, one of the foremost sects in the Shenlong Empire, teeming with formidable experts, what makes you think I should divulge such information? Murong Xian regarded Qin Shou warily, suspecting him to be a spy from a rival sect. Are you truly unwilling to speak? Should I resort to the 9-yin white bone claw? Feel free to employ whatever techniques you wish. Do you think I fear your so-called 9-yin white bone claw? The very name reeks of cultish practices, and you are hardly an innocent. Upon hearing the mention of the 9-yin white bone claw, Murong Xian could not suppress her frown, her face betraying her disdain for him. Qin Shou, however, cackled with delight, reasoning that since the fairy had a request, he must respond accordingly. What are you doing, you lecher? Release me at once. Murong Xian's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared fiercely at Qin Shou. He complied, recognizing that in broad daylight and such an open setting, their actions would surely attract unwanted attention. Noticing the ire in Murong Xian's gaze, he explained, Did you not provoke me into demonstrating the 9-yin white bone claw? Now that you have witnessed it, you understand what it entails. Should you wish to experience it again, simply inform your husband. This is the 9-yin white bone claw. Murong Xian's anger flared. She had initially believed it to be a profound martial art, only to discover it was a sordid technique of questionable origin. It was utterly disgraceful and vile. Furthermore, what did he mean by her wanting to experience it again? Did he take her for someone of such lowly character? Murong Xian was nearly driven to madness by her indignation. Observing her reluctance to speak, Qin Shou refrained from pressing further, as she had already received her due punishment. His inquiry had merely been a casual attempt to gauge the strength of the cultivation sections. Although he had reached the late stage of Yuaning, confronting a major sect like the Heavenly Inquiry Pavilion would likely result in his immediate obliteration. Those two individuals have not perished, and they appear to have reconciled. Qin Shou's gaze fell upon a group ahead, among whom were two familiar faces, Ma Fong and Ma Yin, the very individuals he had bested 2 years prior. The remaining members were likely from the Mayuan sect, numbering over 10, with 3 of them possessing the formidable strength of the Golden Core stage. Such a considerable assembly indicated they were preparing for a grand scheme, and it would be remiss of him not to take advantage of the opportunity presented. My lady, do you see those dozen individuals over there? I do. What are you planning? Murong Xian had already noticed the members of the Mayuan sect, initially feeling a flicker of hope at the prospect of assistance in escaping Qin Shou's clutches. However, upon realizing their lack of strength, she lost interest, knowing they would be of no help against him. Do you know who they are? What does it matter to me? They are from Mayuan's sect, and they harbor enmity towards your husband. Thus, I intend to eliminate them all. Do you not see how this concerns you? Qin Shou asserted, pulling her towards the direction of the Mayuan sect. Their presence soon caught the attention of the Mayuan sect's experts, who turned their gazes toward Qin Shou and Murong Xian. Greetings, everyone. What a surprise to encounter such a gathering here. Qin Shou's words drew the attention of the other members of the Mayuan sect, and upon seeing him, Ma Fong and Ma Yin's expressions transformed into ones of deep-seated hatred. Is it you, brat? Ma Fong spat, his fury palpable. Ha! Ma Fong, brother, 2 years have passed, and I'm pleasantly surprised you still remember me. Back then, you abandoned Ma Yin as a shield and fled. Who would have thought that Ma Yin would forgive you? Quite unexpected. Qin Shou boldly advanced towards the members of the Mayuan sect, seemingly unperturbed by their presence. You audacious brat. 2 years ago, we were caught off guard by your ambush, and now you dare to show yourself again. Today, With 3 elders of the Muyuan sect present, we shall ensure you do not leave unscathed. Ma Yan seethed with rage. The old wounds reopened by Qin Shou's presence. His forgiveness of Ma Fong stemmed from the fact that Ma Fong was the son of his master. Though he had felt used, he could not bring himself to confront Ma Fong in front of his master. Even if he harbored such intentions, he lacked the strength to act on them. As a result, his master had compensated him with several pills and spirit stones to resolve the matter, leaving him with no recourse, despite his dissatisfaction. The expressions of Ma Fong and Ma Yan were grim, but even more so was that of Ma Fong's father, Mo Kong. The others bore various expressions, none particularly surprised, as Ma Fong's actions were typical of the Muyuan sect, whose principles revolved around self-interest rather than cooperation. At that moment, Mo Kang's face was as dark as a pot's bottom. Although their sect leader behaved in such a manner, being exposed in front of outsiders was another matter entirely. Is this the one who nearly killed you and your brother Ma Yan? Mo Kong inquired of Ma Fong. Filled with newfound confidence, Ma Fong replied eagerly, "Indeed, he snatched our treasure map and nearly took our lives. Father, you must avenge us. He must have found the treasure we sought, which is why he now appears so prosperous." Ma Fong's gaze fell upon Murong Xian, clutched by Qin Shou, and an intense yearning surged within him. Such a woman ought to be his. Today, Qin Shou had unwittingly delivered this beauty to him, and he was at a loss for how to express his gratitude. In his eagerness to drag his companions into conflict, he did not hesitate to slander Qin Shou, claiming he had stolen their treasure map. As expected, his words altered the way the others regarded Qin Shou. Treasure was coveted by all, especially those from the Muyuan sect. Who do you think you are to oppose the Muyuan sect? Are you not afraid of being hunted to the ends of the earth? Upon hearing his son's words, Mo Kong had already devised a plan, disregarding everything else as he directed his inquiries at Qin Shou. The murderous intent radiating from him was unmistakable. He had no intention of letting Qin Shou leave today. "Oh, I am so frightened, truly terrified," Qin Shou exclaimed, pulling Murong Xian closer, feigning fear. Murong Xian longed to slap him into silence. While Qin Shou's theatrics were one thing, embracing her was quite another. Was this not sheer arrogance? Despite Qin Shou's verbal expression of fear, his countenance revealed no trace of trepidation. In fact, he displayed a palpable disdain for their presence. In such circumstances, his brazen embrace of a beautiful woman was a blatant act of disregard, signifying that he perceived no threat from them. The faces of Mo Kong and the other members of Mo Yuan Jiao instantly darkened, their glares directed at Qin Shou filled with ire. However, Qin Shou remained unfazed by their hostile gazes, for he had never held them in high regard. He arrogantly proclaimed, "Since you wish to know who we are, I shall indulge your curiosity. Listen closely. We hail from Shagomen. I am Lu Buping, the leader of Shagomen, and she is my esteemed wife, Zhen Piaoyang." Enraged by Qin Shou's blatant mockery, Mo Kong unleashed a powerful attack aimed at him. It was evident that he intended to obliterate both Qin Shou and Murong Xian in one fell swoop. Witnessing Monta Kang's fierce assault, Mo Fong lamented his father's choice of the strongest technique, feeling it a pity, as he had envisioned eliminating Qin Shou and then taking Murong Xian as his own. However, with his father's wrathful strike, such aspirations appeared futile. The members of Mo Yuan Jiao, upon hearing Mo Kang's outburst, felt their anger dissipate slightly. After all, Qin Shou's mention of Shagomen was merely an insult, branding them as mere dogs. What was the purpose of engaging in combat over trivial matters? And if a fight was to ensue, should one not exert a modicum of effort? The strength displayed was akin to mere tickling, suggesting a lack of sustenance. As the members of Mo Yuan Jiao believed Qin Shou was doomed, anticipating the release of their pent-up frustrations, they were met with astonishment. To their disbelief, Qin Shou not only survived, but also managed to counter Mo Kang's onslaught, albeit with a hint of disarray. Remarkably, he even dared to taunt them, seemingly unafraid of death. Murong Xian, witnessing his formidable strength masked by a facade of struggle, could not help but feel exasperated. If one wished to take a life, why not simply charge forth and do so, rather than indulging in a prelude of mockery? Did they not understand the perils of procrastination? Humiliated by Qin Shou's taunt in front of his fellow disciples, Mo Kong could no longer contain his rage and charged at Qin Shou, launching a relentless barrage of attacks without hesitation. Even at this juncture, Qin Shou held firmly onto Murong Xian. responding to Mo Kang's assault with a certain degree of disarray. Mo Kang, despite his apparent advantage, found himself unable to inflict harm on Qin Shou, which ignited his fury. He had initially believed he could easily subdue Qin Shou, yet despite his upper hand, he had failed to seize the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. This incessant failure darkened his countenance and filled him with frustration, as each time he seemed poised to defeat Qin Shou, the latter would deftly evade. Montakshan, Montakyun, this fellow is rather slippery. Come assist me, he implored. The two elders, Mo Yun and Mo Shan, though surprised by Mo Kang's inability to subdue Qin Shou, recognized the latter's exceptional prowess. Upon hearing Mo Kang's plea for help, they ceased their passive observation, intent on swiftly eliminating Qin Shou to continue their journey. They ascended into the air, launching a coordinated attack against him. The true extent of Qin Shou's strength astonished Mo Fong and Mo Lian the most. After all, 2 years prior, the duo had been defeated by Qin Shou, albeit not without a semblance of contention. Had Mo Fong not fled in fear for his life, they might have had a chance to vanquish him. Yet in the span of just 2 years, Qin Shou had grown immensely powerful, effortlessly withstanding Mo Kang's ferocious assault, and now remaining unscathed against the combined might of 3 Golden Core elders. The rapid escalation of his prowess left both Mo Fong and Mo Lian in a state of shock. Is this truly the caliber of Mo Yuan Jiao? Utterly feeble. Though Sha Gomen consists solely of my wife and me, we are far superior, Qin Shou taunted as he engaged with the trio, inciting their anger. While their fury simmered, they could not suppress their astonishment. Even in their united efforts, they found themselves unable to subdue Qin Shou. His strength was unfathomable, far exceeding their expectations. Initially, they had been surprised by his ability to counter Mo Kang's attack, but after witnessing his performance in battle, they realized they had been mere playthings in his hands. Qin Shou's strength was undeniably at least at the late Golden Core stage. Otherwise, even their combined efforts would have been insufficient to challenge him. My dear wife, having rested for so long, why not join the fun? Qin Shou suggested. Releasing Mu Ron Xian. Although she was reluctant to involve herself in his affairs, being encircled by 3 adversaries left her with no choice. Unlike Qin Shou, she lacked the inclination to toy with her opponents, so she struck with lethal intent. With a mere lift of her delicate hand, she landed a decisive blow upon one of them, Mo Yun, sending him flying and extinguishing his life. The remaining Mo Kang and Mo Shan, witnessing her ruthless efficiency, were struck with terror at the sight of Mo Yun's swift demise. Qin Shou shook his head in exasperation, lamenting Mu Rongxian's obliviousness to the joys of life. With her swift elimination of Mo Yun, he saw no reason to continue feigning restraint and swiftly dispatched Mo Shan and Mo Kang with a kick each, leaving them no opportunity to react, thus highlighting the vast disparity in their strengths. As the 3 elders fell in mere moments, the remaining disciples of Mo Yuan Jiao turned pale, caught off guard by the suddenness of the massacre. Qin Shou showed no mercy, swiftly eliminating the remaining members, leaving only Mo Lian trembling in fear. Originally engaged in a fierce exchange, Mo Yuan Jiao was utterly annihilated, leaving only Mo Lian quaking in terror. Gazing at the tyrant who had effortlessly dispatched his comrades, he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Surprise, 2 years have passed, and I have grown immensely powerful, while you remain in your pitiful state, Qin Shou remarked, casting a condescending glance at the trembling Mo Lian. Perceiving his inner turmoil, but seizing the opportunity to deliver a blow to his spirit. Now speak. What grand scheme does Mo Yuan Jiao intend to execute with such fervor? Are there nefarious plots afoot? Confronted with Qin Shou's taunts, Mo Lian found himself at a loss for words, merely enduring the humiliation internally. When Qin Shou inquired, he hesitantly replied, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" "Certainly, I assure you." Qin Shou's prompt response left Mo Lian astonished, prompting him to inwardly ponder. How could this tyrant agree so readily? Surely, he harbors no ulterior motives. Yet, to him, I am but an inconsequential insect. There is no reason for him to deceive me, is there? Though apprehensive, Mo Lian ultimately relented under Qin Shou's piercing gaze, reluctantly divulging. We discovered that deep within Songlong Mountain, the army of the Divine Dragon Empire appears to be mining for spirit stones. Our destination is to seize that treasure. Upon hearing his words, Qin Shou could not help but furrow his brow. For the location mentioned by Mo Lien was undoubtedly the very place where Lu Bufan and the others currently resided. Although he was aware that the secret would eventually be uncovered, he had not anticipated it would happen so swiftly. How did you discover this? How can you be certain they are mining for spiritual stones? A disciple inadvertently stumbled upon that site. However, it remains uncertain whether they are indeed mining for spiritual stones, though the likelihood is substantial. After all, mining for gold and silver ores requires refinement, yet no refining facilities have been discovered in that area. Hence, we speculate they are extracting spiritual stones, especially since numerous forces from the Xinlong Empire are stationed there, which accounts for the large number of people. It seems they intend to annihilate tens of thousands of troops from the Xinlong Empire. Damn, that is ruthless, truly befitting of the surname Mo. I have finished speaking. May I leave now? Observing Qin Shou lost in thought, Mo Lien cautiously inquired. Scram, do not let me see you again. Upon receiving permission, Mo Lien departed in haste. But as he ran several dozen meters away, he suddenly exploded into a mist of blood. Weren't you supposed to spare him? Why did you kill him? Morong Xian, who had initially believed Qin Shou should not have let Mo Lien go, found it difficult to remain silent now that he had taken Mo Lien's life. I did promise to spare him, but I never specified for how long. I even gave him the opportunity to flee. If he was too slow, that is solely his misfortune. Hearing Qin Shou's evasive reasoning, Morong Xian was rendered speechless. It seemed she had forgotten that Qin Shou had employed similar justifications against her. Do you not wish to return to the One Tian Pavilion? I will not obstruct you now. When I have the time, I shall visit the One Tian Pavilion to propose marriage to your master. Remember, you are mine. Morong Xian was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a drastic change in Qin Shou's demeanor, allowing her to leave. Naturally, she was overjoyed at the prospect of departing. Otherwise, she would remain at the mercy of Qin Shou's whims. She surmised that Qin Shou's decision to let her go was likely motivated by a desire to seek out the location Mo Lien had mentioned. However, given the substantial number of precious spiritual stones Qin Shou had already bestowed upon her, she began to doubt her initial assumption. Regardless, she was relieved to be leaving and wasted no time in soaring into the sky, not granting Qin Shou the opportunity to retain her. Watching Morong Xian's retreating figure, Qin Shou furrowed his brow in contemplation. His decision to allow her to depart was motivated by a wish to keep her from discovering the location of the spiritual stone mine. Otherwise, she would likely inform her sect, but since it was merely a speculation from the Mo Yuan sect, she might refrain from doing so. Moreover, with Lu Bufan and the tens of thousands of troops in a precarious situation, they required a powerful presence to stabilize the situation. However, aside from himself, there were no formidable experts within the Xinlong Empire, which proved to be a considerable headache. Simultaneously, he recognized that they had indeed overlooked the aspects related to Mo Lien's claims, prompting him to hasten towards the fortress to reorganize matters there. In no time, Qin Shou descended into the inner sanctum of the fortress. The soldiers on guard were startled by the sudden appearance of a figure from the heavens and were about to alert others when they recognized Qin Shou's visage, which startled them anew. With a sweep of his divine sense, Qin Shou located Lu Bufan, who was currently cultivating within an excavated stone chamber. He directly sent a message for him to come forth. Upon receiving Qin Shou's call, Lu Bufan was taken aback and, fearing any delay, promptly ceased his cultivation and sought out Qin Shou. Your Majesty, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Is there an urgent matter? Lu Bufan observed Qin Shou's grave expression, which caused his heart to race, for such a demeanor often signified significant events were afoot. What is the current situation? Is everything all right? Qin Shou regarded Lu Bufan and was relieved to see that he had indeed reached the foundation establishment stage, validating the immense cost he had incurred utilizing the stealing heaven technique to procure a spiritual root for him. The term immense cost was appropriate, as employing the stealing heaven technique deducted a portion of his lifespan corresponding to the quality of the spiritual root he acquired. In Lu Bufan's case, he had taken an upper-grade spiritual root, costing him 300 years of life. This was a considerable sacrifice compared to the mere century he spent to produce a child with a pseudo-immortal spiritual root. Such sacrifices were unavoidable. The stealing heaven technique was a method of defying fate and altering one's destiny, and if the costs were not substantial, it would be too against the heavens. Although he frequently faced setbacks, losing 30 years of life each time he fell short, the Qianlong Empire was in dire need of powerful cultivators, compelling him to pay such a steep price to cultivate his own cadre of practitioners. Since acquiring the stealing heaven technique, the spiritual stones consumed merely to utilize this method far exceeded those expended in procreation. Such was the plight of one with numerous offspring and partners. With this remarkable technique at his disposal, it was only natural to arm his family, for no one could be trusted more than one's kin. Chapter 54 concludes. Everything appeared relatively normal. However, the quantity of spiritual stones had significantly diminished, and the difficulty of extraction had increased. Lu Bufan quickly recounted the recent developments. The daily yield had drastically decreased, now yielding only a few hundred stones daily, a stark contrast to the peak output of several thousand. Qin Shou gazed at him in confusion and inquired, "Are you suggesting that this spiritual stone mine is nearing depletion?" "Indeed, it is likely so. After all, we have been mining with thousands of people for over 2 years. The speed at which thousands work is considerable, and according to my investigations, this spiritual stone mine is a small one, which is why it was overlooked by the larger sects, allowing us to discover it." Upon hearing this, Qin Shou found his reasoning plausible. If it were indeed a small mine, having produced over 3 million stones in 2 years was certainly nearing its end. "Let us enter and see how many spiritual stones remain unmined." As he spoke, Qin Shou rose and headed towards the entrance of the mine. If the supply was dwindling, he could afford to linger for a bit until the extraction was completed. If there were still many stones left, he would need to devise a different plan, as the Mo Yuan sect had already discovered this place, indicating it was no longer secure. Although he did not regard the Mo Yuan sect with much concern, the other sects were a different matter altogether. Furthermore, it remained unconfirmed whether this was indeed a small-scale spiritual stone mine. He intended to investigate personally. When he had last visited, he was merely at the foundation establishment stage, with a limited range for his divine sense, but the circumstances were now different. The two then entered the spiritual stone mine, which after more than 2 years of relentless mining by thousands, had reached depths of several thousand meters. The cavern was vast, as if an entire mountainside had been hollowed out, forming a gourd-like shape. Upon reaching the innermost part, the area abruptly shrank to a width of mere dozens of meters, indicating the diminishing vein of spiritual stones. Once inside, Qin Shou utilized his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and indeed, Lu Bufan's assessment was correct. The remaining spiritual stones beneath the surface were few, and the tailings were mixed and lacking in value. "Your Majesty, what do you think?" Upon hearing Lu Bufan's inquiry, Qin Shou sighed and replied, "You were right. There is indeed nothing of value left here." Although Qin Shou felt a tinge of regret, considering that a continuously replenishing spirit stone mine for the Qianlong Empire had vanished. The reason for his slight disappointment was that the system could reward him with spirit stones. Over the past 2 years, he had consumed a significant amount of spirit stones, yet the system had granted him even more. Presently, his system space housed an abundance of premium spirit stones in the hundreds of thousands, half of which he had generously bestowed upon his subordinates. Lu Bufan, though mentally prepared, could not help but feel a wave of regret upon hearing the truth from Qin Shou. After spending more than 2 years in this place, it was now on the brink of becoming a desolate ruin. Without the spirit stone mine's provision, their future endeavors to acquire spirit stones for cultivation would necessitate alternative means, which was indeed a source of sorrow for him. "Bufan, instruct everyone to withdraw, then let them rest for a day. You shall depart tomorrow. This place is no longer safe." His words startled Lu Bufan, leaving him uncertain about the nature of the danger he alluded to. Despite his confusion, he complied and summoned everyone to exit. Once all had departed, Qin Shou pressed his hands against the stone wall, and immediately, the aura from the spirit stones surged into his body. Although no further mining would occur, he intended to drain the remaining spirit stones completely, rendering them mere worthless rocks. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had extracted every last trace of spiritual energy from the stones. The originally lustrous stones became utterly dull after the energy was absorbed, and anyone witnessing his domineering method would be left astounded. Upon hearing Lu Bufan announce the abandonment of the site the next day, the mining army felt a profound sadness. Although extracting the stones was arduous, it had proven immensely rewarding. In just 2 years, everyone's strength had surged by several tiers, a testament to the spirit stone's efficacy. Furthermore, not only could they cultivate with spirit stones, but they also acquired gold coins. The conclusion of the mining operations implied that such a fortuitous opportunity would be nearly impossible to find again, a fact that weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet, amidst their sorrow, excitement arose, for they had not returned home in over 2 years. With the mining concluded, they could finally reunite with their families. Consequently, the fortress buzzed with anticipation. The longing to return home, once unconsidered, now surged uncontrollably. Your Majesty, the people below are eager to return home and wish to leave today rather than wait until tomorrow. They have sent me to inquire about your wishes. But it is evident they hope you will permit them to return to Zhuge City today. Qin Shou, well aware of the situation outside, had initially pondered how long these individuals could endure their yearning. Thus, when Lu Bufan approached him, he had already made his decision. With a smile, Qin Shou replied, "Since they are reluctant to rest, you shall personally escort them back. Your Majesty, will you not accompany us?" Lu Bufan asked, puzzled by Qin Shou's apparent lack of intention to leave, as remaining here seemed futile. "I have come to delve into the depths of Songlong Mountain in search of certain items, and shall not return for the time being. Exercise caution on your journey, and do not be careless. Though you are now a Foundation establishment practitioner, pride and arrogance must be avoided. Return to the city as swiftly as possible." Without dawdling along the way, Qin Shou feared they might encounter members of the Magian sect on their return journey, hence his insistence on their prompt departure. Although Lu Bufan possessed considerable strength, encountering a gold core expert would render him vulnerable. "Rest assured, I shall exercise utmost caution. Likewise, the interior of Songlong Mountain differs from the exterior. Your Majesty must also tread carefully within, as the Empire cannot do without you." Enough, I understand. Quickly arrange the military affairs." Reluctantly, Lu Bufan took his leave, and with their hearts set on returning, the speed of their departure was remarkable. Within just an hour, tens of thousands of troops had vacated the fortress, transforming the once bustling stronghold into a realm of silence, leaving behind only a solitary figure atop the city wall. Watching them depart, with everyone gone, Qin Shou felt a sense of relief. Each life he had brought forth weighed heavily on his heart. He did not leave immediately, wishing to observe if any members of the Magian sect would arrive. If they did, he would not mind sending them on their way as well. Though he suspected they would not quickly realize the demise of Magian and his companions, certainty was elusive. Alone, he regretted allowing Murong Xian to depart. Had he brought her along, they could have engaged in romantic endeavors now. What a splendid scenario that would have been. Yet, his wish was destined to remain unfulfilled. Just as he prepared to descend from the city wall, 2 beams of light descended from the sky, and 2 elderly figures landed before him. "Who are you? And where are the others?" The 2 scanned the area with their divine sense, discovering that aside from Qin Shou, there was no one else present. Were there not reports of mining activities here? Moreover, did the sect not send personnel? Where are they? Both were protectors from the Magian sect, sent to ensure that no other sect's experts would seize the Spirit Stone mine after Magian and his companions had taken it. However, the scene before them bore no resemblance to a mining operation. Did you not claim that tens of thousands of troops were here? Where are they? Qin Shou, incensed by their condescending demeanor, retorted sharply, "And who might you be? Why should I divulge anything to you? You possess quite the audacity. Do you not fear death? How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The elder, Mo Wei, felt his breath catch at Qin Shou's words, realizing it had been years since anyone had spoken to him so boldly. Living amidst the flattery of others, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of being scorned or questioned in such a way. Yet, now he was reminded, and it was decidedly uncomfortable. Nevertheless, he restrained his wrath and refrained from unleashing his fury upon Qin Shou, instead posing a counter-question. "You are neither my elder nor my kin. We are all living our first lives. Since you address me with such an imperious tone, why should I not respond in kind? Just because you are old, does that grant you the right to wield your age as a weapon? Such a sharp tongue. If you wish to know the reason, then I shall inform you." Before Mo Wei could finish his words, his sword hurtled toward Qin Shou's face with alarming speed. Although they sensed no trace of true energy emanating from Qin Shou, anyone who could venture to Songlong Mountain and delve this deep could not be an ordinary person. Thus, Mo Wei's attack was formidable. A Foundation establishment practitioner would undoubtedly be obliterated by such a strike. Despite not perceiving Qin Shou as an ordinary individual, He had clearly underestimated him. Believing that an attack equivalent to that of a mid-gold core practitioner would suffice, he was taken aback when Qin Shou effortlessly deflected his weapon, realizing he had gravely misjudged Qin Shou's capabilities. After the flying sword was deflected by Qin Shou, the wielder once again urged it forward with greater force. To his astonishment, the sword was repelled once more, this time with a power that surpassed the first by more than double, yet it returned empty-handed. Big brother, your strength truly seems to be waning. You cannot even contend with a mere fledgling. Have your years of cultivation been squandered? Mo Wu observed as his elder brother Mo Wei's two assaults were effortlessly neutralized by Qin Shou, unable to restrain his mockery. Mo Wei, upon hearing this, couldn't help but snort. This youth was no ordinary opponent, possessing some remarkable skills. You shall see how I can capture him in a single move, Mo Wu declared, transforming one hand into a colossal palm that lunged toward Qin Shou. Qin Shou scoffed, with such meager abilities, do you truly believe you can seize me in one move? Your self-assessment is rather inflated. He then unleashed a punch upon Mo Wu's gigantic hand, causing it to dissipate into scintillating fragments under the force of his blow. Not bad. Indeed, you possess some skill. Take this. Mo Wu, flustered by how swiftly his bravado was shattered, charged at Qin Shou. You two appear to be brothers. Why not join forces? It would be rather dull to face just one of you, lest I be accused of overpowering the weak. Observing Mo Wei's advance, Qin Shou deemed it insufficient and called for Mo Wei to join in. His taunts were audacious enough to nearly infuriate Mo Wu. Thus, while launching a relentless assault, he exclaimed, "You brat, who do you think you are to be so arrogant? One should remain humble when outside. It is the key to longevity." Meanwhile, the watching Mo Wei could no longer contain his fury, cursing Qin Shou and addressing Mo Wu, second brother. If you do not subdue this insolent fool and flay him alive, do not dare call yourself my brother. Huh, what does it matter if I am strong and ostentatious? If you are uncomfortable, simply defeat me. Besides, do you think I would be spared, even if I were humble? Qin Shou observed Mo Wu, who was barehanded in combat. Yet he paid no heed to his peril, fiercely wielding the Qinglian sword against Mo Wu. The two exchanged blows for dozens of rounds, although Mo Wu fought without weapons. His fists were as indomitable as iron. After a series of exchanges, he had sustained no injuries, but he had gained a clearer understanding of his opponent's capabilities. While Mo Wu was formidable, he still had a distance to cover to match Qin Shou. Your strength is commendable. How about serving as my guard for a monthly remuneration of 10 high-grade spirit stones? You insolent brat, your tongue is far too sharp. I shall tear it from your mouth, Mo Wu retorted, infuriated by the suggestion that he serve as a mere gatekeeper, especially with such a meager offer. Such words were a blatant humiliation for a master of the Yuanying realm, and even after over a century of existence, Mo Wu could hardly suppress his rage. Brother, let us attack together and eliminate this brat. I cannot bear to hear him speak any longer. Seeing that even with all his might he could not overcome Qin Shou alone, Mo Wu had no choice but to call upon Mo Wei to join him. I told you to join forces from the beginning, yet you acted so aloof. Now look where you find yourselves. Ah, prepare to meet your end, brat. Montag vi belot. Raising his sword in attack against Qin Shou, with Mo Wei's participation, Qin Shou found himself somewhat occupied. However, the disparity in strength could not be bridged simply by the addition of another opponent. As a late-stage Yuanying master, dealing with two early-stage Yuanying warriors was effortless. The gap between cultivation realms widened immensely, rendering their efforts futile. Although he could have swiftly dispatched them, one must indulge in some theatrics during a confrontation. Otherwise, life will be dreadfully dull. So do you yield? I maintain that you are suited only for the role of my guard. And while 10 high-grade spirit stones may seem paltry, think of it as 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Does that sound more appealing? Qin Shou observed the two elderly warriors, who were seething with anger, while also attempting to stimulate their thinking. The two, already infuriated, blushed with indignation upon hearing his words. They longed to silence him, wishing to rend him limb from limb, yet they could not even touch him. Is this not infuriating? As Mo Wei and Mo Wu realized that even in unison they could not contend with Qin Shou, doubts began to creep into their minds. They exchanged glances, suddenly launching a fierce attack before transforming into streaks of light as they attempted to flee. Brat, consider yourself fortunate this time. Should we meet again, it will not be so easy. They sped away at their utmost pace, feeling humiliated yet determined to salvage some dignity. Qin Shou, witnessing their attempt to escape, scoffed and summoned his hands into massive golden palms, declaring, "You think to leave without my consent? Clearly, you hold me in low regard. I have made it clear. You shall either serve as my guards or meet your demise." Feeling the immense energy radiating from the golden hands behind them, the two were struck with terror and hastily increased their speed. However, to their dismay, even with all their might, they could not evade the grasp of Qin Shou. They felt a tightening around their necks as an overwhelming force yanked them backward, and in an instant, they crashed against the city wall, thoroughly disheveled. "What is the source of your strength? Which esteemed sect do you hail from?" Mo Wei, astonished, rose to his feet, eyeing Qin Shou warily. His perception of Qin Shou had shifted dramatically, from disdain to astonishment, and now to sheer terror. In a brief span, he recognized that although Qin Shou appeared to be in his 20s, his strength was formidable. His spiritual root must be of the highest caliber. Such talent could only be found in the major sections. They, possessing merely upper-grade spiritual roots, had toiled for over a century to reach the early stages of Yuanying. Thus, in Mo Wei's mind, Qin Shou most likely hailed from the Wenianj, as their sect resided within the Sanlong Mountain. "I have always been strong. I merely informed you of this from the start, yet you chose not to believe it. So, have you made your decision? Will you willingly sacrifice a fragment of your soul to serve as my guard, or shall you choose death?" Qin Shou regarded the two, whose faces were marked with shock, his innocent smile contrasting sharply with the ominous nature of his words. "Oh, by the way, I suspect you might be affiliated with the Mo Yuan sect, correct? I believe I may have dispatched several of your comrades, and their end was rather grim, robbed of all possessions and left in pieces. TSK. Do you truly wish to follow in their footsteps? The Mo Kong and his companions have met their demise at your hands. What grievances do we, the Mo Yuan Jiao, hold against you? Why do you persistently oppose our sect?" Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Mo Wu finally comprehended why Mo Kong and the others had not made an appearance for so long, as well as the disappearance of the people in this vicinity. It was likely that Qin Shou had orchestrated their departure, which filled Mo Wu with deep resentment. "Observing Montag vus Fulius de mi Anua, Qin Shou questioned in bewilderment. Why should I not be at odds with your Mo Yuan Jiao? What connection do you have with me? I shall contend with whomever I choose, and furthermore, it is our duty to uphold justice. Have you made your decision? If you wish to live, you ought to follow my previous instructions. Given your advanced age, I presume you do not wish to see your decades, or even centuries of cultivation come to a tragic end, do you?" At this moment, Mo Wei remained silent, consumed by thoughts of escape. However, having previously attempted to flee, they both realized their speed was far too lacking to break free from Qin Shou's grasp. Unless they could devise a means to distract Qin Shou or inflict harm upon him, they were left with no viable options. In essence, their predicament seemed insurmountable. Although a desperate struggle might offer a slim chance of survival, the likelihood of success was exceedingly low, given Qin Shou's overwhelming strength. As demonstrated when he effortlessly pulled them back from hundreds of meters away, their chances of escape were virtually non-existent. Mo Wei could not suppress a silent sigh of despair within himself. Meanwhile, upon hearing Qin Shou's repeated threats, Mo Wu felt a surge of frustration that nearly choked him. After a considerable pause, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "Since you are aware that we belong to Mo Yuan Jiao, do you not fear our retaliation? While I can see that you are stronger than us, we are not alone. Countless formidable individuals stand behind us. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of our sect?" In his desperation to intimidate Qin Shou, Mo Wu exaggerated the might of Mo Yuan Jiao. In truth, they had but one true expert, the sect leader Mo Xin, and the remaining 5 or 6 individuals were of comparable strength to themselves. Even if Mo Xin were present, he would likely only be an equal match for Qin Shou. The critical issue was that they lacked the means for long-distance communication. Thus, alerting Mo Yuan Jiao to their current plight was virtually impossible. "Release us, and we shall pretend that the deaths of Mo Kong and the others never occurred. Otherwise, even if it leads to our demise, we will ensure you do not escape unscathed." Qin Shou, upon hearing his words, could not help but burst into laughter. This man was amusing. "You do not heed my warnings. It seems you are determined to resist to the bitter end. Very well, allow me to assist you in making a choice." With a smirk, Qin Shou intensified his power, effortlessly pulling Mo Wu towards him and seizing him in his grasp. Struggling desperately, Mo Wu shouted, "Boss, what are you waiting for? Can't you see I've been captured? Hurry and save me." Though Mo Wei felt a sense of urgency, he observed that Qin Shou had yet to harm Mo Wu and opted to continue negotiating rather than acting rashly. Ignoring Montauk Vu's pleas, he fixed his gaze on Qin Shou and solemnly stated, "Release us, and we shall offer whatever you desire in exchange. Anything we possess will be yours. Killing you seems to yield the same benefits as taking your possessions. If that is the case, why would I not eliminate you and allow you to return to seek revenge in the future?" After speaking, Qin Shou directed his attack towards Mo Wu's head, which elicited a blood-curdling scream from Mo Wu. Witnessing this act, Mo Wu's eyes filled with rage. "I will kill you," he bellowed, charging at Qin Shou. However, due to the immense disparity in their abilities, Qin Shou easily subdued him with a single hand. Within moments, he found himself in the same fate as Mo Wu, pinned to the ground as Qin Shou extracted his soul. Both men could only emit anguished cries in response to the torment of soul extraction. Just as Qin Shou was about to fully extract Mo Wu's remaining spiritual energy, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over him. Following the source of this ominous feeling, he beheld a flying sword glowing with a green light hurtling towards him. Even from a distance, he could sense the intense, murderous intent radiating from the weapon. "How dare you commit such vile acts in broad daylight? Release him." A woman's voice echoed as a figure clad in red gracefully approached. Her emotionless countenance revealed a cold disposition, typical of many cultivators who prioritize tranquility, resulting in a stern and unapproachable demeanor. Aware of the formidable presence of the flying sword, Qin Shou understood the necessity for caution. In stark contrast, the Mo Wei brothers, who had resigned themselves to their fate, rejoiced at the arrival of assistance. They recognized the strength of the newcomer and knew that she possessed formidable abilities. As the flying sword sped towards him, Qin Shou had no choice but to release Mo Wei and Mo Wu, both of whom hastily sought refuge. The clash of weapons resounded as Qin Shou's weapon met the incoming sword, sending him staggering back several steps. The sword was subsequently retracted and landed firmly atop the city wall, allowing the Mo Wei brothers to seize the opportunity to escape without a backward glance. The woman in red, however, remained fixated on Qin Shou, disregarding the brothers' departure entirely. Qin Shou glared at the icy woman, unable to restrain his anger. "You wretched woman, do you even comprehend whom you have saved? Can you not suppress your pretentious piety? The very individuals you rescued are the wicked entities you claim to abhor. Now, thanks to you, they have escaped, and countless lives will be lost because of them. How will those who fall victim to their wrath ever express their gratitude to you? Presumptuous fool, you attempt to enslave others by extracting their souls, and yet you dare to cast aspersions upon me? Today, I shall eradicate your evil deeds in the name of justice." The woman, Dan Tai Jing, was filled with righteous fury. Originally, she had journeyed to the depths of Song Lang Mountain in search of something and had merely passed through this area. However, upon hearing the pitiful screams from afar, she felt compelled to investigate. To her astonishment, she discovered someone practicing a long-lost forbidden technique. Having encountered someone capable of such dark sorcery, she deemed it imperative to eliminate him, lest countless others suffer at his hands. Qin Shou's vile words only intensified her desire for vengeance, compelling her to attack with unrestrained ferocity, forcing Qin Shou into a defensive position. Unbeknownst to him, his adversary's strength was far beyond what he had anticipated, at least reaching the realm of transformation. Anxiety surged within him as he realized the gravity of his predicament. If he were not careful, he might truly perish here today. As he retreated towards the direction of the mine, despite his desperate defense, Dan Tai Jing could hardly believe that Qin Shou was so resilient. It was a pity that such strength resided in one so youthful, and yet he was a practitioner of the sinister path. She had toiled for over 300 years to reach the transformation stage, while the marks on Qin Shou's face suggested he was no more than 50. To achieve such a level in such a brief span of time indicated an extraordinary talent. "You old hag, whether I belong to the evil path or not is not for you to decide. However, the person you saved is indeed a true practitioner of the demonic arts. You dare to strike at me without discernment, truly believing I am without temper?" As he approached the entrance of the mine, Qin Shou could not help but utter a few choice words towards Dan Taijing before darting into the pitch-black cavern. Once inside, he hastily retrieved the elixirs he had looted from the man slain by Lu Mengli and proceeded to poison the area. Despite the darkness enveloping the mine, Qin Shou, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, dashed forward without hesitation, while the azure glow of Dan Taijing's sword illuminated several feet around her. She had resolved to slay Qin Shou that day, and after a moment's contemplation at the mine's entrance, she followed him into the dark abyss. Yet, it was in those brief seconds of hesitation that she failed to notice Qin Shou's actions. The mine had several branching paths, and upon reaching a fork, Dan Taijing couldn't locate Qin Shou, compelling her to extend her consciousness to sense his whereabouts. This, unfortunately, cost her precious time, allowing Qin Shou to create greater distance between them. Within the mine, Qin Shou fled like a frantic creature, while Dan Taijing, having pinpointed his location, hastened towards him. However, she possessed consciousness, and so did Qin Shou. Thus, they engaged in a game of hide-and-seek among the diverging paths. Qin Shou's intention was to delay, while Dan Taijing, despite her frustration, found herself unable to catch up with him. Chapter 58. The Consequences of Excessive Force. After a long pursuit, Dan Taijing found herself unable to corner Qin Shou, leading to an inexplicable surge of anger within her. With a forceful strike, she shattered the obstacles between the various paths. This woman has truly lost her mind. Qin Shou cursed vehemently as the resounding explosions and the sound of stones shattering filled the air, accompanied by a cloud of dust. As countless stones rained down upon him like cannonballs, Qin Shou had no choice but to envelop himself in his vital energy. Fortunately, his strength was sufficient. Otherwise, the mere barrage of rocks could have claimed his life. Where will you hide now? Amidst the dust, a crimson figure materialized in Qin Shou's vision. Though obscured, he discerned the anger and a hint of smugness etched on her face. You foul woman, should you fall into my hands, I shall demand you bear me 10 or 8 children. Qin Shou's sword was not without merit, yet he still suffered. After sustaining injuries, he could not help but hurl his most vicious curse at her. Dan Taijing, witnessing Qin Shou being flung away, felt her ire swell. Had he merely threatened to kill her or insulted her in other ways, she might have brushed it off. However, the audacity of his words regarding bearing children was something no one had dared to utter to her in centuries. It was tantamount to courting death. Yet, she seemed to forget that even without his provocations, she had no intention of letting him go. Nevertheless, his words had thoroughly incensed her. Just as Dan Taijing prepared to deliver the final blow, she suddenly sensed something amiss within her body. Her vital energy felt somewhat isolated. This revelation took her by surprise, prompting her to hastily examine her internal condition, whereupon she discovered a mass of dark energy mingled with her vital energy. Normally colorless, this vital energy had changed hue, indicating a problem within her body. It dawned on her that she had been poisoned, but she had no idea when it had occurred. Leaving her astonished, she then attempted to circulate her techniques to expel the toxic energy from her body. Upon seeing her sudden halt, Qin Shou's heart leapt with joy, realizing that the poison he had released was taking effect. Simultaneously, he was astounded, never anticipating that such a potent concoction could affect even a master of the transformation stage. No wonder Lu Mengli had surrendered so readily. He had only wished for a stroke of luck, yet it had indeed borne fruit. However, despite knowing Dan Taijing had been poisoned, he could not ascertain the extent of her affliction. After all, Dan Taijing was in a league far beyond that of Lu Mengli, and the disparity in strength was immense. Moreover, Lu Mengli had managed to kill that sinister practitioner at a critical moment, and Qin Shou did not wish to tread the same perilous path. Thus, he hurriedly scrambled away, seeking a place to hide and observe Dan Taijing's reaction. Where do you think you're going? Dan Taijing bellowed in rage as her flying sword shot forth. Yet, Qin Shou, having anticipated her move, dodged nimbly, and the sword crashed violently against the stone wall, shaking the entire mountain. You lunatic, do you wish to be buried alive? I certainly do not. Feeling the tremors of the mountain and the falling debris above, Qin Shou could not help but unleash a torrent of invective towards the frenzied Dan Taijing. As stones continued to rain down, with signs of collapse evident in the mine, Qin Shou recklessly sprinted towards the exit. If only a small portion collapsed, he could survive being buried. However, The fear of the entire mountain collapsing loomed heavily. Should that occur, even he, a master of the Yuaning stage, would likely be crushed. Thus, he could not afford to gamble. Escaping was paramount. Dan Taijing, witnessing the unfolding chaos, recognized that her excessive force had destabilized the mountain structure. Realizing the danger, she too followed Qin Shou in a hasty retreat. They had entered together, and now they fled in unison. Paying no heed to anything else, they prioritized their escape, even disregarding the small stones that struck them. Fortunately, the mine was not exceedingly deep, merely a few thousand meters, and at their speed. It took only moments to reach the exit. With deafening echoes resonating behind them, the cave continued to tremble. Moments later, accompanied by a violent tremor, a cloud of dust and a barrage of rubble surged forth from the depths of the cavern towards the entrance. As they burst out into the open, a wave of dust erupted from the cave, and the stone structures at the entrance were instantly obliterated. The two were enveloped in dust, and Qin Shou felt as though he were shrouded in a thick fog. The ground shook violently, and the tremors persisted for several minutes before gradually subsiding, the dust eventually dissipating. Although his vital energy shielded him from dirt and debris, the ground was blanketed with a thick layer of ash. As the dust cleared, Qin Shou peered back into the cave, now engulfed in darkness. It seemed the entire mine had collapsed, and he was fortunate to have exited swiftly. Otherwise, given the intensity of the dust cloud at the entrance, the weight of the collapse would undoubtedly have been monumental. Qin Shou could not help but lift his gaze sharply towards Dan Taijing, noticing her flushed complexion, which indicated that she had failed to expel the poison in time and was now suffering its repercussions. At that moment, Dan Taijing was exceedingly exasperated, as she felt the toxins within her growing increasingly potent. Even if she wished to halt her cultivation to force the poison out, Qin Shou would likely not permit her such respite. Simultaneously, she was filled with regret for having overexerted herself earlier, which had led to the collapse of the mountainside, consequently delaying her optimal opportunity to detoxify. Thus, she attributed all her misfortunes to Qin Shou. Upon catching sight of his malicious gaze, she could not help but question him with a tone brimming with murderous intent. "Did you poison me?" "Do refrain from casting baseless accusations," Qin Shou replied, maintaining an air of indignation. "I am a man of integrity, far above resorting to such underhanded tactics against you. Furthermore, you pursued me so relentlessly that even if I had wished to poison you, I would not have had the opportunity." Noticing the venomous glare Dan Taijing directed at him, he continued, "Moreover, with your formidable strength, you would have undoubtedly detected any poison I might have used. It is plausible that you were poisoned by someone else in the past, and the excessive use of your true energy has merely triggered its effects. In any case, I am innocent. Please do not unjustly accuse a good person. It must be you. Only those who stray from the righteous path would employ such despicable means." As she spoke, Dan Taijing's face grew even redder, resembling a ripe peach. Chapter 59. Acknowledging defeat. Qin Shou found her intense reaction somewhat strange, considering that Lu Mengli had not reacted so swiftly or vehemently. He failed to reflect on the considerable amount of poison he had released. A lack of reaction would indeed be suspicious. "Leave at once and remove yourself from my sight. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless." Dan Taijing attempted to suppress the peculiar sensation within her, feigning ferocity. At that moment, her mind was consumed with the desire to expel Qin Shou, leaving no room to ponder the origins of her poisoning. The reason she did not simply depart was to conceal her inner turmoil from him. In truth, she could have easily walked away, but her pride would not allow it. Thus, she put on a show, hoping Qin Shou would seize the opportunity to flee. Initially, she believed he would not hesitate to escape in such a situation. Despite her fierce demeanor, the redness in her face and the flickering stars in her eyes betrayed her true state. Qin Shou could hardly contain his delight. Leaving at this juncture would be a disservice to his title as the foremost man of the Shenlong Empire. Why seek elsewhere when an opportunity presented itself? As a person of righteous intent, how could he turn a blind eye to a companion in distress? With a mischievous grin, he gazed at Dan Taijing, his eyes ablaze with a menacing light. "Although you drew your sword against me earlier, that was merely a misunderstanding born of your lack of knowledge. Nevertheless, I forgive you." Seeing the malicious glint in his eyes and the grin on his face, Dan Taijing felt a surge of hatred. Yet she realized she could not swiftly eliminate Qin Shou. Thus, she resolved to leave, casting him a furious glare before attempting to take flight on her sword. "Where do you think you're going? As a man of honor, I cannot allow you to depart alone." Qin Shou, having discerned her intentions, launched an attack without any warning, intent on keeping her from leaving. His timing proved fortuitous. Had he delayed even a moment longer, Dan Taijing would have summoned her flying sword. However, his interference forced her to abandon her escape plan in order to defend against his onslaught. At that moment, Dan Taijing's animosity towards Qin Shou intensified, coupled with a rising sense of panic. She noticed that, with the exertion of her true energy, the searing heat within her grew increasingly active, exerting a more profound influence. Yet, with Qin Shou continuously attacking her, she had no choice but to utilize her true energy in defense. "What are you doing? I merely wish to assist you. Do not be afraid. I'm not a villain." Qin Shou, observing Dan Taijing's gritted teeth and her determination to endure, sought to alleviate the tension she harbored. He had not anticipated that years ago he had witnessed a malevolent dragon wreak havoc, and years later he had become a new dragon, engaging in similar deeds. However, there was a distinction. At least Qin Shou acted out of necessity, as it was Dan Taijing who had aggressively initiated the conflict without seeking clarification. Were it not for self-preservation, he would not have resorted to such measures. As Dan Taijing heard Qin Shou's tone filled with schadenfreude, her eyes blazed with fury. Yet her movements could not keep pace with her thoughts. Before long, she could no longer maintain her composure and collapsed into the thick dust below. Her gaze towards Qin Shou was filled with a desire to annihilate him, yet it also gleamed with a burning longing. "Oh dear, what has happened to you? You, a lofty transformation realm expert, cannot possibly lose your dignity by sitting on the ground. You." Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Dan Taijing's fury reached unimaginable heights. "Give it to me." She lunged towards Qin Shou uncontrollably, but he deftly evaded her grasp. Afterward, he did not forget to shield himself with true energy, lest he be covered in dust, which would be quite unbecoming. After Qin Shou evaded her, a fleeting disappointment crossed Dan Taijing's eyes. Her earlier act had been a facade, intended to lure Qin Shou closer for a decisive strike. Yet, reality had proven far less favorable than she had envisioned. Qin Shou was not as easily provoked as she had hoped, leading to the shattering of her last glimmer of hope. "Give it to me." Dan Taijing's voice brimmed with temptation and yearning, her demeanor now reminiscent of an ordinary woman longing for affection. The once icy facade had dissipated into the ether. If her earlier admission of those two words had filled her with profound shame, she was now wholly oblivious to the concept of shame. Nevertheless, Qin Shou dared not let his guard down, for the might of the transformation realm was beyond his imagination. Seeing Dan Taijing repeat her actions multiple times, Qin Shou realized she was no longer performing, but was genuinely succumbing to the effects of the poison on her nerves. He approached her to seal her meridians, ensuring that should she suddenly regain consciousness, she would not be able to retaliate. The moment they made contact, Dan Taijing clung to Qin Shou as desperately as a fish parched in the desert yearning for water, showing no inclination to release him. Qin Shou, feeling her tight grip, could not suppress his fury and delivered 2 resounding slaps to her face. Notification: the host is nurturing offspring, detecting the partner as a heavenly root. The host can consume lifespan to enhance the offspring. 1. Consume 10 years of lifespan. The offspring has a high probability of obtaining a supreme spiritual root, and a very small probability of acquiring a terrestrial spiritual root and a medium-grade spiritual root. 2. Consume 20 years of lifespan. The offspring has a high probability of obtaining a terrestrial spiritual root, and a very small probability of acquiring a heavenly spiritual root and a supreme spiritual root. 3. Consume 50 years of lifespan. The offspring has a high probability of obtaining a heavenly spiritual root, and a very small probability of acquiring a pseudo-immortal spiritual root and a terrestrial spiritual root. 4. Consume 100 years of lifespan. The offspring will definitely obtain a pseudo-immortal spiritual root. 5. Consume 300 years of lifespan. The offspring will at least obtain a first-grade spiritual immortal root. 6. Consume 500 years of lifespan. The offspring will at least obtain a second-grade spiritual immortal root. 7. Consume 1,000 years of lifespan. The offspring will at least obtain a perfect spiritual immortal root. After a little over an hour, It was time for Qin Shou to choose his agricultural endeavors once more, relishing the joys of cultivation. Not only can it allow you to personally experience the exhilarating sensation of tilling the earth, but it also grants you the freedom to choose what to plant. For Qin Shou, life is no longer a scarcity, so he naturally opts for the crops that yield the best harvest and the highest profits. System. Select the seventh option. After all these years of collaboration, you should know my character. Understood. The seventh option has been selected. The host can now release energy. Although the sensation of having to endure such a last-minute effort felt somewhat peculiar, Qin Shou found himself captivated by this final thrill. The sound of bullets firing echoed throughout the stone house built from solid rock. Chapter 60. Conquering her with great power, what have you done to me? Of course. I saved you. Did you not see how terrifying you looked when you were poisoned and went mad? No need to thank me. This is what any righteous person should do. When Dantai Jing regained consciousness, she felt utterly weak and, most crucially, she was completely unclothed. This filled her with an overwhelming sense of panic. Upon seeing Qin Shou sitting nearby, nonchalantly admiring her, she couldn't help but ask in horror. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, pleased by her terrified expression, feigned an air of righteousness, brimming with pride as if he were a child who had done a good deed. You've ruined my reputation. I will kill you. Dan Taixian suddenly sat up, intent on shooting Qin Shou. However, she quickly realized that she could not muster her qi, and it dawned on her what was happening. Thus, she could only glare at Qin Shou, wishing she could devour him alive. Yet, she did not forget to find clothing to cover herself, her eyes devoid of tears, filled only with countless murderous intentions and icy disdain. Don't be so agitated. I'm only looking out for your well-being. Otherwise, you would have died. You had better kill me. Otherwise, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth until neither of us is alive. Dan Tai Jing glared at Qin Shou, her eyes filled with a murderous intent that seemed as if it could freeze the very room. That is misguided thinking. If you kill me, your unborn child will grow up without a father, which is exceedingly cruel. Moreover, if I kill you, I would lose a child, which would also be unbearably cruel for me. Qin Shou approached Dan Tai Jing and embraced her, continuing, besides, we were once husband and wife, and I could never bring myself to harm you. Let go of me. Do not soil my body with your filthy hands. With her meridians sealed, Dan Tai Jing was unable to evade Qin Shou's actions, and as he embraced her, she struggled fiercely. In her struggle, her already absent clothing slipped away once more. Seeing her disobedience, Qin Shou playfully smacked her twice on her rear, and with a jolt, her clothing disintegrated into dust. He was determined to conquer this proud woman with his enhanced capabilities. Dan Tai Jing was left dumbfounded by his actions, and before she could react, she found herself in the clutches of Qin Shou. Although she wanted to resist, she was entirely unable to do so, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of battle. Do you yield? An hour later, Qin Shou looked at Dan Tai Jing, whose complexion was flushed and eyes weary, and declared fiercely, Goodness, I haven't even retrieved my weapons. Either I die, or prepare for endless pursuit. Dan Tai Jing's tone was urgent, yet she clearly remained defiant. Qin Shou became furious. I concede. Stop. Merely half an hour later, the previously defiant Dan Tai Jing finally begged for mercy. She had resigned herself to her fate. Refusing to yield would indeed lead to her demise. However, Qin Shou was in the midst of his efforts, and with the engine still running, he was not inclined to cease. After several more minutes, with a resounding groan, Qin Shou finally halted his movements. You are nothing short of beast. Dan Tai Jing, her cheeks flushed, pounded angrily on Qin Shou, who lay back, possessively holding her in his embrace, a triumphant smirk on his face that only fueled her rage, prompting her to bite into his shoulder. Despite being bitten, Qin Shou reveled in delight. He had not anticipated that Dan Tai Jing was the former master of Dan Tai Yuan. Though Dan Tai Yuan was considered a third-rate sect within the Shunlong Empire, located in the central region of Songshui Prefecture, Dan Tai Jing had come to Songlang Mountain in search of a rare herb known as Bai Ling Chao, which could only be found within. Now that I have revealed everything to you, should you not lift the restrictions binding my meridians? Dantai vink risumit had e.g. Rigel Demianov. Gazing at Qin Shou with the hope that he would honor his promise. This was the perilous Song Lang Mountain, and with her meridians bound, she felt utterly insecure. Should any danger arise, she would truly be left to await her demise. Qin Shou, true to his word, promptly released the restrictions on her. As power surged back in her body, Dan Tai Jing stretched luxuriously. She did not retaliate against Qin Shou, but merely huffed and exited the house that had forever altered her life. Qin Shou found her attitude quite reasonable. After all, she was once the master of Dan Tai Yuan. Although her status had changed, having engaged in such an embarrassing plea for mercy just moments earlier, it was entirely understandable that she could not easily set aside her dignity. As their objectives aligned, Dan Tai Jing, compelled by Qin Shou's audacity, ultimately agreed to accompany him. Dan Tai Jing never imagined that Qin Shou would be the emperor of the Shunlong Empire, though she had little interest in worldly affairs. She had heard of the power shifts that had occurred within the empire a few years prior. Rumors suggested that the emperor was an ordinary man with no cultivation skills. But the disparity between rumor and reality was staggering. This was not a lack of cultivation. It was an extraordinary mastery of it. At such a young age, he had already reached the late Yuanying stage, just one step away from being on par with her, a feat that could hardly be deemed as lacking in cultivation. It had taken her 280 years to reach the Huashan stage, yet Qin Shou was barely in his 30s. His talent was beyond comprehension. Even the most gifted individual on the continent, Jun Ao Tian from the Huangyu realm, with perfect dual-element spiritual roots, had only reached the mid-Huashan stage at the age of 50. Was it possible that Qin Shou's spiritual roots had surpassed the perfect spiritual level and attained a level of defiance? Dan Tai Ying was profoundly astonished. Yet Qin Shou claimed he possessed merely superior spiritual roots, which she found utterly unbelievable. Qin Shou, resigned to her disbelief, simply stated the truth. However, he refrained from mentioning that his spiritual roots were capable of evolution. Upon entering the depths of Tsonglang Mountain, they opted to walk rather than fly, as soaring through the air posed greater risks. In the sky, they were vulnerable to powerful spiritual beasts, while on the ground, they could remain inconspicuous amidst various obstacles, making it significantly safer as long as they concealed their presence. Qin Shou was initially unaware of this experience, but Dan Tai Jing informed him, and he wholeheartedly agreed with her reasoning. Chapter 61. The Battle of Beauties Against the Diamond. Be careful. I have never ventured this deep before, so I am unaware of any potential dangers. The two individuals proceeded cautiously along a meandering stream. Suddenly, as they entered a valley, the air was filled with the thunderous sounds of energy colliding. They exchanged glances and stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Upon drawing closer, they beheld a woman clad in white fiercely battling a golden being. Yang Jingyan, I never expected to see her here, exclaimed Dan Tai Ying, her voice barely above a whisper, filled with surprise. Do you know her? Inquired Qin Shou, taken aback by the revelation of encountering someone familiar in the depths of Tsonglang Mountain. Not just know her, but we share quite a history. Dan Tai Jing's expression and tone suggested that while they were acquainted, their relationship might not be particularly amicable. Otherwise, she would have rushed to assist Yang Jingyan in her struggle against the golden being. Qin Shou chose to remain silent, opting instead to observe the unfolding drama. Yang Jingyan displayed formidable strength, and it was clear that the golden being, known as Mo Yuan, was no ordinary opponent either. Their combat was evenly matched, each strike resonating with the force of a mountain splitting apart, leaving their surroundings in disarray. Mo Yuan, I merely wish to take a few drops of your blood. Why must you be so obstinate? Yang Jingyan stated, her strength undeniable, but Mo Yuan's prowess was equally formidable. Their confrontation was a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. Mo Yuan, though unable to articulate words, roared in fury at Yang Jingyan's demand. Its intelligence clearly advanced due to its level of power. Qin Shou could not help but feel a sense of disbelief. The strength of spiritual beasts was intrinsically linked to their blood, and the loss of such blood would inevitably hinder their cultivation. Yang Jingyan's request for several drops was tantamount to threatening Mo Yuan's very existence. Montauk Yuan's relentless roar echoed, as if wishing to reduce the greedy human woman to mere dust. Is she seeking Mo Yuan's blood to concoct a certain elixir? Dan Tai Ying used their hushed voices going unnoticed by the combatants. Aren't you going to help her? Dan Tai Jing asked. Why should I? She has always held herself in high regard and detests interference. If I were to intervene, she would not only lack gratitude, but likely deem me meddlesome. Dan Taijing's words left Qin Shou utterly speechless. He had never encountered someone so disdainful of others. At a loss for words, he turned his focus back to the spectacle. The battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with Mo Yuan sustaining numerous wounds while Yang Jing'an appeared equally worn. Her complexion had paled, her hair disheveled, and her breathing was no longer steady. The ferocity of their clash sent shockwaves that affected even Qin Shou and Dan Taijing, prompting them to retreat to a safer vantage point. Mo Yuan, since you refuse to recognize the situation, do not blame me for being unyielding, Yang Jing'an declared, summoning a small cauldron that shimmered with white light. The oppressive aura emanating from it was palpable, even from a distance, overwhelming Qin Shou. Mo Yuan's eyes flickered with fear upon seeing the cauldron, retreating several meters while letting out a series of furious roars. Dan Taijing, witnessing Yang Jing'an's actions, was equally astonished. The cauldron was none other than the renowned demon-trapping cauldron, a rare treasure of the Yusu sect. The sheer might of the artifact was formidable enough to intimidate even the once menacing Mo Yuan. What kind of treasure is that, to exert such power over Mo Yuan? Qin Shou inquired, captivated by the spectacle. The demon-trapping cauldron is among the few top-tier treasures of the Yusu sect. Anyone or beast ensnared within it, lacking a steadfast will be entrapped in illusions. Its potency is undeniably immense. Remarkable, a true treasure indeed, Qin Shou thought, though his own artifact, a mid-tier sword, paled in comparison. As Yang Jing'an directed the cauldron towards Mo Yuan, the golden being, now panicked, turned to flee. Yet, Yang Jing'an had anticipated this move and swiftly intercepted it. With Mo Yuan blocked, it was forced to halt, and the cauldron's radiance enveloped it entirely. Moments later, anguished howls erupted from Mo Yuan, its energy pulsating outward in waves that obliterated everything in their vicinity. Despite the advantage of the cauldron, Yang Jing'an struggled to maintain control, aware that she was nearing the limits of her own energy reserves. She needed to conclude this battle swiftly, for if another opponent were to appear, her situation could become perilous. Seeing Mo Yuan thrashing desperately, she summoned all her strength to channel into the cauldron, amplifying its power. Mo Yuan's anguished cries echoed as it struck its own head in a futile attempt to alleviate its suffering. Observing the creature's torment, Qin Shou felt a sympathetic ache, imagining the pain of a human caught in such a predicament. As time passed, Mo Yuan's struggles grew feebler, its cries diminishing, seemingly on the brink of unconsciousness. Yang Jing'an's heart soared at the sight of Mo Yuan's weakening state, yet she dared not relax her focus, continuously pouring her qi into the cauldron, aware that Mo Yuan was nearing the end of its endurance. Suddenly, a powerful roar resonated from afar, strikingly similar to that of Mo Yuan. Clearly, a companion had arrived, and the already weakened Mo Yuan, upon hearing the call, opened its eyes wide with renewed fury. Yang Jing'an's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing the roar. Sensing an overwhelming presence approaching swiftly, she hastily retracted her artifact and fled. Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Qin Shou and Dan Taijing exchanged glances, and without a word, Dan Taijing pursued Yang Jing'an's fleeing figure, with Qin Shou following closely behind, unsure of her intentions but compelled to follow. Chapter 62. I will be gentle. Yang Jing'an ran for several miles before finally halting, realizing she had no choice but to escape, having already exhausted her strength. The emergence of another powerful being akin to Mo Yuan left her no alternative but to flee. She sought refuge in a cave, setting up protective wards to recuperate her qi. Just as she began to relax and prepare to sit, the unmistakable sound of footsteps reached her ears. Startled, she stilled her breath, not making a sound, aware that her current state was ill-suited for confrontation. The footsteps belonged to none other than Dan Taijing and Qin Shou. Dan Taijing arrived at the cave entrance and lightly touched the barrier set up by Yang Jing'an. Then, with a sudden strike, she shattered the barrier. Inside, Yang Jing'an heard footsteps approaching her direction. Upon seeing the barrier broken, she instantly summoned her flying sword and unleashed an attack towards the cave entrance. However, Dan Taijing was well prepared and effortlessly dodged Yang Jing'an's assault. As Yang Jing'an's sword missed its target, her heart sank. Yet, when she extended her divine sense and perceived the identity of the visitor, she was greatly astonished but also relieved. Yang Jing'an, after all these years, You remain as ruthless as ever. The moment I appear, you intend to strike me down, Dan Taijing remarked while stepping into the cave. Given Yang Jingen's capabilities, she should have recognized her presence outside, yet it was surprising to see her so fierce. In truth, Yang Jingen had misjudged the situation. She had not released her divine sense at first, hence she was unaware of who had come. Once Qin Shou entered the cave, Dan Taijing turned and set up several barriers at the entrance to prevent detection by outsiders or any potential danger. Dan Taijing, what brings you here? Moreover, I never expected the once unyielding Zhuan to be walking alongside a man. Has time softened your heart? The two exchanged jibes upon meeting, revealing their usual contentious relationship. However, Qin Shou was taken aback to find himself the subject of their banter. Indeed, I have started to desire men, as women traversing this world. If we cannot truly embrace the essence of womanhood, it would be a regret in our hearts. Therefore, I boldly took this step. The sincerity behind Dan Taijing's words was questionable. She seemed to have reached a point of recklessness, where denial held no value. Rather than deflecting, it was more prudent to acknowledge it openly. Yang Jingen was deeply shocked by her unabashed admission, her astonishment evident on her face. She had merely intended to mock on Taijing, unaware of the true nature of their connection. The stark contrast between Deng's current demeanor and her past self was striking. Had this been in the past, such words might have provoked her to strike. Yet now, not only did Yang Jingen refrain from anger, but she also openly acknowledged it, further amplifying her shock. Qin Shou, however, remained as calm as still waters, seemingly detached from their exchange. Yang Jingen was momentarily thrown off balance by Dan Taijing's unexpected behavior. After a moment, she gathered herself and asked Dan Taijing, I never imagined that after decades apart, you would change so drastically. What have you experienced over the years that led to such transformation? It is nothing. Just a realization, Dan Taijing replied with a playful smile, then shifted the topic. You don't look well. It seems your battle with Mo Yuan took quite a toll. Her words made Yang Jingen's heart sink, an ominous premonition surfacing within her. To mask her unease, Yang Jingen forced a smile and replied, It's all right. Although Mo Yuan is formidable, he hasn't drained me too much. That's good to hear. Let me test it, Dan Taijing declared, her figure flashing as she launched an attack on Yang Jingen. This action startled both Yang Jingen and Qin Shou. Despite claiming minimal exhaustion, Yang Jingen was in fact quite drained, and in the ensuing confrontation with Dan Taijing, she quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Before long, she was subdued, unable to move. Dan Taijing, what's the meaning of this? Why have you sealed my true energy? Yang Jingen, filled with anger, questioned Taijing, anxiety gnawing at her heart. It's nothing, after all. We are old acquaintances. Naturally, I must share any good fortune with you, Dan Taijing replied with a mischievous smile. What do you mean? As Yang Jingen observed the insidious grin on Deng's face, her unease intensified. Initially, she thought Dan Taijing might be after her life to seize her treasures. Yet, it seemed her intentions were more inscrutable, and the unknown outcome frightened her more than the prospect of death. Her previously composed demeanor crumbled, revealing her panic. Dan Taijing approached her, pinching her cheek and laughing. What a beautiful face. It would be a shame for you to remain lonely for a lifetime. Yang Jingen shivered at her actions, a mix of indignation and embarrassment coursing through her. After centuries, she found herself the target of such teasing by a woman she had known for years. The situation left her feeling mortified, wishing to faint from humiliation. You questioned why I desire men, didn't you? Since you wish to know, let you experience it yourself today. It became evident that Dan Taijing's intentions were clear. To be honest, even Qin Shou was rendered speechless, yet he found joy in the absurdity of the situation. Dan Taijing, how can you do this? Yang Jingen's face was etched with terror. Dan Taijing, beaming with delight, ignored her and turned her gaze to Qin Shou. You enjoy beautiful women, don't you? I leave her in your care. My only wish is that in 10 months, she bears you a child or two. With that, Dan Taijing sauntered out, clearly uninterested in witnessing the ensuing scandal. Qin Shou was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Dan Taijing was indeed a character of her own, either deeply troubled or simply whimsical, but he found her intriguing. Dan Taijing, you cannot do this. Come back. Yang Jingen shouted in a panic as Dan Taijing walked away. But it seemed her pleas fell on deaf ears. If you dare to touch me, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. seeing Dan Taijing disregard her. Yang Jing'an felt despondent, casting a desperate glance at Qin Shou, hoping he would retreat. Yet, Qin Shou was the type to confront challenges head-on, never shying away from adversity. "Rest assured, I will be gentle," Qin Shou declared, a sinister laughter escaping his lips as he lunged towards the terrified Yang Jing'an. An hour passed swiftly, and Dan Taijing returned, her cheeks flushed and heart racing from the scene she had witnessed. Observing Qin Shou's unwavering vigor, she couldn't help but smirk internally before retreating to a corner to meditate in silence. Yang Jing'an, mortified to have been seen at her most vulnerable by Dan Taijing, felt utterly humiliated. To make matters worse, it appeared Qin Shou was oblivious to his presence, showing no signs of stopping, which made her curse the two of them inwardly. Fortunately, after Dan Taijing entered, she chose to close her eyes and meditate, providing Yang Jing'an with some relief. A month later, Qin Shou, Dan Taijing, and Yang Jing'an successfully obtained what they sought and parted ways, returning to the Zhijiansheng. "Your Majesty, the Zhuori sect demands that we pay tribute of 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones within a month, or face the consequences." Upon his return, the Prime Minister of the Shenlong Empire, Long Tianya, presented Qin Shou with an exceedingly unpleasant piece of news. The Zhuori sect, if memory served, was merely a minor sect. How bold of them to extend their hand for spirit stones from our Shenlong Empire. Qin Shou slammed his palm against the imperial table, then turned to Long Tianya, asking, "Has this matter been reported to the Patrolling Institute?" Shenluoyuan is an organization established by the Xiaoshen Alliance, aimed at punishing those cultivators who dare to harm ordinary people. However, through the passage of countless years, the current Shenluoyuan has become mired in filth and decay. The administrators of the Shenluoyuan seem to carry out their responsibilities based on their moods and the rewards they receive, indicating that the nature of the Shenluoyuan has fundamentally changed. It is evident that cultivators inflicting harm upon ordinary individuals are rampant, and there are no rumors of anyone being captured for judgment. Clearly, this branch of the Shenlong Empire has lost its efficacy. Otherwise, the Rirezong would not dare to reach out to the Shenlong Empire. Long Tianya nodded and smiled wryly, saying, "This matter has been submitted to the Shenluoyuan in the Zhijiansheng, yet there has been no response, so I am uncertain of their stance." "I understand," the emperor replied. "You may leave now. I shall handle this matter myself." Qin Shou was already psychologically prepared, so he was not surprised. The next day, Qin Shou ordered Zhou Jian and Xiang Wentian to each assemble an army of 50,000, totaling 100,000 troops under the pretext of military training. Marching grandly towards Nanshan, the imposing presence of the army stirred the hearts of the onlooking crowd, who, despite being unaware of the army's purpose, could not suppress their feelings of support. Nanshan, though not high, rises majestically from the plains, creating a stark presence within a radius of several miles. Since it was occupied by the Rirezong, Nanshan has become their territory. Previously, there was a tacit understanding, but now that the Rirezong dares to act so brazenly, they should not blame Qin Shou for abandoning martial ethics. Nanshan is merely a few dozen miles from the Zhijiansheng, and the army reached the foot of Nanshan within an hour, setting up camp a few dozen meters away. Meanwhile, within the Rirezong, chaos erupted. The sudden arrival of 100,000 troops left the disciples feeling somewhat anxious. However, they quickly settled down under the reassurance of the sect's higher-ups, for they were cultivators, and their sect leader was a master at the Jindan stage. Even if these ordinary soldiers were numerous, what did it matter? Once their leaders were defeated, the army would naturally disband. Furthermore, they did not yet know the army's intentions, nor did they believe that the soldiers of the Shenlong Empire would dare to strike against them. At that moment, within the Rirezong, the sect leader and several elders were convening in a room, displaying no signs of tension. It was evident that they did not regard the troops of the Shenlong Empire with any seriousness. Although these soldiers might be considered adept compared to ordinary people, to them, they were no different from commoners. "Sect leader, do you think the emperor of the Shenlong Empire seeks to demonstrate his power to us?" an elder inquired. Looking at the sect leader, Hu Wei slowly opened his previously closed eyes and replied with a hint of disdain, "There's no doubt about it. They have brought several tens of thousands of troops to display their might." A cold snicker escaped from one elder, who then spoke. "The emperor of the Shenlong Empire, known as the Yumian Wang, is said to be cunning. Surely he cannot be so foolish as to think that these troops can contend with our Rirezong? If that were the case, he would be overestimating himself." His audacity does not stem from a belief that he can conquer us, but rather a gamble that we would not dare to act against him. After all, with the Xinyan's presence, it is only natural for him to think we would not dare to retaliate. The Xinluoyan in this day and age is only believed by those naive, ordinary folks. To put it bluntly, the Xinluoyan has become a mere shell of its former self, consisting of those expelled from various sections. Expecting them to uphold justice is nothing short of a grand joke, said another voice, filled with disdain. Clearly, they held the Xinluoyan in low regard, as those assigned to it were essentially considered discarded disciples of their sections. Sect leader, why has there been such a peculiar order from the upper sect, instructing us to demand spirit stones from the Shenlong Empire? They are merely a group of ordinary mortals. Where could they possibly procure spirit stones for us? This seems highly suspicious. Upon hearing this, others turned their gazes towards Hu Wei, as this matter was indeed perplexing. Although the Shenlong Empire governed vast territories, it had no spirit stone mines available for exploitation. Moreover, the court of the Shenlong Empire lacked any formidable experts to venture into perilous regions to seek rare treasures in exchange for spirit stones. Demanding such a quantity of spirit stones from them was truly unreasonable. Hu Wei sneered. This is the directive from the upper sect. Since they have instructed us to do so, there must be a reason behind it. We need only to demand. Whether they can produce the spirit stones is a matter for Qin Shou to contemplate, not us. The upper sect they referred to was their superior sect, Wuzhizong, which was affiliated with Qin Shan. After Hu Wei spoke, he turned to the elder at the back, Wen Changlao. You shall meet with the emperor of the Shenlong Empire and inquire about his intentions. Surely he cannot be so naive as to believe that the existence of the Xinyan guarantees his safety? Very well. I am keen to see what sort of person this so-called Union Yanwang of the Shenlong Empire truly is. Wen Tai eagerly accepted the task, relishing the opportunity to engage in a matter devoid of risk. On the other side, Qin Shou was in the newly established camp when Zhou Jian hurriedly approached. Your Majesty, the army has completed its encampment. What shall we do next? Have the troops train in batches, and let their voices ring as loudly as possible. The more grandeur and spectacle, the better. Understood. Zhou Jian complied, and soon the entire camp was filled with raucous sounds and battle cries. Observing the army engage in their drills, Qin Shou reclined contentedly at the entrance of the tent, flanked by two graceful and beautiful palace maids, who occasionally fed him delectable fruits and snacks. Your Majesty, a man claiming to be an elder of the Rizong is seeking an audience outside. Upon hearing the soldier's words, a smile, tinged with disdain and amusement, appeared on Qin Shou's lips. Bring him in. Yes. The soldier complied, and shortly after, a middle-aged man with an ethereal presence entered the tent, following the soldier. Wen Tai arrived at Qin Shou's tent, and, upon seeing the emperor engrossed in conversation with the palace maids, remained seated without acknowledging his presence. This disregard ignited a surge of anger within him, yet he suppressed it. Elder Wen Tai of the Rizong pays his respects to your Majesty. Wen Tai felt compelled to remind Qin Shou of his esteemed status as an elder of the Rizong, hoping to receive some recognition. Qin Shou responded dismissively, continuing to jest with the beautiful maidens. His actions infuriating Wen Tai to the point where he felt his patience waning. As a distinguished elder of the Rizong and a foundational stage master, he never anticipated being so blatantly disregarded by a mere mortal. He almost wished to strike Qin Shou dead with a single blow. Yet he could not act on such a desire, so he let out a huff, imbued with his true energy, perhaps intending to intimidate Qin Shou into recognizing him. However, the muffled groans infused with true energy seemed to have no impact on Qin Shou, which left him utterly astonished, compelling him to scrutinize Qin Shou a few more times. Qin Shou continued to jest with the palace maids, exhibiting no sign of awareness regarding the situation. What could this possibly mean? He pondered the idea of probing further, but ultimately refrained, deeming it inappropriate. As self-doubt assailed him, Qin Shou sneered inwardly, deriding the confusion that flickered in his eyes. Are you not an elder of the Falling Sun sect? Are you unaware of the purpose behind my visit? Qin Shou's words dripped with impatience and disdain, nearly igniting the anger that Wen Tai had just managed to suppress. He had anticipated a respectful invitation from Qin Shou, expecting to be treated like a humble ant, dutifully flattering him. Yet, reality proved to be a harsh slap to the face, leaving him exceedingly uncomfortable. Might I inquire, Your Majesty, why you have led tens of thousands of troops to encamp before our sect, stirring up such a commotion? Although Wen Tai struggled to contain his fury, his tone unmistakably conveyed his dissatisfaction, filled with reproach. Qin Shou appeared oblivious to the displeasure and ire in his voice, instead smiling amiably as he replied, "It is nothing of great concern. The Empire has refrained from engaging in warfare for several years, causing our soldiers' weapons to rust from disuse. Thus, I deemed it prudent to allow them some exercise to display their weaponry. Otherwise, some might mistakenly believe that my army has ceased to be lethal." His words darkened Wen Tai's expression, casting a foreboding shadow over his face, with murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "How dare you, a mere foundational stage lackey, presume to act the part of a master before me? With but a thought, I could send your soul into oblivion." Qin Shou observed his expression, unable to suppress a derisive chuckle within. Noticing Wen Tai's silence, he smiled and continued, "I find this terrain remarkably flat and expansive, ideal for training soldiers. However, the noise generated by such drills may inadvertently disturb your esteemed sect. But alas, there is little to be done. As the sect of the Divine Dragon Empire, I trust the Falling Sun sect would not begrudge making some sacrifices for the Empire's benefit. Is Your Majesty not being excessively unreasonable? Ventoi interdicted. There are ample grounds around the Forbidden City for military exercises. Why must you choose to do so before the Falling Sun sect? Though our sect may be modest, we are not to be trifled with. I implore Your Majesty to reconsider, lest regret come too late." Wen Tai's fury was no longer concealed, and he issued a veiled threat towards Qin Shou. "What do you mean by that, Elder One? I fail to comprehend how I am bullying the Falling Sun sect. I am merely conducting a routine military drill. How could this be construed as oppression? Moreover, I am curious as to what actions the Falling Sun sect intends to take that would lead me to regret my decisions." Qin Shou concluded, calling out, "Come here." Shortly thereafter, a soldier entered, and Qin Shou declared, "Inform Zhou Jian that the soldiers' voices are too subdued. Ask him if he has been neglecting to feed them properly. Tell them to raise their voices." Witnessing Qin Shou's blatant provocation, Wen Tai could no longer contain his rage. "Qin Shou, do you truly believe that, as the Emperor of the Divine Dragon Empire, the Falling Sun sect would refrain from taking action against you? How audacious! My name is not something you can utter at will. It appears that the Falling Sun sect harbors ill intentions, showing no regard for my authority. You foolish mortal, await your reckoning." With that, Wen Tai rose in anger and stormed out. Qin Shou made no effort to stop him. In his view, it would be simple to eliminate him, yet he could not afford to do so openly. Eradicating the Falling Sun sect would be easy, but the repercussions of their higher-ups seeking vengeance would be significant. Thus, even if he were to annihilate the Falling Sun sect, he could not do so overtly. At the very least, no one must know he was behind it. He was intrigued to observe how the Falling Sun sect would respond to his 100,000-strong army. After all, life had grown rather monotonous, and as long as he was present, no one would dare to harm even a hair on his soldiers. Following his orders, the already deafening din of battle cries intensified to a thunderous roar. Wen Tai surveyed the fierce soldiers, unable to suppress a frown. These soldiers appeared formidable. While he could handle one against 100, he could not withstand 1,000. The sheer number alone could exhaust him, especially since these soldiers seemed to possess at least the capabilities of martial masters. The thought sent shivers down Wen Tai's spine. An army of 100,000, all at the martial master level. Was this not a tad extravagant? When had the imperial forces become so formidable? With a grim expression, Wen Tai exited the military camp and returned to the Falling Sun sect, where the lingering high-ranking members couldn't help but frown at the sight of his dark countenance. Chapter 65. Provocation. What has transpired? Why such a grim expression? Has that Qin Shou child offended you? As Wen Tai entered the room, the others could not help but inquire in astonishment at his ashen face. "Do not speak of it. That Qin Shou child is utterly outrageous, showing me no respect whatsoever. From the moment I laid eyes on him, he has not regarded me even once. If it were only that, it would be tolerable. But he dares to dismiss the Falling Sun sect entirely." Wen Tai spat, his anger nearly combusting the room. Hu Wei, hearing his words, frowned impressed. "What is the matter? Speak quickly. I wish to hear how audacious this Qin Shou truly is." Wen Tai slammed his fist down on the table before recounting the events from his meeting with Qin Shou to his return. Damn it. So audacious. He must be courting death. The others, upon hearing Wen Tai's account, displayed expressions of outrage, their indignation directed towards Qin Shou's conduct. Simultaneously, they were also struck with astonishment. In their view, Qin Shou, as a mere mortal, should have shown utmost respect towards these cultivators. And it was shocking that Wen Tai had been treated in such a manner. Is what you say true? Did he indeed say all that? Hui questioned, still unable to believe that such actions could be taken by a mortal. Do you think Qin Shou is foolish? Absolutely not. He has proven to be a cunning and shrewd tactician, consistently outmaneuvering his foes on the battlefield, emerging victorious in every encounter. Can one consider such a feat achievable by a fool? Yet, if Qin Shou were not a fool, why would he act with such defiance? Did he possess some hidden card or trump? Master, every word I speak is the truth, devoid of exaggeration. Had you been present, you would have been tempted to strike him down on the spot. However, what? Ventoyes sentence adruptumipted, prompting huve torstai increogerly. There was something peculiar that confounds me. Speak plainly, what is this strange aspect? Upon noticing Wen Tai's hesitant demeanor, Hui mirrored his concern, his impatience seeping into his tone. Upon my arrival, Qin Shou completely disregarded me, prompting me to consider punishing him with true energy to teach him a lesson. Yet, to my astonishment, the resonance of my true energy had no effect on him, which is quite abnormal for someone untrained in cultivation. To comprehend the true essence of the energy I emitted back then, even disciples in the Qi refinement stage would likely feel discomfort for a time, let alone someone entirely untrained. Initially, I harbored doubts regarding his lack of cultivation. However, upon sensing him, I discerned an absence of any fluctuation of true energy. After Wen Tai articulated his observations of the peculiarity, another elder interjected, suggesting, could it be that he possesses some protective talisman that shields him from harm? This is indeed a plausible explanation, as it is the only interpretation we can currently entertain. Hui harbored a faint suspicion that matters were not so straightforward. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his unease. After all, it was common knowledge that Qin Shou was incapable of cultivation, a fact that had circulated for over a decade. Could it be that a formidable figure supported Qin Shou from the shadows, remaining unseen yet safeguarding him? This notion resonated with Hui, for Qin Shou's resilience might very well be linked to this hidden protector. Contemplating this, he furrowed his brow deeply, prompting astonishment among the others who observed his pensive demeanor. Zhongzhu, have you stumbled upon a revelation? Upon hearing the inquiry, Hui relaxed his tightly knitted brows. Do you think it is possible that a master is aiding Qin Shou, one whose power could rival that of our Sunset sect? This does indeed present a possibility. The Grand Elder of the Sunset sect conceded, nodding in agreement with Hui's perspective. Elder One, did you sense any other presence releasing true energy at that time? An elder seated beside Wen Tai inquired. When I shook his head, the others furrowed their brows once more. There is no need to overthink it. If they wish to cause a disturbance, let them. Tonight, I shall infiltrate their camp to ascertain the truth. Everyone, disperse and keep your disciples in check. With Hui's words, the others rose to take their leave. Meanwhile, after driving Wen Tai away, Qin Shou felt no thrill, for Wen Tai's rank was too insignificant to provide him with any sense of accomplishment. After Zhou Jian delegated matters to his subordinates, he approached Qin Shou, pouring him tea while saying, "Haha, Your Majesty, do you think the elders of the Sunset sect will curse you behind your back for sending them fleeing? There is nothing strange about it. Let them curse," Qin Shou replied nonchalantly, sipping his tea. "We have an abundance of weapons, do we not? Let our soldiers shoot a few thousand arrows towards the South Mountain as a greeting. But be careful not to hit anyone." "Excellent. I shall make the arrangements immediately." A mere few thousand arrows is a trivial task, Zhou Jian exclaimed, eagerly organizing the manpower. Before long, a contingent of 10,000 crossbowmen was prepared. After giving his orders, Zhou Jian waved his command flag, and in an instant, a barrage of arrows soared toward the South Mountain. The resounding chorus of thousands of arrows startled the disciples of the Sunset sect, causing their pupils to dilate as they instinctively sought refuge. However, upon realizing that the arrows did not strike within their ranks, they sighed in relief. This is truly intolerable and outright affront. The high-ranking members of the Sunset sect, faced with such a blatant provocation, wore expressions of fury, cursing Qin Shou vehemently. They longed to descend the mountain and annihilate the entire army below. Relishing the thought of dismembering Qin Shou, the emperor of the Shenlong Empire. In stark contrast to the Sunset sect's ire, Qin Shou found amusement in the situation. Observing his satisfaction, Zhou Jian could not help but ask, "Your Majesty, shall we do it again? Good things come in threes. Let us have 2 more rounds. I want the arrows of the Shenlong Empire to fill the entire South Mountain." "As you wish." Zhou Jian felt invigorated. When had the court ever dared to respond to sects in such a manner? Now, he had blazed a trail. With that, 2 more waves of arrows descended, blanketing the South Mountain in a sea of projectiles. The members of the Sunset sect were left red-faced, their blood boiling with indignation. Qin Shou kept his word, halting the training after the 2 rounds and allowing the army to rest. Meanwhile, a pair of eyes atop the South Mountain remained fixed on him. Chapter 66. Torment. The gaze directed at Qin Shou from the South Mountain did not escape his notice. It would be unacceptable for someone of his level, a late-stage yuaning expert, to overlook such keen eyes. Night soon fell, and within the camp, apart from the patrolling soldiers, the rest had succumbed to slumber. In the dead of night, a figure stealthily entered and exited multiple times, but seemingly failing to achieve the desired outcome. He furrowed his brow in frustration. Ultimately, he approached Qin Shou's main camp. Despite the multitude of soldiers guarding the perimeter, they seemed inconsequential to him, allowing him to slip inside without hindrance. Yet, before he could fully assess the situation within, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. At that moment, the lights in Qin Shou's camp flickered on. Observing the figure sprawled on the ground, Qin Shou approached and kicked him to turn him over, placing a hand atop the man's head. He watched as the individual's face contorted in agony, clearly suffering. After a minute, a wisp of red energy emanated from his head and vanished into Qin Shou's palm. Following this, Qin Shou roused him from his stupor. As Wei blinked awake, disoriented, he found himself face to face with a striking young man, seated leisurely before him, while he himself lay on the ground in a most undignified manner. Recalling how he had entered only to be engulfed by darkness, Wei sprang to his feet, feeling as though something vital was missing from his being, rendering him slightly dazed. After a moment, he regained his composure and scanned the modest tent. Apart from the young man before him, there was no one else in sight. Shock and terror gripped him. The individual who had incapacitated him with such ease must possess terrifying power, especially since he had specifically used his spiritual sense to probe the tent before entering. The inability to detect anyone indicated that the stranger's strength surpassed his own. "No need to look further. Aside from me, there is no one else here. Now, reveal your identity. Sneaking into my camp in the dead of night, are you perhaps plotting my assassination?" Although Qin Shou was unaware of his identity, he recognized him as a member of the Sunset sect, and one whose power was evidently greater than that of Wentai, who had visited earlier. If Wentai had achieved the status of elder, then this individual must certainly hold a higher rank. Naturally, Wei disbelieved Qin Shou's words, fully aware that a powerful figure was surely observing their every move from the shadows. He assessed the distance to Qin Shou, knowing he could seize him in an instant. However, Qin Shou's audacity in sitting before him made him wary. Thus, he refrained from making any hasty moves. "You are not worthy to question me." Despite his apprehension of the unseen master, Wei held Qin Shou in contempt. Unbeknownst to him, the master he had conjured in his mind was none other than the very person before him, a truth he dared not confront. After speaking, Wei, sensing that nothing extraordinary was occurring, contemplated fleeing. Yet, as he made a move, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his head, causing him to stumble and collapse to the ground. How could this happen? As Wei fell to the ground, his heart was filled with terror, and incredulous words escaped his lips. He could not comprehend the situation at hand. Which senior had intervened? He hoped to meet them, asserting that he approached without malice and sought their understanding. Once the pain in his mind subsided, instead of rising, he addressed the outside of the tent. "Enough. There are no so-called experts here. It will be prudent for you to clarify your identity." Qin Shou stood from his seat and approached Wei. "Impossible. You cannot deceive me." Seeing his disbelief, Qin Shou moved beside him, seized his clothing, lifted him, and then tossed him aside. Wei, who had been thrown several meters away, felt no pain, only staring wide-eyed at Qin Shou, his expression rife with disbelief. How could this be? The shock in Hu Wei's heart was beyond description, for with his gene dance stage cultivation, he had not even a moment's opportunity to resist when Qin Shou struck. What did this indicate? It demonstrated that Qin Shou's power far surpassed his own. You're not the emperor of the Shenlong Empire. Who are you? Still dazed, Hu Wei inquired again. The person before him possessed at least the strength of the Yuaning stage, and he could not believe this person was indeed Qin Shou. The disparity was far too great, so much so that anyone hearing it would deem it absurd. You blind fool, I am not the emperor. Could you be? Qin Shou retorted, stepping forward to slap him twice. Although these slaps were merely ordinary and devoid of true energy, they carried a deep humiliation. Hu Wei was momentarily stunned by the blows, his gaze towards Qin Shou filled with both fear and resentment, yet he showed no inclination to resist. He understood that any attempt at defiance would be futile. The gap in strength was insurmountable. It is truly disgusting to strike someone like you. Qin Shou cast him down, enveloping his hands in true energy to cleanse them. You claim you cannot cultivate? Hu Wei, witnessing the true energy on Qin Shou's hands, asked skeptically. That is beyond your comprehension. Now, speak plainly. Qin Shou stated as he returned to his previous seat. What do you wish to know? Qin Shou's displeased glare caused Hu Wei to instantly clutch his head and scream in agony, the intense pain rendering his face pale, beads of sweat streaming down. This was the most excruciating torment he had endured in decades, the sharp, tearing sensation forcing him to collapse on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Stop! I will speak. I will tell you. Unable to withstand the overwhelming pain, Hu Wei had no choice but to surrender. After all, preserving his life was far more important than maintaining his pride. Upon hearing his pleas for mercy, Qin Shou ceased the torment, observing Hu Wei lying on the ground, enveloped in a white mist, gasping for breath, leaving him speechless. Why must one endure suffering before yielding? After a considerable time, Hu Wei finally regained his composure and recounted his identity and intentions. Qin Shou was genuinely surprised to learn that the leader of the Setting Sun sect had come personally to gather intelligence, indicating that the sect was indeed quite feeble, lacking even a competent expert. Earlier, I sensed a pair of eyes observing me from the mountain. That person was certainly not you. Who were they? Hu Wei, filled with a desire to die, could only comply and speak the truth. Chapter 67. Intimidation. That was the protector sent by the upper sect of the Setting Sun sect. Our sudden request to your majesty was made under their directive. Wu Ji sect, how unexpected, Qin Shou remarked with a cold smile, then continued to inquire. Do you know the reason behind the Wu Ji sect's orders? I do not know, although I'm the leader of the Setting Sun sect. I am nothing in the eyes of the Wu Ji sect. There are countless smaller sects beneath them, so when the upper sect commanded this, I could only comply without daring to question. Hu Wei was now exceedingly honest, yet deep down, he had already devised a plan for revenge against the Wu Ji sect's experts upon his return. For now, he would endure this humiliation, for after this trying period, he would still be the illustrious leader of the Setting Sun sect. As for this emperor of the Shenlong Empire, should the experts of the Wu Ji sect intervene, he would surely be doomed. He could only blame himself for revealing his secret so hastily. Once a secret is exposed, it ceases to be a secret. Since you are unaware, I shall personally pay a visit to inquire, Qin Shou declared, seizing Hu Wei, and, in the next moment, they appeared within the Setting Sun sect. Sweat beaded on Hu Wei's forehead. In a fleeting instant, they had traversed the distance from 2 miles away to the Setting Sun sect, pinpointing their target with precision. This power is terrifying. Then, in another blink, they returned to the original tent. This back and forth transpired in an instant, leaving Hu Wei both astonished and speechless. Qin Shou went to capture Fan Min, and naturally, he was powerless to stop him. If he was to return, why drag him along? Was this not merely to torment him? Originally meditating in her chamber, Fan Min felt a sudden tightness around her neck and, in an instant, found herself in an unfamiliar place. Bewildered, she glanced around, spotting the disheartened Hu Wei and the indifferent young man. Was this not the Emperor Qin Shou of the Shenlong Empire she had seen earlier? Her mind was a muddle, and she was about to erupt in anger and confront Qin Shou, only to realize her true energy had been sealed at some point. Hu Wei, what is the meaning of this? Fan Min, filled with shock and panic, could not help but ask. This you have been brought to the military camp by His Majesty. Hu Wei, considerate of Fan Min's dignity, refrained from saying she was captured, instead framing it as being brought here. Though the outcome was essentially the same, it sounded more palatable. How could this be? Fan Min exclaimed, shifting her gaze to Qin Shou, whose cold, expressionless demeanor was met with her shock. While Hu Wei empathized with her predicament, he could not suppress the inner ridicule. What is impossible? You are here now. The truth stands before you. What further doubts can you entertain? What does His Majesty intend by bringing me here and sealing my true energy? Observing Fan Min, who moments ago had been filled with terror and now adopting an arrogant posture, Qin Shou could not help but smirk internally. Those accustomed to looking down upon ordinary people now found themselves in such a dire situation, yet still maintained such airs. It was undeniably foolish. He likely believed Qin Shou would fear the Wu Ji sect behind him and refrain from taking action. Yet he was unaware that Qin Shou was not a benevolent individual. Raising his left hand, the once proud Fan Min was suddenly drawn before him, and within moments of his palm resting against her head, she emitted a pained scream. Hu Wei watched as Fan Min's face contorted in agony, her cries echoing, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He could only imagine the torment she was enduring to elicit such a reaction, and recalling his own recent experiences, a chill ran down his spine. Due to the restrictions set by Qin Shou, even if Fan Min shouted at the top of his lungs, those outside could not hear him. So Qin Shou did not bother to silence him. After a minute, Fan Min lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, trembling and gasping for breath. Hu Wei observed his bulging eyes and drooling mouth, instinctively shutting his own eyes, realizing how excruciating the pain had been for him. How does it feel? Qin Shou asked nonchalantly, sipping his still-warm tea while glancing at the pitiful Fan Min struggling to rise. Fan Min found the lingering agony too overwhelming to stand. Hu Wei, witnessing this, instinctively moved to assist him but hesitated upon catching a glance from Qin Shou. He felt a profound fear towards Qin Shou, who could inflict such unbearable torment silently. He did not wish to experience that again. How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who I am? Just wait for the downfall of your empire. Ha. At this moment, he still failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, laughing as if Qin Shou's extraction of a fragment of his soul had rendered him dazed. However, before he could indulge in his laughter for even 3 seconds, he suddenly curled up, clutching his head, rolling on the ground while screaming in agony. Within half a minute, he fainted, his eyes rolling back. Hu Wei, witnessing the spectacle, couldn't help but retreat for 3 seconds. It was all too reminiscent of what had just transpired with him. He wondered how Qin Shou managed to accomplish such feats. If Qin Shou could whimsically subject him to similar torment in the future, he would be utterly defenseless. The terror was overwhelming. He felt as though he had been ensnared by Qin Shou. Noticing Fan Min had fainted, Qin Shou sent a surge of true energy towards him, and shortly thereafter, Fan Min awakened. This time, upon regaining consciousness, he felt genuine fear and hastily distanced himself from Qin Shou. What have you done to me? Why does my head hurt so much? Nothing much. I merely extracted a fragment of your soul's power. So long as I desire, I can determine when you shall perish. What is mere suffering to me? You are a devil. How can you wield such dark sorcery? Do you not fear the wrath of heaven? Fan Min's face turned pale, his eyes filled with dread. Beside him, Hu Wei was equally stunned. A curse? Wasn't that merely a tool for intimidation? Qin Shou sneered and asked, "Speak. Why does your Wu Ji sect seek to trouble the court?" Seeing Fan Min's stubbornness, Qin Shou's gaze sharpened. If you wish to experience that kind of torment again, feel free to remain silent. I don't know. I am merely a lowly outer sect guard, lacking the authority to know the secrets of the sect. Truly unaware? Fan Min swallowed hard and nodded. I genuinely don't know. You have seized control of my soul. How could I dare to deceive you? 2 useless fools. I had expected you to be of some worth, yet you are utterly inept. Qin Shou berated them. Since you know nothing, go inquire further. Remember, your lives are in my hands. Disobedience will result in your swift demise. The 2 were instantly stricken with despair. The next day, the army broke camp and returned to the city. Although Zhou Jian and the others were baffled, they naturally complied with the emperor's wishes. Your Majesty, do you have a moment? That depends on what you wish to discuss. Upon returning to the Forbidden City, Zhou Jian approached Qin Shou, and, judging by his somewhat sheepish demeanor, Qin Shou suspected it was not a trivial matter. Actually, it is nothing of great importance. I merely wish to invite your Majesty to a meal. Qin Shou, skeptical of his intentions, asked Is it truly that simple? Indeed, it is that simple. Zhou Jian patted his chest in assurance, though he appeared somewhat unconvincing. Qin Shou decided not to expose him. A mere meal was an opportunity to indulge him and see what new schemes he had concocted, particularly since he had nothing pressing to attend to at the palace. As they traveled in the carriage, Qin Shou patted the armrest, saying, "Very well, seeing your earnestness, I shall grant you this opportunity." "Thank you, your majesty," Zhou Jian exclaimed with joy, realizing that once Qin Shou agreed to visit his residence, everything else would follow seamlessly. This thought brought a smile to his face. Qin Shou accompanied Zhou Jian to the Ding Wang residence, where Zhou Jian had taken multiple wives and fathered numerous children. In this regard, he had emulated Qin Shou remarkably well, as he too had enough women and children to form a small school. The meal is simple. I hope your majesty does not mind. At the dining table, it was just Qin Shou and Zhou Jian, who suddenly became overly polite. If it were distasteful, I would not be here. Qin Shou shot him a glance, aware that this fellow certainly had ulterior motives. He chose to remain silent and observe how long Zhou Jian could withstand the tension. After several rounds of drink, Zhou Jian could no longer contain himself and poured a cup for Qin Shou. "Your Majesty, have you heard of the force known as Feng women?" Upon hearing the unfamiliar name, Qin Shou shook his head, indicating he was unaware. Zhou Jian, noticing his reaction, was not surprised, as Feng women was indeed obscure, yet it housed a very significant figure. "Does your Majesty know of the renowned beauty, Ziyu Fei, in the Forbidden City?" Such a question reflects a lack of knowledge. Who does not know of Ziyu Fei? Are you suggesting that she is associated with Feng women? What relevance does that have to me? Observing Qin Shou's bewildered expression, Zhou Jian grinned slyly. "Indeed, Ziyu Fei is connected to Feng women, and what I am saying does have a little relevance to your Majesty." "How so?" "I have never heard of any connection between Zheng Huan and Feng women or Ziyu Fei. Your Majesty, to speak frankly, Ziyu Fei is the daughter of my uncle. A few days ago, my uncle approached me, requesting that I find a suitable husband for her. However, as you know, being by your side for so long, common suitors are simply unworthy. After much consideration, I believe you are the most fitting choice." Your Majesty, what do you think?" Qin Shou was genuinely surprised. He had not anticipated that Ziyu Fei was Zhou Jian's cousin. Did that not mean she would call him cousin? Even more astonishing was that Zhou Jian's invitation to dine was merely a facade to play matchmaker. Qin Shou felt a flush of embarrassment. "Jian, I did not expect you to understand me so well. But is your cousin not only 18 years old? Would she be willing to marry an old man like me?" Upon hearing his tone, Zhou Jian's heart leapt with joy, although he had anticipated no significant issues, given that everyone knew the emperor favored beauty. Hearing those words from Qin Shou put him at ease. He immediately assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured, as long as you agree, Ziyu Fei will have no objections. Furthermore, my invitation to dinner is precisely her wish. She wishes to meet you. Moreover, Your Majesty, you are barely over 30, yet you appear no older than 20. You are a decade younger than I am. I cannot even claim to be an old man. Your Majesty, such comments make me feel utterly ashamed." "Ha! It seems I have drunk too much. I shall pour myself another cup." Upon hearing Zhou Jian's words, Qin Shou was instantly delighted and downed a cup in one go. Zhou Jian said nothing further but clapped his hands, and soon the sound of footsteps approached from outside. Before long, a woman clad in a purple dress appeared before Qin Shou. It must be said that the title of the most beautiful woman in the Forbidden City bestowed upon Ziyu Fei is indeed well-deserved. Although merely 18 years of age and having only recently been crowned the first beauty, her youthful innocence is overshadowed by her enchanting visage, rendering all else insignificant. This humble maiden, Ziyu Fei, has the honor of meeting your Majesty. Her cheeks flushed with warmth, for Qin Shou's gaze remained fixed upon her, and she had summoned him with the intention of selecting a suitable husband. How could she not feel shy under the scrutiny of her beloved? "Do not bow, for I understand the joyous chirping of magpies this morning. It heralds a delightful occasion." Qin Shou did not display any foolish demeanor, for his concubines were not lacking in beauty, each one a rare gem. He had grown somewhat weary of beauty, thus retaining a steadfast confidence in his resolve. "Zifei, do not linger idly. Pour wine for your Majesty." Observing Ziyu Fei's uncertainty, Zhou Jian hastily offered her guidance. Qin Shou silently commended him with a thumbs up. Recognizing his potential, Upon hearing his words, Ziyu Fei gracefully moved to Qin Shou's side to pour the wine. Witnessing her bashful demeanor stirred a tempest within his heart. Jian, your wine is quite delightful. It seems my visit today was fortuitous. After savoring the exquisite wine poured by the beauty, Qin Shou extolled the virtues of Zhou Jian's household brew. Internally, Zhou Jian scoffed, realizing the blatant favoritism. They had imbibed copiously earlier without a single compliment from the emperor, yet now, with a beauty serving him, praise flowed freely. Truly, he mused, the emperor is as predictable as ever. Despite his inner thoughts, Zhou Jian responded with a beaming smile, Your Majesty, the exquisite taste of this wine is surely due to the efforts of my cousin. His words rendered Ziyu Fei crimson, her heart racing, her breath quickening. She shot a reproachful glance at Zhou Jian, blaming his forthrightness for her embarrassment. Zhou Jian feigned ignorance and continued, Cousin, you heard what I said earlier. What are your thoughts? The previously flustered Ziyu Fei could not withstand Zhou Jian's unabashed remarks and fled in disarray, leaving behind a lingering echo of her words. Chapter 69. The commotion is all at the cousin's bequest. This single utterance brought an immediate smile to Zhou Jian's face and a sense of relief to Qin Shou. While he lacked for beautiful women, he was still keen to amass more, as his ambitions had yet to be fulfilled. Besides, it was an opportunity presented on a silver platter. He had no intention of letting it slip away only to benefit another. Thus, Qin Shou felt entirely justified. Without a hint of shame, after a hearty meal, Zhou Jian, wearing a mysterious smile, inquired, Your Majesty, how did you find this repast? Excellent, most excellent. Qin Shou adjusted his attire, declaring, This matter is settled. If there is nothing further, I shall return to the palace. Recognizing the finality of the decision, Zhou Jian offered a respectful farewell as he escorted the emperor to the gate, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he watched the emperor's retreating figure. Once Qin Shou's silhouette vanished, he hastily made his way back to the inner courtyard. The following day, an imperial decree was issued, igniting fervent discussions throughout the Forbidden City. The news of the emperor taking the first beauty as his consort prompted speculation about the fates of the second and third beauties. With opportunities still available, many hastened to vie for attention, lest they regret their inaction when the moment passed. Suddenly, Ziyu Fei, the protagonist, found herself overshadowed by several other contenders who became the new focus of public conversation. This surge of interest transformed the previously less favored beauties into sought-after figures, their doorsteps nearly worn down by suitors. The Forbidden City had not witnessed such commotion in a long time, with the emperor leading a hunt against the Setting Sun sect and compelling them to apologize, followed by his marriage to the first beauty. If the former event was seen as a hallmark of the Shenlong Empire, the latter was more of a romantic discourse. Each had its own audience. The former captivated cultivators and sects, as it heralded the dawn of a new era. The latter, however, was a topic of keen interest among the common folk, resonating from the highest echelons of society to the lowest. 5 days later, the Forbidden City was abuzz with excitement as Qin Shou paraded through the streets in a 9 Dragons incense sedan, accompanied by the Daystar, Ziyu Fei. Undoubtedly, she embodied the essence of beauty, a visage only a man of the emperor's caliber could match. Who could disagree? If I were as handsome as the emperor, I too could marry a beauty like the empress, mused a bystander, echoing the sentiments of many around him. Enough of that, Zhou Laolu. Mere looks are insufficient. One must also possess depth and capability. Even if you were to change your appearance with your lack of substance, you'd likely find yourself toiling in Qinfeng Tower. There is nothing wrong with Qinfeng Tower. It is filled with beauties. If I had the chance to work there, I would gladly embrace it. Zhou Laolu replied with a lewd grin, provoking disdain from those nearby. Meanwhile, a small boy clung to his mother, sobbing, Mother, the first beauty of the Forbidden City is married. She did not wait for me to grow up before marrying. Do not fret, dear child. When you grow, there will be another first beauty waiting for you. No one remains 18 forever, but there will always be 18-year-olds aplenty. So, do not be disheartened, understood? Is that true? Would mother deceive me? You will see when I grow up. The exchange between mother and son left onlookers astonished, marveling at the allure of the first beauty. They could not help but think, Child, do not dream. When you grow up, you too will find yourself like the uncles, with a mere housewife at home. The streets thrummed with excitement, teeming with spectators engaged in fervent discussions. Amidst the Fenghua Gate formation, two men gazed at Ziyu Fei, radiating happiness from a sedan, feeling as though pierced by 1,000 arrows. What use was beauty? This world values strength. Junior sister, what does he possess that you would choose an ordinary man over a glance at your senior brother? Do you not realize that while you still possess your beauty, he has become a decrepit old man? Junior sister, your choice has disappointed us gravely. Are none of us, your brothers, handsome enough? In the future, when we excel in our cultivation, we will soar through the heavens or plunge to the depths of the sea. Such a life would be delightful. Once rivals in love, the two men now found common ground, wishing for an embrace to soothe their wounded hearts. I envy Ziyu Fei for being able to accompany the emperor on this parade. If I were by his side, I would surely be overwhelmed with joy. Why hasn't the emperor sent someone to propose to me? Where do I fall short of Ziyu Fei? Determined, they resolved to seek connections, knowing that it was through the intervention of the crown prince that Ziyu Fei had found her opportunity. Amidst the crowd, a woman clad in a delicate green garment beheld Qin Shou atop his carriage, and in that instant, her heart felt as though it had melted. Upon observing the blissful visage of Ziyu Fei, an overwhelming surge of jealousy welled within her. The focal points of women's attention diverge sharply from those of men. However, they share a singular sentiment, a fervent desire to take the place of another. Naturally, Qin Shou paid no heed to the musings of the throng. His countenance remained adorned with a smile as he waved at the crowds lining the road. Meanwhile, Ziyu Fei continuously retrieved gifts from the boxes brimming with offerings beside her, tossing them into the air to share her joy and elicit blessings of happiness from all. The vast expanse of the Forbidden City rendered their journey rather brief. Despite having walked from morning until noon, this was merely along the straight avenue outside the palace gates. Should they have taken a few detours, it would have surely taken several days and nights to traverse. After a long day of travel, the procession finally arrived at the palace gates. Following a lengthy discourse from the officials overseeing the ceremonies, they were at last permitted entry. The formalities within the palace were equally elaborate. And though Qin Shou had undergone this process countless times, having streamlined many of the procedures, it remained a tedious affair. By the time they concluded their duties, night had fallen, yet neither Qin Shou nor Ziyu Fei, being cultivators, felt weary. After completing a series of rituals, they arrived at the most exhilarating moment. Chapter 70. De Wei Tian Long Ziyu Fei, I have arrived. Qin Shou rubbed his hands together, moving beside Ziyu Fei, his heart fluttering in anticipation of finally reaping the fruits of his labor. Ziyu Fei's petite hands fidgeted restlessly, unable to find a place to settle. Approaching her, Qin Shou lifted her veil, revealing a flawless countenance before him. Your Majesty. Ziyu Fei's voice trembled slightly. Do not call me your Majesty at this moment. You shall refer to me as Shouge. Qin Shou replied, settling beside her and embracing her shoulders to correct her misaddress. Ziyu Fei, her body tensing, softly uttered, Hu Ye. Now that is correct. You have worked hard today. Soon, I shall offer you a massage to alleviate your fatigue, Qin Shou said. And without awaiting her consent, he began to massage her. As she melted into the bed, it was unclear if it was intentional or merely a natural response. Regardless, it unfolded seamlessly. Moments later, accompanied by a muffled moan, it became evident that they had progressed to a critical juncture, smoothly accomplishing a significant breakthrough. The notification chimed. Host has consumed 1,000 years of life. Offspring guaranteed to possess perfect Lingxian spiritual roots. Host has achieved the milestone of 300 choices, earning a reward of 1 million high-grade spiritual stones and acquiring the celestial level technique De Wei Tianlong. Upon hearing the phrase De Wei Tianlong, Qin Shou could not suppress a shiver that coursed through him, envisioning a figure with an exposed upper body, a dragon etched upon its back, soaring into the sky while proclaiming De Wei Tianlong. So domineering and majestic, he never anticipated such a dazzling skill would become his own. An urge to burst into laughter swelled within him. However, considering the late hour, he refrained, recognizing it would be impolite to disturb others. Yet, this repressed exhilaration sought an outlet, lest it harm his well-being. Thus, Ziyu Fei, having just regained her breath, once more succumbed to a haze. The following day, Qin Shou practiced Wei Tianlong within the palace, his striking form and immense power leaving his children awestruck and salivating. "Father, what is the name of that move? I want to learn it." As Qin Shou touched down, he was immediately surrounded by a throng of eager children clamoring to be taught. He hadn't anticipated that the Wei Tianlong would captivate even the youngest, a testament to its allure. "I can teach you, but this is a secret technique of the Qin family. It must remain within our lineage and never be divulged to outsiders. Understood?" Qin Shou was determined to keep his exclusive skill from being shared with others. "Understood, father. We promise not to share it with anyone." Now, the eldest of Qin Shou's children had reached the age of 5, with the most formidable among them, Qin Lingyun, having attained the 7th level of Qi refinement, a feat attributed not only to her innate talent, but also to the countless spiritual stones amassed. Observing the eager expressions of over 25-year-olds, Qin Shou willingly imparted half of the techniques of Wei Tianlong to them. Meanwhile, the remaining toddlers clung to their mother's legs, gazing at the spectacle in bewilderment. Their mothers, one cradling a 1-year-old child and another with an unborn baby, created a scene that would bewilder any onlooker. "Your Majesty, how is this possible? I thought you could not cultivate?" The newlywed Ziyu Fei, witnessing Qin Shou instructing Qin Feihu and the others, gasped in astonishment, unaware of his abilities. As they had never been mentioned to her by Zhou, and seeing her astonishment, Qian Huanyue, standing nearby, chuckled, "From your expression, dear sister, it is evident you are quite taken aback. We too were once incredulous. After all, the world believes the emperor cannot cultivate. Yet who could fathom that he not only can but possesses unfathomable strength and celestial means? However, these remain the emperor's secrets. I trust you will keep them to yourself." Ziyu Fei, still reeling from her shock, eventually replied, "Rest assured, elder sister, I understand the importance of discretion. I am simply astonished by His Majesty's sudden revelation." At that moment, Ziyu Fei found herself at a loss for words to express her feelings. Elation, astonishment, curiosity, and sweetness all surged within her mind, enveloping her in a dreamlike state. Meanwhile, as Qin Shou reveled in his joyful life, Fan Min finally returned to Wuji sect, situated 1,000 miles away. Although Wuji sect was merely a third-rate sect, it was still a formidable entity, boasting thousands of disciples and countless experts. Upon her return, Fan Min was summoned to the Elder Hall by the Council of Elders. Upon her arrival, she found only Elder Xia Yuan present, which slightly eased her previously knotted heart. "I pay my respects to Elder Xia." Fan Min hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully. With a resounding slap upon the table, Xia Yuan startled Fan Min, causing her to kneel in fright. "Elder, has something occurred to provoke your wrath? What has transpired, Fan Min? Are you feigning ignorance? The sect entrusted you with this simple task, and look at how you executed it. You allowed the Imperial Army to brazenly force the sunsetting sect into an apology." Xie Yuan's face was ablaze with fury. "Not only has the sunsetting sect lost face, but our Wuji sect has also become the laughingstock of other sections. How can I not be enraged? You, a dignified Golden Core expert, cannot even handle such a trivial matter. What use are you?" Fan Min's complexion turned pale as she hastily prostrated herself. "Elder, please allow me to explain. It was not for lack of effort. Unforeseen complications arose." "Complications? What kind of complications? Was someone obstructing you, or did another sect intervene?" Xie Yuan's anger subsided somewhat, his brow furrowed, for sects often harbored conflicts, and it was not impossible for another sect to meddle. "Elder, you're indeed correct. Someone has been assisting Qin Shou, and this individual possesses formidable strength, likely at the Yuanying stage. Have you encountered this person, or inquired about their identity?" Xie Yuan scrutinized Fan Min's expression, noting that he did not seem to be lying, prompting him to frown deeply and inquire. "Then speak." Observing Fan Min's hesitance, Xie Yuan slammed his palm onto the table, his tone tinged with impatience. Yes, I shall speak." Startled, Fan Min hastily recounted the events. Xie Yuan's furrowed brow deepened. "So you and Hu Wei did not even see each other's faces?" "Indeed," Fan Min replied anxiously, his face betraying his fear. "Useless," Xie Yuan exclaimed in a fit of rage, causing Fan Min to be thrown back 2 or 3 meters, landing on the ground and wailing in distress. Chapter 71. New task. After a prolonged moment, Fan Min finally rose, kneeling on the ground in silence, awaiting Xie Yuan's command. Xie Yuan cast a cold glance at him. Aside from what you have already mentioned, think carefully. Is there anything you have overlooked? No, I've shared everything I know. Fan Min quickly affirmed. Ahem, Elder, how should we handle this matter? How to handle it is none of your concern, since there is nothing more to discuss. You may leave. Xie Yuan's annoyance was palpable. Yes, I shall take my leave. Fan Min replied and quickly exited, though inwardly he cursed Xie Yuan's ancestry. The task assigned to him by Qin Shou weighed heavily on his mind, filling him with frustration as he detested Qin Shou, yet found his life entirely in Qin Shou's hands, leaving him with no chance of rebellion. Useless fool, Xie Yuan muttered as he watched Fan Min's retreating figure, before rising to report to the sect master, Lu Lin. Although this incident was merely a reconnaissance mission, the involvement of a third party changed the dynamics entirely. Sect master, Fan Min has returned from the duties assigned to the Sunset sect. Lu Lin, engrossed in tilling the field, did not lift his head or cease his work. What did he say? According to him, a powerful figure is backing Qin Shou, and their strength is considerable, at least at the Yuanying stage. Xie Yuan spoke from beside the garden, accustomed to Lu Lin's demeanor. Everyone knows that the sect master of Wuji's sect is fond of farming. Lu Lin paused briefly before resuming his task. I see. That makes sense. By the way, did he ascertain the identity of this individual? Alas, this useless fellow did not gather any valuable information. Did he reveal his identity? Lu Lin seemed unfazed by the outcome, displaying no anger or emotional reaction, as if the matter were of no concern to him. Xie Yuan shook his head. He is somewhat clever. At least he did not disclose his identity. After a moment's pause, he continued. However, with the plan now altered, how shall we proceed? At this point, Lu Lin set down his hoe and walked toward the pavilion beside the herb garden, with Xie Yuan following closely behind. Despite Lu Lin's seemingly frail appearance and common attire, he was, in fact, a genuine master at the Huashan stage, and one in the latter phase at that. His guise and demeanor would lead an unknowing observer to mistake him for an elderly caretaker of the herb garden rather than the leader of Wuji sect. What are Elder Zhou's thoughts on this matter? Lu Lin inquired after taking a sip of water in the pavilion. I believe we should discreetly send someone to investigate and identify the force supporting Qin Shou to discern their intentions. Only by understanding their motives can we devise a proper countermeasure. Xie Yuan articulated his thoughts, deeming it the most prudent course of action, leaving the final decision to Lu Lin as the sect master. Lu Lin stroked his beard and suddenly remarked, I have heard that the emperor of the Shenlong Empire has a great fondness for beautiful women. This is common knowledge across the continent. His harem likely boasts no fewer than 70 or 80 women, and he is arguably the most prolific progenitor in the Shenlong Empire. Upon mentioning this, a smirk of derision crept onto Xie Yuan's lips, coupled with a hint of admiration for Qin Shou's fertility. The name Qin Shou certainly befits him. Perhaps he felt that in this lifetime, cultivating was beyond his reach, and now that he has attained such a position, he could only pass the time by fathering children. Who knows? Perhaps one or two of his offspring may possess innate talents, allowing him to fulfill his dreams vicariously. Suddenly, Xie Yuan snapped back to reality. Are you suggesting we approach this from that angle? However, he pondered that Qin Shou's harem was filled with exquisite beauties, without certain looks. It would be challenging for him to take notice. Frowning, he reflected that this method, while simple, was indeed effective. Who could be more intimate than those closest to Qin Shou? Yet persuading a female disciple, particularly one of notable beauty, to marry a mere mortal would prove difficult. Not to send someone into the palace to become his woman. How could a mere mortal like Qin Shou be worthy of a disciple from Wuji's sect? Upon hearing Lu Lin's words, Xie Yuan cast him a surprised glance. What does the sect master imply? Simply send someone to bribe a palace maid or a concubine. After all, they are all mortals. A few spirit pills should suffice to tempt them. Xie Yuan's eyes brightened, realizing that his intellect was lacking. It was no wonder he could not match Lu Lin's cultivation. You shall handle this matter, as per the sect master's command. Xie Yuan responded before departing the herb garden. Just as he exited, he spotted Fan Min lurking suspiciously. Fan Min, what are you doing here sneaking about? Were you eavesdropping on my conversation with the sect master? Facing Xie Yuan's inquiry, Fan Min jumped out with a fawning expression. Elder, how could you say that? You and the sect master are so powerful. If I were to eavesdrop and be discovered, it would be an easy matter for you. Besides, even if I had 1,000 lives, I wouldn't dare. After hearing Fan Min's words, Xie Yuan felt slightly paranoid. After all, with Fan Min's capabilities, he would have been detected long ago if he had attempted to eavesdrop. Nevertheless, he maintained a stern demeanor. Then what are you doing here? Do you not find my earlier lesson sufficient and wish for another? Elder, please hear me out. Fan Min quickly yielded. I merely thought I had botched the task, so I came here to wait for you, hoping to see what steps to take next, and if there was a chance for redemption. Xie Yuan scrutinized him intently, attempting to discern the truth in his words. Fan Min, under Xie Yuan's gaze, felt somewhat guilty. In truth, he had intended to eavesdrop, but lacked the strength to do so without drawing attention, and thus heard nothing. Is that truly your desire? Indeed, I swear it. Very well. Since you wish to redeem yourself, I shall assign you the task entrusted by the sect master. Xie Yuan, unable to think of a better candidate at the moment, decided to entrust the mission to Fan Min, considering his familiarity with the Zijing city. Fan Min, taken aback that Xie Yuan genuinely intended to assign him the task, quickly composed himself and accepted it eagerly. Shortly thereafter, Xie Yuan clearly delineated the tasks at hand and instructed him to attend to them immediately. Fan Min, satisfied with the assignment, departed with a sense of fulfillment. Chapter 72. The Son of Heavenly Dao Ding. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a perfect Ling Xian spiritual root offspring, rewarding 30 years of cultivation. In the dead of night, the Igui Fei, who lay beside her, suddenly cried out. It turned out that the restless child within her had been born during her slumber. Having experienced childbirth once before, she felt no pain, and the smoothness of the delivery did not surprise Qin Shou. Every individual possesses a unique constitution, and thus the child's sudden emergence was not a cause for alarm. He promptly instructed the palace maids to prepare hot water and other necessary items. After a flurry of activity, everything was finally arranged, and after comforting Igui Fei, Qin Shou had no choice but to seek another place to sleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to a perfect Ling Xian spiritual root offspring, rewarding 10 years of cultivation and elevating the spiritual root to the level of Earth's spiritual root. 3 days later, another child was successfully born, bringing him an increase of 40 years in cultivation, drawing him ever closer to the realm of transformation. 5 days later, on a clear day in the Forbidden City, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. Auspicious clouds of 5 colors drifted across the sky, casting brilliant hues over the entire Forbidden City. This sudden celestial spectacle ignited a fervor throughout the city, as it heralded the birth of a child possessing true immortal spiritual roots. Such spiritual roots are exceedingly rare, and those endowed with them are deemed the sons of heavenly Tao, born amidst great fortune and divine favor. The last appearance of a son of heavenly Tao was millennia ago, long since ascended to the heavens. Consequently, very few across the continent had witnessed such a sight, and those who knew of it could only glean fragments from ancient texts. Everyone gazed skyward, silence enveloping them, while many bewildered onlookers assumed it to be a manifestation of divine power and knelt in prayer. The extraordinary occurrence in the Forbidden City caught the attention of numerous ancient beings. While others might not comprehend its significance, these seasoned figures certainly did. One by one, they emerged from their secluded abodes, soaring through the skies toward the Forbidden City. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace of the divine Dragon Empire, Qin Shou furrowed his brow as he observed the sky. If his conjecture was accurate, this celestial phenomenon was likely triggered by the birth of his child. Yet he hesitated, as the Forbidden City housed millions, with countless infants being born daily. System, can you conceal the phenomenon? My current strength does not permit such ostentation. Concealing phenomenon has been concealed. In mere seconds, as the system's voice echoed, the auspicious clouds dissipated into nothingness. The swiftness of this action left Qin Shou momentarily astonished. His tentative inquiry had indeed revealed that the child responsible for this celestial event was truly his, and the system possessed the capability to obscure such occurrences. Although he understood that the system transcended the world's heavenly Tao, witnessing its true power was nonetheless astonishing. The approaching masters, upon witnessing the vanishing phenomenon, felt an urgent sense of dread. They had assumed that the son of heavenly Tao had already been born. They could not allow others to seize the opportunity first, for such a being could only belong to their sect. This thought ignited within the hearts of the masters, as the son of heavenly Tao represented the potential to lead an era. The previous son of Heavenly Tao had been claimed by the Chongqing Palace, allowing it to dominate the cultivation realm for millennia and remain the most formidable sect in the northern sky continent. Although the Liulixian Palace, as a pillar of the Divine Dragon Empire, was also powerful, it paled in comparison to the Chongqing Palace. Thus, the emergence of a son of Heavenly Tao within the Divine Dragon Empire was a prize they were determined to secure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for giving birth to an offspring with true immortal spiritual roots, rewarding 100 years of cultivation, elevating the spiritual root to the level of heavenly spiritual root, and granting 1 million premium spirit stones, along with the skill of indestructible golden body and the formula for the spirit-nurturing pill. As the wail of a newborn pierced the air, Qin Shou's mind erupted with a loud resonance. At that moment, transformative changes unfolded within him. A previously sealed switch was activated, allowing an influx of spiritual energy to surge into his body. His qi si expanded dramatically, propelling him from the late stage of Yuan Ying to the realm of transformation, solidifying his status as a true master. Sensing countless powerful auras swiftly converging upon the Forbidden City, the overwhelming presence made his blood surge uncontrollably. Qin Shou quickly withdrew his consciousness. What caliber of ancient beings were approaching? Just a slight brush against their aura nearly made him vomit blood. After calming the tumultuous energy within, he entered the chamber, where Yang Fei, cradling their newborn, prepared to share the joyous news. "Your Majesty, look at our child. He resembles you so much." As it was her first childbirth, Yang Fei radiated uncontainable joy. Qin Shou took the child, whose pure, unblemished form emanated a gentle aura, exuding a unique fragrance. A child with true immortal spiritual roots, a son of Heavenly Tao. If he continued to grow, his future accomplishments were boundless. While he might not surpass his father, achieving an unparalleled existence was certainly within reach. "Your Majesty, look how well-behaved he is. He hasn't cried at all in your arms. His eyes are fixed on you, brimming with curiosity like a little adult." Though Yang Fei had just given birth as a cultivator, her recovery abilities were far beyond those of ordinary individuals. After circulating her qi several times, she restored herself. Her complexion rosy and her spirits high as she proudly stood beside Qin Shou. Qin Shou observed the child, intrigued by a sense of composure emanating from him, confirming that he was indeed extraordinary. Inda, I am grateful to my beloved consort for bearing me such a delightful son. You have worked hard." Qin Shou turned his gaze to Yang Fei, who beamed with happiness at his words. "Your Majesty, please name our son." Pondering for a moment, Qin Shou decided that since those with true immortal spiritual roots were called sons of Heavenly Tao, he would name him Qin Dao, a name that resonated perfectly. With a firm resolve, he shook the child gently. "Beloved consort, how does Dao sound?" "Dao, Qin Dao." Yang Fei reflected for a moment before exclaiming, "Your Majesty, this name is splendid. I adore it. May our child attain longevity and coexist with the Tao for eternity." As long as you like it. This boy is destined for greatness." Qin Shou laughed heartily, and just as he and Yang Fei conversed, a multitude of masters suddenly descended upon the Forbidden City, enveloping it with their various auras. Chapter 73. Gathering of the Strong. The Forbidden City had transformed into a gathering place for countless powerful figures, their consciousnesses unfurling. For those who had reached this stage of unity, the presence or absence of spiritual roots was instantly discernible with a mere sweep of their awareness. Upon the highest edifice of the Forbidden City Palace, two figures appeared like phantoms. "Old War Ghost, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. You, Qin Tao, are no slower. Your Shanghai alliance lies far across the endless sea, yet here you stand, while I, Zhan Yun, will be the one to suffer ridicule if I didn't make it in time." Two individuals, one named Zhan Yun, an esteemed elder of the Yusu sect, and the other Chun Tao of the Shanghai alliance, equally an elder of formidable stature, stood as unparalleled cultivators in the harmonization stage, their mere thoughts capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Just as the words left their lips, both men could not help but change countenance, their hearts shaken beyond measure. A beam of white light suddenly appeared atop the palace roof, and in an instant it coalesced into a human form. Recognizing this extraordinary entrance, Chun Tao and Zhan Yun understood who had arrived. A figure clad in black, surrounded by a halo of ethereal light, emanated an aura that commanded reverence. It was the esteemed Yun Tianjin, the supreme elder of the Lu Li Xian Gong, whose true name and strength remained unknown. Nevertheless, the world honored him with the title of Yun Tianjin, with speculations of his power ranging from peak to Cheng to Jie stage. Regardless, it was an irrefutable fact that he possessed the strength of Decheng, compelling even these extraordinary harmonization stage cultivators to bow respectfully in his presence. Yin Tianjin offered a faint nod, before his eyes erupted with a startling brilliance. Observing his expression, Chun Tao and Zhan Yun felt a bitter taste in their mouths, believing that the Jinjun had discerned the whereabouts of the fabled Tian Dao Zi, which elicited such a reaction. However, unbeknownst to them, it was not the Tian Dao Zi that had captured the Zhanjun's attention, but rather a staggering secret concealed within the palace. Curiosity piqued, the two could not resist extending their senses, yearning to glimpse this Tian Dao Zi, even if he did not belong to them. Yet, as they peered deeper, astonishment washed over their faces. What kind of devils resided here? Why did the children within the palace possess such monstrous spiritual roots? Superior, exceptional, earthly, heavenly, pseudo-immortal, and perfect immortal spiritual roots. These were the astonishing attributes they beheld. They were left dumbfounded, as if they had stumbled upon a breeding ground for spiritual roots. To think that there were dozens of perfect immortal spiritual roots alone. And when considering the other children, the total approached 200. Breathless, both men finally comprehended why even Yun Tianjin displayed such an expression. The spectacle was indeed terrifying. Thankfully, they were unaware of Qin Shou and Qin Dao, whose existence had already been obscured by the system, for their astonishment would have intensified. Old Ghost Zhan, am I seeing things? Even as an elder of the Shanghai Alliance, having witnessed countless grand spectacles and lived for over 2 millennia, Zhan Yun could not help but tremble, his voice quivering in the face of such a scene. Zhan Yun was not in a better position. An individual with an earthly-level spiritual root could be deemed a prodigy appearing once in a decade, while one with a heavenly-level root could be considered a rare jewel emerging once in 20 years, typically nurtured as core disciples upon entering any sect. Yet, the scene before them had made them question their very existence. If such talents were taken back to their sects, what would the next century yield? This thought ignited a spark of ambition within them. Yet just as they began to fantasize, a cold snort pierced their ears. Instantly, both men were momentarily blinded, nearly collapsing to the ground. After a considerable time, they regained their composure, only to find Yun Tianjin regarding them with a cold, detached expression, his face betraying an awkward smile. Suddenly, several other figures appeared, clearly drawn by the secrets of the palace, eager to partake in the revelation. Among them were Yusu Zhenren of the Wen Tian Pavilion, Xian Yiming Zun of Qing Yun Mountain, and Peng Hai Daorun of the Dilong Temple. The foremost elders of the Dragon Empire's most prestigious sects had gathered, while those of lesser renown dared only to observe from afar, too intimidated to breathe loudly in the presence of such titans. Greetings, Xingyun. The three elders were equally astonished to see Yun Tianjin, surprised that such a prominent figure had arrived. However, considering the significance of the Tian Dao Zi, it was only natural for Yun Tianjin to take personal charge. Possessing the Tian Dao Zi meant becoming the leader for millennia to come. Yun Tian was not surprised by their appearance. Upon hearing their greetings, he merely offered a slight nod, though his brow furrowed in concern. His divine sense had swept through the entire Forbidden City without uncovering the whereabouts of the Tian Dao Zi. Given his current strength, any talent's spiritual root should be easily discernible. Could it be that someone had already taken him away? The thought deepened his frown. He had come specifically for this matter, yet now found himself without a lead. However, it seemed improbable, as these individuals hailed from various regions. If anyone had taken the Tian Dao Zi, it would have certainly been noticed. If detected, they would likely be robbed and returned to their sects. Impossible to appear here unless intentionally orchestrated. Have any of you discovered the trace of the Tian Dao Zi? Upon hearing his inquiry, Yusu Zhenren stroked his beard and replied, "It is indeed strange. The anomaly appeared in this forbidden city, yet there is not a hint of information. It is truly peculiar. I share this doubt." Another elder chimed in, according to logic. If the Tian Dao Zi had descended, they should not escape our scrutiny. Yet, it seems we all find ourselves equally at a loss. which is most perplexing. As Su Zhanrun and Xian Yimingzun spoke, others joined in, expressing their similar experiences. Faced with such a situation, these formidable figures found themselves ensnared in confusion, an unprecedented occurrence for them. They were beings capable of manipulating the heavens, and it was inconceivable that anyone could employ trickery beneath their noses. Moreover, the Tian Dao Zi bore a unique mark that could not be easily concealed. Yet, they were unaware that the source of their bewilderment was not an ordinary individual, but rather a system that transcended the heavenly path. Meanwhile, hidden within the palace, Qin Shou dared not breathe a word, inwardly lamenting why these individuals had come to his palace, as though drawn by the lofty architecture. As he pondered this, he remained oblivious to the exposure of his child's secrets. Each figure amongst the gathering was scheming inwardly, contemplating how to secure a greater share of the coveted positions. As for monopolizing the opportunity, they were not keen on testing the might of Yun Tian Zhanjun's fist. Qin Shou listened intently to their conversation, unable to suppress a smirk at their bewildered expressions. However, before he could indulge in his amusement for more than 3 seconds, his vision blurred, and by the time he regained clarity, he found himself atop the palace roof. Send your people to collect detailed information on the infants born in the Forbidden City today. Otherwise, I was about to utter something unwise, he thought, yet refrained, recognizing the absurdity of offending Qin Shou, considering the extraordinary talents among his children. If they were to be swayed by Qin Shou's influence to join other sects rather than the Lu Li Xiangong, it would spell disaster for the sect. Thus, the words on the tip of his tongue were forcibly retracted by Di Yun Tian, lest they disturb the citizens of Qin Shou. With a forced pivot in conversation, even his eternally placid demeanor betrayed a hint of stiffness. I shall send someone at once, but I kindly ask all esteemed immortals to allow me to descend first. While Qin Shou attempted to feign fear, he was mindful of maintaining his persona, conscious that excessive dramatization might reveal his true nature. Thus, he merely feigned a slight display of trepidation. Before his words fell silent, Qin Shou found himself on the steps outside the council hall, hastily summoning attendants to relay his orders. These individuals are indeed extraordinary figures, and he dare not defy their commands, for he lacks the capital to show off at the moment. Thus, it is prudent to remain obedient. Just as he finished conveying his thoughts, a voice pierced through to his ears. Bring forth your wife and children. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou's heart sank. Surely, these people do not intend to target his wife. Esteemed immortals, I beseech you to spare my concubines. Their beauty is but modest, unworthy of your esteemed gazes. His words immediately darkened the expressions of those above, who silently chastised him. Who among us desires your women? What we seek are your children. Clearly, these ancient beings, having lived for millennia, found it somewhat absurd to be misunderstood in such a manner. Their desires had long since shifted towards cultivation, devoid of romantic pursuits. Rest assured, your concerns are unfounded. Et lai su zenun. Qin Shou understood that they had no intention of harming his wife, for these great figures had undoubtedly encountered countless beautiful women throughout their long lives. If they sought companionship, they could choose at will. However, he spoke thus to project himself as a common man, thereby diminishing his own presence. Soon, Qin Shou summoned all his concubines and children to the rear courtyard. The sight of these formidable beings, whom they had only heard of but never seen, filled his concubines with trepidation. This is a testing stone. Have your children test their spiritual roots, proclaimed Jun Tianjinjuan, placing a stone in the center of the courtyard. Though they already knew the outcome, they felt compelled to proceed with the test. The implications were simply too astonishing. Qin Shou was taken aback to realize that these individuals were interested in his children. Had they already discerned the extraordinary talents of his offspring? He pondered, but considering their capabilities, it was entirely plausible. Consequently, he instructed his children, even the 1-year-old, to undergo the testing of their spiritual roots. Despite having anticipated the forthcoming situation, the ancestral figures of the top sects were nonetheless astonished by the myriad of dazzling lights that flashed before them. It seemed improbable that such an abundance of spiritual roots could emerge from a single family. It was akin to a fantastical occurrence. Even those seasoned individuals, accustomed to the grandest of spectacles, could not suppress their astonishment. Today's events were indeed fortuitous. In the room, Qin Shou felt a prickling discomfort under the intense gazes of the esteemed immortals. "Why do y'all look at me thus? Is there something amiss?" he asked, feeling like a thorn in their midst. These were among the most skilled practitioners of the Shenlong Empire, and he could not engage in trivialities before them. The inquisitive looks they directed at him were quite unsettling. "How is it that all your children possess spiritual roots, and at such high levels? To be candid, while I am unable to cultivate, I possess an innate gift. Every child I bear will inherently have the potential for spiritual roots. Although I do not comprehend the reasons behind this phenomenon, it has never failed. The quality of the spiritual roots, however, depends on luck and the constitution of their mothers. Generally, the higher the mother's spiritual root level, the greater the likelihood of the child inheriting a high-level spiritual root." Acknowledging that his secret had been discovered, Qin Shou abandoned the pretense of ignorance and spoke half-truths. Their interpretations were their own concern. He could hardly expect them to dissect him for research. The elders exchanged astonished glances, with Zhang Yun exclaiming in wonder, "Truly, the world is full of marvels. Such a gift has never been heard of throughout history." It was astonishing for one who had lived over 2,000 years to witness such an anomaly. As they scrutinized Qin Shou from every angle, they found nothing particularly remarkable about his physique, leading them to believe in his claims of innate talent. "So, according to your assertion, anyone who unites with you and bears offspring will inevitably possess spiritual roots?" Shun Tao inquired, his eyes glinting with unspoken intentions. "Theoretically, yes, at least for now. Whether there may be exceptions in the future remains uncertain. We wish to take your children back to our sect to educate them in cultivation. You would not object, would you?" At last, Jun Tianjinjuan voiced this intention, causing the expressions of the others to grow grave. This was their true objective, and their seriousness stemmed from the fear that Jun Tianjinjuan would monopolize the opportunity. If that were the case, the other factions would rather risk conflict with the Liuli Xian Palace than allow Jun Tianjinjuan to have his way. Should all these promising talents be absorbed by Liuli Xian Palace, their sects would have no hope of recovery. Esteemed immortals, they are still very young. It may not be wise to separate them from their mothers at this time. If they're taken away now, it could adversely affect their growth. Would it not be better to wait a few years? It was evident that they were eager to take the 1 to 2-year-olds, while they likely had little interest in Qin Feihu and Qin Lingyun. Given the children's tender age and the potential separation from their mothers, Qin Shou was reluctant to see them taken away. However, he recognized that even if he opposed it, he would be powerless to stop them, and thus he spoke in a conciliatory tone. After he finished speaking, he shifted his gaze among the group, but none responded, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. Chapter 75. An astonishing decision. Since that is the case, I have spent enough time within the sect. I shall reside here in the Purple Forbidden City for 3 to 5 years. Just a few years, time will pass swiftly. I have not experienced the vibrancy of the mortal realm in countless years. Let me indulge in a taste of the mundane. Upon uttering these words, Jun Tianjinjuan astonished the others. His decision was entirely unexpected. Even in their wildest imaginations, they had not anticipated such a move. Was this not a clever strategy to monopolize the future offspring of Qin Shou? It was indeed a shrewd calculation for the future of Liuli Xian Palace. The others could not help but express their astonishment, yet they knew such an outcome would not come to fruition. Just a few years. Since the Jinjuan has such an inclination, I shall also remain here for a few years. To be honest, the mundane world is quite appealing. Indeed. Since you all wish to experience the mortal realm, how could I be left out? Qin Shou observed as the others vied to stay in the Purple Forbidden City, feeling increasingly uneasy. If these individuals were to reside there, he would have to tread carefully in all his actions. He even hesitated to use his true energy, fearing they might spy on him and expose his secrets. With a pallor on his face, Qin Shou addressed the esteemed ones. "I see no necessity for this. You are all top-tier powerhouses, and these little ones do not warrant such attention." "Nonsense. I have nothing to occupy my time in the sect. Moreover, since we have discovered these little ones, we must protect them from potential threats. What if the forces of darkness were to seize them without our guardianship?" Zhang Yun remarked, glancing at the others. "If any of you have matters to attend to, feel free to return. My presence here suffices." What a jest. How formidable can you truly be? Zhang Yun, whenever a member of the Haimo Zone arrives, it is sufficient to give you a run for your money. Moreover, With the presence of Lian Shuazong's Zumun and Malian Zong's Moli, how many can you contend with? Zhang Yun's face fell slightly after being reprimanded by Peng Heidaran. But he had it coming. His arrogance made such rebuke inevitable. Your Majesty, the matter you entrusted to me has been accomplished. Just as the atmosphere turned awkward, a palace maid's voice resonated from outside. Bring it in quickly. Qin Shou discerned that what these individuals cared about most was the elusive Tiandao Zi, Qin Dao, and their anxious expressions confirmed his suspicion. Regrettably, the person they sought was not on this list. Soon, the palace maid entered, carrying a thick tome. However, as she reached the doorway, the book vanished from her grasp, only to reappear in Di Yuntian's hands a moment later. He cast a glance at it, which detailed the child's information, precisely matching the number he had perceived with his spiritual sense. This indicated that he had not overlooked anyone. Evidently, the individual he sought was absent. Unable to resist, he expanded his spiritual sense to sweep through the entire Forbidden City once more, but the outcome remained unchanged. The others, noticing his furrowed brow, understood the result, yet they felt a sense of relief. Even if the child was found, it would not concern them. If they could not possess it, then neither could anyone else, which seemed fair enough. As for whether someone else had taken the child, they could not be certain. Jinjuan, is there anyone you are seeking listed here? Qin Shou's heart swelled with joy, reveling in the prospect of outsmarting these formidable figures. None. Di Yuntian responded carefully, tossing the tome before Qin Shou, then levitating it with his true energy, denying others a glance. Chun Tao and the others felt no displeasure, as they were already aware of the outcome. Seeing it or not made no difference. Immediately send word back to your respective sections. They must remain vigilant regarding the movements of the MO zone. We cannot allow the Tian Dao Zi to fall into their hands. Chun Tao and the others nodded in agreement, fully aware of the dire consequences should the Tian Dao Zi fall into the hands of the MO zone. And they understood their responsibilities in this matter. Jinjuan, did you happen to notice the strange phenomenon of the auspicious clouds in the sky upon your arrival? Suddenly, Yusu Daoran from the One Tian Pavilion posed a question, prompting others to recall the scene they had witnessed. Brother Yusu raises an interesting point. I too am perplexed. The clouds vanished far too swiftly, as if the process had not been completed, though we have never encountered such celestial phenomena. Ancient texts detail the birth of the Tian Dao Zi, yet today's circumstances seem inconsistent with those records. Could it be that the ancient texts were erroneous? As Yusu Daoran and Peng Heidaran spoke, the others could not help but nod in agreement. The ancient texts could not possibly be wrong. While a single account might be inaccurate, if multiple sects recorded similar accounts, error was unlikely. Di Yuntian's mind was in turmoil. Despite his profound cultivation, he could not fathom the cause of this anomaly. Could it be that the Tian Dao Zi was born only to perish immediately, hence this occurrence? Your child has perished. Your entire family perished. Qin Shou seethed inwardly as Chun Tao suggested his child had died. The notion of the Tian Dao Zi dying at birth was absurd. Such an event was improbable. The Tian Dao Zi, under the protection of celestial forces, ought to be far more resilient. That is not necessarily the case. Perhaps some unforeseen circumstance led to their untimely demise. Die Untianesse Brau eased slightly. If this were true, while unfortunate, it could be deemed a blessing. Perhaps the timing of the Tian Dao Zi's birth was not auspicious, prompting the celestial forces to reclaim them. Haha, if that is indeed the case. It is indeed a fortuitous turn of events. This could explain our persistent inability to locate them, observing their failure to find the child. Qin Shou internally scoffed at their incompetence. The child was right beneath their noses, yet they remained oblivious. What good was their prowess if they were merely puppets of the system? As the master of the system, was he not inadvertently pulling the strings on these individuals? Contemplating this, Qin Shou felt a surge of satisfaction. However, the pressing issue remained, how to expel these individuals. Should they linger in the Forbidden City, their discovery could become inevitable. Yet, these individuals were resolute in their desire to stay, claiming it was to protect his child, though their true motive lay in securing the future of their own sections. How could he persuade them to depart? Qin Shou furrowed his brow in contemplation. Chapter 76. Zhou, since you all wish to remain here as my companions, so be it. The group found a seemingly valid rationale, albeit a tenuous one. It sufficed as a makeshift excuse. However, Their spoken intentions concealed their true thoughts. Di and Tian shifted his gaze towards the individuals below. Though their cultivation fell short of his, they were esteemed ancestors of the righteous path, and their combined might was formidable. Moreover, they needed to unite against the demonic forces, so he had no intention of expelling them, fully aware that they could not be easily dismissed. With matters settled, Qin Shou found himself at an impasse, resorting to arranging accommodations for these old fellows in a secluded hall. Days passed in the blink of an eye, yet he remained devoid of a clever plan. During this time, he maintained a facade of compliance, dutifully attending court sessions, scarcely venturing beyond the palace walls. Even his nightly exercises were neglected, for he feared being spied upon by these old-timers. They were undoubtedly curious about Qin Shou's reproductive capabilities. Thus, they would likely observe him during his exercises to unravel the mysteries therein. Under such circumstances, Qin Shou found it impossible to focus on such endeavors. Your Majesty, a person named Fan Min has arrived, requesting an audience. A palace maid whispered in his ear as he languidly perused the memorials. Bring him in. Fan Min cautiously entered the grand hall, and Qin Shou gestured for him to remain silent and follow, leading him to a secret chamber. Within the chamber, Qin Shou established a soundproof barrier, uncertain whether it would elude the keen ears of the old men, attempting to deceive them for the moment. Have you investigated the matter I requested? Qin Shou communicated through a secretive transmission. Master, not yet. Upon my return, I was promptly dispatched again. Fan Min responded, feeling less discomfort in addressing Qin Shou as master, almost relishing the familiarity. Though he was unaware of Qin Shou's caution within the imperial palace, he also engaged in secretive transmission. Why? Could it be that the Wuji Zone is discontent and intends to send you to cause disruption? Indeed, upon my return, I relayed your words verbatim. The members of Wuji Zone genuinely believe that you possess a formidable backing. To ascertain the true nature and objectives of your support, they intend to entice the palace maids or your consorts with elixirs to gather intelligence. To act as your informant, I volunteered. Hearing Fan Min's words, Qin Shou's heart sank. He trusted his women, but palace maids were a different matter. If they were indeed successfully bribed, they might uncover something significant. One must admit that Wuji Zone is quite cautious, and indeed this method is quite effective. So your return this time is solely to discuss this matter, is it? Fan Min, with a somewhat obsequious nod, seemed fearful that Qin Shou would reproach him for failing to gather any additional useful information. Very well, you have done excellently. These spirit stones are your reward. As Qin Shou spoke, he produced 100 high-grade spirit stones. Although Fan Min was under his control, with his life hanging by a thread, it was essential to provide him with some incentives to enhance his enthusiasm and compliance. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. Upon seeing such a bounty of high-grade spirit stones, Fan Min's eyes gleamed with envy, and he knelt before Qin Shou, bowing 3 times before placing the stones into his storage bag. 100 high-grade spirit stones were a sum he could only amass over 2 years at Wuji Zone, and they were all high-grade, whereas Wuji Zone had previously only bestowed upon him mid- or low-grade stones. Master, how should I report this upon my return? You shall say that the bribery was successful and that I have no significant forces backing me, merely a Yuan-ing stage servant to guard me. If Wuji Zone wishes to cause trouble, let them come. Preferably, they should send women. Understood. By the way, Master, I have also brought you a gift upon my return. A knowing smile crept across Fan Min's lips. It was common knowledge that Qin Shou had a penchant for beautiful women. Thus, he immediately grasped the implication behind Qin Shou's preference for female visitors. A gift? Have you succeeded? Qin Shou regarded him with surprise, fully aware of the nature of the gift Fan Min referred to, as it was one of the tasks he had assigned him. Yes, I employed certain methods, and thus the matter proceeded very smoothly. Ha, excellent, splendid. Where's the gift now? Qin Shou was genuinely astonished at how efficiently Fan Min had executed the task, accomplishing it beautifully within just a day of his return. Clearly, this fellow was adept at mischief. It is in the guest room of Yen Yu Lu, not far from the palace. Here is the room number and key. Please keep them safe. Fan Min wore a lewd yet ambiguous smile as he handed the key to Qin Shou, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Seeing your efficiency, I shall impart a secret technique to you. Mastering this technique may one day save your life during an escape. Qin Shou taught Fan Min the escape technique, Huan Shengju, provided by the system. Upon realizing the power of this technique, Fan Min immediately knelt in gratitude, fully aware that this skill was indeed a means of survival, akin to gaining an additional life, stirring deep emotions within him. Very well, you may return now. The palace is too perilous, and you cannot linger here for long. Yes, Fan Min was puzzled by Qin Shou's words, unaware of the source of danger he alluded to. However, since Qin Shou had said so, and given that their conversation had been conducted through sound transmission, it was evident that there were indeed treacherous elements within the palace. He had not anticipated Qin Shou's remarkable caution, indicating that the waters of the palace were indeed deep. After sending Fan Min away, Qin Shou gazed at the key to the guest room in Yin Lu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, fully acknowledging Fan Min's capabilities. However, he did not act immediately, trusting Fan Min's competence. The gift left in the inn should pose no complications. Meanwhile, within room 555 of Yin Lu, an enchanting woman sat with a furrowed brow, her stunning visage marred by worry, evoking sympathy in all who beheld her. She was Zhou Ru, the saintess of Wuji Zone. Her presence here was naturally due to Fan Min, who had taken advantage of her training session to sneak into her room and administer a sedative, quietly escorting her away from the sect. Initially, she had presumed Fan Min harbored ill intentions, but unexpectedly, he had been quite courteous throughout the journey, even exhibiting a hint of deference, leaving her utterly perplexed. She had questioned Fan Min, yet he had divulged nothing and had merely locked her in this room. Now, having been administered Huagong San by Fan Min, she found herself incapable of escape. She was unaware of what awaited her next or how she might flee. As dusk fell, Zhou Ru sat anxiously, her heart racing in fear of the night's arrival. Fan Min had been gone for half a day, clearly occupied with something of great importance, and she sensed that it pertained to her fate. Perhaps a change in her destiny was imminent, rendering her restless. Knock, knock, knock. Ever since Fan Min's departure, she had been pounding on the door, yearning for someone to hear her pleas and rescue her. Yet, after a long wait, her efforts seemed in vain, as if no one was listening. This left her despondent, but just as she settled back down, a knock echoed from the outside. Is anyone in there? Upon hearing a voice that was not Fan Min's, Zhou Ru's heart soared with hope, and she weakly stumbled to the door, knocking fervently. Although she was uncertain whether the person outside was friend or foe, her priority was to escape. Indeed, her knocks soon garnered a response, and with a click, the door swung open. The moment the door opened, their eyes met. Zhou Ru was taken aback to find a young man who appeared to be anything but malicious. The visitor was, of course, Qin Shou, who had already discerned Zhou Ru's predicament with clarity. Observing her desperate pleas for help, he felt compelled to play the role of a gallant savior. Miss, has someone tampered with your body? Hearing Qin Shou's words, Zhou Ru's eyes lit up. She had not anticipated that he would discern her predicament so swiftly, and she nodded in agreement. However, this was evidently not the place for conversation. She was concerned that Fan Min might return at any moment. Thus she tugged at Qin Shou, eager to leave. Yet, having been poisoned by Fan Min, her body felt weak, making movement arduous. Observing her struggle, Qin Shou swiftly scooped her up in his arms. Zhou Ru felt an immediate lightness in her body as Qin Shou embraced her, the suddenness of it all causing her to instinctively gaze up at him. My apologies. Qin Shou wore a gentle smile, causing Zhou Ru's heart to race uncontrollably. Her eyes involuntarily darted away, unable to meet his gaze. Qin Shou had not anticipated Zhou Ru's shyness and innocence. However, it was this very simplicity that Fan Min had exploited. With her safely in his arms, Qin Shou leaped from the 5th floor of Yin Lu, and Zhou Ru, nestled in his embrace, found no reason to be alarmed by the audacious act. After all, this world was filled with extraordinary individuals. Leaping from such heights was trivial for martial artists at the level of Wu Zone or cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refining. Sit here for a moment. I will prepare an antidote for you. In a secluded courtyard, Qin Shou gently set Zhou Ru down, tenderly smoothing her slightly disheveled hair as he spoke softly. Zhou Ru felt her cheeks flush from his actions, her heart racing as if it were a startled deer. While Qin Shou spoke, she was momentarily dazed. It was not infatuation, but rather the novelty of the situation that made her emotions run high. With the formula for the true antidote at his disposal, concocting a common antidote was a trivial task for Qin Shou. Soon, he presented a bowl of medicine, noticing Zhou Ru seated in a chair, her gaze darting around the room. Upon catching sight of Qin Shou, she quickly averted her eyes, focusing on the table. Qin Shou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that she was indeed a girl of pure intentions. Come, take your medicine. Once you finish it, you will be able to speak. Qin Shou placed the medicine on the table, signaling her to open her mouth, clearly intending to feed her. Such an ambiguous act caused Zhou Ru to shake her head in haste, simultaneously gesturing that she could manage on her own. However, Qin Shou paid her no heed and instead fixed his determined gaze upon her. Ultimately, Zhou Ru could not withstand his resolve and had no choice but to close her eyes and slightly part her cherry lips. The moment the spoon touched her lips, her delicate face flushed a deep shade of crimson. Seeing her cautiously swallow, Qin Shou felt a stirring within him, as he had never experienced such a moment in this context before. It took half a stick of incense to feed her a bowl of medicine, and the slowness was undoubtedly intentional on Qin Shou's part, for he found Zhou Ru's vulnerability utterly captivating, compelling him to gaze longer than necessary. Zhou Ru felt lightheaded, unsure of how long she had been drinking. Each time she opened her eyes and saw Qin Shou, she shyly closed them again. Eventually, her mouth unconsciously opened, awaiting the arrival of the spoon. After a few minutes, Qin Shou returned and inquired, "My lady, how do you feel? Can you try to speak now?" "Thank you, my lord, for your rescue. I am immensely grateful." Zhou Ru immediately expressed her thanks upon seeing Qin Shou return. "It is no trouble at all. I originally intended to meet a friend from afar, but unexpectedly, I heard the sound of you knocking at the door, so I came to take a look. Perhaps this is fate." Zhou Ru's heart settled upon hearing his words, as it clarified her earlier doubts. If Qin Shou were a local, there would be no reason for him to visit the Yanyu Inn. However, it made sense if he were indeed meeting a friend from out of town. "Now, give me your hand. I shall examine what poison you have been afflicted with." "No need to check. I have been poisoned by Hua Gongsan, which is why I feel so weak. It seems my benefactor is knowledgeable about medicine. I wonder if you could assist me in procuring an antidote for Hua Gongsan." "Hua Gongsan?" Qin Shou feigned surprise. "Do not call me benefactor. I am Qin Ge, and you may refer to me as Qin de Ge. As for Hua Gongsan, I must confess my ignorance. While I possess some understanding of elixirs, it is merely superficial." Zhou Ru felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing his words, but her spirits lifted when Qin Shou continued, "However, I do not have it on hand. The apothecaries in the Purple Forbidden City should stock it. Given that it is late, shall I fetch it for you tomorrow? Then I shall trouble you." "Qin de Ge," Zhou Ru replied, feeling both weak and slightly feverish. She initially attributed this to the effects of the medicine, dismissing it as inconsequential. As time passed, she grew increasingly warm, her legs involuntarily shifting, a newfound desire rising within her. "Miss Zhou, what is the matter? Your face is so flushed. Could it be a fever?" Qin Shou said, standing up to approach her and feeling her forehead. At that moment, Zhou Ru felt a profound embarrassment. She could not comprehend the sudden changes occurring in her body. The instant Qin Shou's hand made contact with her forehead, she let out a suppressed moan, her body instinctively leaning back. Qin Shou quickly caught her, exclaiming, "How can there be lewd poison within you?" Zhou Ru felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing his words, her heart filled with hatred towards Fan Min, knowing that the poison within her stemmed from him. I do not know. Perhaps it was the thief who abducted me." Zhou Ru exhaled softly, her eyes sparkling with an enchanting allure. Chapter 78. Chen Tao's plan. "Miss Zhou, how do you feel? Is it serious? I can barely hold on." Zhou Ru gasped, gripping Qin Shou's arm, her eyes fixated on him as though he were a delectable delicacy. Suddenly, she cried out and sprang to her feet, clinging to Qin Shou, searching for an opening. "Miss Zhou, do not act this way. If you continue, do not blame me for teaching you a lesson." Though Qin Shou protested verbally, his hands betrayed his true intentions. He had not intended to rush into such matters, as he had never taken the time to cultivate a relationship with any woman before. He had hoped to spend more time with Zhou Ru before taking any decisive actions. Yet, circumstances often overwhelm personal desires, and one must consider the wishes of others. Evidently, Zhou Ru did not heed his warnings and persisted in her pursuit. Seeing that she was determined, Qin Shou reluctantly acquiesced, allowing her to have her way. Before long, the quiet night was filled with melodies and rhythmic clapping. The next morning, Qin de Ge, "This is not your fault. You two have been drugged. It is not your wrongdoing." Qin Shou embraced the remorseful and sorrowful Zhou Ru, adding, "I will take responsibility for you." Zhou Ru's heart was a tumult of emotions. Yet she felt a tinge of relief, grateful that she had lost herself to her savior rather than to the villain Fan Min. However, she had not anticipated that her youthful days would conclude in such a manner. Feeling the warmth radiating from Qin Shou's body, she found an inexplicable comfort in it. But could she return to being that pure maiden? Yet, with thoughts of Fan Min still at large, she resolved to return and expose him, ensuring he paid for his misdeeds. As Qin Shou gazed at her, she suddenly struck him, rendering him unconscious. Naturally, her strength was insufficient to genuinely incapacitate him. He merely feigned it to see her intentions. Zhou Ru gently caressed Qin Shou's face and declared, "Qin de Ge, let us forget what transpired last night. Consider it a dream. We cannot be together. We are from different worlds." With that, she descended from the bed, donned her clothes, and cast one last glance at Qin Shou before departing gracefully. Once she was gone, Qin Shou sat up, shaking his head in disbelief. It was evident that those who practiced the path of immortality looked down upon those who pursued martial arts, unless it was true love. He would not obstruct Zhou Ru's departure. After all, he possessed a miraculous skill that would ensure she bore him a son and daughter within 10 months. However, Fan Min was bound to face some trouble. Stretching, he welcomed another beautiful day, yet thoughts of the ancient beings within the palace filled him with dread. Meanwhile, on a small hill outside the purple Forbidden City, the elder of the Shanghai Alliance, Chun Tao, stood atop the mountain, flanked by 2 stunning women. "Elder, what is the purpose of summoning us?" One was Wan Ziyun, and the other, Bai Yu. Both were members of the Shanghai Alliance. Once, they had both been esteemed elders within the alliance, but their partners had perished in the battle between righteousness and evil 300 years prior. Regrettably, neither had borne offspring before their partner's demise, a rather pitiable circumstance. Wan Ziyun, who had spoken, and Bai Yu had been called from their sect by Chun Tao's distant summons. Although they found it peculiar that he had summoned them to the purple Forbidden City, they dared not defy the elder's call, thus taking several days to arrive. "Ziyun, Bai Yu, how old are you both?" Reporting to the elder, "I am over 700 years old. I am 500 years old." The 2 women, puzzled by Chun Tao's inquiry, nonetheless answered honestly. "It has been several hundred years since Zheng Xian and Tian Yu departed. You have not sought new partners, and they did not leave you with any children to accompany you. It is truly unfortunate for you both." Chun Tao's tone grew somber, eliciting painful memories in the 2 women, leaving them momentarily at a loss for words. What perplexed the 2 women even more was the inexplicable reason behind their ancestors' sudden mention of such matters today. It felt rather strange. Could it be that their ancestor had taken a liking to them? The thought sent a flurry of anxiety through their minds. If that were indeed the case, what would they do? What are your plans for the future? Do you have any thoughts on seeking new companions? Upon hearing Chun Tao's words, their faces turned pale. They had now firmly confirmed their innermost feelings. It seemed their ancestor truly had an interest in them, prompting them to hurriedly respond, "Ancestor, we are currently living quite well and have no intentions of finding new partners. Our hearts belong solely to our deceased husbands, and we cannot accommodate anyone else." They subtly declined, hoping that their wise ancestor would grasp the underlying message in their words. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. If Chun Tao were to force them, they would be a loss as to how to resist. Unbeknownst to them, Chun Tao, with his back turned, remained oblivious to their thoughts and did not observe their expressions. Otherwise, he might have been driven to the brink of despair. "I have summoned you to offer you a choice," he continued. "I have encountered an extraordinary individual who possesses remarkable fertility, and his children exhibit exceptionally high cultivation talents." Wan Ziyun and Bai Yu, suddenly regaining their composure, realized they had misinterpreted their ancestors' intentions. In just a few short years, he has fathered nearly 200 children, with dozens possessing perfect spiritual roots, reaching the level of flawless Lingxian. Can you fathom such a scene? Ancestor, are you speaking the truth? Dozens of perfect Lingxian roots? This is simply impossible, Bai Yu exclaimed, her delicate hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Wan Ziyun was equally taken aback. As experts in the transformation stage, they were well aware of the significance of perfect Lingxian roots. "I assure you, I'm not deceiving you. Moreover, there are Lingxian roots, Tianling roots, and Diling roots. All types are present. This marvel has left even me astounded," he explained, revealing that the individual possessed a unique talent in this regard. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level of the mother, the better the spiritual roots of the offspring, which would likely enhance their innate abilities. Now, do you understand the purpose of my invitation? At that moment, they were acutely aware of the implication, but found the notion of bearing children for a stranger quite unsettling. However, the prospect of producing a child with perfect Lingxian roots softened their inner resistance. They exchanged glances, each detecting a glimmer of desire mingled with shyness in the other's eyes. After a long pause, Wan Ziyun seemed to have made a momentous decision, biting her lip and declaring, "Then let it be as the ancestor wishes." "Ah, splendid. I knew I had not misjudged you," Chen Tao exclaimed, laughter escaping him. If the children born to Wan Ziyun and by you possess talents of the highest grade, it would validate Qin Shou's claims. With so many female disciples within the Shanghai Alliance, it would be advantageous for each to bear a child with Qin Shou, leaving no rival force capable of contesting the Shanghai Alliance. This thought made Chen Tao smile even more jubilant. In the imperial palace of the Shenlong Empire, in the Guantian Pavilion, Qin Shou was drawn into a secluded corner by the mysteriously grinning Chen Tao, who proceeded to cast a soundproof barrier. Qin Shou was bewildered by his strange behavior, utterly unaware of the importance of what was to be discussed. "Chen Zun, is there something significant you wish to share? Given your mysterious demeanor?" Chen Tao shed the air of authority typically associated with his position, adopting the guise of a kindly elder. "I wonder if you would be willing to assist me with a certain matter?" The shift in address to little friend signaled the gravity of the situation, prompting Qin Shou to be cautious in his response. He feigned contemplation, his expression betraying his uncertainty. "What is it that you wish for me to do? You know I am not particularly powerful. If it is a mundane task, I will be happy to assist, but if it exceeds my capabilities, then I must decline." "Your words are indeed pragmatic. What I am asking of you may be an arduous task for others, yet for you, it should be a simple endeavor. Contingent upon your willingness," Chen Tao replied. "Should you consent, I am prepared to offer you a generous reward." Qin Shou did not respond immediately, instead internally deliberating the implications of Chen Tao's words. What task could be so simple for him, yet arduous for others? His mind raced with possibilities, yet he understood that the identity of others was crucial to discerning the nature of the request. If others referred to the common folk of the Shenlong Empire, it was not worth considering. "Please enlighten me, esteemed ancestor. Truth be told, it is not a difficult matter. I simply wish for you to ensure that the two female cultivators within the Shanghai Alliance bear a child or two. They are both unfortunate souls." Chen Tao then recounted the tragic circumstances surrounding Wan Ziyun and Bai Yu, painting a picture of their sorrowful existence with vivid detail. Qin Shou was left utterly speechless. Even after 1,000 attempts, he would never have imagined that Chen Tao would ask him to play the role of a thief. He was fully aware of Chen Tao's intentions. After all, his offspring were precious commodities. Instead of competing for resources, it would be far more prudent for the female cultivators within his own sect to conceive. This plan was undeniably clever, a testament to Chen Tao's ingenuity. "Perhaps you are unwilling?" Chen Tao continued. "If they successfully conceive, I am prepared to offer you 100,000 spiritual stones as compensation." While this amount referred to low-grade stones, it was enough to extend his lifespan by a millennium. If he managed to secure each of them a grade 1 Lingxian root, it would cost him a mere 600 years, leaving him with a surplus of 400 years, a veritable bargain. He could even consider a lower quality. But the offspring's spiritual roots could not be too low. One must act with integrity for the business to thrive. Rest assured, they have already agreed to my proposal. We are merely awaiting your affirmative response, Chen Tao said, his expression brightening upon seeing Qin Shou's lack of refusal. Now that you have acquiesced, here is the promised reward. He presented Qin Shou with a storage ring containing 100,000 spiritual stones. Qin Shou accepted it without hesitation, recognizing the fairness of their transaction. "When do you wish for them to come?" "The sooner, the better. Tonight would be ideal," Chen Tao replied, revealing his eagerness to expedite matters. "However, esteemed ancestor, you are aware that conceiving a child is not an overnight affair. I may need to spend several days with them. Do you have any objections?" Qin Shou knew this was mere pretense. He could achieve his goal with remarkable ease. His statement was intended to maintain the facade, as he understood that others were unaware of his capabilities. After all, this was not an opportunity to be squandered, given the circumstances. Qin Tao acknowledged the validity of his reasoning and nodded in agreement. After finalizing their arrangement, Qin Shou departed. Qin Tao then sought out Wan Ziyun and Bai Yu. The sight of his jubilant demeanor led them to believe that matters had proceeded favorably. Although the thought of soon engaging in such intimate acts with Qin Shou made even those who had lived for centuries feel their cheeks flush with warmth. Follow me, my dear descendants. The arrangements have already been made, and the two of you shall reside in the imperial palace for a duration of 10 days to half a month. For the outside world is not suitable. Isn't 10 days to half a month a bit too long? Biyue inquired, her expression revealing her confusion upon hearing such an extended stay. Long? Qin Tao retorted, consider this. You and Tianyu have been companions for many years. Yet nothing has come of it. 10 days to half a month seems rather brief to me. If it were not for this young man assuring me that such a span is sufficient for you to conceive, I would have insisted on a year. With a huff, Qin Tao displayed his displeasure, yet he felt a sense of relief that Wan Ziyan and Biyue had not previously borne children. Otherwise, he would have struggled to find a convincing argument to persuade them. The two women, hearing his banter, could not help but feel a flush of embarrassment. Though they had partners, such intimate matters were infrequent, often separated by years, rendering the prospect of conception largely dependent on fortune. However, since Qin Tao had made his decision, they found it difficult to oppose him. After all, they had already acquiesced, and a few extra days were of little consequence. The essence remained unchanged whether it was once or twice. Pleased to see the two of them cowed into silence, Qin Tao felt a sense of satisfaction. The future rise of the Shanghai Alliance would hinge on these two pathfinders. Soon, he escorted them into the imperial palace, placing them in a courtyard long prepared by Qin Shou. The other elder gentlemen observed Qin Tao's actions with keen eyes, constantly vigilant of the palace's movements, fearful that someone might covertly smuggle these treasures away. It was understood that each of these treasures, if exposed, would incite fierce competition, and they certainly did not wish for any underhanded dealings to spoil their plans. When Qin Tao entered the palace with Wan Ziyan and Biyue, the elders assumed he had summoned them for assistance, given their formidable status as cultivators at the transformation stage. However, to them, such cultivators were inconsequential. Thus they paid little heed. Unbeknownst to them was Qin Tao's true intention, or else they would have surely exclaimed in admiration. Yet, to the elders' astonishment, when night fell and they saw Qin Shou entering the room of the women Qin Tao had brought, they were utterly taken aback. They cursed Qin Tao's cunning in their hearts, realizing he had resorted to such underhanded tactics. They found themselves in a quandary, deliberating whether to follow Qin Tao's lead. Upon entering the room, bathed in soft yellow light, Qin Shou beheld a voluptuous beauty seated before him, her alluring gaze darting shyly away. Wan Ziyan, upon seeing the youth enter, felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, accompanied by a hint of delight. She had not anticipated that her bedfellow for the night would be such a graceful young man, making it easier for her to accept the situation. At that moment, Qin Shou's heart raced with excitement, even more so than during his first encounter of this nature. For previously, it had been with his own beloved, but tonight was different. He was to play the role of a rogue, engaging with another's wife, albeit a widow. The emotions coursing through him were indescribable, a whirlwind of exhilaration. Seeing Qin Shou's nervous demeanor, Wan Ziyan could not suppress a laugh, which eased the tension that had momentarily enveloped her. What a lovely girl you are. I am Wan Ziyan. You may call me Sister Wan. Ah, such thoughts. How daring. Qin Shou felt a sense of embarrassment wash over him, his mind racing with whimsical notions upon hearing her words. Sister Wan, I apologize for keeping you waiting. What a peculiar greeting. What do you mean by keeping me waiting? Wan Ziyan rolled her eyes, recognizing the unintended implication in his words, though she understood it was not his intention. The night is deep. Shall we rest? Qin Shou approached the bed, drawing her curvaceous form into his embrace. The moment their bodies touched, they both felt a jolt of electricity course through them. Wan Ziyan had not been held by a man in hundreds of years, and being enveloped in such a manner felt foreign yet exhilarating. Qin Shou, on the other hand, trembled with nervous energy. Ah, sister, it has been centuries since I have shared a bed. Please be gentle with me, she whispered softly, her eyes glistening like water. Rest easy, dear sister. I am a man who cherishes the delicate. With that, Qin Shou leaned in, claiming his dominance with one hand. Beast, how could you tarnish my sight? The eavesdropping elders exclaimed in outrage upon hearing the couple's intimate exchanges. As the moment reached its climax, they chose to withdraw their awareness, deeming the scene too inappropriate to witness. The two revelers, oblivious to the scrutiny, indulged until the wee hours before finally succumbing to slumber in each other's arms. Meanwhile, Bue, who had been tossing and turning, listened to the sounds emanating from the adjacent room, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she found herself succumbing to temptation. As the night wore on, it was finally Bue's turn to experience the intimacy she had long desired. Unlike Wanzian, Bue appeared more delicate and graceful, each woman possessing her unique charm. Though Bue was smaller and more enchanting, her fervor surpassed that of Wanzian, which delighted Qin Shou greatly. Their passionate encounters mirrored those of the previous night, but Wanzian chose not to listen in. Instead, she closed off her senses, pretending to be unaware. Yet even so, she found it difficult to sleep, her heart in turmoil. After centuries of yearning, the taste of such pleasure was unforgettable. At some point, she found herself at Qin Shou and Bue's door, driven by an impulse to join them. Her sudden appearance startled both Qin Shou and Bue, the latter exclaiming in surprise, clearly unprepared for Wanzian's bold intrusion. Qin Shou, however, was unconcerned. Her arrival must have been for a reason. The ensuing events need not be elaborated upon, as the readers can well imagine what transpired. That night, Qin Shou lost himself in wild abandon, neglecting to rise for the morning court, instead choosing to slumber deeply. Embraced by two beautiful women, while they indulged in their dreams, the elder gentleman summoned Chun Tao, casting him wary glances filled with discontent. "Why do you gaze upon me so? I have committed no offense against you, nor engaged in any disgraceful act." Chun Tao stood undaunted, his demeanor calm amidst their scrutiny. "Chun, I never anticipated you would resort to such devious tactics. Do you not fear that your actions could tarnish the reputation of the Shanghai Alliance?" Zhang Yun chastised Chun Tao, revealing the depth of his discontent. The others shared his sentiments, their expressions mirroring his displeasure, while only Di Yuntian remained inscrutable, his eyes closed, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Upon hearing Zhang Yun's slanderous remarks, Chun Tao became indignant, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yun. "You had better clarify your words, Zhang Yun. Well, have I ever resorted to underhanded tactics? The female disciples of Shanhai Meng and Qin Xiaoyu share a genuine bond. They sought my assistance as their elder. Should I then employ coercive measures to tear them apart? My actions are not only devoid of shameful intent, but should rather be celebrated as a beautiful tale. Unlike your sordid insinuations." Witnessing Chun Tao's audacity in turning a disgraceful act into something seemingly noble, Zhang Yun cast a disdainful glance at him, suppressing a scoff without uttering a word. After all, this was an internal matter of their own sect, and they felt it was not their place to intervene. They had summoned Chun Tao to stand in moral judgment over him, hoping to dissuade him from his reckless behavior. To their dismay, Chun Tao was impervious to their attempts, leaving them feeling as though they had struck a pillow with their fists, their emotions a tumultuous mix that was more distressing than swallowing a fly. Though they could adopt Chun Tao's tactics, their status as elders made it difficult to forsake their dignity. Ignoring Zhang Yun's contempt, Chun Tao wore a triumphant smile, as if he had emerged victorious, inciting further irritation among the others. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing on Qin Shou's side. Chapter 81. Troubles and Solutions. Qin Shou truly lived up to his reputation. He began to cause a stir early in the morning. After several years of fathering numerous children, this industriousness was no mere coincidence. With such diligence and determination, were he to cultivate, he might achieve remarkable feats. Although the old fellows appeared focused on Chun Tao, their eyes frequently darted towards Qin Shou. They observed as he awoke, transforming into a diligent ox, toiling away in the fields. One could not help but comment on his industriousness. The critic was none other than Yu Su Dao Run of Wen Tiangu, whose sardonic tone betrayed his inner dissatisfaction. In stark contrast, Chun Tao wore a satisfied smile, reflecting on how commendable Qin Xiaoyu was for diligently striving to fulfill her commitments after receiving benefits. It seemed that future cooperation was indeed in order. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yun retorted, "Chun Leiguai, do not rejoice too soon. Qin Xiaoyu has stated that such endeavors cannot guarantee success. What if she were to bear a child devoid of spiritual roots? Then I would relish the sight of your tears. Zhang Yun, speak with a clear conscience." Their mutual affection with Qin Shou means that whatever child they produce is their fortune. Why should I weep? I merely pity them, wishing for them to have a son or daughter to accompany them, even if they are ordinary. Shanhai Ming can afford it. Such lofty words. If they were indeed to bear a child without spiritual roots, I doubt you would have the courage to face the consequences. The Xian Yiming Zun also joined the fray, for Chun Tao's strategy had thoroughly vexed them, and they secretly hoped for his plans to falter. Eager to witness the spectacle. Cried by you, utterly drained of strength. You have witnessed my prowess. Now you dare to provoke me. Do you regret it now? Qin Shou exclaimed, patting the white and proud figures atop him. He had not anticipated being forced to work before he was fully awake, which was simply intolerable. Thus, he unleashed his full might, exhausting both of them and delivering a stern lesson, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. At that moment, Wan Ziyun had fallen into a deep slumber, while Bai Yu lay with her eyes closed, resting on his chest, savoring the moment. Qin Shou moved her aside to extricate himself. A day's plan begins with the morning. My ancestors do not deceive me. After the palace maids had tidied up for him, Qin Shou stepped outside, stretching and sighing. The sun had already risen high, clearly indicating that morning had long passed. Your Majesty, Lord Longdu has been waiting for you. He says he has matters to discuss. Longdu? Qin Shou furrowed his brow. Longdu was the minister responsible for military affairs. Where is he? At the Qing Zhengdian. Understand. Qin Shou made his way to Qing Zhengdian, pondering what urgent matter Longdu could possibly have. Nevertheless, as the emperor, it was certain that Longdu's summons indicated something significant. Upon arriving at Qing Zhengdian, he found Longdu seated, frowning as if grappling with a conundrum. Minister, Longdu greets your majesty. Long live the emperor. As soon as Qin Shou entered, Longdu sprang to his feet and bowed. Qin Shou seated himself upon the dragon throne. Long Iching, I have heard you seek me. What is it that you require? Your majesty, you have finally arrived. Please, save this old minister. Longdu immediately adopted a pitiful demeanor, seeking Qin Shou's aid. Seeing his desperate posture, Qin Shou could not help but feel a mix of concern and curiosity about this old fellow's antics. You seek my aid? You are the military minister of the Divine Dragon Empire, commanding thousands of troops. Who would dare to threaten you? Or have you, in your old age, provoked the wrong person? Your Majesty, I have not offended anyone. My plea for assistance concerns my granddaughter. Your granddaughter? This is indeed peculiar. Have you perhaps committed an unthinkable act? Qin Shou remarked. Longdu, you are over 60. Cannot you exercise some restraint? I cannot assist you with this matter. Longdu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at Qin Shou's words. Your Majesty, you are misunderstanding. I am a man of integrity and would never do what you imply. My granddaughter is incessantly pestering me to send her to the palace as your consort. I believe her boisterous nature and penchant for wielding weapons would not appeal to you. Furthermore, her beauty pales in comparison to the ladies of the palace, which is why I have consistently declined. Now, she has resorted to threatening me with starvation, which is why I have come to seek your help. Qin Shou found the situation both amusing and perplexing. This old fellow was surely concocting a ruse, while he acknowledged his granddaughter's competence. It was hard to believe that she could be so infatuated with a stranger. Hence, he suspected that Longdu himself wished to send his granddaughter to the palace, but lacked the courage to admit it, thus fabricating this excuse. To avoid disrupting another's happiness, Qin Shou decided to assess the situation further. Long Iching, you are aware that my harem already comprises dozens of women, and I am quite overwhelmed. I suspect your granddaughter is merely acting on impulse. It would be wise for you to return home and find a proper way to resolve this matter. Your Majesty, please help me. If you do not acquiesce, I truly cannot return home. You cannot fathom how terrifying my granddaughter can be when she throws a tantrum. My old bones cannot withstand such turmoil. Longdu sank to his knees without hesitation, pleading with Qin Shou to take his granddaughter. He was genuinely terrified, recalling how a snake had unexpectedly appeared in his bed that morning, nearly leading to his demise. This was merely one of the numerous incidents he had endured this month. He was truly frightened. Iching, are you serious and not jesting with me? I am not joking, Your Majesty. If you are willing, I shall send my granddaughter to the palace tonight. Observing the seriousness etched upon his face, Qin Shou found himself deep in contemplation. Very well, I shall acquiesce. But there is no need for such haste. After all, She is the granddaughter of my beloved minister. Rushing matters would surely embarrass him. A ceremony is in order. No need, your majesty. There is no need to concern yourself with my dignity. I am indifferent to it. Longdu, upon hearing this, was filled with elation. As long as he could send this little sorceress into the palace to spare her from suffering, what did mere dignity matter? Moreover, establishing a familial bond with your majesty is certainly a matter of pride. Do as you wish, but do not speak ill of me behind my back. With his objectives achieved, Longdu finally broke into a smile and withdrew. Qin Shou, in turn, felt a sense of satisfaction. For alleviating the burdens of those beneath him was indeed his responsibility. Chapter 82. A joyous conclusion as Qin Shou exited the Qingjin Hall. He intended to return to the rear palace to spend time with his women, having neglected them for 2 nights, which weighed heavily on his conscience. However, just as he stepped out, he noticed someone on the rooftop across the way busily preparing a cup. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it to be the Yushu Taoist from the Wenianch. Seeing him perched atop the building, gazing skyward with the demeanor of a great poet, Qin Shou could not help but smirk and think to himself, this ancient fellow, having lived for thousands of years, still relishes in showing off. It is as if he is regressing with age. After a moment of internal grumbling, just as he prepared to leave, a sudden force whisked him to the side of the Yushu Taoist in the blink of an eye. Ah, young friend, you are indeed fortunate. Just the other night, you were frolicking with a lady, and now you have a celestial companion from the Shanghai Alliance to keep you company. And now, there are cries to send your granddaughter into the palace as your consort. Such a carefree life would make even the immortals envious. Qin Shou did not expect that immediately after his internal criticism, the Taoist would tease him about it. The awareness that his every word and deed was under scrutiny left Qin Shou feeling both embarrassed and speechless. Esteemed one, you jest. I am but a mere mortal. How can I compare to an immortal? My interests are limited, unlike your esteemed self, who can cultivate and attain immortality. Are you truly just a mortal? The Yushu Taoist inquired, a hint of enigmatic amusement in his eyes, causing Qin Shou's heart to skip a beat. Recalling the night before last when he leapt from the inn window, he thought, oh no, these old fellows must have realized I am not merely a mortal. Regretting his earlier heroic facade, he wished he had simply expressed discomfort in the inn. But it was too late for regrets, so he stiffly replied, I assure you, I'm indeed immortal. If only I could cultivate alongside you, I would gladly relinquish the throne to anyone who desires it. The Yushu Taoist did not expose him, but chuckled lightly. Your heart is quite free-spirited, young friend. However, the mundane affairs of this realm can be quite draining. If you would accompany this old man to Wenianch, it would be most welcome. Even if you cannot cultivate, I could still grant you an additional 200 years of life. The core of their reluctance to bring Qin Shou into their sect lay in whether they could successfully recruit him. For his children, it would merely be a trivial matter. Whichever sect controlled Qin Shou would attract countless gifted disciples. As for concerns about his children being taken by the demonic sect, it was more accurate to say they worried about the demonic sect capturing Qin Shou instead. After all, why would these reclusive elders, who had not ventured out of their sect for centuries, remain in the imperial city? They understood well that this city of mortals was rife with filth and lacked spiritual energy, making it quite unsuitable for cultivation. Originally, Qin Shou had merely voiced a passing remark, not anticipating it would lead to such implications. Although he may have inadvertently revealed something, since they did not expose him, he felt no need to showcase his true abilities. Yet, it left him feeling somewhat out of sorts. Rubbing his nose to mask his discomfort, he expressed, I appreciate your kind intentions, but this Shenlong Empire is something I have arduously built, and it is developing quite well. I have no reason to abandon it at this juncture, especially until my children are capable of assuming this mantle. Haha, there is no need for haste. Frankly speaking, even if someone were to succeed you, I suspect you would find it hard to leave this vibrant world for cultivation. After all, your consorts are all stunning beauties, and cultivation requires a heart free of desire. Even if you were willing, I doubt your consorts would agree. You know nothing. I cultivate the path of worldly immortality, which is entirely different from your way. While you value purity and restraint, I revel in experiencing the world, and the more beautiful women there are, the stronger I become. Qin Shou silently scorned the Yushu Taoist, for they would never comprehend his path. Suddenly, He recalled Murong Xian and could not help but cast a curious glance at the Yushu Daoist. The previously composed Yushu Daoist felt a sudden jolt at the peculiar look from Qin Shou, though he could not fathom why. Esteemed one, are you aware of a disciple named Murong Xian in Wenianj? Ah, I have transcended the mundane realm for many years and only recognize a few elder disciples. I am not familiar with the younger generation. Might there be some misunderstanding between this disciple and you? If so, I can have someone bring her over to apologize. The Yushu Daoist believed this due to the peculiar look from Qin Shou, presuming there was animosity between him and the disciple named Murong Xian. In so clarifauth, no, esteemed one, there is no misunderstanding. In fact, our relationship is quite close. Oh, is that so? It appears I have misjudged the situation. The Yushu Daoist felt a wave of laughter bubbling within him, realizing the unexpected connection between Wenianj and Qin Shou. If their relationship was indeed close, perhaps bringing Murong Xian to Qin Shou to bear a few offspring would be quite fitting. A smile involuntarily graced the Yushu Daoist's face. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Murong Xian is my fiancée. She has agreed to marry me. I initially feared that the esteemed leader of Wenianj would disapprove of our union. Hence my inquiry regarding your thoughts. Agreed. I, the Venerable One, endorse this union. My words still hold weight in Wenianj. Upon hearing Qin Shou's proposal, the Yushu Daoist did not hesitate to consent. This was even more perfect than he had imagined, and internally he was overjoyed. If Chun Tao's earlier actions were merely a way to deceive himself and were met with disdain, then his current decision was entirely justifiable. For it was Qin Shou himself who brought it forth. Moreover, it was founded upon genuine affection, leaving no room for criticism. In that moment, the Yushu Daoist felt an overwhelming sense of clarity, and the bitterness he had felt towards Chun Tao dissipated entirely. Qin Shou was not surprised by the swift agreement. After all, he understood the underlying dynamics at play. My young friend, fret not. I shall use my voice to summon someone to escort her here. Thank you, esteemed one, for your gracious assistance. Both men wore smiles, clearly satisfied with this outcome. Chapter 83. A turn of events, Songlong Mountain, Wenianj. The esteemed leader, Li Yuan, received a flowing cloud jade slip from the esteemed Yu Su Daorin. The slip contained no specific instructions. It merely requested him to find someone to escort a disciple of Murong Xian to the Forbidden City. Li Yuan had no recollection of who Murong Xian was, so he promptly inquired and learned that Murong Xian was a disciple of Shui Yun. Upon discovering this identity, he hastily sent someone to fetch Shui Yun. As the master of Tian Shui Jian Inwen Tian Ge was also a junior sister Li Yuan. Senior brother, what is the matter that you summon me? Shui Yun, in the midst of her training, was called over by Li Yuan's messenger, her heart filled with confusion. Junior sister, do you have a disciple named Murong Xian? Li Yuan inquired directly, as the venerable ancestor had instructed him to send the person immediately, the sooner the better. Hearing Li Yuan's question only deepened Shui Yun's perplexity, yet she nodded. Senior brother, is there something concerning Sienna? Murong Xian was her disciple, typically obedient and well-behaved, and she could not fathom why Li Yuan suddenly inquired about her. It is not that I seek her for my own reasons, but rather that the esteemed Yu Su Lao Zu requires her. Upon hearing this, Shui Yun's pupils widened in surprise. The Yu Su Lao Zu was the oldest existing ancestor of Wen Tian Ge. She was utterly bewildered as to how Murong Xian could be connected to such a venerable figure. How could the ancestor know Xiener, and why does he seek her? Seeing Shui Yun's astonishment and confusion mirrored his own, Li Yuan could only smile wryly. As for this matter, I am uncertain, but the ancestor instructed me to send your disciple to the Forbidden City without delay. The purpose was not disclosed, so I am at a loss. To the Forbidden City? Is the ancestor not in seclusion on the back mountain? Why there? I will explain this later. Where's your disciple now? The ancestor has commanded us to send her immediately. Shui Yun furrowed her brow, speaking with a hint of helplessness. She returned not long ago, but only for a day or two before leaving again. I do not know her whereabouts. What? She has left again, and we do not know where she is? How can we proceed? The ancestor insisted on urgency, and now we cannot even locate her. Li Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded. Did she mention where she was going? Quickly send someone to retrieve her. Otherwise, we shall face the ancestor's wrath. No, this girl has always acted independently and discreetly. Finding her is quite challenging. Shui Yun appeared helpless, sharing in Li Yuan's anxiety. Search for her. Send someone out. Li Yuan spoke with agitation, as this was a task assigned by the ancestor, and failing to execute it properly would surely tarnish their reputation in the ancestor's eyes. Senior brother, calm down. The northern celestial continent is vast. Locating one person is not so simple. Even if we do find her, it could take days. Did the ancestor provide any special instructions? Could we send someone else? Li Yuan took a deep breath, recognizing the truth in her words. He sighed. The ancestor only emphasized the need to send Mu Rongxian to the Forbidden City. Then, junior sister, you should return for now. I will consult with Yusu Lao Zhu to see if we can contact him and ask if someone else can go. Li Yuan said disheartened. Very well, senior brother. I shall return to Tian Shui Jian. Shui Yun responded before taking to the air. Li Yuan slapped his face, striving to compose himself before heading toward the ancestral grounds on the back mountain. Meanwhile, Yusu Dao Run and Qin Shou had engaged in a pleasant conversation, returning to their courtyard with a contented expression. Others found his smug demeanor quite amusing, as they had overheard his dialogue with Qin Shou. Except for Chun Tao, the others cast envious glances at Yusu Dao Run. Greetings, fellow Taoists. It seems you all are in good spirits, enjoying the sun. Yusu Dao Run was aware of their eavesdropping, but was unfazed. He preferred they overhear rather than remain oblivious. Their awareness spared him the trouble of further explanations. Now that everyone was in the know, what he needed to do next became straightforward, and he had no fear of their ridicule. Yet, before Yusu Dao Run could bask in his triumph for long, he received a message from his junior brother, Yuan Su Dao Run, which abruptly froze his triumphant expression. However, he quickly regained his composure, moving aside to sit calmly with his eyes closed. At this moment, Li Yuan stood anxiously beside Yuan Su Dao Run, observing him with concern. Ancestor, what news? Dit you Xu Lao Tzu respond? Cultivators value tranquility. Look at you, after cultivating for over 1,000 years. How can you still be so impatient? Li Yuan, initially eager for answers, found himself chastised, quickly admitting his fault and standing obediently to the side in silence. Minutes passed before Yuan Su Dao Run finally opened his eyes, filled with astonishment. The shift in his expression prompted Li Yuan to silently criticize. Wasn't it said that cultivators should remain calm? Ancestor, look at your current demeanor. Aren't you behaving just like a disciple? He could only voice his thoughts inwardly, never daring to articulate them aloud, lest he face dire consequences. Yet curiosity gnawed at him. What had Yuan Su heard that elicited such a shocked reaction? Yuan Su's astonishment stemmed from Yusu Dao Run revealing the purpose of seeking Mu Rongxian, and he was genuinely impressed by Qin Shou's capabilities. Anyone encountering such a situation would be astonished. After all, possessing a gifted spiritual root, regardless of its quality, is a manifestation of celestial favor. The fact that Qin Shou could disregard this rule and seemingly wholesale spiritual roots was an extraordinary talent. Such a person, who had not been struck down by fate and thrived, must possess an exceptionally potent destiny to endure such prowess. After a brief moment, Yuan Su finally processed this shocking news, and his expression returned to calmness. Ancestor, what is the current situation? Seeing him finally composed, Li Yuan cautiously inquired. At this point, Yuan Su had already conferred with Yusu and made a decision in his heart. Ancestor, please speak. What did Yusu Lao Zhu say? Li Yuan's impatience surfaced once more, his face a picture of anxiety. Since the intended person is unavailable, let us send another in her stead. Remember, the person sent must be beautiful and possess adequate talent. What sort of absurd decision is this? Are we selecting for a beauty pageant? Li Yuan was overwhelmed by confusion. Yet he dared not defy Yuan Su's orders. If one is insufficient, we may send two. Before Li Yuan could fully grasp the situation, Yuan Su added another stipulation. Li Yuan could hardly contain his surprise. What was the ancestor thinking? You need not concern yourself with these details for now. In due time, you will understand. Just follow my instructions. Yuan Su replied calmly, yet his tone carried an unmistakable authority that brooked no dissent. Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Yet his mind was inundated with various speculations, each one seeming increasingly implausible. After Li Yuan departed, Yuan Su revealed a faint smile. This decision had been made unilaterally by him. The Yusu Daoist had instructed him to send someone to locate Mu Rongxian and deliver her once found. There was no implication that he should send others as well, but Yuan Su believed that such an opportunity was rare. and perhaps sending someone would garner the attention of the individual in question. After all, remaining in the One Tian Pavilion was rather uneventful, so it would be better to allow them to venture out for some experience. Li Yuan received a rather ambiguous command and promptly set out from the back mountain. After a careful selection process, he chose 3 exceptionally gifted core disciples to be accompanied by a female elder to the Zijin city. Meanwhile, the protagonist Mu Rongxian was in a secret location, engrossed in her cultivation. Eager to absorb the numerous spirit stones given to her by Qin Shou to enhance her strength in a short time. In the imperial palace of Zijin city, Qin Shou observed a 17-year-old girl beside Long Duo with astonishment. He had not anticipated Long Duo's urgency. It had been less than half a day since he had sent his granddaughter to the palace. While it was one thing to send her, it was quite another to neglect providing a dowry. Such ignorance of social conventions was truly baffling. The girl beside Long Duo gazed at him with curiosity and admiration, making Qin Shou feel somewhat uncomfortable and awkward. "Your Majesty, this is my granddaughter Long Xiao. Long Duo introduced with a respectful gesture, then turned to Long Xiao, saying, Xiao, do not hesitate to greet His Majesty. I have seen him. Long Xiao's exclamation caused Long Duo's face to darken. Yet upon seeing her expression, he could not help but sigh. What was the matter? She had only seen His Majesty once on the street, and now she seemed utterly enchanted. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon, my granddaughter is young and unruly, lacking in decorum, which has caused you to be amused. Not all. Miss Xiao is vibrant and charming. I find her delightful. Qin Shou openly embraced his feelings, genuinely fond of Long Xiao. Such a woman, aside from being a bit clingy, was likely to be quite obedient, and he had a preference for compliant women. Long Xiao's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, finally understanding what it meant to feel shy. However, her heart brimmed with sweetness and joy. There was nothing more delightful than hearing someone she adored express their fondness for her in the presence of her family. Long Duo, relieved, feared that Qin Shou might harbor disdain for his granddaughter's impetuosity. The reality proved otherwise. He remained unaware of Qin Shou's character, just from his name. One could discern his proclivities. As long as she was beautiful, he would be enamored. A smirk of cunning satisfaction graced Long Duo's face. As long as His Majesty was fond of her, he would entrust his granddaughter to him. Should she misbehave in the palace, His Majesty could deal with her as he saw fit, and Long Duo would not object. Grandfather, what are you saying? How could I possibly be disobedient? Naturally, Long Xiao wished to prevent Long Duo from revealing her shortcomings in front of Qin Shou, promptly acting coy and innocent, embodying the image of a well-behaved girl. If not for Long Duo's prior remarks and Qin Shou's special inquiry into Long Xiao, he might have believed her. Yes, you are the most obedient. It was my mistake. Long Duo, noticing the warning in Long Xiao's gaze, felt a twitch in his eyelids and quickly admitted fault. Thus, Long Xiao simply entered the palace and became Qin Shou's consort. Naturally, Qin Shou was a man of deep affection and loyalty. That very evening, he provided her with an education in love, heralding the transition from a young girl to a mature woman with a single delicate cry. Qin Shou successfully sowed the seeds of life in her still unyielding soil, hoping for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. With the arrival of a new love, Qin Shou seemed to forget the old. Wan Ziyun and Bai Yu, noticing Qin Shou's absence for 2 consecutive nights, could no longer contain their feelings. Upon seeing the 2 sisters before him, Qin Shou expressed confusion. Sisters, do you have business with me? Nothing in particular. We merely wish to see what you were occupied with. It seems you were preoccupied with a beauty. Seeing Long Xiao nestled in Qin Shou's embrace like a little kitten, the 2 felt a twinge of jealousy. Though they had not yet fallen in love with Qin Shou, 2 days of indulgence had made them somewhat addicted. Qin Shou had not sought them for 2 days, leaving them feeling a sense of emptiness. Witnessing him with another beauty naturally stirred feelings of envy. Moreover, they bore a mission. With their task unfulfilled, they felt compelled to visit him. Please forgive me for the intrusion. Xiao has just entered the palace and is unfamiliar with her surroundings, so I must accompany her for some time, Qin Shou stated without a hint of embarrassment. His relationship with Wan Ziyun and Bai Yu was merely transactional. Having completed his task, he felt free to visit them whenever he pleased. After 2 consecutive nights of the same fare, it was only natural to desire a change in taste. However, now that both had come to him. It remained uncertain whether they were seeking him out due to loneliness or uncertainty. Since you are here, do come and sit. There is more than enough room for several more. Qin Shou beckoned, a hint of flirtation in his tone. The two sisters felt no embarrassment. They had endured trials together. Yet, the inexperienced Long Xiao shyly buried her face in Qin Shou's arm, hesitant to reveal herself. Chapter 85. The invasion of the demon sect. Just as the Zijin city basked in tranquility, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky above. Sensing the aura of these individuals, several ancient elders within the palace transformed into streaks of light, positioning themselves before the newcomers. The visitors were none other than the ancestors of the 6 major demonic sects. From left to right stood Mo Tian of the He Mo sect, Shuiyu of the Lian Shui sect, Mo Lian of the Mo Lian sect, Du Gushang of the Jin Yutang, Bei La of the Mo Luo sect, and Luo Jiuyu of the Yu Mingdian. Accompanying the 6 were surges of demonic energy. Their orderly arrival indicated a premeditated scheme. Demonic beings, how dare you appear so brazenly? Do you not fear that you will not return? The air seemed to freeze as Xian Yiming Zun glared at the 6 ancestral figures, unable to suppress his fury. His words drew immediate retorts from the opposing side. Is this world solely the domain of you self-proclaimed righteous ones? We come and go as we please. Do we require your permission? Moreover, do you truly believe you can keep us here? You overestimate your own importance. As the only female among the major demon lords, Mo Lian had a fiery temperament, and she returned Xian Yiming Zun's remarks with scorn. The other demon lords merely scoffed, clearly unconcerned with his words. Seeing Xian Yiming Zun rebuffed, Peng Hai Daoren could no longer hold his tongue in support. You know best whether to take it seriously or not. Throughout millennia, every war has seen your demon sects fleeing in defeat. Instead of licking your wounds in your lairs, you come here to put on a show. It truly elicits laughter. You old dog Peng Hai, if you have the guts. Step forward and let's see whose skills are superior. The Emperor Long Xi's secret techniques or my Lian Shui sect's blood-refining technique. Come if you dare. I'm not unfamiliar with fighting you. As tensions escalated between the two factions, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Should they engage in battle here? Even a mere fraction of their power could reduce the entire Zijin Cheng to ashes. It was at this moment that the usually silent Di Yin Tian finally spoke. Enough. I advise you all to restrain your words. Peng Hai Dao Run, witnessing Di Yin Tian's intervention, could only cast a furious glance at Shuiyu, snorting in silence. Shuiyu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, dared not act recklessly. He understood his own strengths and weaknesses, while he could hold his own against Peng Hai Dao Run. Challenging Di Yin Tian would be sheer folly. Seeing that the atmosphere had calmed, Di Yin Tian addressed the venerable Mo Tian of the He Mo sect. Mo Tian, what is your purpose for bringing the 6 sects of the demon path here? Do not speak to me in such a tone, Di Yin Tian. You are well aware of our intentions, so why pretend otherwise? We of the 6 sects demand half of these children. Mo Tian's fiery red hair glinted ominously, his eyes flickering with crimson light. At this proclamation, Yu Su Dao Run and Chun Tao were immediately incensed. Your appetite is insatiable. We will not relinquish even one. Indeed, these children must not fall into the hands of the demon path. These are our disciples, preordained by our sect. By what right do you claim them? We will never agree to this, and do not even think of laying your hands on them. In response to the vehement objections from the righteous sects, the demon path's representatives retorted angrily, why should we not take them? They are not your children, and as of now, they are not even members of your sect. As the saying goes, possession is 9/10 of the law. Indeed, whatever we desire, none dare to obstruct us, nor dare to utter a word of dissent. I am quite taken with these youngsters. If I do not take a few back, my heart may grow restless. A restless heart may lead to unpredictable actions. Luo Jiuyu's voice dripped with menace, his expression twisted in a cold smile, his eyes glinting with malice. I see you wish to fight. If so, why bother with excuses? Are you bold enough to follow me outside for a real battle? Yin Yun's eyes blazed with fury, clearly at the breaking point. Why will we hesitate? Are we afraid of you? With that, both sides vanished, undoubtedly to engage in combat beyond the confines of the realm. Your Majesty, what should we do? Are we truly to allow our children to fall into the hands of the demon sect? If that occurs, will they not be forced to fight against each other? Qin Shou, observing the unfolding events from within the palace, heard his courtiers express their concerns after the factions departed. Do not panic. Allow me to devise a plan. You all must remain vigilant and watch over the children. Qin Shou reassured the worried courtiers, urging them to return to their chambers to safeguard the young ones. No sooner had his courtiers departed than a new wave of figures appeared in the sky, this time numbering in the dozens. Their demeanor suggested they belonged to the demon path, and upon sighting them, Qin Shou felt an immediate sense of foreboding. Clearly, the demon path had come prepared. With Mo Tian and his cohorts having lured away Di and Tian and the others, they seized the opportunity to abduct the children, executing their simple yet effective strategy of luring the tiger away from its mountain with remarkable success. Haha, these foolish righteous ones have been outsmarted without even realizing it. Now that they have left, who can hinder our actions? The members of the 6 sects of the demon path wore expressions of unrestrained delight as they gazed upon the imperial palace of the Shenlong Empire. Enough chatter. Let us hasten to take the children away, lest we encounter trouble when those righteous ones return. Indeed, act swiftly, and do not allow any mishap. As Qin Shou witnessed the approaching figures storming toward the palace, he could no longer conceal his presence and soared into the air. Who are you to dare invade the palace? At that moment, countless troops began to mobilize, and Zhou Ji and, along with Tiangu and others, emerged as well. Who are you, boy? Step aside if you wish to live. Do not fret, brother. I am here to assist you. 2 figures soon appeared beside Qin Shou, Wan Ziyun and Bai Yu, who had not yet departed. With my sisters here, today shall be your demise. Both Bai Yu and Wan Ziyun summoned their artifacts, standing resolutely beside Qin Shou, their faces etched with hatred. Such arrogance! Fellow Taoists, let us unite and eliminate these 3 nuisances to prevent future troubles. The speaker initiated the attack on Qin Shou and his companions, prompting the others to follow suit. Chapter 86. Retreat. Faced with the onslaught of powerful practitioners from the demon path, Qin Shou, despite feeling apprehensive, knew he had to confront the challenge for the sake of his children. The presence of Bai Yu and Wan Ziyun provided him with some solace, and he felt grateful for their support. However, as they approached one another, both sides were suddenly hurled back with force. Qin Shou, Bai Yu, and Wan Ziyun stumbled back to the ground, while the practitioners of the demon path were sent tumbling through the air, chaos erupting among them. As they landed ungracefully, Qin Shou felt his blood surge, his handsome face flushed with color. Are you all right? He asked, glancing at Bai Yu and Wan Ziyun, who appeared to be in a similar predicament. We are fine, they replied. We had no idea the elders had set up such a barrier before leaving. They must have anticipated the demon path's potential countermeasures. I was puzzled as to why the elders departed so abruptly. It seems they had already devised protective strategies. Indeed, the elders are thorough in their considerations. With this, we need not worry. Both Bai Yu and Wan Ziyun expressed their relief, their earlier resolve to fight to the death now unnecessary, as they realized their worries had been unfounded. Such a simple precaution was something the ancient elders, having lived for millennia, would undoubtedly foresee. Feeling a lingering sense of dread, Qin Shou acknowledged the formidable power of the barrier, which he had not even perceived until now. Thank you, he said, stabilizing his emotions and expressing gratitude to the 2 women. Regardless of the circumstances, gratitude was essential. Why are you being so polite, dear brother? Haha, it is our duty to confront these practitioners of the demon path. Even if we were strangers, we would still act without hesitation. You need not thank us. Precisely. Their words made Qin Shou feel somewhat sentimental, yet he recognized their truth. Their partners had perished at the hands of the demon path, and it was only natural for them to engage in combat when the forces of righteousness and darkness met. The demon path practitioners, having been repelled by the barrier, found themselves in a disheveled state, eliciting suppressed laughter from those watching below. Fortunately, those of lesser strength were unable to reach the barrier in time. Otherwise, they would have faced severe consequences. These old schemers are truly insidious. Leaving behind such a concealed trap, the leader of the Haimo sect growled, realizing that even a peak-stage transformation realm expert like himself had been powerless against the barrier's rebound. The terrifying nature of the barrier was evident. Indeed, we had not anticipated this. We thought the elders had fallen for our ploy of luring them away. It seems we were too hasty in our joy. What now? Are we to return empty-handed? It is simply unacceptable. The demon path experts exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of fear and frustration as they regarded the invisible barrier that clearly existed yet was undetectable. Let us join forces and see if we can break this barrier. The leader of the He, Lin Zong, remarked that within this barrier lay treasures they coveted greatly. Thus they had to make an attempt, regardless of the outcome. The leaders exchanged glances and subsequently unleashed their formidable powers upon the transparent barrier. However, much to their chagrin, their overwhelming strength merely dissipated upon impact with the barrier, leaving no trace behind. This disappointing turn of events left them disheartened, eliminating any necessity for a second attempt. Hey, your strength is too feeble. Perhaps you should refrain from trying any further, as it would only waste your energy. Qin Shou, initially worried as he observed their various attacks on the barrier, could not help but shout at the practitioners of the demonic path when he saw the barrier remained unscathed. How infuriating! If I ever cross paths with this brat again, I shall eliminate him. The practitioners of the demonic path seethed with rage at Qin Shou's mocking expression and his scornful words. Their earlier failure had already left them embarrassed, and now they had to endure Qin Shou's taunts, which was utterly humiliating. You have guts, kid. Of course. Qin Shou replied with a confident smile. If we were to rank the bravest men in the world, I would dare to say that no one could claim the first position above me. Qin Shou's words caused Wang Ziyun and Bai Yu to blush, as after spending so many days with him, they could naturally grasp the meaning behind his statement. Conversely, the practitioners of the demonic path misinterpreted his words as mockery, their fury growing as they glared at him with murderous intent, wishing to strike him down on the spot. Yet, the barrier's protection rendered them impotent in their wrath. You should hurry home. If you linger here and the elders return, you may find it impossible to leave. Qin Shou advised those above, kindly urging them to depart. How detestable! I wish to tear this brat apart. How can such a loathsome person exist in this world? The leader of the Lin Shuizong fumed, his face contorted with anger at Qin Shou's demeanor. Let us depart. He is right. We cannot breach this barrier, and remaining here is futile. If we continue waiting, unforeseen complications may arise, and if those old geezers return, we may find ourselves trapped, he concluded. Brother Wu is correct. It only benefits this brat, they lamented, their irritation mounting as they witnessed his arrogant demeanor. Let's go. Delays lead to peril. They nodded in agreement, and soon vanished into the sky. Qin Shou, relieved to see them retreat, realized that the crisis had already erupted, and the Zijing city was no longer a safe haven. Should his children remain there, they could be in grave danger at any moment. While he could not say their lives were at risk, if one were to be abducted, their future would be highly uncertain. Thus, he resolved to increase his efforts in procreation. Only with more children could he grow stronger, and only with strength could he better protect his family. Who would have thought your strength was so formidable, all while keeping us in the dark? Bai Yu exclaimed, her shock finally surfacing. Initially, when she saw Qin Shou soaring through the air, she thought she was imagining things. She had been too busy confronting the enemy to process her astonishment, but now, with the retreat of the demonic practitioners, her emotions could no longer be contained. Qin Shou, somewhat amused, chose not to elaborate, for it was not a lie. He had indeed been incapable of cultivation before. Before he could offer further explanations, several light points appeared in the sky. Chapter 87. The day of parting streaks of light traversed the horizon, causing concern among the others within the palace. As they wondered whether it was Di Yuntian and his companions returning, or the practitioners of the demonic path, or perhaps both parties returning together. In the blink of an eye, the lights descended upon the courtyard where Di Yuntian and the others had been residing. Upon seeing that it was indeed Di Yuntian and his companions who had returned, Qin Shou breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that their ancestors had triumphed once more. They were truly formidable. Bai Yu could not suppress her admiration. However, she was unaware that although Di Yuntian and his companions had emerged victorious, they were not without significant injuries. Thus, they had returned directly to recuperate rather than to report to them. System, can my children be shielded like Qin Dao? After a moderately sized crisis, Qin Shou returned to his palace to converse with the system. Yes, but it will require the consumption of your lifespan as a trade. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou was instantly elated. Lifespan was merely a form of spirit stone, of which he currently had no shortage. How much lifespan is needed for the shielding? 100 years. What a robbery. With 100 years, I could have a child with a pseudo-immortal spirit root. Qin Shou's expression darkened upon learning of the system's exorbitant demand. The host can choose not to use it. However, it is indeed a challenging task. And the system also requires energy to accomplish it. Wait, does your energy come from my lifespan? Does that mean if I die, you die too? Qin Shou seemed to have discovered a means to threaten the system, filling him with a sense of excitement. If you die, you die. After your demise, this system will merely return to its original world, awaiting the next host. You have another world? Foolish human. Qin Shou was at a loss for words, surprised to find himself looked down upon by the system. However, considering the multitude of traversers, it was not unusual for the system to possess a world of its own. Now that the system could assist him in concealing his children's spirit roots, he felt a sense of relief, though he could not obscure the details of those born previously. As they were already known, attempting to conceal them could instead invite greater danger. Just then, Di Yuntian suddenly appeared before him, startling Qin Shou. The old man's strength was so immense that his arrival was entirely silent, making it impossible to sense his presence. Why has the true monarch come unannounced? I have come to inform you of my decision. As you have witnessed today, it is exceedingly dangerous for your children to remain within the Zijing city. Therefore, I intend to send them to various sections. What are your thoughts? Well, that is, Qin Shou understood that, given his own strength, he was indeed incapable of safeguarding the safety of his descendants. He also recognized that without a substantial benefit, these individuals would not engage in such unproductive endeavors. If they remained here, the risk of one being abducted by another sect was significant, representing a tremendous loss. Thus, he could comprehend Di Yuntian's sudden appearance to convey this decision. Although we managed to repel the practitioners of the demonic path this time, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. When they departed, they explicitly stated that if they could not obtain what they desired, they would rather destroy it. I trust you understand the implications of that statement. As a practitioner yourself, you must be aware of the cruelty that exists within the cultivation realm. Once an enemy possesses a talented individual, the opposing faction will go to great lengths to eliminate them before they can mature. The harsh reality is that while there are many prodigies, only those who survive long enough to thrive can truly be called geniuses. Furthermore, I must be frank, if those from the demonic sect were to abduct your children, we would also do everything in our power to eliminate that threat. Thus, it can be said that your descendants are in peril, with their lives hanging by a thread. If you do not wish to see them perish at such a tender age, as a father, you must make a choice. Qin Shou sighed heavily within his heart, realizing how difficult it was to maintain a facade. If he refused the demands of Di Yuntian and the others, they would undoubtedly eliminate him and his descendants to prevent them from falling into the hands of the 6 sects of the demon path and becoming a threat. He turned to them and said, as the Zhenjuan advised, please take the children and their mothers away. Indeed, this was the responsibility expected of a worthy father. Rest assured, they will certainly not suffer any injustice within the various sects. As for you, as long as you do not reveal your unique abilities, you should remain safe for the time being. Upon finishing his words, Qin Shou felt a sense of relief. After all, these little ones would eventually leave, so an earlier departure was merely a matter of time. He was not overly concerned for his own safety. Qin Shou then communicated his decision to his consorts. Although they were saddened, they could only stifle their reluctance for the sake of their children's safety and agreed to the arrangement. Upon hearing that Di Yuntian had summoned them for discussion, Chun Tao and the others initially thought it would be about how to ward off trouble from the demon path. However, when Di Yuntian revealed the decisions made by him and Qin Shou, they were both astonished and elated. If these little ones were brought into the sect, shielded by its grand formations, they would be as safe as could be. Qin Shou instructed his consorts to gather the children, and he placed a jade pendant on each child as a token of siblinghood, even for the yet-to-be-born child. Qin Shou entrusted the jade pendant to their mother to carry along. The atmosphere was heavy, yet no one wept or protested. This is our life jade slip. If you encounter danger, you can shatter it, and we will arrive to protect you in an instant. Di Yuntian proclaimed as he tossed a jade slip to Qin Shou. Subsequently, Chun Tao, Yusu Daoren, Peng Hai Daoren, Zhang Yun, and Xianyi Mingzun each presented him with a similar jade slip. Qin Shou was no stranger to these slips, having given several to each of his consorts. However, his slips could only summon a fraction of his strength, whereas these elders could arrive in their full form. Once these tasks were completed, the group waved their hands, and everyone soared into the depths of space. Soon, only Ziyu Fei, Long Xiao, and Yang Yuling remained. Watching the group vanish into the horizon, Qin Shou sighed in relief, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. Little one, now only you remain by your father's side. Qin Shou raised the Qin Dao above his head and declared. Ziyu Fei and Long Xiao were not saddened by the departure of the others. On the contrary, they were quite pleased, for their exit signified that Qin Shou would now be wholly theirs. Moreover, they had only recently entered the palace and had not yet formed deep bonds with the other sisters. Only Yang Fei felt a fleeting sense of melancholy, born from the realization that Qin Dao lacked spiritual roots and would thus lead a life as an ordinary person, unlike his siblings who would practice for immortality. Little did she know, Qin Dao was not devoid of spiritual roots. Rather, his roots were exceedingly remarkable, eliciting envy from his siblings. Your Majesty, please be gentle. Dower has only just been born. Observing that Qin Shou bore no disdain for her son's lack of spiritual roots filled Yang Fei's heart with warmth and gratitude. Fear not, I understand the measure, and our dower is not so fragile. The once lively palace, now devoid of several hundred people, fell into a sudden silence. Chapter 89. The Celestial of Weniange. We shall discuss this later, as Fan Min is a trusted confidant of that esteemed individual. But rest assured, I will surely devise a way to avenge you. Qin Shou's troubled expression saddened Zhou Ru, but she understood his predicament. After all, the strength of the person who had incapacitated her without her awareness was unimaginable. As an ordinary person, even as the emperor of the Shenlong Empire, facing such a formidable practitioner rendered him powerless. Then, Brother Qin, I shall take my leave. Do not worry about my vengeance. I will handle it myself. Zhou Ru declared as she prepared to depart, eager to expose Fan Min's true identity. She could not allow this scoundrel to remain in Wuzhizong. If he continued to linger, many would fall victim to his treachery. Naturally, Qin Shou did not wish for her to return so soon and disrupt Fan Min's plans, as it was crucial to his own interests. Wait. Seeing her about to leave, Qin Shou quickly called her back. Zhou Ru looked at him in confusion, unsure of what else he might say. Did he want to dissuade her from pursuing Fan Min? That was out of the question. Little Ru, the last time you left without a word after incapacitating me, I thought we might never meet again. Yet now that we have fortuitously reunited, how can you hastily depart again? Zhou Ru's face flushed at his words, feeling a bit embarrassed, but she quickly regained her composure and replied, Brother Qin, I apologize. I did not wish to part this way, but we are not from the same world, and it is impossible for us to be together. As she attempted to leave, just as she stepped forward, she felt herself enveloped in strong arms. I said you shall not leave. Not even the King of Heaven could take you away. Qin Shou declared possessively. Feeling the warmth of his breath beside her, Zhou Ru's body softened, yet she gritted her teeth, preparing to break free from Qin Shou's grasp. To her surprise, no matter how hard she struggled, she could not escape. This realization stirred a tumultuous wave within her. Her strength was formidable, yet she could not break free from Qin Shou's embrace. Did this imply that Qin Shou was even stronger than she? Could it be that she had misunderstood him all along, thinking he was merely a martial artist when he was indeed a practitioner? She recalled that Qin Shou had never explicitly stated he could not cultivate. Rather, it was she who had assumed wrongly. If Qin Shou's strength surpassed hers, then it was quite possible that he had feigned unconsciousness that morning. The thought made Zhou Ru wish she could find a crack to hide in. Reflecting on that day and her earlier words, she felt utterly mortified. Oh dear, how embarrassing. What should I do? Zhou Ru's face turned crimson. Realizing Qin Shou's strength surpassed her own, to say they were not from the same world was indeed her unworthiness. Surprised, are you? Qin Shou noted her reaction and could not help but feel a sense of pride. Brother Qin Yu. Zhou Ru felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, while Qin Shou refrained from teasing her further. However, this unexpected encounter entirely disrupted Zhou Ru's prior plans for departure, just as her intention to leave began to surface. Qin Shou's overwhelming presence compelled her to yield. Your Majesty, several individuals have arrived. They claim to be from Weniange. A palace maid hastily entered, interrupting their moment, bringing news that delighted Qin Shou. He quickly set aside his brush and made his way to the Qinjin Hall. Yet upon arriving, he found that the visitors were not the individuals he had anticipated, but three unfamiliar faces, each strikingly beautiful, embodying the refined demeanor characteristic of practitioners. The leader was akin to a perfectly ripened peach, while the other two appeared to be of a similar age to Murong Xian. May I inquire if you are the celestial beings from Weniange? Although they were not Murong Xian, and he was uncertain of their purpose for visiting, Qin Shou remained courteous in his greeting. At the same time, countless schemes arose in his heart, contemplating how to retain the three individuals to accompany him through the joys and sorrows of life. After all, his women had all been taken away, so it was hardly unreasonable to seek a few from their sect as compensation. We indeed hail from Weniange, but does your majesty know where our ancestor currently resides? Lumi, gazing at Qin Shou, dared not underestimate him. After all, they had been instructed to treat anyone from the Shenlong Empire with utmost courtesy. Is the fairy referring to the Yu Su Zunjia? Qin Shou was perplexed, for Yu Su Daoran had departed several days prior. Had he not informed them of his departure? Lumi nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the three fairies arrived late. Yu Su Zunjia and Junyan Tian had already left the Forbidden City 6 days ago to return to their respective sections. If the fairies sought them, they had obviously missed the opportunity. What? They have returned. Lumi was taken aback. Yuan Su Daoran had sent them to heed Yu Su Dorn's arrangements. But now that he had gone back, what were they to do? Should they return home? You have traveled a great distance. I shall immediately arrange a place for you to rest, if that is agreeable. At this moment, Lumi found herself without an alternative, and upon hearing Qin Shou's offer, she could only acquiesce, as they were indeed weary from their journey and did not wish to set out again immediately. Seeing Lumi's agreement bolstered Qin Shou's confidence. He feared they might hear of Yu Su Dorn's departure and turn to leave. If that happened, he would have to conjure a multitude of reasons to keep them, which would be a taxing endeavor. Qin Shou led the three to a palace in close proximity to his sleeping quarters. Dear fairies, how do you find this place? If it does not meet your satisfaction, we can certainly find another, for there are many vacant palaces within the Imperial Palace. This will do. It is quite satisfactory. Lumi held little regard for such opulent abodes, preferring the simplicity of her sex accommodations, as the spiritual energy there was incomparable to that of the mundane world. Thus, she felt indifferent, finding no need to complicate matters. After instructing a few palace maids, Qin Shou chose not to linger but took his leave, intent on leaving a favorable impression. Once Qin Shou departed, the three settled in the courtyard. Elder, what shall we do now? Should we return home? I am uncertain, for our ancestor did not specify what we should do if Yu Su Laozu returned. Let us stay for the night and recuperate, then we shall devise a plan tomorrow. Very well. Eavesdropping, Qin Shou quietly chuckled at their exchange. Chapter 90. Wuwuzong Jizhou, Luoma Mountain Range, the location of Wuwuzong's sect. Once a sect of considerable renown, Wuwuzong was diminished after the esteemed leader, Jiwu Huan, was slain by the righteous path. With no formidable guardians, Wuwuzong swiftly fell from grace, its talented disciples seized by rival sections. Consequently, Wuwuzong harbors a deep-seated animosity towards both the righteous and demonic sections. Presently, it boasts a mere 100 disciples, and while the current leader, Lang Tianya, strives to restore its former glory, he struggles to attract gifted disciples. Initially, he believed recent events in the Forbidden City would ignite a new conflict between the righteous and demonic factions. However, his hopes were dashed when the top experts from both sides engaged briefly and then withdrew. Yet he had discerned the root of the emerging tensions and, through careful analysis, arrived at a startling conclusion. Within the Wu Wuzong sect, Lang Wuhuan addressed Elder Yulian and several female disciples. Elder Yulian, and you all, I have a crucial task for you, one that pertains to the future resurgence of Wu Wuzong, and your cooperation is essential. Elder Yulian, the third elder of Wu Wuzong, possessed a captivating beauty and remarkable strength, having reached the mid-stage of the Yuan Ing realm, making her one of the few experts in the sect. Upon hearing Lang Wuhuan's words, Yulian and the other female disciples displayed expressions of surprise. Leader, what do you wish us to do? Command us, for revitalizing the sect is our duty, and we shall not shy away from it. Although a sense of foreboding lingered, Yulian felt compelled to voice her commitment. Lang Wuhuan surveyed the group and sighed. I require you to travel to the Forbidden City and find a way to infiltrate the palace as consorts of Emperor Qin Shou of the Shenlong Empire. You must conceive his child and return to the sect once you are with child. Leader, why is this necessary? They all bore astonished expressions. Wasn't this about revitalizing the sect? Why were they being sent to bear children for someone else? The sect did not lack for disciples. There was no need for them to take on such a task. Moreover, if they were to bear children, surely they should seek out a powerful individual rather than the emperor of a mortal realm. How could this possibly relate to the revitalization of the sect? Thus, Lang Wuhuan's words left them bewildered. This was not revitalization, but rather a potential peril. Lang Wuhuan, observing their confusion, patiently elucidated recently. The six demonic sects dispatched numerous experts to the Forbidden City, led by the elders of these sects. Is there some hidden significance within the Forbidden City? However, it has existed for thousands of years without any particular renown. Elder Yulian, do not rush. Allow me to complete my explanation. Lang Wuhuan, unperturbed by Yulian's interruption, continued. Indeed, the Forbidden City itself lacks any extraordinary features, yet the emperor of the Shenlong Empire is quite remarkable. The purpose of the six demonic sects visit was to target the emperor's offspring, who were said to possess unparalleled talents. It is rumored that dozens of them possess perfect spiritual roots. How can this be? The disciples gasped in astonishment. When I first heard such rumors, I too found them hard to believe. However, this information comes from a friend within the six demonic sects, many of whom were once disciples of Wu Wuzong and hold enough goodwill to not deceive me. Nevertheless, the six demonic sects returned empty-handed. Thwarted by the presence of a righteous sect's elders stationed in the Forbidden City, their brief encounter ended with the demonic sects retreating. This confirms the veracity of the information. After a lengthy pause, the disciples finally processed this explosive revelation. Yulian gazed at Lang Wuhuan and said, "So you believe that any child born of the emperor of the Shenlong Empire is destined to possess extraordinary talents, that he has mastered some unique method?" Precisely. The world is vast and full of wonders. While I have not heard of such miraculous abilities before, that does not mean they do not exist. The reason I require you to return to the sect, once you confirm your pregnancies, is to prevent the demonic sects and righteous factions from seizing you. For the future of the sect, I hope you can comprehend. Lang Wuhuan's hopeful gaze rested upon Yu Lian and the other disciples. In unison, they declared, "For the sake of the sect's grand endeavor, we are willing." Indeed, should they truly bear a child with perfect spiritual roots, they would need nothing more and would be more than willing to undertake this task. Due to their qualifications not being exceptionally remarkable, their future achievements are undoubtedly limited. However, the possibility of having a powerful descendant as a support in the future is indeed a relatively reliable strategy. This world is rife with uncertainties. Thus, strength and support undoubtedly serve as robust guarantees for longevity. Very well, you shall embark immediately, but do not reveal your identities as members of Wuozong. And you must change your names as well. This mission to the Qin Shou will be overseen by Elder Yulian. Upon witnessing their unwavering agreement, Lang Wuhuan felt a surge of excitement within. As long as the sect possessed a few extraordinary spiritual roots, Wuozong would inevitably rival the six sects of the demonic path in a century. At that time, life for all within Wuozong would surely become much more pleasant, and he would inevitably stand shoulder to shoulder with his master in the annals of the sect's history. Yes, we shall not disappoint the sect leaders' lofty expectations. They promptly accepted their orders and departed. However, Lang Wuhuan himself felt uncertain. This was merely a conjecture of his, and he dared not guarantee its veracity. Yet, this was the only glimmer of hope he had seen, and despite the uncertainty, he would resolutely proceed. If he failed, there would be little to lose, but success would undoubtedly yield immeasurable benefits. To ensure the success of this plan, after Yu Lian and the others left, Lang Wuhuan approached the spirit tablets of the ancestors of Wu Wuzong to offer incense and pray for their guidance. On this day, Qin Shou was engaged in a lively discussion about life with Zhou Jian outside the gates of the imperial palace. Suddenly, a figure floated down from the sky. What a handsome young man! Their surprise echoed in their ears as they gazed upwards at the enchanting figure adorned with peach blossoms. And Qin Shou finally grasped the meaning of a seductive beauty. The two elderly lechers gazed, transfixed, at the alluring woman above them. Upon seeing her, Qin Shou had but one thought. Such a woman could only be his, destined to bear his children. Before his thoughts could settle, three figures appeared beside her: Lumi, Fangmin, and Qi Haijing. Siwu Xia, I never expected to find you here. It seems you have come seeking death. Upon seeing Siwu Xia, Lumi was enveloped in a swirling aura of energy, radiating a chilling aura, clearly indicating a significant enmity between them. Siwu Xia, taken aback by Lumi's presence, could not help but chuckle as she approached. I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Lu Xianzi from Wentianga. Why are you not content to stay in Wentianga? Be cautious out here. If a villain sets his sights on you, it could spell danger. Clearly, she did not take Lu Mi's menacing demeanor to heart and instead jested. Demonic Path Enchantress, prepare to meet your demise. Without a moment's hesitation, Lumi summoned her magical artifact, aiming to strike Siwu Xia. Qin Shou, witnessing this, quickly interjected, "Ladies, please refrain from engaging in battle." Lumi, surprised by his words, glanced at him. Could it be that Qin Daoyou has a compassionate heart? She is a demoness of the Malian zone. Do not be deceived by her alluring appearance. She is but a fickle woman. Fickle, you say? From Qin Shou's vast experience with women, he could clearly see that Siwu Xia was still a maiden. It seems our esteemed friend understands the value of cherishing beauty and is sympathetic toward her. Siwu Xia, adorned with an enchanting smile, cast flirtatious glances at Qin Shou, her eyes seemingly weaving threads of affection that penetrated his heart. Goodness, she is indeed formidable. No wonder others misinterpret her as a promiscuous woman. With a captivating demeanor, how could any man resist? Qin Shou found himself enchanted by Siwu Xia's allure. However, he did not mirror the assumptions of the two women. He maintained a smile. My intention is not as you both presume. I am merely concerned that should you engage in combat here, my palace would face utter ruin. If you must fight, I kindly request you do so at a higher altitude, away from the city and its citizens. Thank you. His words took both Lumi and Siwu Xia by surprise. Lumi noted his unexpected defense of Siwu Xia, while Siwu Xia cast a profoundly resentful glance at Qin Shou, her expression one of pitiful grievance. Enchantress, are you bold enough to face me in battle? The magical artifact in Lumi's hand shimmered ominously, a clear sign of its formidable power. Qin Shou had initially intended to wait for their fierce clash to claim the spoils, but in the next moment, he felt his arm ensnared by a soft, cloud-like embrace. Siwu Xia had suddenly appeared beside him, wrapping her arms around his and addressing Lumi. I have no desire to stoop to your level, old woman. I merely wish to become acquainted with this handsome young man. I'm not here to fight. Truly a brazen enchantress, with that expression of infatuation. One wonders from whose bed she has just emerged. Lumi, incensed by Siwu Xia's audacity, unleashed a torrent of scorn upon her. Qin Daoyou, this enchantress is not to be trusted. It would be wise to keep your distance from a woman who has likely shared the company of countless men. Very well, I shall keep my distance, Qin Shou replied, attempting to extricate his arm from her grasp. However, his efforts proved futile. After several attempts, he remained ensnared, relishing the situation, while Siwu Xia's eyes flickered with a blend of shyness and indignation. Enchantress, release Qin Daoyou, or I shall ensure you find no place to rest in death. Observing Qin Shou's helpless gaze, Lumi was instantly incensed, her anger directed at Siwu Xia's shameless behavior. Qin Shou, however, found enjoyment in the encounter. After all, this was an opportunity presented to him. Zhou Jian, well aware of Qin Shou's nature, discreetly gave him a thumbs up while simultaneously envying his fortune. Yet, a wave of melancholy washed over him. He too was not lacking in appearance. So why did all the ethereal beings focus their attention on his master, rendering him invisible? I shall not let go. If you dare, come and kill me. Siwu Xia taunted. Seeing you so enraged, could it be that you secretly harbor feelings for him? I had thought Lu Xianzi to be above worldly desires, yet here you are, evidently moved by human sentiment. Upon hearing Siwu Xia's words, Lu Mi's fury ignited. Without regard for anything else, she launched an attack on Siwu Xia. However, she controlled her strength, evidently heeding Qin Shou's advice. How amusing that my words have struck a nerve, Siwu Xia quipped, quickly releasing Qin Shou's arm to defend herself against Lumi. Though her tongue was far from idle. Close your foul mouth. Do you think everyone is as easily distracted by a man as you are? You are a disgrace to women everywhere. Today, I shall seek justice for all women. Though neither wielded significant power, their movements were as swift as lightning, manifesting as fleeting shadows in constant motion. The instant Qin Shou's arm was freed, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him. Your Majesty, seeing how fiercely they are fighting, do you not intend to intervene? Zhou Jian remarked, unable to discern their movements. Despite now being a foundational-level expert, he knew that against a foe of the transformation stage, a mere thought could spell his demise. Watching the two engage in such fervor, he could not help but address Qin Shou beside him. Qin Shou regarded him with a glance and inquired if there were any matters to attend to that day. Zhou Jian, somewhat puzzled, shook his head, indicating there was none. Then what's the problem? Since there's nothing to do, why not enjoy the spectacle instead of trying to prevent it? A smile graced Qin Shou's face as he added, moreover, even if I attempted to stop them, they wouldn't heed my words. Am I to embrace them both? I'm not ready to meet my demise just yet. His Majesty's reasoning was sound, so it was best to observe the commotion, though he warned, just be careful not to cause any damage to the palace. Zhou Jian expressed admiration while simultaneously voicing his concerns. Qin Shou remained silent, his gaze fixed on the two combatants, contemplating how carefree life would be if he could only embrace them both. Chapter 92. The troublemaker Si Wuxia felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Sent to execute a covert mission, she wished to conceal her affiliation with the Emolian sect. However, she was caught off guard by the presence of Lu Mi, who recognized her after the departure of the old-timers. When Lu Mi exposed her identity, she feared her mission might come to an abrupt end. Panic surged within her, but she soon realized that Qin Shou did not seem particularly averse to her association with the demonic sect, which astonished her and led her to make a different decision. This prompted her to embrace Qin Shou as a means to counter Lu Mi's provocations. Her arrival in the Zijin city was orchestrated under the guidance of her master, Emolian, to masquerade as Qin Shou's consort and secretly investigate the mysteries of the Shenlong Empire's palace. The world knew Qin Shou as a lecherous man, making her task relatively uncomplicated. Yet, now that her identity was exposed, success seemed improbable. Naturally, her ire was directed at Lu Mi, the woman who had thwarted her plans, intensifying the ferocity of their confrontation. Hey, if you're truly going to fight, please do not do it here. Qin Shou interjected hastily, forgetting to enjoy the spectacle. Upon hearing his frantic plea, the two women transformed into fleeting shadows, darting away in search of a more suitable battleground. What do we do? Their speed is too great. We can't keep up. Sister, what should we do? Qi Haijing exclaimed in concern, addressing Fong Min. Their worry stemmed from Lu Mi's safety, as Si Wuxia's reputation in the cultivation world was formidable, albeit notorious. Fear not, esteemed ladies, I shall assist you. Qin Shou was eager to alleviate their troubles. Yet his lack of demonstrated prowess had not won their trust, evident from their skeptical gazes. He chuckled inwardly, thinking, just wait, I shall astonish you. He then transformed into a beam of light and pursued the direction Lu Mi and Si Wuxia had taken, leaving Fong Min and Qi Haijing in a state of shock, exclaiming, he is truly formidable. Qi Haijing remarked involuntarily, and Fong Min nodded in agreement. They had not anticipated that the companion they had spent so many days with was a concealed master, and their perception of Qin Shou suddenly elevated in their minds. Zhou Jian, witnessing the astonishment of the two fairies, wore a smug expression, as if their praise were directed at him. In mere moments, Lu Mi and Si Wuxia traversed thousands of miles to a desolate valley, where they unleashed their fury upon one another without restraint. Their ferocious combat suggested deep-seated enmity, and Qin Shou would have believed they had personal vendettas against each other. As their magical artifacts clashed, the entire valley trembled from the force of their confrontation. Si Wuxi, I must say, your progress over the years is impressive. It seems many men have perished beneath your alluring skirts, Lu Mi remarked, astonished at Si Wuxia's advancements since their last encounter. Years prior, Si Wuxia had been forced into a defensive position, but now she could match Lu Mi blow for blow. It was worth noting that Si Wuxia was several decades younger than Lu Mi, yet had now reached a comparable level of cultivation. One could not deny that the path of demonic cultivation offered swifter gains than the righteous path. Thus, Lu Mi resolved to kill Si Wuxia this time, determined to prevent her from continuing her ruinous ways with men. In response to Lu Mi's surprise, Si Wuxia smiled enticingly, asserting, those men willingly met their fates for me. I did not compel them. Should I control the desires of every man in this world? She further taunted, and if a man were to harbor ill intentions towards you, would you freely surrender yourself to him and then graciously let him go? If you could achieve that, I would hold you in the highest regard. You know full well the sins you carry. No amount of justification can absolve you. Lu Mi scoffed, at Si Wuxia's words, believing that if Si Wuxia did not flaunt her charms before other men, none would dare approach her. Is that so? How I conduct myself is my own business. You are meddling far too much, Si Wuxia retorted. As they exchanged barbs, their attacks towards one another remained unrelenting. Suddenly, a jovial voice cut through the tension. Well, I did not expect to encounter two celestial beings engaged in such a fervent battle today. A shadow emerged near the site of their conflict. Upon seeing the newcomer, both Lu Mi and Si Wuxia frowned, recognizing him as Zhang Du, a prodigious disciple of the Shuolian sect. Zhang Du earned the title of genius not merely for his prowess, having achieved the transformation of spirit in a mere century, but also for his nefarious inclinations towards collecting beautiful women. Yet, his collection was not for mere admiration. He sought to exploit them for his own sinister purposes. Those who fell into his grasp faced a grim fate as he drained their essence, leaving them as mere husks. Anyone he set his sights on, regardless of their alignment, was destined for his clutches. Zhang Du's infamy rivaled that of Si Wuxia, and he was a target of assassination by the righteous path, with many from the demonic realm wishing for his demise. However, Zhang Du was elusive, possessing numerous means of self-preservation, making him a difficult target to eliminate. Upon his arrival, Lu Mi sensed impending danger and contemplated retreat, while Si Wuxia remained unperturbed, confident in her lineage as the direct disciple of the Mo Lin sect's leader. Yet, she did not let her guard down entirely. After all, she was in unfamiliar territory, and should Zhang Du take an interest in her, there would be no one to rescue her. As Zhang Du appeared, the intensity of their duel diminished, becoming a mere facade. Do not cease your duel. I revel in the sight of beautiful women clashing. Si Wuxia, shall I join you to take down our opponent? The spoil shall be mine. What say you? At Zhang Du's suggestion, Lu Mi was instantly alarmed. Chapter 93. Standing by Lu Mi was convinced that Si Wuxia would unhesitatingly agree to Zhang Du's proposal, as it posed no detriment to her and could effectively resolve her predicament. If the two were to unite, she would stand no chance, hence her rising anxiety. Upon hearing Zhang Du's words, she fled without a moment's hesitation. However, it was evident that Zhang Du had anticipated her escape, having already taken action against Lu Mi without Si Wuxia's consent. Zhang Du's intervention rendait Lu Mi vulnérable tout flit, leaving her with no choice but to remain in place. Fortunately, Si Wuxia had ceased her movements. With the arrival of the immortal being, what was the rush to depart? A sinister smile adorned Zhang Du's face, clearly pleased that Lu Mi could not escape. Why engage in excessive dialogue when one could simply act? Death held no fear for him. At that moment, Lu Mi found herself surprisingly composed, with no possibility of escape. Her inner turmoil served no purpose. It was far more prudent to remain calm and devise a strategy to turn the dire situation to her advantage. Meanwhile, Si Wuxia was still pondering whether to join forces with Zhang Du to subdue Lu Mi, which accounted for her silence. Observing Si Wuxia's lack of response, Zhang Du was hesitant to strike. This was not due to fear of Si Wuxia, but rather concern that a fierce confrontation with Lu Mi might leave him vulnerable to a covert attack from her. He was acutely aware of his own standing. Many wished him dead, and Si Wuxia could very well be among them. Si Wuxia, what are you hesitating for? If we combine our strengths, this woman will undoubtedly fall into our grasp. We are both labeled as practitioners of the demonic path in their eyes. It is their duty to eradicate us. Thus, it is equally our responsibility to uphold the demonic way. If you agree to assist me in subduing her, I shall reward you with 100,000 spiritual stones. What say you? Zhang Du, observing Si Wuxia's silence, hastily appealed to both her sense of duty and the allure of profit, hoping to persuade her. Before Si Wuxia could respond, a voice interjected, a mere 100,000 spiritual stones? Two immortal beings, if you both join forces to slay this scoundrel, I shall offer each of you 200,000 spiritual stones. How does that sound? Quite generous, wouldn't you agree? The previously concealed Qin Shou strode forth with boldness. Upon seeing Qin Shou, both Si Wuxia and Lu Mi were taken aback, having never anticipated his arrival. In stark contrast, Zhang Du was furious. A useless cultivator dared to disrupt his plans, completely oblivious to the danger he was courting. Who are you, boy? Are you not afraid of death? Meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Zhang Du seethed, both enraged and astonished, having sensed none of Qin Shou's presence until now. Moreover, the audacious offer of 400,000 spiritual stones raised his suspicion. If true, this boy was evidently quite affluent, and seizing such a fortune would be most advantageous. A brief scan with his spiritual awareness confirmed that Qin Shou was indeed a mere mortal devoid of any true energy. Were you? You think you can dictate terms to me? Just because you have a respectable appearance. Shall we compare our wealth and see who possesses more spiritual stones? Qin Shou regarded Zhang Du with indifference, dismissing him entirely. Even the most composed individual would struggle to contain their anger at such provocation, and Zhang Du, lacking any semblance of decorum, was predictably enraged. You insolent brat, you have some nerve. If you are so unafraid of death, then prepare to meet your end. With that, he launched an attack towards Qin Shou, only to have it intercepted midway by Siwu Xia, and Lumi Zhang Du glared at Siwu Xia, perplexed by her intervention. While he could comprehend Lu Mi's defense of herself, he could not fathom why Siwu Xia would aid Qin Shou. Siwu Xia, what is the meaning of this? Do you wish to betray the demonic sect and ally with the righteous? Siwu Xia, brushing her long hair aside, maintained her smile in the face of Zhang Du's accusation. Do not cast aspersions on me. I merely cannot bear to see him perish. What concern is it of yours whether he lives or dies? Pray tell, is he your new pet? Zhang Du understood Siwu Xia's nature. Both were similar in their pursuits. He drawn to beautiful women while she favored men. Thus, he felt no surprise at her interest in a new companion. My affairs require no explanation to you. Just know that while I am present, you should not harm him. Siwu Xia's lack of explanation, however, made her intentions clear, inciting Zhang Du's ire. Yet, he was unwilling to jeopardize his standing with Siwu Xia over Qin Shou, prompting him to redirect his focus toward Lumi. At that moment, Lumi instinctively sensed a plot unfolding. After all, Siwu Xia had previously been unfamiliar with Qin Shou, yet here she stood, opposing Zhang Du for his sake, an overture of goodwill. Zhang Du's heart burned with resentment. In that case, shall we unite to bring down this Winnie-Ange individual? You may do as you please. I shall not hinder you. However, I am not inclined to fight at present. I am utterly exhausted from our earlier encounter, Siwu Xia declared, striding towards Qin Shou, wrapping her arms around his and resting her head upon his shoulder. An intoxicating fragrance wafted into Qin Shou's nostrils, compelling him to inhale deeply. One could not deny that this enchantress possessed a remarkable flair. Zhang Du, seething with jealousy, wished nothing more than to subdue Siwu Xia and wreak havoc upon her. What could this mean? Had she truly forsaken her principles for a man? How shameless! Lumi, witnessing Siwu Xia's refusal to engage, felt a sense of relief. As long as Siwu Xia remained uninvolved, she held confidence in confronting Zhang Du alone. Thus, without a word of warning, she launched an assault against him, now free from any concerns. Zhang Du found himself in an utterly precarious position, unable to advance or retreat. His predicament was decidedly awkward. His fury towards Siwu Xia's inaction reached a boiling point, and he silently vowed that once this crisis passed, he would find a way to capture Siwu Xia and subject her to torment. If he could siphon the true energy from such a woman, it would undoubtedly benefit his cultivation. He cast a glance at Lu Mi, equally alluring and enticing. Alas, the timing was not right. Xianxi, you are damaging your own image. Perhaps you should release me. No, my image is of little worth. I am tired and need a shoulder to lean upon. Upon hearing Siwu Xia's playful tone, Qin Shou felt a rush of warmth, inwardly reflecting, what a captivating woman. How many men could possibly withstand her charms? Chapter 94. Self-destruction. Qin Shou was oblivious to Siwu Xia's true intentions, but he was certain they were far from benign. Therefore, he would not allow her to prevail so easily. Although being enveloped in her soft embrace was comfortable, he was not one to be rendered immobile by mere femininity. Extracting his arm, he said, if you are tired, rest here. I shall assist Lu Xianzi. With that, Qin Shou dashed towards the ongoing confrontation between Lu Mi and Zhang Du. Zhang Du was taken aback to see that Qin Shou was not the feeble being he had presumed. Moreover, the boy's strength was surprisingly formidable. Now, this is his turn to feel anxious. If Siwu Xia does not intervene, it is highly likely that he will meet his demise today. Thus, he hastily shouted towards Siwu Xia, Siwu Xia, do you intend to stand idly by? However, it seemed as if Siwu Xia did not hear him. standing there with an air of composure, observing them. For her, the mission at hand was far more significant than the life of any individual. Although Jean Du and she belonged to the same demonic sect, what did that matter? Even among the same sect, it was not uncommon to turn a blind eye to another's peril, let alone when they belonged to different factions. Therefore, placing hope in her was nothing but a vain delusion. Under the relentless assault of Qin Shou and Lu Mi, Jean Du was soon battered and bruised, his body flickering with transparent phantoms, a clear sign that his primordial spirit was on the verge of separating from his corporeal form. "Si Wuxi, will you truly watch me die?" he implored. "If you lend a hand, I will reward you with 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones." In that moment, Jean Du was engulfed in sheer terror, as the relentless strikes from Qin Shou and Lu Mi continued to rain down upon him. Even a body forged of iron could not withstand such relentless blows. His internal organs were gravely injured, and his primordial spirit suffered immense harm. He flailed desperately, yet could not escape his fate of being incessantly struck. At this juncture, Si Wuxia had become the only variable, his sole lifeline. Yet, her response plunged him into despair. Si Wuxia coldly observed, and upon hearing Jean Du's plea, she replied with a frigid tone, "I am not in need of 100,000 spirit stones, nor do I see the necessity to intervene. Are you not afraid that if they kill me, they will turn and slay you as well?" Jean Du shouted vehemently, now at the end of his rope. If Si Wuxia did not act, he would surely meet his doom. Seeing his desperate state, Qin Shou chuckled, "Do not worry. With me here, she will not perish. Besides, you claim to be a practitioner. You should have long since come to terms with life and death. It's merely death. Why be so terrified?" His words nearly made Jean Du spit blood in rage. In his heart, he cursed, "If you're not afraid of death, why do you not go and die? You have forced my hand. If you fear not death, then let us all meet the same fate." Jean Du suddenly cried out, and his body swiftly transformed into a golden hue. "Not good. He intends to self-destruct. Quickly retreat." Lu Mi shouted to Qin Shou, and the two hastily fled. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Qin Shou and Lu Mi were violently propelled away. The entire process from Jean Du's decision to self-detonate to the explosion itself transpiring in mere seconds. Qin Shou had never witnessed a practitioner self-destruct. He found it astonishing how swift it was, entirely unlike the lengthy preparations depicted in novels. The two were hurled several hundred meters away, both spitting blood, as the force of the explosion rivaled that of a nuclear bomb. The entire valley crumbled beneath the force of Jean Du's self-detonation, the very earth quaking. Meanwhile, far within the Lien Shui tomb, the sect leader of Lien Shui Zone, Shui Sha, suddenly opened his eyes and roared, "Who has slain my disciple? I shall have their flesh torn apart." With that, an overwhelming aura surged towards the valley where Jean Du had perished. "We must leave. Jean Du's soul bears a mark. Experts from Lien Shui Zone will arrive shortly." Si Wuxia swiftly appeared before Qin Shou, pulling him away without a backward glance, disregarding Lu Mi entirely. Fortunately, Qin Shou, quick on his feet, grabbed Lu Mi's hand, and the three of them sped away like a string of candied hawthorns. In truth, Qin Shou and Lu Mi were not as severely injured as they had feared. It was merely that Si Wuxia's actions had been so sudden that they were caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, the trio had traversed several hundred miles before landing in a mountain. Just seconds after they had departed, a blood-red figure appeared in the valley where they had just fought. And upon seeing the massive crater, it let out a series of furious roars. This figure was none other than Shui Sha, the leader of Lien Shui Zone. The crater was clearly the result of his disciple Jean Du's self-detonation. "When Tiange, well done. I shall remember this grudge," Shui Sha seethed, recognizing the lingering aura of Wen Tianji's techniques at the scene. However, he was astonished to also detect the presence of the Mo Lien Zone's Lien Hua, Shinju, alongside another technique from sect he did not recognize. In an instant, the scene replayed in his mind. If there were no surprises, the people from Mo Lien Zone must have sustained severe injuries and fled, leaving his disciple behind to self-destruct. The bloodstains on the ground indicated that an expert from Wen Tiange and another individual had also been gravely wounded. Yet, when his divine sense scanned the area for several hundred miles, he found no trace of powerful cultivators, forcing him to suppress his rage and take out a jade vial to collect Jean Du's shattered soul fragments. What Shui Sha was unaware of was that the two culprits who had slain his disciple were hiding in a cave over 200 miles away. Thanks to Lu Mi's treasure, they had evaded detection. Even so, the three of them did not dare to breathe a word, knowing that if Xia discovered them, their lives would be forfeit. It was important to note that the sect leader of Lin Shui's zone, Xia, was a being of the Lin Su realm, capable of effortlessly annihilating fledgling cultivators like them. Feeling the immense pressure from several hundred miles away, all three were filled with trepidation. At this moment, Qin Shou felt quite grateful to see Wu Xia. Had she not acted swiftly, they would likely have perished before they could escape Xia's approach. Although he possessed jade slips from Dian Tian and others, these were precious items for survival, and he would not use them unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Wu Xia's rescue had spared him a significant loss. After approximately several minutes, the overwhelming pressure finally dissipated, yet they remained cautious. Who could tell if Xia had deliberately tried to lure them out? Especially for Wu Xia. If Xia were to see her with the people from Wen Tiangu, she would undoubtedly be the first target on his list. This was precisely why she had chosen to take only Qin Shou and left Lu Mi behind, not anticipating that Qin Shou would be reluctant to let Lu Mi perish. Chapter 95. The Enchantress can be endearing. No one can resist. After about half an hour, once they confirmed that Xia had indeed departed, the trio collectively sighed in relief. Thank you, Xianzi. Qin Shou expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Had it not been for your keen eyes, we would have been in grave danger today. Even Lu Mi, unprecedentedly, extended a debt of gratitude towards Wu Xia, saying, this time, consider it a favor owed. But do not expect my thanks. I do not covet your gratitude. Wu Xia shot a glance at Lu Mi, then turned her attention back to Qin Shou. What I desire is the Emperor's appreciation. Qin Shou was at a loss for words, wondering if her flattery could be any more obvious, as if she feared others might not perceive her ulterior motives. Xianzi, since the crisis has been averted, why not let Lu Xianzi return first? We shall meet again by fate. Qin Shou attempted a strategy of feigned withdrawal, as he greatly admired this woman. He would be unsatisfied if he could not engage in deeper conversation with her. However, he also understood that such a woman was exceptionally difficult to manage. For maintaining her pristine reputation while engaging in flirtation certainly required a strong set of principles. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Wu Xia immediately adopted a pitiful expression. I am now homeless. Can your majesty bear to abandon a weak woman like me in this wilderness? What Xianzi says is reasonable. Since the Xianzi has nowhere to go, why not accompany me back to the palace? Thank you, your majesty. Wu Xia immediately donned a cheerful expression, her gaze upon Qin Shou as if she wished to dissolve him entirely. Taoist Qin, this demoness approaching you clearly harbors ill intentions. It would be prudent not to draw too close to her. Lu Mi interjected, furrowing his brow at the thought of Qin Shou bringing Wu Xia back. Lu Mi, silence yourself. Shall we engage in another bout? As the two prepared to quarrel once more, Qin Shou swiftly intervened, employing gentle persuasion to temporarily quell their discord. The trio then returned to the Purple Forbidden City, where Fang Min, Qihai Jing, and Zhou Ji awaited their arrival, still lingering in anticipation of Qin Shou and Lu Mi's return. Your Majesty, are you unscathed? Upon seeing the three descend, Zhou Ji was not at all surprised by their return together. He understood that anything could transpire in Qin Shou's presence. I am fine. All is well here. You may return now. Qin Shou reassured him, patting his shoulder in acknowledgement of his weight. Meanwhile, Lu Mi returned in silence, ushering Fang Min and Qihai Jing back to their quarters, evidently wishing to avoid any encounter with Wu Xia, the demoness of the Mo Lian sect. Qin Shou harbored no objections to this, as only he and Wu Xia remained. At this moment, Wu Xia adopted a more serious demeanor, which perplexed Qin Shou. With more people around, she had been so audacious. Now that they were alone, one would expect her to be even bolder. Fairy, please allow me to escort you to a suitable lodging, he offered. I am no fairy. I am unequivocally a demoness, a seductress of men. Are you truly so at ease bringing me back? Wu Xia blinked, her curiosity piqued by his words. Qin Shou did not dwell much on the distinctions between righteous and demonic paths, for every individual possesses both good and evil. Not all righteous beings are virtuous. For instance, his loyal companion Fan Min was indeed a nefarious character. Likewise, not all demonic beings are malevolent. He held no malevolent thoughts toward the demonic path. which prompted him to express his sentiments freely. Si Wuxia, taken aback by his words, found her regard for him significantly heightened. Moreover, I know that you, Fairy Si, are not a wicked person, at least not by nature. You do not match the external rumors of being frivolous. Otherwise, you would not remain unblemished until now. Do you agree with my assessment? As they walked, Qin Shou's gaze was filled with admiration and a concealed desire, which he skillfully masked from her perception. You are the first to declare me a good person. How did you discern that I am unblemished? I have crafted a false facade with special methods, Si Wuxia replied, her curiosity evident as she regarded Qin Shou, puzzled by how he had so easily uncovered a ruse. A sage has his own clever strategies. You would not comprehend if I explained, he replied, noting her disappointment at his failure to expose her flaw, as she had been contemplating how to refine her deception. There is no need for such formalities. You may simply call me by my name, or refer to me as Demonis or Witch if you prefer. Very well. Since you dislike that, I shall henceforth call you CC. As long as your majesty can utter it, I have no objections. Si Wuxia recognized the intimacy in this address and surmised that Qin Shou harbored intentions towards her. However, having lived for 2 centuries, she had encountered many men with similar desires. Confident in her beauty and figure, she deemed it entirely natural for Qin Shou to feel such attraction. Indeed, any man who did not would be abnormal, save for those who had attained a profoundly elevated state of cultivation. Your Majesty, from where did you find a sister for Xiao Xiao? She is quite beautiful. Suddenly, a figure darted forth, rushing to Qin Shou's side and leaping into his embrace. Her curiosity directed at Si Wuxia. Only Long Xiao Xiao would exhibit such audacity within the palace. This is Miss Si, a guest, not your sister, Qin Shou clarified, wishing to foster a relationship between Si Wuxia and Long Xiao Xiao, though he knew the timing was not right. Thus, he denied the connection, attempting to establish a reputation of integrity, unaware that his little tricks were entirely transparent to Si Wuxia. Si Wuxia, seasoned in the ways of men, was no naive recluse. Yet she refrained from exposing him, instead smiling warmly at Long Xiao Xiao. What a delightful little sister. She seems to be around 15 or 16, Your Majesty. How could you indulge such a youthful affair? I'm already 18, not 15 or 16. Long Xiao Xiao quickly retorted, her cute appearance prompting the misjudgment. Is that so? It appears this elder sister misjudged, Qin Shou replied, somewhat speechless as he gently patted Long Xiao Xiao's backside, signaling her to dismount, as such behavior was rather unseemly. Yet, she stubbornly clung on, and Qin Shou acquiesced, considering her youth. He arranged for Si Wuxia to reside in a location distant from Lu Mi and the others, thereby avoiding any potential confrontations. Once settled, Qin Shou took his leave, and after his departure, a peculiar expression flickered in Si Wuxia's eyes. Chapter 96, New Function Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully nurturing a perfect celestial root descendant. Reward, 20 years of cultivation and 10 years of alchemical experience. Ding. Congratulations, host, on achieving 200 offspring. The system has activated the family system. Reward, 100 years of lifespan, 500,000 spirit stones, and the extraordinary magical artifact, the Carefree Fan. The successive system notifications filled Qin Shou with elation, as he had grown accustomed to the other rewards. What piqued his interest were the family system and the exquisite magical artifact, the Carefree Fan. Upon accessing the family system, he discovered a diagram illustrating the relationships among himself, his women, and his children, detailing their current activities and emotions. To his surprise, so many wives and children were thinking of him. He felt quite pleased. Clearly, he was fulfilling his roles as both a man and a father admirably. Observing the various hues of gas emanating from each person, he noted that different colors represented divergent fortunes, ranging from blue, purple, orange, red, to multicolored. Both he and Qindao were at the pinnacle, marked in red. The fortunes of his family members converged in a reservoir known as the fortune pool. The larger the pool, the greater the benefits for the family members, such as enhanced cultivation speed and greater chances of encountering treasures. Moreover, advancements in cultivation and the discovery of rare materials would further augment one's fortune, establishing a remarkably beneficial cycle. After reviewing the family system, he finally retrieved the Carefree Fan, the second magical artifact awarded by the system. The first being the sword he currently wielded, albeit of lesser quality. The carefree fan, woven from celestial silkworm thread, could unleash a powerful whirlwind when imbued with true energy, capable of ensnaring enemies and affecting their minds. The fan was entirely white, adorned with a vividly lifelike depiction of a beautiful woman. It was undoubtedly a tool for ostentation. One could hardly imagine a beauty resisting the allure of a man brandishing such a fan while strolling through the streets. Qin Shou tested its effects and found them exceedingly impressive, unable to contain his delighted laughter. "Your Majesty, what delightful fortune have you encountered to elicit such mirth?" Yang Fei teased upon seeing Qin Shou holding the fan, her steps light and playful. In the harem of Qin Shou, the highest-ranking concubine is Yang Fei. Having recently given birth, her ample bosom brings joy to Qin Shou's heart. "I have not encountered any good fortune, but my beloved consort seems to have found her share." Qin Shou perceives Yang Fei's distress through the family system, as her profile bears an inscription expressing her frustration. "Oh dear, it has started flowing again. My appetite is still too small. I can barely take a few sips before feeling full. What should I do? It feels so uncomfortable." When Yang Fei notices Qin Shou's gaze fixed upon her sensitive area, her cheeks flush with embarrassment, and she softly implores, "Your humble servant is puzzled. I hope your Majesty can enlighten me. My dear consort, are you troubled by the abundance of nourishment in that area?" Qin Shou approaches Yang Fei and gently supports her burdened form. Yang Fei's body softens, collapsing into Qin Shou's embrace, her face aflame. "Your Majesty, how did you know? You are my beloved consort. Is there anything I do not know about you?" Qin Shou replies, burying his head as he assures her, "I come to alleviate your worries." At this moment, Yang Fei shuts her eyes, unable to meet his gaze, yet her hands cling tightly to Qin Shou's head. Suddenly, an exclamation pierces the air. "What are you two doing?" Ziyu Fei and Long Xiao, hand in hand, enter the room and are taken aback by the sight of Qin Shou and Yang Fei. Their hands instantly release, their faces flushed. Long Xiao, however, leaves a noticeable gap between her fingers. "Why are you both so startled? Your sister Yang is merely suffering from an excess of milk. If it remains unrelieved, it could impact her health. I am merely helping her relieve the pressure. Would you like to give it a try?" Perhaps not." Ziyu Fei, shy and silent, seems hesitant, yet Long Xiao's response is more vigorous, tinged with a hint of eagerness. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Yang Fei hurriedly swats him a few times and hastily dons her clothing, her flustered demeanor betraying her anxious heart. "Xiao, you Fei, since you both have come, I shall assist you in reshaping your spiritual roots and guide you on the path of cultivation." Qin Shou, recalling the old monsters that had once lingered in the palace, realizes that they had overlooked this matter after becoming preoccupied with other affairs. Now, seeing both women together, he can indeed help them awaken their spiritual roots. "Your Majesty, is it truly possible? Can I also cultivate?" Although Qin Shou possesses the ability to aid them, hearing him speak of reshaping their meridians leaves them astonished, unable to believe such a claim. Ziyu Fei had previously cultivated martial arts at Fenghuamen, while Long Xiao had not yet entered sect, having begun her training at a martial arts academy. "Come now, you are my women. You are well aware of my capabilities." With that, Qin Shou leads the two into a secret chamber, setting up restrictions to prevent Si Wu Xie and Lu Mi from eavesdropping. "This robe, were we just discussing reshaping the meridians? Why must we undress?" Long Xiao queries, still perplexed, while Ziyu Fei has already begun to comply, fully trusting Qin Shou's words without question. Qin Shou strokes his nose. "Do you think reshaping meridians is that simple? A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. Cloth can sometimes hinder precision. Thus, complete removal of barriers is essential for absolute assurance." Long Xiao, momentarily swayed by his reasoning, resembles a child caught in wrongdoing. Moments later, both women appear before Qin Shou, their forms transformed into exquisite jade. With a wave of his hand and a flicker of thought, their garments vanish instantly. 2 hours later, Long Xiao and Ziyu Fei lie on the bed, their faces flushed and bodies weakened, closing their eyes to recuperate. They had anticipated a reshaping of their meridians. Instead, it seemed that Qin Shou's intentions were merely to indulge his desires. Their meridians remained unaltered, only exhausted from the experience. Unbeknownst to them, throughout the process, Qin Shou had employed his techniques to secretly implant suitable spiritual roots within them, though he had yet to instruct them on cultivation. Kulme, let's do it again. No, once more, and we shall be spent. Fear glimmers in their eyes, while Qin Shou remains invigorated. I have already reshaped your meridians. Now, I shall teach you how to cultivate. With that, Qin Shou lunges forward once more. Chapter 97. Entering the chamber in the blink of an eye. 10 days pass. With the aid of Qin Shou's formidable dual cultivation technique, Ziyu Fei and Long Xiao have successfully advanced to the 5th level of qi refinement. Such rapid progress is unparalleled in the realm of cultivation, making Qin Shou akin to a cheat code. Meanwhile, Lu Mi and her companions, initially intending to depart, remain to keep an eye on Si Wu Xia, ensuring that no untoward actions are taken. Fairy Fong, I wonder what realm you have reached now? Qin Shou approaches Fong Min, who is playing alone in the garden, with a bold demeanor. Well, my aptitude is lacking, and my comprehension is not high. I am still at the late stage of foundation establishment. Fong Min replies, somewhat shyly, having cultivated for over a decade. She has been stuck at this stage for more than 2 years, constantly seeking opportunities to break through yet remaining at an impasse. In truth, achieving the late stage of foundation establishment in her 20s is commendable, as few cultivators reach the golden core stage at such an age, barring exceptional geniuses. Fong Min's modesty is due to her presence before Qin Shou, for in front of others, she would surely boast of her accomplishments, considering Qin Shou's extraordinary prowess. Qin Shou has observed her closely and believes it is time to reap the benefits of his nurturing. An amused smile creeps into his heart. Fairy must have been stuck at the late stage of foundation establishment for quite some time. You must have contemplated various methods to break through, yet have found no success. Am I correct? How does your majesty know so much? Fong Min is not surprised that Qin Shou perceives her realm. After all, his strength far exceeds hers, and it is natural for him to discern her status. However, the fact that he knows of her struggles to break through leaves her astonished. Naturally, I have my methods. Would you like to advance past this bottleneck and enter the golden core stage? Qin Shou's confident smile radiates as he adopts an air of mystery. At this moment, Fong Min is not only internally astonished, but also looks at Qin Shou with incredulity. Could it be that your majesty has a way to help me break through this bottleneck? I have been stuck here for over 2 years, trying countless methods to no avail. I indeed possess a method, contingent upon whether the fairy is willing. As long as I can break through, I shall endure any hardship. Might your majesty impart your wisdom to me? Fong Min has endured much in her pursuit of breaking this barrier, diligently training as well as sitting in meditation, yet to no avail. Hearing Qin Shou mention a solution is akin to a ray of hope piercing through her darkened sky. Seeing her eagerness, Qin Shou chuckles inwardly, curious as to her reaction when she learns the method. In that case, come with me, fairy. Let us find a quiet place where I can teach you. Thank you. Your majesty. Fong Min's face brightens with excitement, entirely unaware of the scenes that await her. Qin Shou leads Fong Min to a secret chamber and closes the door behind them. Fong Min initially believed that Qin Shou was merely being cautious and thus did not mind following closely behind him. Suddenly, Qin Shou turned around and embraced Fong Min, catching her off guard with this unexpected advance, leaving her momentarily unresponsive. Once she regained her composure, she struggled and exclaimed, Your Majesty, please release me. What are you doing? Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Fong Xianzi, I am enamored with you. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was smitten. I have long awaited this day. Qin Shou murmured sweet nothings in her ear, disregarding her attempts to break free. Fong Min, overwhelmed by his words, felt a shiver run through her. As disciples of their sect, they were typically engrossed in their cultivation, leaving little time for matters of the heart, let alone to hear such declarations of affection. Thus, hearing Qin Shou's confession stirred something unusual within her. Release me first. Besides, did you not say you would teach me methods? Are you deceiving me, with this being your true intention? Fong Min pressed her hands against Qin Shou's chest, her gaze fixed on him, awaiting his explanation. Indeed, but that method requires both of us to engage in mutual cultivation. Do you grasp my meaning? Fong Min understood the implications of mutual cultivation, and her cheeks flushed as her gaze wavered. You cannot be tricking me, can you? I have never heard of such a method before. I swear, I am not deceiving you. You have seen my other 2 women. Not long ago, they were unable to cultivate, yet now they have reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. This is due to our mutual cultivation. I genuinely like you. Isn't this a bit too sudden? I was not at all prepared for this. It is not sudden. Come, let me assist you in breaking through your bottleneck. Fang Min found herself at a loss, torn between her hesitation and the temptation to overcome the obstacle that had hindered her for so long. Qin Shou, however, did not grant her the luxury of contemplation. In his mind, silence equated to acquiescence. Thus, he seized the opportunity to seal her lips with his. Initially, she resisted, but gradually her struggles transformed into acquiescence. 2 hours later, as Fang Min sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes suddenly flew open, a gleam of enlightenment flashing within them. She gazed at Qin Shou with excitement and exclaimed, "I have truly broken through. I have advanced to the mid-stage of Jindan, finally overcoming the bottleneck that has held me back for so many years." Qin Shou hurriedly scooped her up in his arms. "See, I did not deceive you. The reason you were stuck here for so long was due to your imbalance of yin and yang." Fang Min wrapped her arms around his neck, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Your Majesty, thank you for liberating me from my troubles and allowing me to experience the joys of being a woman. And how do you plan to show your gratitude?" Qin Shou teased, lowering her slightly. After another hour had passed, Qin Shou, in high spirits, emerged from the secret chamber with a radiant Fang Min. Meanwhile, 2 others, flushed and wide-eyed, watched from a distance. These 2 were Si Wuxia and Lu Mi, who had overheard every word of Qin Shou and Fang Min's conversation. Their minds were ablaze with the mental images of the couple's intimate exchange, and they could not help but feel a wave of heat wash over them. Despite their conscious intention to avert their eyes, they were unable to resist the allure of their own wicked thoughts. Thus, they lay on the bed, feeling as though they had just undergone a fierce battle. Qin Shou, of course, was aware of their peeping. He had deliberately allowed them to witness this event. Such a revelation would surely weaken their resistance in the future. It must be said that Qin Shou had played his cards well. Chapter 98. Succumbing sister, what has happened to you? Your complexion is quite flushed, and your eyes appear different. Fang Min had barely returned to their residence when Qi Haijing seized her, scrutinizing her from head to toe, her expression filled with confusion. Fang Min's face betrayed a moment of shyness and awkwardness. To avoid raising any suspicions, she quickly replied, "It is nothing, just a moment of excitement during my training." "That is clearly not the case. Your demeanor suggests signs of infatuation," Qi Haijing observed, recalling moments when she had seen her mother emerge from a room with a similar countenance. Previously, she had been oblivious to the reason, but after much contemplation, she had come to understand. Now, Fang Min's appearance unmistakably indicated that she had engaged in intimate relations, and Qi Haijing's gaze sharpened as she scrutinized her sister. Fang Min's heart skipped a beat at Qi Haijing's words, her face turning an even deeper shade of red, clearly revealing the truth. Qi Haijing raised her hand, and indeed, the mark of maidenhood was absent. It seemed her sister had just shared a passionate encounter with a man, given that Qin Shou was the only man in the palace. She asked, "Sister, when did you and him become involved?" "I had no inkling at all. How could you keep it so secret? Since you have discovered it, I shall not hide it any longer. Indeed, I just shared a moment of affection with His Majesty, and I have successfully advanced to the Jindan stage. Are you envious?" Seeing Qi Haijing's astonishment, Fang Min decided to be forthright, proudly admitting her breakthrough. Qi Haijing was taken aback, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. "Sister, are you serious? Can such acts truly enhance one's cultivation? How could I deceive you?" "Allow me to demonstrate," Fang Min replied as she released her aura. Qi Haijing quickly realized the truth in her sister's words. However, this revelation left Qi Haijing feeling unsettled. Was cultivation not about abandoning desires and emotions? Fang Min's successful breakthrough had profoundly shaken Qi Haijing's previously steadfast beliefs. In the meantime, Fang Min, exhilarated by her newfound relationship and recent advancement, remained blissfully unaware of Qi Haijing's inner turmoil. Half a month passed swiftly, during which Qin Shou diligently nurtured Fang Min's potential, causing her vitality to flourish day by day, her every movement exuding an irresistible allure. As Qi Haijing observed her sister's transformation over these weeks, she could no longer suppress a bold decision. One day, while Qin Shou was engrossed in his cultivation, he heard footsteps approaching. Assuming it was one of his women, he kept his eyes closed. However, when he caught a whiff of a familiar fragrance, he opened his eyes in surprise to find Qi Haijing standing before him. Qi Xianzi, what brings you here? Well, Qi Haijing, who had already resolved to approach him, became flustered upon his sudden gaze, unsure of how to articulate her intentions. Recognizing her discomfort, Qin Shou understood her purpose and silently marveled at how Feng Min had effectively played her role. Noticing her embarrassment, he made no move, prompting Qi Haijing to instinctively leap into his embrace. Do you not regret this? You are aware? Qi Haijing gazed at Qin Shou, astonishment etched on her face. I have known since your first day here, and thus I was aware of your feelings. Upon hearing his words, Qi Haijing felt a warm sweetness blossom within her. She too was cherished. With newfound determination, she nodded resolutely. I do not regret it. I wish to belong to you and bear your children. Then what are we waiting for? In an instant, the two individuals materialized upon the vast dragon bed of Qin Shou. After a flurry of activity, both Qin Shou and Qi Haijing obtained that which they desired. Meanwhile, Lumi found herself in a state of exasperation. She had not anticipated that the two disciples accompanying her would so effortlessly become Qin Shou's favored concubines. This was one matter, but the audacity of Qin Shou to share the same bed with them nightly was quite another. She could hardly bear it any longer, and thus, on the 10th day after Qin Shou had claimed Qi Haijing, Lumi resolved to depart from this place. As for Si Wu Xia, she could do as she pleased. After so many days apart, Lu Xianzi's complexion had noticeably improved. Upon seeing Lumi come to bid him farewell, Qin Shou felt a surge of warmth in his heart, maintaining a calm demeanor as he inquired about the sudden visit from the fairy. It is nothing of great importance. Liu Mi replied, I have been away from the sect for over a month now, and I have yet to receive any communication from them. It is high time I return. I am here to bid farewell to you, Qin Daoyu, and to express my gratitude for your hospitality over these past days. There was a hint of yearning in Lu Mi's gaze towards Qin Shou, though she concealed it well, and as she spoke those words, a pang of sadness washed over her. Qin Shou had not anticipated Lu Mi's intention. He had intended to pursue her further in a few days, yet here she was, informing him of her departure. This outcome was utterly unacceptable to Qin Shou. After nurturing their bond for so long, how could he let her leave so easily without even having held her hand? Without pretense, Qin Shou stepped closer to Lu Mi, gazing intently into her eyes. Are you truly leaving? If you do, it would sadden me. Liu Daoyu, do notiest. We are mere acquaintances, and as practitioners, we should not indulge in such sentimentality. Lu Mi asserted, her words lacking sincerity, for deep down, she felt similarly but was reluctant to admit it. After all these years, she could not allow her carefully crafted persona to shatter. I'm not jesting. I speak earnestly, Qin Shou declared, and to Lu Mi's astonishment, he enveloped her in his embrace and leaned in to kiss her. Startled, Lu Mi quickly pushed him away and stepped back, her chest rising and falling rapidly as she looked at him. Qin Daoyu, how can you be so frivolous with me? I have always regarded you as a gentleman. Should you persist, I shall become quite upset. Lu Mi was unwilling to relinquish her final shred of resistance. Clearly, Qin Shou discerned her insincerity and said nothing as he advanced once more. Lu Mi continued to retreat until she found herself against the wall, with no further escape. As Qin Shou drew nearer, her heart raced in her chest. The moment their lips met, she resigned herself and closed her eyes. Chapter 98. Perseverance. Having successfully won over Lu Mi, Qin Shou pressed on, achieving similar results with Si Wu Xia in the following days, which filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Name, Qin Shou. Identity, son of the Divine Dragon Empire. Talent, Heavenly Grade Water Spirit Root. Heavenly Grade Wood Spirit Root. Cultivation level, Mid-stage Transformation. Techniques, Dual Cultivation Method, Demon Extermination Technique, Bone Transformation Skill, Sky Stealing Art. Great Might Heavenly Dragon Technique. Spiritual Treasures, Low-grade Bloodthirsty Blade, Premium Treasure Carefree Fan. Descendants, 205, Lifespan, 1000,000 years. Family members, 306. Fortune, Red. Though he had reached mid-stage transformation, Qin Shou felt a lingering sense of insecurity. It was imperative to expedite the matter of progeny. Observing the emptiness of his harem, he deemed the situation unsatisfactory and summoned the officials of the Ministry of Rights. Your Excellency, I have a task for you, he declared. Upon hearing Qin Shou's words, Yu AI Qing's spirits brightened. In recent years, the nation had thrived under peace, and their emperor rarely concerned himself with the intricate formalities, leaving the Ministry of Rites feeling somewhat superfluous. Thus, when he learned that Qin Shou had a task for him, he felt invigorated. Please, Your Majesty, command me. I shall spare no effort to accomplish this task. Rest assured, I do not intend to send you to your demise. As the Minister of Rites, I wish for you to assist me in locating 100 or 200 beautiful women from across the nation to enter the palace. This task should not prove too difficult for you, correct? Not at all, Your Majesty. I will ensure that the most exquisite beauties are sent to serve you. Yu AI Qing felt as though he had struck gold. Acknowledging the emperor's harem's current emptiness, he realized that even a couple of hundred women seemed insufficient. Under the divine dragon empire, with a population of billions, the emperor's harem should surely exceed 1,000 to truly represent his grandeur. Indeed, I trust you. Remember, they must be beauties, do you understand? I comprehend fully, and I promise not to present any ordinary women to Your Majesty. Otherwise, I shall face dire consequences. Excellent. I entrust this task to you, and I am confident you will execute it splendidly. Qin Shou had great faith in his capabilities and was pleased to delegate this responsibility to him. Yu AI Qing hummed a cheerful tune as he returned to the Ministry of Rites. Upon seeing his exuberance, the other officials were curious to know what had brought about such a transformation in their usually solemn superior. My lord, what delightful fortune has befallen you to elicit such joy? Go bring me a cup of hot tea, you lackey. Yu AI Qing retorted as he sat down, slightly annoyed by the persistent inquiries. Understood. Quickly, the subordinate scurried off to prepare tea and soon returned with a pot, pouring a cup for Yu AI Qing. Esteemed colleagues, Yu AI Qing took a sip of the hot tea, addressing all the officials in the office. In no time, everyone gathered around him, and he stroked his beard, saying, As you are all aware, the emperor's harem is currently quite sparse. This situation poses a risk to his physical and mental well-being and does not reflect the majesty of the divine dragon empire. Therefore, following my bold counsel, the emperor has agreed to allow our Ministry of Rites to assist in selecting beautiful women. Henceforth, our sole focus shall be to seek out the most extraordinary beauties from across the land to present to the emperor and enrich the harem. My lord is remarkable. Truly, you deserve admiration for your audacity in offering counsel. I am in awe. Instantly, a chorus of flattery erupted, lifting Yu AI Qing's spirits. Although His Majesty has suggested 100 or 200, I believe that is insufficient. Thus, I have taken the liberty to aim for 300 stunning maidens to present to him. This will be our goal for the month ahead. I expect everyone to take action. If we fail to accomplish this task, you may as well return home to till the fields. Do not worry, my lord. We shall seek out consorts for His Majesty, even if it costs us our lives. After waiting for this moment to shine, Yu AI Qing was thoroughly satisfied with the enthusiastic expressions of his subordinates. Before long, the news of Qin Shou's intent to expand his harem spread among the officials, igniting excitement in many who recognized a prime opportunity. For instance, the lord of the Forbidden City, Zhao Yuanrun, upon hearing the news, hurried home and summoned a trusted servant. Roqiu, take this letter and deliver it to your young lady at Luyun Valley with utmost speed. Yes, my lord. Luoqiu swiftly took the letter and galloped away without hesitation. It was only after his departure that Madame Zhao regained her composure and, with a look of astonishment, inquired, My husband, what has occurred? Why the sudden urgency to summon our daughter home? She is diligently cultivating in Luyungu. Why should she return? My dear, this is a wonderful opportunity. You are unaware that the court is abuzz with news. His Majesty has commanded the Ministry of Rites to conduct a grand selection of beautiful maidens from among the populace to fill the imperial harem. I believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. If our daughter were to enter the palace and become one of His Majesty's consorts, it would be an extraordinary boon for her. Are you speaking the truth? His Majesty truly intends to take concubines? Madame Zhao could hardly believe it, for the might of the emperor was well known throughout the realm. If their daughter could indeed become a consort, it would be an unparalleled fortune for her. This is why Madame Zhao felt such excitement. After all, who could predict when a similar opportunity might arise again? How could I dare to speak falsely? I estimate that the imperial decree is already on its swift way to the various provinces. The Ministry of Rites intends to complete this election within the month. which is why I urgently dispatched word to our daughter, hoping she could return as swiftly as possible. There are many individuals like Zhao Yuanren. Any family that can secure a connection to the emperor's powerful favor will surely ascend. Just look at the Xi family, which was once obscure, with only a distant relation to the Prince Ding. Yet now, after a daughter entered the palace, they have everything they desire. Families with daughters in the palace have all become prosperous. If Zhao Yuanren could also gain favor, it would not be impossible for him to rise further. He harbored immense confidence in his daughter's beauty, and once he liaised with the Ministry of Rights, it would be a certainty that she would be chosen. At this moment, Madame Zhao could hardly contain her excitement, eagerly awaiting the arrival of that day. Meanwhile, after giving his instructions to Yumi, Qin Shou leisurely made his way to the inner palace, but due to his distracted thoughts, he accidentally bumped into a soft embrace. Chapter 99. Each their own fortune master. I bring you delightful news. In a grand and luxurious mansion within the Forbidden City, a scene of elegance unfolded, with pavilions and towers arranged in harmonious beauty. This was the residence purchased by Yu Yin and her companions upon their arrival in the Forbidden City. They had been there for half a month, yet had not discovered a suitable reason to enter the palace. The current predicament left Yu Yin in a state of agitation, as her fellow disciples discussed strategies. A female disciple who had ventured out to gather information rushed back, exclaiming good news. Pian Ran, what is this wonderful news that has you breathless? In the room were 5 individuals. Apart from Yu Yin, the other 4 were disciples from the Wu sect who had accompanied her on this journey. They had come with great aspirations. Master, sisters, I have astounding news that will surely alleviate your current worries. I bet you cannot guess what it is. Pian Ran, do not keep us in suspense. Share the news. Yu Yin, noticing Pian Ran's playful teasing, could only prompt her to speak. Pian Ran, seeing her inquiry, cheerfully responded, I have just uncovered an important piece of information. The Emperor of the Shun Long Empire plans to select beautiful maidens from across the nation to enter the palace. Do you not think this is splendid news? Indeed, upon hearing her words, the eyes of everyone present lit up. It felt as if a pillow had been provided just when they were ready to doze off. They had been perplexed about how to enter the palace, and now the method lay before them. Is your information reliable? The others, though excited, were skeptical about such sudden good news. It is absolutely true. I obtained this intelligence from high-ranking officials in the court. That is truly marvelous. This will save us much trouble and allow us to enter the palace with legitimacy to fulfill our mission. Observing her excited disciples, Yu Yin felt compelled to temper their enthusiasm. We must not rejoice too soon. Pian Ran, please inquire further about the selection process and requirements for the beautiful maidens so we can prepare adequately. Yu Ruo, you are the most beautiful among us. So I have decided to nominate you as our representative. If you are chosen, we shall disguise ourselves as your maids and enter the palace alongside you. Thus, you must prepare thoroughly during this time. Yu Ruo and Pian Ran promptly agreed. Meanwhile, within the imperial palace, Qin Shou, feeling unoccupied, found himself boasting with several cabinet officials. Under his reforms, the empire was now operating smoothly and efficiently, leaving little to occupy their days, a circumstance that elicited a mix of nostalgia and admiration from ministers. They reminisced about the tumultuous days of Emperor Li Shi of the Great Xia, where daily affairs were fraught with chaos, contrasting sharply with the current sovereign's capabilities. I intend to organize a martial arts competition within the empire. The victor shall be awarded the title of 5th-rank general, with various other rewards for participants. What do you think? The 5 individuals in the room were caught off guard by his sudden proposal, but they quickly rallied their thoughts. Excellent. Truly splendid. Your Majesty is wise. I am in awe of your Majesty's brilliance, likening it to the relentless flow of the Yangtze River. Enough, enough. I see you are merely flattering me. Qin Shou interrupted, sensing the last minister's eagerness to expound further. If you believe this is feasible, then you shall be responsible for devising a concrete plan. Competitions can be held in each province, and the champions will come to the capital for the finals. As for the specifics, I shall not intervene. The ministers eagerly agreed, delighted by the responsibility bestowed upon them. Moreover, issue an announcement stating that the Shun Long Empire is recruiting cultivators from all walks of life, offering varying amounts of spiritual stones and elixirs as compensation according to their cultivation levels. Zhou Jian, you will oversee this task. Is that agreeable? Your Majesty, I have no issues. Zhou Jian, filled with excitement at finally reaching this point, realized that if they successfully attracted skilled individuals, the standing of the Shenlong Empire would skyrocket. However, after a moment of exhilaration, Zhou Jian suddenly sensed a discrepancy. The country had no mines for spiritual stones, nor were there alchemists to produce elixirs. How could such treasures be offered as rewards? What troubles you? I see doubt in your gaze. Do you have concerns? Qin Shou inquired, puzzled by the unease reflected in Zhou Jian's expression. There are no other issues. I'm merely worried that when the time comes and we attract talent, we will not have the spiritual stones and elixirs to provide. Haha, I thought it was something significant. Fear not. I have my own means. Just focus on recruiting. Though I suspect we may only attract some scattered cultivators, and their strengths may not be formidable, so we will not need to expend too many spiritual stones. Qin Shou could not help but laugh heartily. Did he lack spiritual stones? He was far from deficient. While others toiled and risked their lives to mine spiritual stones, he merely needed to procreate to amass an inexhaustible supply. Of course, others may deplete their vitality in this pursuit, but he had found a method that most men would willingly embrace. Zhou Jian, though perplexed by Qin Shou's unyielding confidence, felt compelled to comply. As the leader's words left no room for dissent, with sleeves rolled up, he resolved to put forth his utmost effort, knowing that any ensuing troubles could be directed towards the leader. This thought brought a subtle smile to Zhou Jian's lips. He promptly clasped his hands and said, "Since your majesty has spoken thus, I shall harbor no further concerns. However, as you rightly pointed out, there is little allure here, and it is unlikely that any skilled practitioners would be inclined to serve us. We shall proceed step by step. The absence of such individuals now does not preclude their future presence. Our task is to display the right attitude." As Qin Shou glanced at the others, he inquired, "Do any of you have further matters to discuss?" "None, your majesty. None. I have nothing to add," responded the officials in unison. "Well then, it seems our Shenlong Empire is truly a bastion of peace and prosperity. Since there are no further matters, you may all take your leave." Observing the leisurely demeanor of his subordinates, Qin Shou swiftly dismissed them, feeling a twinge of discomfort at their idleness. Although idleness was preferable to trouble, their relaxed state weighed on him. Chapter 100, Gathering Spirit Array Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully giving birth to a perfect Ling Xian spiritual root offspring. The system rewards 20 years of cultivation and the key to the Gathering Spirit Array formation. Upon receiving the system's notification, Qin Shou felt a jolt of excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. It was the first time he had encountered the term formation, particularly the Gathering Spirit Array. He was acutely aware that the Purple Forbidden City was a place where spiritual energy was scarce, with his family relying on spirit stones for sustenance. However, with the Gathering Spirit Array, this issue would no longer persist. Qin Shou quickly reviewed the description of the Gathering Spirit Array. Gathering Spirit Array, a high-level formation that siphons external spiritual energy and converges it within the array, akin to seizing the natural creations of heaven and earth. After reading this, Qin Shou could not suppress his triumphant laughter. The Gathering Spirit Array was indeed exceedingly delightful. "Your Majesty, what brings you such joy?" Qin Shou's hearty laughter drew the attention of his companions, including Lu Mi and Si Wu Xie, who quickly emerged to investigate. "Indeed, it is a momentous occasion. Today, I shall demonstrate my prowess and reveal what it means to seize the creations of heaven and earth," Qin Shou proclaimed without reservation. After all, once he set up the Gathering Spirit Array, any passing cultivators would undoubtedly notice the distinctiveness of the palace compared to other locales. His casual declaration sent a shiver down Lu Mi and Si Wu Xie's spines, as if they had glimpsed some profound truth, yet upon reflection, they found themselves at a loss, which left them feeling disappointed. Long Xiao, upon hearing him mention revealing his abilities, clapped her hands in excitement, urging him to act swiftly. The other attendees displayed expressions of anticipation, curious about the nature of Qin Shou's forthcoming display of skill. "Just wait, and you shall witness what true celestial techniques entail," Qin Shou responded, summoning 100 exquisite spirit stones and arranging them in an 8-trigram formation. Under the influence of his formidable powers, he directed the spirit stones to the 8 corners surrounding the palace. Once the stones were positioned, he inscribed intricate runes at each location. After a flurry of activity lasting several minutes, he returned to his original spot, finding his audience in a state of bewilderment. Long Xiao Xiao looked at him with a frown and said, "Your Majesty, did you not speak of showcasing your talents? Is this merely about flitting around? Anyone could do that. It lacks excitement." "Huh, the show has only just begun. Keep your eyes peeled," Qin Shou replied, embedding hundreds of exquisite spirit stones beneath the council hall and inscribing runes upon them. Instantly, a transparent protective shield formed over the palace's canopy. As the gathering spirit array was set in motion, the spiritual energy within the palace surged dramatically, and with the passage of time, it only grew more abundant. What is happening? Why is the spiritual energy suddenly so abundant? Where's it all coming from? Even within the esteemed confines of the Wentian Pavilion, Lu Mi was astonished by the inexhaustible flow of spiritual energy. Si Wuxia, too, furrowed her brow in confusion. Wow, this feels incredible. So this is the sensation of abundant spiritual energy? I absolutely adore it. If only I could live in a place like this forever. It would be pure bliss. Long Xiao Xiao exclaimed, reveling in the delightful sensation of spiritual energy nourishing her body, nearly lifting her from the ground. She closed her eyes, savoring the experience. And Qin Shou, too, felt the unprecedented comfort brought by the rich spiritual energy, as if every cell in his body had awakened. It was no wonder that disciples from major sects were reluctant to venture outside. The allure of such nourishing environments made it difficult to resist the temptation of cultivation. As the gathering spirit array continued to operate, the spiritual energy within the palace became increasingly abundant. Si Wuxia looked at Qin Shou with curiosity, asking how he had accomplished this marvel, marveling at the existence of such methods, which indeed could be described as celestial techniques. Lu Mi and the others' eyes remained fixed upon Qin Shou, as the spectacle was nothing short of astonishing. They had previously believed that abundant spiritual energy was a natural phenomenon, provided by spiritual veins. This was why locations with spiritual veins attracted countless individuals and sections. Yet now, Qin Shou had merely performed a series of incomprehensible actions to continuously draw in external spiritual energy. Such a technique was truly miraculous, leaving them struggling to believe the reality before them. If this were indeed the case, did it mean that in the future, Qin Shou could summon spiritual energy from anywhere he desired? This was akin to possessing a mobile spiritual vein, a method never before documented in ancient texts. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Qin Shou declared with pride, "This is a divine ability I just comprehended." Impressive, isn't it? Upon hearing his words, Si Wuxia and Lu Mi widened their eyes in disbelief. Lu Mi could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "What? This is an ability you comprehended on your own?" It was well known that the techniques they practiced were inherited from previous generations. While some individuals could comprehend their abilities, they were exceedingly rare, perhaps one in billions. Now, Qin Shou claimed to have grasped such a technique, which was utterly astonishing. Anyone capable of independently comprehending divine abilities was undoubtedly a prodigy among prodigies. Did this mean that Qin Shou's spiritual roots had surpassed the legendary child of heaven level, reaching an unprecedented realm? As this realization dawned upon Lu Mi and Si Wuxia, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. At merely 30 years of age, Qin Shou possessed strength comparable to that of individuals 2 or 3 centuries their senior. Previously, they had overlooked this detail, but in retrospect, it seemed incredibly abnormal. Only those with extraordinary spiritual roots could cultivate at such a rapid pace. Furthermore, due to Qin Shou's remarkable spiritual root talent, his offspring were all likely to possess spiritual roots of their own, and not of a low tier. As they pondered this, everything they had found perplexing suddenly made sense. They never imagined that a journey outside the sect would lead them to such an extraordinary partner. If such a partner were to reach their full potential, how formidable would they become? Could they be the first in millennia to achieve ascension? The thought caused both women to breathe quickly. Their gazes towards Qin Shou transformed entirely. This is no mere human. It is evidently a monster, nay, even more fearsome than a monster. What's so strange about it? It is merely the comprehension of certain mystical arts, a trivial matter indeed. His words instantly caused Lu Mi and Si Wuxia to lose their composure, their eyes rolling back as they fainted. Chapter 101. Lu Mingli's doubt time swiftly passed, and a month later on this day, Yumi strutted into the Qinjin Hall with an air of triumph, akin to a victorious general returning from battle. "Your Majesty, the task you entrusted to me has been accomplished." All the selected beauties have been arranged in the palace. Please instruct me on the next steps. Excellent. Bring them all into the palace. By the way, how many did you select? Your Majesty, a full 365. Yumi's forehead glistened with sweat. For the beauty of these maidens was such that not allowing your Majesty to indulge would be a dereliction of duty. Upon hearing this, Qin Shou could not help but sit upright in surprise, exclaiming, "How can there be so many? Did I not specify only 100 or so? Your Majesty, this is not the fault of your humble servant. The common people were simply too enthusiastic. Upon hearing that your Majesty sought to select a consort, they eagerly presented their eligible daughters. Faced with so many equally talented and beautiful maidens, I found it difficult to choose. After all, these individuals possess emotions, and I did not wish for those left unselected to be disheartened. Thus, the number increased. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shou suddenly understood, realizing the sincerity of his minister, who truly empathized with the sentiments of the populace. Qin Shou's heart soared with joy. Initially, he thought that gathering 100 or 200 would be considerable. Yet Yumi had selected an astonishing 365, intending for him to change partners daily. Such intentions are commendable. They can be utilized. Since you have already made your selections, dismissing some would undoubtedly undermine their confidence. Such a scenario is one I would prefer to avoid. Therefore, let them all enter the palace. Your Majesty is wise. Your Majesty is benevolent, truly the most benevolent ruler of all time. It would not be an exaggeration to call you the most illustrious sovereign throughout history. Instantly, a flurry of sycophants began to flatter Qin Shou, seemingly unconcerned about the potential for indulgence in wine and women, with some even believing there should be more. From that day forth, Qin Shou's nightly routine became as follows. Beauties, I have arrived. This continued for nearly 3 months, during which he managed to attend to all the beauties brought into the palace. Following this series of developments by the next year, his cultivation might very well ascend to the late stage of Huashan or even the Lianshu stage. Liu Li Xiangong. Mother, today I made many little friends. The voice of Liu Yi interrupted Lu Mengli's meditation, prompting her to open her eyes and lovingly stroke Liu Ye's small head. Oh, where did you meet them? I saw them in Suiyun Valley. At last, I have found friends to play with. Liu Ye's face radiated excitement, clearly eager to have companions rather than being alone. Though she enjoyed her mother's company, she still felt something was missing. As Lu Mengli beheld the innocent smile blooming on Liu Ye's face, she felt happiness for him, mingled with a twinge of guilt, chastising herself for not being a more competent mother. Moreover, she had no knowledge of any children in Suiyun Valley. After all, it had always been the abode of the ancestors, seldom frequented by others. Mother, let me tell you a secret. Suddenly, Liu Ye's voice dropped to a whisper, his expression imbued with mystery. Seeing his playful demeanor, Lu Mengli couldn't help but chuckle. What secret do you wish to share with your mother? Mother, you wouldn't believe it. Those older brothers and sisters look just like me. The ants in Suiyun Valley were all quite surprised to see me. Upon hearing Liu Ye's words, Lu Mengli's face lit up with excitement as she crouched down to grasp Liu Ye's shoulders, asking, Year, is what you say truly the case? Do you really resemble each other? Indeed, the ants all said so. Liu Ye nodded earnestly. Come, let's go take a look. Although Lu Mengli had chosen to forget the man who had wronged her in the past, Liu Ye's sudden revelation stirred up tumultuous emotions within her. If Liu Ye's newfound friends truly bore a resemblance to her son, perhaps she could find Liu Ye's father. Thus, Lu Mengli took Liu Yi to Suiyun Valley, where they indeed found dozens of children, the oldest barely 5 or 6 years of age, just as Liu Yi had described. Certain features on these children's faces were strikingly similar to her son's. Unable to contain herself, Lu Mengli revealed her presence, and upon seeing Liu Yi, the children waved eagerly, showing no fear of the unfamiliar woman. Lu Mengli's appearance soon caught the attention of the concubines of Qin Shou, who hurriedly came out to investigate. Lu Mengli quickly introduced herself, and the concubines, realizing she was Liu Ye's mother, relaxed their guard and began to scrutinize her with interest. To be honest, had Liu Yi not grown up in Liu Li Xiangong, and had Lu Mengli not been the celebrated daughter of Liu Li Xiangong, they might have believed Liu Yi to be the child of their lord. Upon learning that these women were consorts of the emperor of the Shenlong Empire, and that these children were all his descendants, Lu Mengli's heart was thrown into turmoil. For the very place where she had lost her virtue was just outside the Forbidden City. Could the man who had wronged her be none other than the emperor of the Shenlong Empire? As she scrutinized the features of her son and the other children, she felt an intensifying resemblance that left her utterly unsettled. Hearing that the emperor of the Shenlong Empire was a mere mortal incapable of cultivation. While all of you sisters appear to be filled with spiritual energy, clearly practitioners of the arts, how could you willingly marry a mortal? Giggle. My dear sister seems to have been deceived. His Majesty not only can cultivate, but possesses unfathomable strength. He may be even more powerful than you. How can this be? Lu Mengli was utterly astounded by these revelations. Legends of the emperor of the Shenlong Empire circulated widely, and his inability to cultivate was the most renowned tale. Moreover, why were these individuals residing in Ziyun Valley? Could it be that the emperor of the Shenlong Empire was a disciple of the ancestors? Lu Mengli felt her mind spinning. As others observed her shocked expression, they could not suppress their laughter. Not out of mockery towards Lu Mengli, but rather in amusement at the astonished reactions of many upon hearing such news. This reminiscence of the man from the Forbidden City stirred a sense of longing within them. They wondered when he might come to see them again and bring them back. Having grown accustomed to the presence of Qin Shou, his absence now felt profoundly disconcerting. Chapter 102. The little thief watching the emotional state of his concubines. Qin Shou felt a pang of guilt alongside his gratitude. It was his insufficient strength that had failed to protect his wife and children, leaving them separated by vast distances. What? Lu Mengli actually harbors doubts about me? Upon witnessing Lu Mengli's inner turmoil, he was momentarily taken aback, yet he felt no concern, setting aside the fact that Lu Mengli was no match for him. If Di and Tian were to discover Lu Mengli's situation, he would likely be overjoyed. Originally, it was decided that once his strength surpassed Lu Mengli, he would confess to her. However, various matters delayed him. And now, Lu Mengli's suspicion about him may be a blessing in disguise. At least, before their actual encounter, it affords her ample time to prepare mentally. Among all his women, he feels the most remorse towards Lu Mengli. After all, he has given her nothing, and she does not even know who he truly is. Just as Qin Shou was reflecting on this, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar presence within the palace. In the southwestern corner of the palace, atop a grand tree, a figure appeared, overwhelmed by the abundant spiritual energy surrounding it. How could such rich spiritual energy manifest in this place? The newcomer, taken aback by the intensity of the aura, gasped in astonishment. The energy here was so potent that it rivaled the spiritual veins found in elite sections. It was particularly perplexing since this was a wasteland in the mortal realm, a place shunned by cultivators. The emergence of such dense spiritual energy in such a locale was decidedly abnormal. The man furrowed his brow, pondering whether a new spiritual vein would soon form here, transforming it into a sacred ground for cultivation. I must relay this information back to the sect immediately and request reinforcements. This place cannot fall into the hands of other sections. Upon preparing to summon a spiritual bird to convey the message, he was startled when the bird dissipated into starlight before traveling far. How could this happen? Is there a powerful being nearby? The man, astonished, quickly extended his consciousness but found only low-level cultivators in the vast palace, with no trace of any formidable presence. Unwilling to accept defeat, he once again conjured a spiritual bird, only for it to meet the same fate as the first. This situation left him perplexed. He had encountered no restrictions upon entering, indicating the absence of barriers within the palace. Yet, his consciousness revealed no signs of powerful beings. Could it be that a master exists here whose strength far exceeds his own, eluding his detection? As he contemplated this, a voice echoed in his ears. Fellow Taoist, since you have arrived, why the haste to depart? Startled, the man scanned his surroundings, but found nothing. Who dares to play tricks? Show yourself. You stealthily intrude upon my palace and accuse me of deception. What reason is this? Qin Shou's figure materialized on a rooftop just a few meters away. His expression one of displeasure as he regarded the intruder who dared to summon reinforcements to seize his territory. You're the master of this place. I hereby command you to withdraw with your people from this palace. It now belongs to the Shang-Tian Alliance. Although the man could not fathom how Qin Shou appeared so mysteriously, sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy from him, he assumed Qin Shou was an untrained individual. He could only conclude that he had been isolated from the world for far too long. Had he sought knowledge, he he would not have uttered such audacious words. It was indeed laughable for a Jindan stage cultivator to speak so boldly before a mid-stage Huashan master. Without requiring further action from Qin Shou, the man found himself ensnared. His soul completely under Qin Shou's control through an advanced form of soul-capturing technique. Greetings, master. Although he remained physically the same, Lianba now appeared entirely subservient, devoid of any defiance. I command you to return to the Shang-Tian Alliance and inform them of the situation here. It is imperative they come to seize this place. Understood? Qin Shou had already devised a plan. If a man arrived, he would turn him into a puppet, and if a woman came, she would be compelled to remain and bear his children. Though all women are alike, female cultivators possess a unique allure beyond that of ordinary women. Understood. I will fulfill your command. Seeing Lianba's compliant demeanor, Qin Shou was pleased. Go now. You shall be rewarded handsomely upon success. Master, I take my leave, Lianba declared before swiftly departing. Little did he realize that his venture into the mortal realm was not as liberating as he had anticipated. Instead, he had fallen prey to Qin Shou's soul-capturing technique. While this did not affect his cultivation or life directly, having his fate entirely in another's hands was a far cry from the freedom he once enjoyed. It can only be said that misfortune befell him for harboring ill intentions towards Qin Shou's palace. Meanwhile, Lu Mengli in Zhuiyun Valley subtly inquired about Qin Shou's appearance from his concubines. As she absorbed their descriptions, the once vague figure in her mind began to crystallize. She was now nearly certain that the one who had once made unwelcome advances in the cave was none other than the emperor of the Shenlong Empire, Qin Shou. However, upon realizing his true identity, she found herself at a loss, unsure how to proceed. In the past, she had wished for nothing more than to obliterate him. But since having a lively and adorable son, such thoughts had significantly faded. Sister, what's wrong? You don't look well, Yin Feifei remarked, noticing Lu Mengli's unusual expression. Upon hearing her words, Lu Mengli realized she had been lost in thought and quickly smiled. It's nothing, just some matters on my mind. By the way, dear sisters, please feel free to visit me more often. I'm glad to hear that, sister. I shall certainly pay you a visit when time allows. In truth, the others had long sensed Lu Mengli's unease. Not only had she been inquiring about Qin Shou, albeit subtly, but they were also not foolish enough to overlook the resemblance between her child and theirs. They might very well be true sisters. After all, they were somewhat aware of Qin Shou's capabilities, yet they found it perplexing that Lu Mengli seemed unaware of his identity. This was indeed rather absurd. Chapter 103. Li Qingshu Master. Master, I have returned. The long-absent Fan Min suddenly burst into the palace, exclaiming, Why is the spiritual energy here so dense? Am I in the wrong place? Astonished, Fan Min stepped outside the palace to confirm it was indeed the palace. How wondrous! Why was this the case? Did the master employ some extraordinary means to create this? Enthralled by the rich spiritual energy, he was abruptly transported to an attic. Upon realizing his surroundings, he quickly knelt. Master, I have returned. Returning with such a ruckus. Have you no decorum as a cultivator? Qin Shou scolded him sharply. This fellow had become increasingly disrespectful. Hee, I was just too excited. I want to be the first to bring you good news. Fan Min's demeanor remained as irreverent as ever, prompting Qin Shou to think that perhaps renaming him Fan Jian would be more fitting. Have you brought the person? I have. They're still in the same place. I wonder what you think, master. Hearing this, Qin Shou felt a stir of interest. He had heard that this woman was the most beautiful and gifted among the Wuji sect. He was curious how this fellow managed to accomplish this. Qin Shou's divine perception swept across the room, revealing an enchanting beauty lying unconscious within the inn. You stay here and do not move. Understood, master. As Qin Shou instructed, a shadow flitted by. Just as Fan Min was about to find a place to sit, she noticed Qin Shou returning, cradling a woman in his arms. This woman was someone he was intimately familiar with, and he was astounded by the speed of Qin Shou, which intensified his admiration for him. Quite remarkable, indeed. A rare beauty, Qin Shou remarked as he roused the woman from her slumber. Upon hazily opening her eyes and finding herself in the embrace of a man, she instinctively raised her hand to strike Qin Shou's face. My dear, with such exquisite beauty, why resort to violence upon waking? Qin Shou teased, grasping her wrist. Li Qingshu's delicate hand was ensnared, and despite her fervent efforts to free herself, she found herself unable to escape his grip. Her eyes blazed with indignation. "Who are you to lay hands on me? Do you not know how to write the word death?" Qin Shou playfully pinched her flawless face and said, "Fan Min, enlighten her about my identity." "How bold! This esteemed individual is none other than His Majesty, the Emperor of the Shunlong Empire. To be held by him is a fortune you have earned over 3 lifetimes. Do not be ungrateful." With Qin Shou's presence bolstering her confidence, Fan Min stood tall, her words laced with flattery. "You are the Emperor of the Shunlong Empire? Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me so lightly? Do you not fear the downfall of your empire?" Li Qingxue had not anticipated that the young man holding her was the emperor. Yet where was she? She distinctly remembered cultivating in the Wuji sect before suddenly losing consciousness, only to awaken in a man's embrace. "I know. You are the granddaughter of the 3rd elder of the Wuji sect. It is said you are the most beautiful woman within the sect, and I was so moved upon hearing this that I had someone bring you here. As for whether my Shunlong Empire will perish, your Wuji sect lacks that capability." Li Qingxue regarded Qin Shou's arrogant demeanor with disdain, perplexed by his audacity to challenge such a formidable sect. Did he not understand the chasm between the immortal and the mortal realms? A master of the golden core stage could effortlessly annihilate thousands. "What do you intend to do? If you release me, I shall pretend none of this occurred. Otherwise, should I escape, I will surely bring ruin upon your Shunlong Empire," Li Qingxue declared through gritted teeth. Having never been touched by a man, the indignity of being cradled like a child by one nearly infuriated her to the point of explosion. "Why are you so enraged? I merely wish to have you as my consort, not to take your life. Why must you be so furious? Is it not said that cultivators should focus on self-cultivation and serenity? It seems your skills are still lacking. You must be dreaming. I am a dignified master of the golden core stage. How could I possibly be your consort? You are delusional." Li Qingxue nearly laughed in disbelief at Qin Shou's audacity, unable to comprehend his boldness in pursuing her. "Oh, my golden core master, how impressive you are! I am so afraid." Qin Shou feigned terror. "Since you are so formidable, why not try to escape from my grasp? If you succeed, I shall cease my pursuit of you henceforth." Noticing her cheeks flush with anger, Qin Shou found her quite adorable, and he couldn't resist pinching her nose. "You shameless rogue, do not lay your hands on me, or I shall have yours severed." Li Qingxue protested, shaking her head in an attempt to dislodge his hand, but to no avail. To her astonishment, Qin Shou had unsealed her restraints, yet even so, she found herself powerless against him. This left her both frustrated and astonished at his unexpected strength. "Now, do you still think your golden core stage is that impressive? You?" Li Qingxue's anger swelled as she witnessed his smug expression. "What must I do for you to release me? Impossible. You are the woman I have chosen. There is no chance of me letting you go. Look at me. Not only am I handsome, but my strength is also considerable. Being my consort would not be a disadvantage for you, would it? Reflect on this. Does the spiritual energy in my palace not far surpass that of your Wuji sect? Thus, cease your struggles and willingly become my consort, bearing children for me." Hearing his words, Li Qingxue shifted her focus. Indeed, the spiritual energy here was incomparable to that of the Wuji sect. In her earlier fury, she had neglected to appreciate the atmosphere. However, upon hearing Qin Shou's subsequent remarks, her anger reignited. "If you truly admire me, you should consider my feelings and pursue me through honorable means. Your current actions are those of a villain. How can I willingly marry you under such circumstances? You are correct, but such a pace is far too slow. Are you not aware of the saying, marriage before love?" Li Qingxue found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, Fan Min's admiration for Qin Shou reached its zenith. When it came to shamelessness, her master was unparalleled.